Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 832 to Chapter 906. Tang Yuga looked at Bai Xiuxiu and said, "What about you? Are you going to accompany him?" This him was naturally referring to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu immediately looked at Bai Xiuxiu subconsciously. In his opinion, Bai Xiuxiu, who was easily shy, would deny it. But to his surprise, Bai Xiuxiu was also looking at him, but there was no shyness in her eyes. Under Lan Xuanyu's burning gaze, Bai Xiuxiu did not deny it and nodded gently. I don't have a family, only teacher and all of you. I don't have any ambitions or goals." Although she spoke calmly, Lan Xuanyu felt his blood rush to his head at this moment. That feeling almost made him pull Bai Xiuxiu into his arms. This was the first time she said that she was willing to accompany him in the future. Although she did not say it clearly, the meaning she expressed was very obvious. What could make him feel happier than this? Tang Yuga smiled. "You are a good girl, a traditional good girl." Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "That's not it. Do you think that he will obediently stay on the mother planet or somewhere else? Don't you think that the academy and the Tang men treat him differently? What he wants to do in the future is likely to be far beyond our current expectations. Perhaps only by following him will we have the most exciting life." Tang Yuga was stunned, but Lu Feng's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. That makes sense. At this moment, everyone looked at Lan Xuanyu at the same time. "Class monitor, it's your turn," Lan Mengqin said. Feeling everyone's gaze on him, Lan Xuanyu's expression gradually became serious, and then he sighed softly. "What are you sighing for? Xiuxiu already said that she is willing to follow you in the future. What are you still dissatisfied with?" Lan Mengqin said angrily. Lan Xuanyu said, "The future? Our plans for the future are actually meaningless now, so I don't have any plans." Sensing the change in Lan Xuanyu's tone, the six of them could not help but be surprised. Lan Xuanyu had always given them the feeling that he was sunny, wise, and positive. Why did he suddenly feel so down today? Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, "The more I come into contact with this world, the more I feel that many things are different from our beautiful imaginations. As for our federation, it's not as peaceful as everyone thinks. You should have noticed that the 7 space fleets of the Federation are no longer near the mother planet. We don't know where most of them are. Isn't the interstellar migration to development? To the star is to interstellar? Total Lan Xuanyu's, who was to say, a yuga, a lot to, who to be a space to the very. The peace we are living in now is precisely because of their protection, the protection of countless soldiers and seniors, blocking the powerful enemies from the outside. I am completely certain that when we enter the inner court and become stronger under the nurturing of the inner court, we will definitely be sent to the front lines to face those enemies. Because this is also the responsibility we must bear after receiving the Academy's strong nurturing and resources. Do you still remember when we first entered the Academy, the teachers repeatedly confirmed with us whether we were willing to stay and study? At that time, they were already telling us how great the responsibility we will have to bear in the future. Especially since we are the competitors of this generation Shrek 7 monsters. If we can really become the current generation Shrek 7 monsters, you can imagine how heavy the responsibility we will have to bear. So, partners, take back your beautiful imagination. If we want to fulfill our wish of peace, we must at least make a great contribution to the peace of the Federation." Lan Mengqin muttered, "It's just a beautiful imagination, is there a need to put so much pressure on everyone?" Lan Xuanyu said seriously, "It's easy to float without pressure. Furthermore, from the day we graduate from the outer court, I'm afraid this pressure will really press down on us. Although our strength isn't too strong, we are on average at the 7-ring soul sage level. I don't know what the cultivation of the inner court is like, but I saw that Senior Zheng Longjiang was still completing the Heaven Fighter mission. The stronger we are, the more secrets we will come into contact with, and the heavier the responsibility we will have to bear. There is no way for us to retreat, so we can only face the difficulties head-on." Tang Yuga smiled. "Xiuxiu is right. Following you might lead the most exciting life. Those are responsibilities, but they are also experiences. It's just a lifetime. Since we're alive, we should make our lives more exciting. I look forward to such a life." Yuan and Hui asked curiously, "Brother Xianyu, do you know something?" What kind of enemy are we going to face? Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, I'm not sure about the details. But I can vaguely guess that in the universe, there should be opponents who are not inferior to us or even stronger than us, eyeing us covetously. Most of the Federation's combat power will be facing them, and what we have to do is also face such a powerful opponent. Lan Mengqin pouted. Can't I not go? Lan Xuanyu looked at her and said, no one should force you. But we have obtained too much from the academy. Without the academy, would we have so many resources? Would you have the chance to go to the Elven planet and obtain Senior Bai Ji's approval? Furthermore, to protect your people, the first thing you have to do is to protect the Federation. How can there be an unbroken egg when the nest is overturned? Without a country, how can there be a home? Lan Mengqin fell silent. Lan Xuanyu was right. Without a country, how can there be a home? Mengqin, I will always be by your side to protect you. If anyone wants to hurt you, they will have to step over my corpse first. A certain someone showed off his biceps and promised Lan Mengqin solemnly. You're so annoying. Stay away from me. I don't need your protection. I will protect myself. Lan Mengqin seemed a little anxious. Bai Xiaoxiao patted Lan Xuanyu's hand, indicating for him to let go of her. Then, she walked to Lan Mengqin's side, held her hand, and whispered something to her. Lan Xuanyu didn't let Lan Mengqin off because of this. He also walked to Lan Mengqin's side. Mengqin, I don't know what you think about the future. But there is one thing I have to remind you. If you really regret it and only want to live the life of an ordinary person, then don't take the inner court's graduation exam again. You should understand what I mean. Lan Mengqin raised her head in surprise and looked at Lan Xuanyu. Qianlei, who was beside her, panicked. Boss, Mengqin didn't mean that. Don't force her. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. No, I'm not forcing her. I'm just telling her. If you don't want to give, then don't continue to receive. Mengqin, do you understand what I mean? Lan Mengqin calmed down instead. I understand. You guys go to the auction. I'll go back first. I want to be alone. With that, she turned and walked back. Qianlei looked at Lan Mengqin, then looked at Lan Xuanyu, and hurriedly chased after her. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Lan Xuanyu helplessly. Aren't you too straightforward? Tang Yuga came to Lan Xuanyu's side and said, no, I should be more straightforward. Being more straightforward is a good thing for Mengqin. In fact, everyone can see that she is the one with the least fighting spirit among all of us. In terms of talent and conditions, she is even above me. She has twin martial souls, and both of them are top-notch martial souls. But she doesn't have much desire or motivation to move forward. She even feels like she's playing around. It's us who are constantly moving forward, driving her to have a feeling that she has no choice but to move forward. The graduation exam is coming up, and we are candidates for the 7 monsters. Since she asked such a question today, it's the right choice to make it clear to her. She has to make a choice. If she chooses to withdraw, now is the time. In the future, we will work hard together to repay everything she owes the Academy. And the inner court involves the core secrets of the Academy. If she is not willing to give up her future for the Federation and the Academy, she is really not suitable to continue. Bai Xiaoxiao looked up at Lan Xuanyu. I'll go and persuade her. She and Lan Mengqin had a very good relationship. In fact, she had long sensed Lan Mengqin's mentality, but she had never said it out loud. Lan Xuanyu pulled her back and said, we can only rely on her to think things through. Mengqin is a very opinionated person. It's meaningless for us to say too much. Let's go, we'll continue to the auction. Let Qianlei follow her. Qianlei followed Lan Mengqin all the way back. On the way, Lan Mengqin didn't say anything and just walked back quickly. Qianlei didn't say anything and just followed behind her. The two of them walked one after another until they reached the door of Lan Mengqin's dormitory. Lan Mengqin opened the door and was about to go in. Without a doubt, she had no intention of inviting Qianlei in. Wait a minute, Mengqin. Qianlei suddenly took a few steps forward and came behind her. What? Lan Mengqin turned around. Are you worried about something? Qianlei lowered his head and stared at her with a burning gaze. Lan Mengqin wasn't short, but compared to Qianlei, she was still much shorter. Being stared at so closely by him, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. But she still said stubbornly, "No." Qianlei shook his head and said, "We've known each other for so long. I don't dare to say that I know you very well, but you're definitely not someone who's afraid of trouble and takes responsibility. You must have your own reasons for telling everyone these things today. Is there something wrong? If you need help, just tell me. We'll all help you together." Hearing his words, Lan Mengqin was a little dazed, and her eyes gradually turned red. Seeing her like this, Qianlei suddenly panicked and said helplessly, don't cry. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. If I said something wrong, you can hit me or scold me, but don't cry. Don't be sad, I was wrong, don't cry. Just as he said this, Lan Mengqin suddenly took a step forward, hugged his waist tightly, buried her face in his arms, and then burst into tears. Why are you so annoying? Woo-woo, Qianlei was completely dumbfounded. His strong body was completely tense and stiff at this moment. His arms were spread out on his sides. His eyes widened, his pupils were beginning to lose focus. Everyone knew that he liked Lan Mengqin and was Lan Mengqin's guardian angel. Everyone knew that at least no other boy in the class dared to have any thoughts about Lan Mengqin. Of course, Lan Mengqin knew that he liked her and treated her differently from others. Even if Lu Feng didn't say it, Qianlei could actually feel it himself. However, after knowing each other for so many years, this was the first time in history that Lan Mengqin took the initiative to get close to him. It could even be said that, except for some special circumstances, it was extremely rare for them to have physical contact. Not to mention this kind of full-body contact. Lan Mengqin smelled good. There was a faint fragrance without any perfume. It was the girl's own body fragrance. She was crying and even punched his chest from time to time. But at this moment, Qianlei was filled with great happiness. He carefully closed his arms and began to touch her body. She didn't resist, just cried and hit him. Gradually, his courage grew. He tightened his arms and held her firmly in his arms. His voice trembled slightly as he murmured, "Don't cry, baby, don't cry. I hate it. Don't cry. Lan Mengqin cried until she was out of breath, but she was still in his arms, as if she wanted to release all the sadness in her heart at this moment. The two hugged each other at the dormitory door. Qianlei was very obedient. He just hugged her and didn't dare to do anything else. He didn't even dare to think about it. He was afraid of angering her at this time. Just hugging her made him feel that he was the happiest person in the world. After a long time, Lan Mengqin stopped crying and pushed his chest. Qianlei quickly let go of his hand and didn't dare to persist at all. Lan Mengqin suddenly turned around, opened the dormitory door, and walked in. Qianlei stood in place and looked at her foolishly, watching her close the door. When there was still a gap in the dormitory door, the door was suddenly pulled open, revealing Lan Mengqin's beautiful face. She said angrily, "Why are you still standing there foolishly? Why aren't you coming in?" Ah? No matter how stupid Qianlei was, he wouldn't hesitate at this time. He was instantly filled with happiness and rushed in. Turning on the lights, Lan Mengqin pointed to the sofa in the living room and motioned for him to sit. Qianlei quickly walked over and sat down. He sat upright with his back straight, his legs together, and his hands on his knees, like a primary school student. Seeing him like this, Lan Mengqin couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Then she turned around and walked inside. Qianlei blinked and looked down at himself. After thinking for a while, he continued to maintain this posture. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was as long as she was happy. Not long after, Lan Mengqin walked out and placed a cup in front of him. The clear water in the cup rippled with a rich aura of life. How could Qianlei not recognize it? It was the water of Sea God Lake. Although the water of Sea God Lake was nothing to them now, this was the water of Sea God Lake that Mengqin gave him. That was completely different. Qianlei hurriedly took a sip, but he didn't know what to say at this time. Lan Mingqin sat down on the chair next to him, and she was also in a daze. The two of them just sat there foolishly and remained silent. Neither of them spoke. Qianlei had been sitting in that position for a long time, and it was indeed uncomfortable. After a full half an hour, he moved slightly. Lan Mingqin's gaze immediately turned to him, scaring Qianlei so much that he hurriedly sat up. "Why are you so stupid?" Lan Mingqin couldn't help but say. Qianlei scratched his head. "I don't know. When I'm with you, I subconsciously do this. Maybe it's because I like you too much. Anyway, in my heart, no matter what you ask me to do, I will be very happy." Lan Mingqin rolled her eyes. "If I ask you to die, you'll die?" Qianlei nodded without hesitation and said foolishly, "Go." Lan Mingqin was stunned, and her eyes softened in an instant. Did she like Qianlei? She actually didn't know, but she was at least used to having him by her side. He would always want to get in touch with her, intentionally or unintentionally, and protect her by her side. He would buy food for her on weekdays, and with the income from the emblems, he would take the initiative to deliver whatever she needed. Even if he was rejected many times, he still enjoyed it. It had been 6 years. It was almost 6 years. They had grown up together. They had grown up together. They had grown from teenagers to young adults. Their bodies were changing, and so were their mentalities. At that moment, when Lan Mingqin threw herself into Qianlei's arms, she could feel his violently beating heart, his bewildered look, and his nervousness, as if he was carefully protecting a porcelain doll. She also felt the same happiness. Being with him didn't seem to be bad. When he first entered the school, he was a fatty. Although he was still far from being as good-looking as Lan Xuanyu and Yuan and Hui Hui, he had his own masculinity. What's more, this was a man who was willing to die for her. She didn't doubt Qianlei's words at all. She wouldn't really try anything. At this moment, she felt sweet in her heart. The sadness in her heart was also diluted a lot. "My mother is sick," Lan Mingqin said in a low voice. "Ah?" Qianlei was shocked. "What illness? Is it serious?" Lan Mingqin nodded gently. "It's very serious. Even Auntie Baiji can't treat it. It's a genetic disease in our family. It might appear after the age of 40. The patriarchs of our clan all have extremely high talent, but they all seem to have a curse. No one can live past 50. Mom is indeed sick. Auntie Baiji said that it's caused by the lack of some special components in her bloodline. In this aspect, even the Federation's most advanced technology is useless. It's also useless to replenish her life energy. The more she replenishes, the more she loses. I'm her only daughter, so I must be the next patriarch. I have to go back, inherit her position, and protect our clan. I have no choice. Also, I hope to be by her side in her last few years. Qianlei, I'm really not someone who doesn't want to take responsibility. I know that the academy has been good to me and has helped me a lot. Moreover, I can't bear to part with everyone. But I have no choice. Captain is right. I shouldn't selfishly enter the inner court. I've already thought about it very clearly just now. After the graduation exam, I'll go back. I'll go back to accompany my mother and always be by her side. I'll accompany her for the last time with my father. After she leaves, I'll be the patriarch of my clan." Qianlei was in a daze as he listened. His nervousness gradually eased. At this moment, he only felt an incomparable pain in his heart. Lan Mingqin had never said this to anyone. She had only endured it silently. If it wasn't because he was too familiar with her and felt that something was wrong, he wouldn't have realized what was on her mind. Hearing her say it now, Qianlei really had the thought of doing everything to help her. "If you don't want to take the exam, then I won't take it either. I'll go back with you. I'll take care of your mother and protect your clan. Although I'm not as strong as you, I can still do it," Qianlei said without hesitation. Lan Mingqin shook her head and said, "Are you stupid? Don't you understand? I can't. Falling in love with me is not a good thing for you. Back then, my father knew that my mother wouldn't live past 50 years old, but he still insisted on being with her. But my mother told me that she regretted it. She shouldn't have married my father. She shouldn't have brought her back to the clan. If he hadn't brought him back, their relationship wouldn't have been so good, and his father wouldn't be in so much pain now. Mom was right. If you really love someone, you have to know how to let go. Just like her, I can't escape my fate, and I won't live to be 50 years old. So, it's impossible between us. I don't want to hurt you. What's more, everyone still has to compete for the Shrek 7 monsters. It wasn't easy to get this qualification. Without me, you guys still have a chance. You can get Ding Zhuohan or Bing Tianliang to replace you. But if you leave as well, I'll be letting everyone down. I'm telling you all this today because I want to tell you that it's impossible between us. Please keep it a secret for me. I don't want everyone to be sad because of me. Since it can't be changed, I will take the initiative to accept it. Do you understand what I mean? Xianlei looked at her in a daze. Lan Mengqin lowered her head and continued, the family's legacy still has to be passed down. If you're willing, I will give myself to you before I leave the academy. I will even be pregnant with your child. We won't meet again in the future. Let me stay in your memory, leaving only a beautiful memory. I've been really happy to be with everyone these past few years. Just as Lan Mengqin said this, a roar suddenly sounded. Lan Mengqin was startled by the sudden loud sound. She raised her head and looked at Qianlei in disbelief. At this moment, Qianlei had completely changed, as if he had transformed. He looked at her with red eyes, like an angry lion. Do you know what you're saying? Do you know? You're trampling on my love for you, and trampling on everyone's feelings for you. He stood up abruptly and stepped in front of Lan Mengqin. Then, he pulled her up from the chair, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, bent down, and stared at her at a close distance. He said angrily, "Why didn't you say anything when something happened? Why didn't you let everyone face it together? This is the Shrek Academy, and there are many God-rank seniors here. Each of us has our own abilities, so why can't we resolve the problem with your mother?" Taking a step back, what nonsense are you talking about? Your father could go to your tribe for your mother, so why can't I? How is my love for you inferior to your father's love for your mother? So what if you can only live for 50 years? I'm willing to accompany you. Being sad in the future is a matter for the future. If I don't have you now, I'll be sad now, and I don't want to live now. Do you understand? Do you think that separating from me now and ignoring me is good for me? Let me tell you, I'll only like you in this life, and only love you. I'll never be able to love anyone else. Without you, I'll never, ever be happy. Do you understand? I don't want your body, I want your entire person, your heart, your everything, your everything. Wherever you are, I'll be there. Whether it's a mountain of knives, a sea of fire, or the universe. Even if I die, I'll die by your side. In any case, I'll rely on you for the rest of my life. Don't even think about pushing me away, don't even think about it. I'm yours, from the moment I saw you. After saying this, Qianlei couldn't help but gasp for breath, and his eyes turned red. He was more than 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. Lan Mengqin was only 1.7 meters tall and had a slender figure. When he grabbed her shoulders, she looked like a pitiful little beauty, as if she was about to be devoured by a wild beast. Lan Mengqin stared straight at him, feeling the anger bursting out of him from the inside out. She muttered in disbelief, "You're yelling at me?" Qianlei was stunned. The monstrous aura from before disappeared almost instantly like ice melting. The expression on his face suddenly froze, and in the next moment, he seemed to realize what he had done. He quickly let go of Lan Mengqin's shoulders and stammered, "No, I didn't. I didn't dare." "You're still saying you didn't dare?" Lan Mengqin raised her voice. The expression on Qianlei's face collapsed instantly, and he no longer had the aggressive look from before. It was as if he had turned from a lion into a little lamb in an instant. "I didn't dare. You know, I didn't dare. I was just a little agitated. I was afraid that you wouldn't want me and abandon me. I was wrong, Mengqin, I was wrong." Lan Mengqin snorted disdainfully. "Look at your useless appearance. Weren't you quite manly just now?" Although she said this, her eyes gradually revealed a smile. But tears began to accumulate in her smile. Seeing her like this, Xianlei suddenly became even more helpless. For a moment, he didn't know what to do at all. He was so anxious that his body trembled. Twice. You've made me cry twice today, you damn fatty. Lan Mengqin suddenly took a step forward and hugged his waist again, tightly, even tighter than before in front of the dormitory. At this moment, only one thought flashed through her mind: it was easy to find a priceless treasure, but it was hard to find a lover. Qianlei's reaction was much faster this time. He hurriedly hugged her, hugging an existence that was like a rare treasure to him. The expression on his face was no longer anxious, but instead revealed a silly smile that couldn't be any more silly. She cried twice, but she also hugged me twice. This time, Lan Mengqin didn't push him away. Instead, she leaned into his embrace and whispered, "What should I do? What do you think I should do? Fate can't be changed. My people need me. Can I not go back? I don't know how long my mother can live. She's getting weaker every day. I can't do anything about it. There's really no way." "No, there will definitely be a way. Mengqin, listen to me," Qianlei said gently. "Although none of us want to encounter such a thing, since we have encountered it, we have to face it bravely. Your family's hereditary problem might not have been solved in the past, but that doesn't mean it won't be solved in the future. Science has always been advancing rapidly. If it was 10,000 years ago, could you imagine that we humans could build a spaceship to travel through space? Could you imagine that humans could really complete interstellar colonization? Every day, we humans are creating miracles. Why can't a miracle happen to your mother? As the saying goes, two heads are better than one. There are so many of us, and we can even ask the Academy for help. Maybe there really is a chance? Even if we can't cure your mother, we might be able to prolong her life. If we can really cure her, then she can continue to be the patriarch, and you can continue to enter the inner court with us. This is the best way to get the best of both worlds. So, you shouldn't hide this matter from everyone. You should let us think of a way together. If there's really no way, I'll go back with you. I believe that boss and the others will understand. Okay?" Lan Mingqin's vision was blurry. Ever since her mother fell ill a year ago, her heart had been hesitant and helpless. Although she worked hard to cultivate every day, her heart had already flown back to her mother. If it wasn't for her mother's strict order that she must complete her studies, she might have already gone back. At this moment, leaning into Qianlei's embrace, she suddenly felt dependent. Crying twice today had released all the depression in her heart, and her chest suddenly felt incomparably carefree. "Should I really tell everyone? I really don't want to make everyone anxious because of me," Lan Mengqin said softly. "Listen to me. On this. Back then, when we were still in Heaven Luo planet, I never thought that Frenzy and I would be able to get into the Shrek Academy. Even if we did, you know how strong I am. However, we've always been creating miracles. Under the leadership of our boss, we've even become a competitor to Shrek's 7 monsters. Therefore, in this world, you must believe that nothing is impossible. Only you can do it or not. I'll call the boss now and ask everyone to come back." As he spoke, Qianlei raised his hand and dialed his soul communicator. Lan Mengqin still wanted to stop him, but he hugged her with his other hand. She struggled, but Qianlei didn't listen to her this time. He loved her very much and was even timid in front of her. However, if it was for her own good, he would still have his own persistence. The call went through and Qianlei said, "Boss, can you come back?" Mengqin's reaction today was because something had happened at home, something rather troublesome. "Everyone, come back. Let's discuss this, shall we? We're at Mengqin's dormitory. Wait for us." On the other side, Lan Xuanyu only said 3 words. After hanging up, Qianlei let out a long breath and said with a smile, "I don't know why, but when I heard that the boss was back, I felt especially confident. I have a feeling that the boss will definitely be able to solve your mother's problem. Do you believe me?" Lan Mengqin left his embrace. "If that's the case, that's great. But is this really possible? The genetic defect in this family has been plaguing us for thousands of years. I really don't dare to have extravagant hopes." Qianlei said, "Nothing is impossible. Don't tell me that the number of miracles created by the boss isn't enough. Let's wait for him to come over. Lan Mengqin glanced at him. Qianlei's heart skipped a beat and he said, Mengqin, if your mother's problem is solved, can I ask you for a favor? Lan Mengqin said, what is it? Qianlei said, be my girlfriend. I'm not taking advantage of you. Really, I really like you. No matter what the outcome is, no matter what you choose, wherever you are, I will be there. Although you're not as good as Xianyu, with your current talent, it's almost no problem for you to enter the inner court. Your future is bright. Are you going to give up just like that? Lan Mengqin looked at him and said. Qianlei chuckled and said, I'm a man destined to be a slave to his wife, so to a man like me. For a man like me, there's no point in having a bright future. I just want to warm the bed for my wife and children. As long as I can be with you, nothing else is important. I'm definitely not saying this because I'm impulsive. This is my true feelings. I only have two dreams, to earn money and to marry you. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes at him, then turned her head away. Her pretty face was slightly red, and even her crystal-clear earlobes were a little red. Then, she nodded her head very clearly. Qianlei was overjoyed. He never expected that today would be so good for him. He took a step forward and was about to hug Lan Mengqin. Stop right there. Lan Mengqin snorted coldly. Qianlei seemed to have been immobilized. He stood in place and looked at her pitifully. Lan Mengqin turned around and stretched out 3 fingers to him. 3 rules. First, you have to listen to me in the future. Second, you're not allowed to be fierce to me. Only I can be fierce to you. Third, I haven't thought of it yet. Let's talk about it later. Okay. No problem. Qianlei nodded repeatedly like a chick eating rice. Lan Mengqin finally smiled and punched him on the shoulder. Then, she took the initiative to lean into his arms and let him hug her. Qianlei's face flushed red, and he was also flushed with pride and happiness. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? Not long after, the doorbell rang outside. Only then did the two quickly separate. Lan Mengqin's face was red as she tidied up her clothes, while Qianlei ran to open the door. Outside the door, Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, Tang Yuge, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Lu Feng had all returned. In fact, they had just arrived at the auction not long ago and hadn't encountered anything suitable when they were called back by Qianlei. Seeing Qianlei's glowing face, Lan Xuanyu's originally anxious mood suddenly disappeared by half. Looking at him, it didn't seem like he was anxious at all. Mengqin. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but rush in to find Lan Mengqin. She was the most anxious one. Among everyone, she had the best relationship with Lan Mengqin and had known her for the longest time. When everyone walked into Lan Mengqin's dormitory and gathered in the hall, they all felt a little puzzled. They were all smart people, and each of them had strong spiritual power. Naturally, they could feel the strangeness between Lan Mengqin and Qianlei. Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei, then looked at Lan Mengqin. Looking at their slightly red faces, he asked doubtfully, what's going on between the two of you? Qianlei was a little speechless and stood there obediently. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but glare at him and say, look at you. It's nothing, we're just together. Ah? Lan Xuanyu and the others were all dumbfounded. Even Lu Feng couldn't help but say, isn't this a little too fast? Qianlei suddenly raised his head and said angrily, what do you mean fast? Don't you know how to talk? Mengqin just agreed to be my girlfriend. Lu Feng said doubtfully, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. What are you thinking? Lan Mengqin was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She kicked Qianlei and said, shut up if you don't know how to talk. Wait, let me be alone. Fatty, what happened to Mengqin's family? Lan Xuanyu was still concerned about the most important thing. Qianlei calmed down and told them what Lan Mengqin said. Hearing his words, the expressions of Lan Xuanyu and the others unconsciously became serious. Bai Xiuxiu couldn't help but say to Lan Mengqin, why didn't you say anything? You didn't even tell me such a big thing happened. Do you treat me as a sister? Lan Mengqin lowered her head and said, I just didn't want everyone to worry. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and said, let's not talk about this first. Solving the problem is the most important thing. Fatty is right. The best solution is to cure your mother. As long as you can cure her, it means that your problem can also be cured. Everyone will be happy, and you can continue to stay and take the inner court exam with us and cultivate together. Mengqin, please invite Senior Bai Ji out. Let's ask her about the situation. Lan Mengqin had obviously brought Bai Ji back to treat her mother, so Bai Ji should know the situation the best. Since she said there was no way, there must be a reason. As for whether it could be solved, no one was sure, but Lan Xuanyu definitely had to confirm the situation first. Lan Mengqin nodded and activated her spiritual power. A green light flickered, and Bai Ji appeared in front of everyone. As a spirit soul, even a powerful existence like Bai Ji wouldn't know what was happening in the outside world if Lan Mengqin didn't take the initiative to tell her. After all, she was completely dependent on Lan Mengqin. Senior Bai Ji, what's the situation with Mengqin's mother? What exactly went wrong? Lan Xuanyu went straight to the point. Bai Ji looked at everyone and said, the situation is very special. Although I'm not as familiar with human physiques as soul beasts, I've studied them before. Her mother, or rather, she inherited a similar condition called the heavenly remnant bloodline. It's a flaw in her bloodline. But Mengqin's situation will actually be much better because of my existence. I'm also gradually repairing her. So you don't have to worry too much about her problem. It can be repaired? Then can Mengqin's mother's bloodline be repaired? Lan Xuanyu asked. Bai Ji said, it's not that easy. The reason why Mengqin's bloodline can be repaired is because after fusing with me, her bloodline has mutated. The Jade Phoenix Guqin became the Emerald Jade Phoenix Guqin, and the martial soul fusion technique also became the Emerald Phoenix. It's equivalent to fusing my bloodline into her original bloodline. And my bloodline itself has a huge vitality, and the bloodline itself has mutated and evolved. Only then can I gradually make up for her heavenly remnant bloodline. Hearing Biki's words, Qianlei couldn't help but look at Lan Mengqin strangely. Does Mengqin know about this situation? She should know about it, right? Then, when she said that she Mengqin's mother, by have Mengqin's s dies s Mengqin's tsss is Mengqin's s. You feel ttbt used teat. Of ttt test ttts est. Beat. Looked. Looked. Qianlei smiled at her, shook his head, and pointed to his heart. Lan Xuanyu said, Senior Bai Ji, does that mean that in order to cure Mengqin's mother, only a powerful existence like you can be her spirit soul? Bai Ji shook her head and said, it's also very difficult. Because the problem in her bloodline has completely erupted. To put it simply, the bloodline problem in Mengqin's body was only a hidden danger before, and it was relatively easy to improve it. Especially after fusing with my bloodline, I can help her gradually recover. But after her mother's bloodline problem completely erupted, it's equivalent to her bloodline being severed. The problem of a severed bloodline is something that your human technology can't solve. The bloodline will gradually wither, and the life energy won't be preserved. Her own vitality will continue to flow, and she will eventually die. It's equivalent to having a hole in the body. If the hole can't be repaired, her vitality will be drained clean. This is because her mother's cultivation isn't weak, so she can maintain it for a period of time. If it were an ordinary person, she would have died long ago. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. Is there no other way? Is there any way to patch up this hole? Bai Ji said, it's not that there's no way to solve her bloodline problem. The simplest way is to break through to the divine realm before the hidden danger in her bloodline erupts. When any existence breaks through to the divine realm, their body will complete a complete transformation, and any problems in their bloodline will naturally be resolved. But her mother's problem has already erupted, and it's too difficult to make up for it. That requires an astronomical amount of life energy. And it needs to be of a high enough level, or even divine realm life energy. Simply put, if a divine realm existence like Master Shu releases all his life essence, there might be a possibility of curing her mother or prolonging her life. But we can't exchange a life for a life, not to mention that Master Shu's life is weak now, and he can't even protect himself, so he can't release much life energy. Lan Xuanyu said, what if we bring her mother to Shrek Academy? Is it possible to rely on the life energy of the eternal tree and Sea God Lake's water to treat her? Bai Ji said, if she soaks in Sea God Lake's water every day, it should be able to prolong her life to a certain extent, but it won't solve the root of the problem. As for the eternal tree, it is indeed the highest level of life energy that we know of today. But with the importance of the eternal tree to Shrek Academy, Tangmen, and even the Federation, it's impossible for it to release its origin power to save someone. That's not something that can be decided by one side. The eternal tree's divine realm life energy is an existence that can't be measured by value. Not to mention that the eternal tree won't be separated, even if it is separated, such a top-notch treasure of heaven and earth would also be. Just as she said this, she saw a small bottle appear in Lan Xuanyu's hand. Senior Bai Ji, look, is this it? Bai Ji's eyes were completely lifeless. Although there was a bottle between them, the bottle was extremely good at blocking all the aura inside. However, as the controller of life energy in the world of soul beasts, the #1 healer, the emerald swan revered by all soul beasts in the world of soul beasts, the ferocious beast king, how could she not feel the enormous life energy contained in that small bottle? This is, Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, it's the eternal tree's divine realm life essence. There are still 2 drops, is it enough to treat Mingqin's mother? Bai Ji's eyes were a little dull and even a little dazed. For a moment, she couldn't speak. At this moment, Lan Mingqin's eyes were already filled with excitement. Obviously, Bai Ji had told her about this existence long ago, but she also told her clearly that it was impossible. It was impossible for the eternal tree to separate its life energy and give it to anyone. That was an existence extracted from the entire Douluo planet. One drop is enough, Lan Mingqin said with a trembling voice. Lan Xuanyu walked in front of her and stuffed the bottle into her hand. I'll give it all to you. 1 drop for your mother, and the other for yourself. If your hidden dangers can't be solved, take it yourself and solve them completely. Xianyu, of course, Lan Mingqin knew how precious this thing was. With the emerald swan's cultivation, she respected the eternal tree's divine realm life essence so much. This was not something that could be measured with money. 2 drops, Lan Xuanyu gave it to her just like that. Just as Qianlei said, Lan Xuanyu was really a person who was good at creating miracles. See, a miracle really happened. If it was something else precious, she would definitely refuse. How could she accept such a precious existence? However, this light porcelain bottle in her hand could save her mother's life. How could she not accept it? Lan Xuanyu smiled. Don't say anything else. Take the inner court exam with us and become one of the Shrek 7 monsters. In the future, hit wherever I point you at and don't throw a tantrum anymore. Also, be gentle to my brother. That's all. Lan Mingqin took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and bowed deeply to Lan Xuanyu. Captain, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Mingqin's life will be yours from now on. Lan Xuanyu laughed. I don't want it, leave it for Fatty Qian. It's fine as long as the 2 of you are fine and we are all together. As he spoke, he realized that there was something wrong with Bai Ji's expression. After the shock, Bai Ji's mood suddenly became extremely dejected. Senior Bai Ji, are you all right? Lan Xuanyu asked. Bai Ji smiled bitterly. God rank life essence, that's a God rank life essence. If I had a drop back then, I would definitely have been able to complete my transformation and break through to the God rank like Deming and Erming. And once I reach the God rank, I should have a chance to help the other beast kings break through. The world is unpredictable, fate is like this, I can only sigh. That's right, she was only 1 step away from the God rank. Whether it was her, beast god Di Tian, abyssal demon dragon, or the demon empress, they were all half a step into the God rank. With the disappearance of the God realm, the suppression of soul beasts not being able to become gods was no longer as strong. They really had a chance to complete that breakthrough, but the prerequisite was that there was a suitable opportunity. One of the most important reasons why the Douluo Federation didn't allow them to continue living on Douluo planet was because they didn't want another God-rank powerhouse to appear among the soul beasts. That was why they made the final choice to become spirit souls. Even Di Tian could only rely on Lan Xuanyu to exist. Their hopes were all placed on Lan Xuanyu. And back then, they really only needed a small drop of the Eternal Tree's God-rank life essence to change everything. It could even change everything about the soul beasts on the entire elven planet. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes and had been given away so easily by Lan Xuanyu, how could Emerald Swan not feel sad? Vicky looked at Lan Xuanyu. Young master, can you tell me, your life essence is? Lan Xuanyu said calmly, Master Shu gave it to me. He appointed me as the next leader of the School of Life. He had obtained the approval of the Tree of Eternity. The Eternal Tree separated these 3 drops of life essence and asked Master Shu to give it to me. I used 1 drop myself, and the remaining 2 drops are here. Only now did Lan Mengqin realize how precious the 2 drops of divine-level life essence in her hands were. For a moment, her eyes reddened again. Becky sighed softly and said to Lan Mengqin, to be safe, bring your mother to Shrek City to take it. It was best to soak it in the Sea God's Lake to maximize the effects of the life essence. When the time comes, you will stand guard at the side, and I will help you completely resolve the hidden dangers in your body. 1 drop is enough. As for the remaining drop, return it to young master. A drop of divine-level life essence is the life of a powerhouse. NN. Lan Mengqin hurriedly nodded and handed the porcelain bottle back to Lan Xuanyu. Captain, keep it first. I will ask you for it when I bring my mother over. Okay, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Ask for leave from the teacher tomorrow and bring your mother over as soon as possible. As for the academy, I will make an application for you. There shouldn't be a problem. The sooner your mother is cured, the sooner you can be at ease. Lan Mengqin's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She bowed to Lan Xuanyu again, and then retreated to Qianlei's side. Qianlei put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her softly. Vicky looked at the porcelain bottle in Lan Xuanyu's hand again with a complicated expression. She shook her body, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into Lan Mengqin's body. Bye. Xiao let out a long breath and said with a smile, perfect solution. That's great. The others couldn't help but smile. Lan Xuanyu said, let's go, everyone go back and rest early. We are about to enter the final stage. Everyone must be fully prepared for the graduation exam. The academy will definitely not let us off easily. Divine-level life essence, would Lan Xuanyu's heart ache? He would more or less still. When the treasure-seeking beast in his body heard that Lan Xuanyu was going to give away the 2 drops, it became restless in his body. It was Lan Xuanyu who suppressed it and didn't let it out. 2 drops of divine-level life essence, to Lan Xuanyu, meant that he needed the total amount of life energy to break through to the next level. In other words, without the support of other heaven and earth treasures, these 2 drops of divine-level life essence would definitely help him break through to 6 ring. But could he leave her in the lurch? Of course not. The best choice was to use good things where they were needed the most. He had always believed so. The next morning, Lan Mengqin left. She went home to pick up her mother. Nothing was more important to her than this. The others cultivated on their own. At their current level, they were completely cultivating and improving themselves. In the graduate class, the students went to the teachers for guidance if they had any questions, and there were no special classes. Everyone was preparing for the final graduation exam. Lan Xuanyu's arrangements for the past 2 days were mainly to familiarize himself with his abilities and practice forging. He was waiting for Prince Yu and teacher Nana to come and give him pointers. Master Shu had already informed him that the academy would prepare an opportunity for him to go to the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters to train in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform in half a month. Before that, he had to be fully prepared. Lan Xuanyu had never been to the Spirit Ascension platform before. When he was young, it was because he couldn't get a ticket to the Spirit Ascension platform. After entering the Shrek Academy, he had been studying and cultivating intensely, so he didn't have much time. Most importantly, his soul rings didn't need to be upgraded in the Spirit Ascension platform. As long as he broke through, his soul rings would naturally evolve, therefore, he didn't have much thoughts about going to the Spirit Ascension platform to obtain any benefits. More importantly, he wanted to train in it. The Spirit Ascension platform was different from the simulation cabin. The simulation cabin was a purely simulated fictional world, while the Spirit Ascension platform was said to be between fiction and reality. It was a little like a small space that existed alone. This time, it was a good opportunity for him to train. Before that, he had to learn from Prince Yu and teacher Nana, and solve the problem of Lan Mingqing's mother. Fulfilling days always passed very quickly. 2 days passed very quickly. Lan Xuanyu also received a notification from Prince Yu that he had successfully arrived at the Shrek City Space Center. He didn't let Lan Xuanyu pick him up. Prince Yu came by himself. When Lan Xuanyu saw him, he saw Tang Lu in white casual clothes. His long blue hair fluttered behind him, elegant and soft. If one looked at him from the back, they might misunderstand him as a slender beauty. He wore a hat on his head, and the brim of the hat was deliberately lowered to cover most of his face. He also wore a mask on his face, and his disguise was done very well. Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu greeted him excitedly and gave Tang Lu a big hug. Tang Lu took off his mask and hat, hugged him, and looked at him with a smile. He nodded and said, "You seem to have grown a little taller." Lan Xuanyu invited him to his dormitory and poured him a glass of water. "Uncle Yu, where are you preparing to perform?" Tang Lu said, "I'll probably be in Heaven Do Planet next week. So this time, I can only stay for about 2 days before I have to rush back." Lan Xuanyu said somewhat embarrassedly, "It's been hard on you to come all the way here." Tang Lu waved his hand and said, "It's not hard at all. I just happened to come and see you." "Yes, it's different." His gaze swept across Lan Xuanyu's body, and he suddenly revealed a look of surprise. With his cultivation, he could naturally clearly feel the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body. It wasn't just a little change, but an earth-shattering change. If the power in Lan Xuanyu's body was divided into 2 parts in the past, then this time, he felt that everything in Lan Xuanyu's body had really become a whole, as if they were one. End of chapter. His bloodline power circulated on its own as he breathed, and there was a core within it. That thick and powerful bloodline wouldn't release its aura unconsciously like before. On the surface, Lan Xuanyu looked more like an ordinary person. But in reality, his brilliance was restrained, and he was much stronger than before. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling of being the core of heaven and earth. Tang Lu also felt that the aura of his bloodline seemed to be drawn in by Lan Xuanyu's aura, and an indescribable mysterious change was taking place. It was as if some of the restlessness in his bloodline would be calmed by this pull. "You're indeed different now that you have 5 rings." Tang Lu narrowed his eyes and nodded. "It's better than I thought. Looks like you've had some fortuitous encounters. I thought you'd need a few more years to accumulate enough." "Yes, I received some help from Douluo planet. The academy also allowed me to purchase some natural treasures. I ate the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum, blazing delicate apricot, and star anise mysterious ice grass. They're all at the 100,000-year level." Tang Lu narrowed his eyes. He felt that these names were a little familiar to him. "When are you going to attempt soul refinement?" Tang Lu asked. He didn't tell Lan Xuanyu that he had breached the agreement by coming out this time, but he really had to rush back as soon as possible. Lan Xuanyu said, "We can start at any time. Uncle Yu, you should rest first. I'll order lunch later, and we'll proceed in the afternoon after lunch." Tang Lu nodded and said, "All right, I'm fine with anything." Lan Xuanyu said, "Uncle Yu, I have a teacher who might come over later. Can I introduce her to you?" "Is she a teacher from your academy?" Tang Lu asked with a slight frown. He was actually not very willing to interact with strangers. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "No, she's my teacher when I was young. She's always guided me and taught me. Without her, I wouldn't be here today." "Uncle Yu, she's a beauty." Tang Lu couldn't help laughing. "I'm fine with anything." "Is she from another planet?" Lan Xuanyu said, "That's not the case. She usually teaches at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy. She occasionally comes back to visit me and give me pointers." Tang Lu said, "Yes. I'm fine with anything." Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, "Don't worry, this teacher of mine won't chase after celebrities. She usually likes to be quiet." Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's soul communicator rang. He glanced down and smiled. "Look, she called just as I was talking about her." When the call connected, Lan Xuanyu said excitedly, "Teacher Nana, are you ready to come over?" Yes, anytime." I also have a teacher here, Uncle Yu, whom I told you about before. It just so happens that he's here to guide me in forging today. We'll wait for you to have lunch together. There's no need to reschedule, just come over. I haven't seen you in a long time, I miss you. After hanging up, Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized that Prince Yu, who was sitting opposite him, seemed a little absent-minded. Uncle Yu, what's wrong? Teacher Nana said that she's coming over now. She has a strong control over space and can teleport over from a long distance. You're the most powerful people I know. Lan Xuanyu said. Prince Yu said, is your teacher's name Nana? WWW. Bocage. XYZ. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, what's wrong? Prince Yu shook his head. It's nothing. Nana. Why does this name sound so familiar to me? Tang Lu was a little surprised and even a little affected. At his level of cultivation, his divine sense would subtly have some premonitions. He faintly felt that this name was particularly familiar, and there was also a strange touch to it. Mingdu. After hanging up, Nana frowned slightly. When she heard Lan Xuanyu say that his Uncle Yu was there, she actually didn't want to go. Of course, she had heard Lan Xuanyu mention Tang Lu before, but she had never liked strangers. The only people she was really close to were Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao. She would go to the Shrek Academy to guide the two of them almost every month, and she knew that Prince Yu would guide Lan Xuanyu in forging about half a year. She had never met him before, and one of the reasons was that when she knew that Prince Yu was going to visit Lan Xuanyu, she would deliberately miss the time. Just now, she also wanted to change the time with Lan Xuanyu, but she could hear that Lan Xuanyu was in a very good mood. Especially when he said that he missed her, it touched her greatly. How could she not miss that little guy? Let's go then. She wasn't completely against interacting with people from the outside world. It was just lunch together. Her right hand slid in front of her, and a flash of silver light quietly took shape. Just as the light door opened, Nana's divine sense suddenly fluctuated slightly. Subconsciously, she also vaguely felt that something was about to happen. After hesitating for a moment, she still stepped into the light door and silently disappeared into the silver light. At this time, Lan Xuanyu was ordering food. Uncle Yu and Teacher Nana were having lunch at his place today, so of course, he ordered the best food. Delicious and expensive, he ordered a bunch of them. Uncle Yu seemed to like to eat meat, and Teacher Nana didn't have high requirements for food, but it was relatively light, so he simply ordered everything. Tang Lu looked at him busy there, and felt a sense of peace in his heart. Although this time was very rushed, when he saw Lan Xuanyu, he suddenly felt that everything was worth it. Every time he saw him, he could especially calm down. The restlessness in his body would also gradually calm down. Uncle Yu, when my graduation exam is over, tell me where you are going to hold a concert, I want to see it live. Lan Xuanyu arranged the food order, and said to Tang Lu with a smile. Tang Lu said, okay. But Xianyu, after a few days, I might not want to sing anymore. You don't want to sing anymore? Lan Xuanyu looked at him in surprise, why? You sing so well, so many people like you. Why don't you want to sing anymore? Even my mother is a loyal fan of yours. Tang Lu smiled and said, I just don't think it's meaningful. When I stop singing, I will also come to Shrek City to settle down, okay? Okay. That's great. Lan Xuanyu excitedly said, then I will be able to see you often. When I am admitted to the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, I should be able to study here for a long time. I also plan to bring my father and mother to Shrek City in the future. The life energy here is rich, and it is very good for the body. You will be very happy living here. Okay. Tang Lu nodded. At this time, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes suddenly looked in the direction of the living room. And in that position, a silver light quietly lit up. First, it was a silver dot of light. Then, that dot of light pulled a silver line, and the silver line pulled open to both sides, and finally turned into a silver door of light. Lan Xuanyu only noticed it at this time. When he saw the silver door of light, he immediately said excitedly, Teacher Nana is here. A hint of shock flashed through Tang Li's eyes. He could clearly feel how stable and sturdy the spatial element contained in that silver door of light was. The spatial element was one of the most mysterious elements, and it existed in every corner of the universe. How to guide, use, and truly apply it was a compulsory course for God-level experts. And to be able to use the spatial element so stably, she was the first person he had met after being saved by Yu Qingling. Only now did he realize that Lan Xuanyu's Nana teacher was definitely not simple. At this time, a long leg stepped in, and the three-dimensional cut of the white trousers completely outlined the slender and beautiful leg. With one step, the moving figure appeared from the door of light. The moment she stepped out of the light door, she became the focus of Tang Lu and Lan Xuanyu's eyes. Ever since Tang Lu embarked on the path of a singer, he had seen many beautiful women. Yu Qingling was also a top-notch beauty. There had always been rumors about them in the streets, but no matter how beautiful they were, they only faced Tang Li's peaceful gaze. However, the moment he saw the long legs that stepped out of the silver light door today, Tang Li felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. There was an indescribable feeling of strangeness. Nana's process of walking out of the portal was actually not slow, but in Tang Li's eyes, everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. Even his pupils instantly turned vertical, turning into the vertical pupils of a giant dragon. Her lower body was wearing white casual trousers, and her upper body was wearing a modest white high-collared sweater, completely outlining Nana's perfect figure. Even the best sculptor would not be able to carve such a perfect visual experience. Her long silver hair draped over her back, hanging down naturally, and her purple eyes seemed to be clearer than the water of Sea God Lake. Her beautiful face did not leave the slightest trace of age. There was a faint smile on her charming face, tranquil and peaceful. "Teacher Nana!" Lan Xuanyu shouted excitedly, pouncing on her and hugging her. Nana was now not as tall as Lan Xuanyu. Being hugged by him, she could not help but laugh. "You've grown up, but you're still like a child." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "In front of you, I'll always be a child. However, I'm getting bigger and bigger, but you haven't changed at all. If I go out with you, I'm afraid others will think you're my older sister." Nana raised her hand and lightly knocked on his head. "What nonsense are you talking about? Then you're my younger sister?" "Haha." Lan Xuanyu teased. Nana shook her head somewhat helplessly, staring at Lan Xuanyu. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she immediately felt the difference in the aura on Lan Xuanyu's body. What Sir Le had sensed earlier, she had also sensed. Moreover, she felt more deeply the attitude of the various elements in the air towards Lan Xuanyu. "You've broken through very well. You didn't become unstable because of the breakthrough. You're stable and solid, and the replenishment of your life energy is very abundant. It's enough for you to continue moving forward. Next time you break through, you need to prepare more heaven and earth treasures. Only by maintaining this level of breakthrough will you be able to progress more smoothly in the future." "Yes, I also feel it. However, breaking through this time really consumed a lot of energy. I don't even know what I should use the next time I break through. Let's take it one step at a time. Teacher Nana, let me introduce you." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu took a step back, no longer blocking Nana's view. He raised his hand and smiled. "Nana teacher, this is the Uncle Yu I told you about." "Uncle Yu, this is Nana teacher." At this moment, Prince Yu had already stood up following Nana's arrival. As Lan Xuanyu's body moved aside, everything seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. That beautiful face and perfect figure appeared in his vision bit by bit. Following Lan Xuanyu's introduction, Nana's line of sight also followed to the front. When she saw the handsome and tall Prince Yu, who was also dressed in white and had a head of long blue hair draped behind his head, the expression in her eyes gradually changed. Her pupils dilated subconsciously, and an indescribable feeling pounded on her heart like a heavy hammer. In the next moment, her pupils couldn't help but become vertical. She stared blankly in front of her, at the young man who was less than 10 meters away. Their eyes met, but at this moment, it seemed like an eternity had passed. It was as if countless memories were about to surge out, but they were instantly extinguished. At this moment, it was as if they had lost their memories again. They lost all ability to think, and their minds instantly went blank. They just stared at each other like that. Looking at each other, their entire bodies were completely stunned and stiff. Lan Xuanyu didn't notice these changes at first. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Did you guys make an appointment today? You're both dressed in white, just like a couple's outfit." As he said this, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did Prince Yu and Nana Teacher's emotions seem to have disappeared? He looked at the two of them in confusion and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you guys?" There was no response. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. He hurried in front of Nana and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Teacher Nana, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Nana instantly woke up when her vision was blocked by him. "Ah? I'm fine, I'm fine." She subconsciously took a small step back to hide her embarrassment. At this moment, her mind was still blank. On the other side, Prince Yu, whose vision was also blocked by Lan Xuanyu, seemed to have been unsealed and returned to normal. At the same time, he was shocked and quickly rubbed his forehead. Lan Xuanyu saw that Nana Teacher had returned to normal and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked back at Prince Yu in confusion. Tanglu had also returned to normal. "Do you guys know each other?" Lan Xuanyu looked at each of them in confusion. "We don't know each other," Nana and Tanglu said almost at the same time. "Oh? Then why are you guys reacting so strangely?" Lan Xuanyu asked again. This time, no one answered him. Nana walked to the side and sat down. However, her eyes never looked at Tanglu again. Tanglu lowered his head and looked at his feet. At this moment, they were trying hard to recall, trying to find something from the fragments of their memories. In their hearts, the only thing they could be sure of was that the person in front of them, who was so perfect in all aspects, they had seen him before. They must have seen him before. But, they couldn't remember anything. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "It must be the food. I'll go get it. I ordered a lot today. Wait a moment." After saying that, he went to the door to get the food. Lan Xuanyu left. The atmosphere in the living room became a little strange. Tanglu and Nana looked up at each other almost at the same time. When their eyes met again, both of them were stunned again. However, this time, they recovered in a short time. "Hello." Tanglu nodded slightly to Nana. "Hello." Nana returned the greeting. Then, the room became quiet again. However, this time, Tanglu didn't move his eyes away. His eyes were filled with thoughts. "Have we met before?" Nana was stunned for a moment. She shook her head and said, "I don't know." Tanglu didn't ask again. At this time, he only felt that the longer his eyes stayed on Nana's body, the faster his heart beat. If he didn't deliberately hide it, he was afraid that everyone in the room would have heard it. On the other hand, Nana's reaction seemed to be even more obvious on the surface. Her fair face unknowingly blushed, and she could feel that her face seemed to be slightly hot. "What's wrong with me?" Tanglu and Nana had the same question in their minds. Not long after, Lan Xuanyu came in with a sumptuous lunch. Nana and Tanglu wanted to stand up and help, but he stopped them. "Sit down, both of you. You are the most important people to me. Today, let me do my duty as a disciple and serve my two good teachers. Sit down and don't move." As he spoke, he excitedly placed the dishes on the table. Soon, the rich aroma of the food filled the room. Nana and Prince Yu could only see each other because he was busy in the middle. During this process, their hearts gradually calmed down. "Okay, we can eat at the table." Lan Xuanyu finished setting up and invited Nana and Prince Yu to the table. Prince Yu and Nana sat opposite each other. Lan Xuanyu sat on the other side. 3 people, 3 positions. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "Welcome, Teacher Nana and Uncle Yu. This is our first time eating together. Both of you are my most important elders. Let me toast you with water instead of wine." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu picked up the glass of water in front of him. Nana and Prince Yu naturally picked up their glasses as well. The 3 glasses gently touched. Lan Xuanyu drank a mouthful, but when he put down the glass, he discovered something strange. Prince Yu drank all the water in his glass in one gulp. When Teacher Nana drank, she actually spilled some water on her clothes. Was Uncle Yu thirsty? This was understandable. But what was the situation with Teacher Nana? Water was also made up of water elements. How could it be spilled on her body? Teacher Nana, are you okay? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked. Nana raised her hand and waved lightly. The water elements on her clothes were immediately stripped off and dissipated into the air. I'm fine. Let's eat. Lunch began. But what made Lan Xuanyu a little speechless was that the lunch that he had originally planned to have was filled with laughter, and laughter was unusually dull. From the beginning to the end, Nana and Prince Yu rarely spoke. Only when he asked, would they use the simplest way to answer. This was completely different from what he had expected. Lan Xuanyu originally intended to introduce these two to each other, and even try to bridge the gap between them. But now, it seemed that these two were clearly not used to each other's presence. It seemed that they were still unwilling to eat with strangers. Lan Xuanyu thought so in his heart, and his heart was naturally filled with regret. Lunch ended with Prince Yu and Nana eating without tasting anything. Lan Xuanyu packed up and said, Teacher Nana, Uncle Yu, do you want to rest for a while? Prince Yu shook his head and said, I have to hurry back. Soul refinement is not easy. Let's start now. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, all right. Teacher Nana, you can rest in my room for a while. Uncle Yu and I will go learn how to forge first. Uncle Yu has a concert in Heaven Do Planet in a week, so he can only stay for 2 days. To Lan Xuanyu's complete surprise, Nana almost subconsciously blurted out, I'll go with you. Ah? This time, it was Lan Xuanyu's turn to be surprised. Wasn't Teacher Nana against Uncle Yu? Why would she want to go watch him forge with her? Sure. You're welcome. Before he could say anything, Prince Yu had already taken the initiative to agree. Lan Xuanyu looked at the two of them in confusion again. He realized that he didn't understand the two of them. What he didn't know was that when Nana heard that Lan Xuanyu was going to leave with Prince Yu to learn how to forge, she suddenly felt a sense of urgency in her heart. She didn't want to be separated from them. The three of them left the dormitory and walked side by side. Lan Xuanyu walked in the center, with Tang Lu and Nana on his left and right. They walked towards the forging center together. After that, Lan Xuanyu helplessly discovered that Prince Yu and Nana had fallen silent again. When he was with them in the past, they didn't talk much, but it wasn't to this extent. What's wrong with them today? As he walked, he suddenly ran into a familiar face. Boss, where are you going? Wow, is this uncle and auntie? They're so young. The three of you look so much alike. The person walking towards them was Ding Zhuohan. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh. What are you talking about? These two are my teachers, Teacher Nana and Uncle Yu. Although Nana had taught the 7 people in their team, they hadn't seen the other students. Ding Zhuohan asked doubtfully, they're not your parents? But, you look so much alike. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Uncle, why do you look so familiar? While they were talking, Nana and Tang Lu simultaneously looked at Lan Xuanyu and the other person on the other side. Tang Lu looked at Lan Xuanyu's beautiful big eyes and the soft contours of his face. Then, he looked at Nana's beautiful face on the other side and subconsciously thought, yes. They really look like her. Nana also happened to look in his direction. She looked at Lan Xuanyu's handsome nose, tall and straight figure, and the way he moved. Especially the way he walked, they were almost exactly the same as Prince Yu. They really look alike. Their eyes met again, and they saw a flash of doubt in each other's eyes. You're Prince Yu, right? Am I right? Boss, am I right? At this moment, the strange atmosphere was suddenly interrupted. Ding Zhuohan rushed in front of Tang Lu, his face red. Uncle Yu, our whole family are your fans. Can you give me an autograph? As he spoke, he pulled out a pen and paper from nowhere. Only then did Tang Lu realize that he didn't wear a mask or a hat when he came out. Under Lan Xuanyu's murderous gaze, it wasn't easy to send Ding Zhuohan away. Tang Lu then took out a mask and put it on, covering his superstar face. Before Ding Zhuohan left, he muttered to Lan Xuanyu, you really look alike. If you didn't say that, I would have thought that you were a family. Lan Xuanyu was also a little curious. He looked at Nana, then at Prince Yu. Do we look alike? Do I look like Uncle Yu and Teacher Nana? Perhaps it was because they had known each other for a long time, but he didn't feel that way. When they arrived at the forging center, they went directly to their own forging room. Lan Xuanyu moved a chair over and invited Nana to sit. Then, he went to the forging table. "What are you doing here, Uncle Yu? Or do you want to give me a demonstration first?" Lan Xuanyu asked in an eager manner. During the past few days, he had been experimenting with forging, and his spirit refinement success rate had increased once again to over 70%. For a 6th-rank blacksmith like him, this was an absolutely incredible achievement. One had to realize that even divine-grade blacksmiths couldn't create life with a 100% success rate. During spirit refinement, he felt like he was only a step away from soul refinement. Tanglu said, "Spirit refinement is about creating life. You have an affinity with life, so it'll be a lot easier for you during spirit refinement. Soul refinement is about imbuing life with intelligence, which is equivalent to elevating the level of life. When it comes to divine refinement in the future, the life will become complete, and it'll no longer be metal. In fact, it'll transcend the category of metal. Hence, during the process of divine refinement, fusion refinement is added to make the life that's being created even more complete. The fewer flaws there are in divine refinement, the better the effect. Imbuing life with intelligence has an extremely high demand on the spiritual power of blacksmiths, so we have to experience the process carefully. You have to completely infuse your spiritual power into the metal, guiding it to gradually elevate the level of life. The higher the level of life, the higher the level of intelligence, the higher the quality of the soul refinement. Hence, soul refinement is called soul refinement because you're using your spiritual power to forge the metal, and the forging hammer is only a carrier for your spiritual power. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lan Xuanyu nodded in response. I think I do. Alright, then carefully experience my forging process. I'll slow down the forging speed and amplify the different forging methods, Tanglu said in a serious manner. He reflexively took a glance at Nana as he spoke. Nana was sitting in a corner of the forging room, and she was listening very intently, as if she were also here to learn how to forge. She seemed to have sensed Tanglu's gaze, and she raised her head slightly to meet his gaze. Tanglu hurriedly averted his gaze, and there was a slightly panicked look in his eyes. After being calcined on the forging table, a piece of heavy silver slowly rose from beneath the forging table. The bright red heavy silver was radiating a faint halo of light, and Tanglu accepted Lan Xuanyu's forging hammer as he said, "There's nothing else to say. I'm going to start now." As he spoke, he raised his hand and swung the hammer. He didn't seem to move at all, but the moment he swung the hammer, his entire body seemed to become an extension of the hammer. Clang! Pooh! A beam of light instantly rose into the air, reaching a height of over 3 meters. First-grade 1,000 refinements, yes, with just one strike, the first-grade 1,000 refinements were completed. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. "Uncle Yu, is this okay? Is it okay to attack me like this? Or are you deliberately showing off in front of Teacher Nana? So the silence between the two of you was all an act? If you're really showing off, this is the first time I've seen you." In the past, when Tanglu demonstrated forging to him, he would at least 100 refine with a single strike, then 1,000 refine with a single strike. But today, with just a single strike, the 1,000 refinements were completed. Although heavy silver was easier to forge, completing the first-grade 1,000 refinements in one strike was simply too exaggerated. If Prince Yu went out to find work, with this forging speed, he would definitely make a fortune. However, Nana felt completely different. The moment Tanglu swung the hammer, she felt as if a dragon had raised its claws, revealing its loftiness. The seemingly gentle young man's aura changed abruptly when he swung his hammer. Although the ferocious aura disappeared in a flash, the chi and blood fluctuations that erupted in that instant shocked Nana. She was very familiar with this blood energy. Wasn't it very similar to the violent golden bloodline in Lan Xuanyu's body? She just didn't know how much stronger it was. It was incomparably condensed. God rank. Without a doubt, it was at the God rank. Tanglu entered a forging state, as if he had forgotten everything in the outside world. After the first strike, he didn't stop and swung the second strike. When the heavy hammer fell, the forging hammer didn't even bounce back. However, one could clearly see that after the forging hammer emitting a golden halo fell, the groan under the hammer had clearly shrunk by a size, and the impurities inside had been completely removed. Just this purification alone raised the quality of the 1,000 refinements to a whole new level. Clang! 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 The 3 consecutive strikes were as shocking as the morning bell and evening drum. Although he did not forge many times, the 3 consecutive hammers emitted a strange rhythm. Light and shadow began to surge on its surface. Faintly discernible, faint dragon patterns began to appear. A faint aura of life rippled through the air. Spirit refinement was complete. Within the span of a few breaths, a piece of spirit-refined metal was born under Prince Yu's forging hammer. Pay attention and feel it. Tang Lu raised the forging hammer in his hand. This time, his movements and speed were noticeably slower. As the forging hammer was raised, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt that Tang Lu seemed to have become different. There seemed to be a bridge between him and the piece of chenin that was being forged, a bridge connected by spiritual power. In the next instant, Tang Li's eyes lit up, and the forging hammer in his hand seemed to have become illusionary. The forging hammer slowly fell down. It was really very slow. It took a few seconds for it to fall from the highest point. As such, Lan Xuanyu could clearly sense that as the forging hammer fell, the spiritual power emanating from Prince Yu's body was also becoming more and more powerful. All of his spiritual power was surging into the forging hammer, and the piece of spirit-refined metal that was about to be forged began to glow brighter and brighter, seemingly due to their bloodline connection. Buzz! Before the forging hammer had even reached the piece of chenin, a faint dragon's roar had already rang out from within the piece of chenin. That's right, this was an aura that was resonating with one another. Clang! The sound of the hammer striking the piece of chenin had already transformed into a dragon's roar. The dragon patterns on the piece of chenin clearly became brighter and brighter, and its life force aura instantly rose to a higher level. If you want to stimulate intelligence, you have to first attain a sufficient level of life force. Hence, the process of soul refinement is also a process of elevating the level of life force within the piece of chenin. Once the level of life force is elevated to a certain level, the effect of soul refinement will naturally be manifested along with the inscription of your spiritual power. Prince Yu raised his forging hammer again as he spoke. His movements were still as slow as ever, and he was displaying the entire process of condensing and transmitting spiritual power, as well as the reaction of the piece of chenin, to Lan Xuanyu in a perfect manner. Clang, 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 clang. After that, 6 consecutive hammers slowly fell. After the final hammer strike, bright light erupted from the piece of chenin, and Lan Xuanyu could clearly sense that the life force within the piece of chenin had been elevated once again. A sense of elation was instantly released from the piece of chenin's soul-refined metal. That's right, this piece of chenin had completed 7 hammers of soul refinement. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. This really was incredible. He had always known that Uncle Yu was a blacksmith master, but even though he was doing 7 hammers of soul refinement in a very slow manner, he was still aware that the slower the forging process, the more difficult it was to complete. However, this piece of chenin had completed the forging process in such a short period of time. If Tang Wuling could also achieve such a level of soul refinement, then feeding the green demonic battleship would be a piece of cake. It couldn't get any easier. At this moment, he was even fantasizing that if Prince Yu were on the silver-armored rock battleship, then they wouldn't have to worry about a power source at all. He wondered how many blacksmiths there were in the current federation like Uncle Yu. Nana was sitting off to the side, and she had been appraising Chen Yin's forging process with an extremely focused expression. Her senses were naturally far sharper than Lan Xuanyu's. Prince Yu hadn't released any soul power during this entire forging process, and he was only using a combination of pure strength and spiritual power. His strength was simply far too fearsome. She hadn't even sensed any tension in Prince Yu's muscles, but he was able to complete a piece of soul-refined metal that could be used to forge a suit of 3-word battle armor in just a dozen or so hammers. Just how powerful was he? In particular, that familiar vicious aura made Nana realize that she had most likely seen this man before, or perhaps she had seen someone similar to him in the past. Furthermore, he seemed to be very closely related to her prior to her amnesia. However, according to those scientists, she was at least several thousand years old. Could it be that this Prince Yu had also lived for several thousand years? Surely not. Didn't humans only live for around 1,000 years at most? She was no longer the naive little girl who had only just recovered from her coma. She was more or less aware of the current situation on the continent and the development of human technology. Usually, when she had nothing to do, reading was her favorite hobby. Tangla didn't know what Nana was thinking, but he was very pleased with the demonstration he had just performed. "Do you want me to do it again, or do you want to try it yourself?" he asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was very eager to give it a try. "I'll go first. I can feel that my forging skills have improved recently. Please take a look and help me correct them. If I encounter any problems during soul refinement, you can also point them out for me. I'll give it a try, and I'll take a look at your demonstration. It should be even more effective." "Alright, go ahead." Tangla stepped aside and made way for Lan Xuanyu. He also chose heavy silver and calcined it. Lan Xuanyu focused his mind, and he gradually calmed down. His soul power was naturally flowing through his body, and it was being guided by his bloodline power. His essence, energy, and spirit were almost completely unified in an instant, and his aura also changed accordingly. It wasn't sharp, but it felt heavy and heavy. Tangla stood to the side and nodded slightly. Compared to the last time he had seen him, Lan Xuanyu was less impetuous, and more composed. He had become more unified. This was an extremely huge improvement, and this wasn't even taking into account the drastic increase in his soul power and bloodline power. Right at this moment, Nana's voice suddenly sounded. During the calcination process, you can also use the fire element to sense the changes that occur during the calcination of the metal. This will be more beneficial to your understanding of it. Furthermore, you can treat the fire element as a part of yourself. Through the fire element, you can communicate with it first. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately nodded. His spiritual power moved slightly, and he sensed the heavy silver being calcined on the forging table. The blazing fire element constantly drilled into the heavy silver, causing it to change little by little under the high temperature. When Lan Xuanyu's consciousness fused with the fire element, it was as if he had become the fire element, and he was changing the heavy silver. Nana was right. When he entered this state, this piece of heavy silver no longer had any secrets in front of him, and every change appeared clearly in his spiritual will. Time changed, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in Lan Xuanyu's heart. The forging of the heavy silver should be just right. Subconsciously, he directly pressed the button on the forging table, and let the heavy silver rise from the bottom of the forging table. The forging table had different calcination times for different metals, and at this time, the time that Lan Xuanyu let the heavy silver rise was slightly different from the set time. However, Lan Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised. Every piece of metal, even if it was the same kind of metal, was unique, and no metal's internal structure was exactly the same. Therefore, although the calcination time of each piece of metal was very similar, there would still be a difference of a few millimeters. At this moment, he was able to accurately determine the best state of this piece of heavy silver after being calcined. This undoubtedly raised his understanding of heavy silver to a whole new level. A perfect calcined metal would naturally be of great benefit to his forging. This was the benefit of probing the heavy silver by sensing the fire element. His eyes narrowed, and the forging hammer in his right hand was swung out without hesitation. At this time, the heavy silver was still in a blazing state, and its entire body was red. With the help of the fire element, its overall structure completely appeared in Lan Xuanyu's consciousness without any concealment. Dang dang dang, dang dang dang. Tang Wulin struck the heavy silver 6 times in a row, and there wasn't any particularly heavy force or extreme force behind each strike. However, each and every strike was made in the most appropriate place, and his soul power and bloodline power instantly seeped into the heavy silver, causing it to emit a pleasing sound. The light suddenly brightened, and this piece of heavy silver clearly became different. 100 refined successfully, 6 strikes, 100 refined successfully. This was definitely Lan Xuanyu's fastest time in history. It wasn't as exaggerated as Prince Yu's, but what level of cultivation did Prince Yu have, and what level of cultivation did Lan Xuanyu have? The reason he was able to complete the 100 refinements in such a short time was because he had thoroughly comprehended this piece of heavy silver through the fire element. Moreover, at this time, the heavy silver was still in a blazing state, and the fire elements had not dissipated, so he could still clearly feel the overall situation of the heavy silver and every change. The forging didn't stop. Lan Xuanyu's hammering movements became faster and faster. A series of hammering sounds could be heard. Every hammering sound was powerful and heavy, but it was just right. His current physical strength had also greatly increased. In this state, the effects of metal forging were naturally much better. After 36 consecutive strikes, a blinding light rose into the air. This was first-grade thousand refinement with spirit refinement. In this state of first-grade thousand refinement, Lan Xuanyu's results were no worse than Prince Yu's. Tang Li's eyes lit up. How could Lan Xuanyu's improvement be described as mere improvement? It was simply too great. Not only was his forging speed increased by 2/3, but the quality of his thousand refinements had also greatly increased. The more solid his foundation was, the easier it would be to continue improving his forging results. Lan Xuanyu focused his mind, and the power of his bloodline flowed into the hammering. With every hammering sound, he could clearly feel the feedback from the forging process. The feedback from the fire element, as well as the feedback from the metal itself, clearly told him where to strike next and what kind of power to use. His hammering speed began to slow, but every strike was just right, no more, no less. It was almost perfect. Even Prince Yu couldn't find any fault with it. 10 minutes later, a resonant dragon's roar rang out, and clear dragon inscriptions appeared on the surface of the metal. They were even more obvious than the ones on Prince Yu's piece of heavy silver. They were just slightly different. Lan Xuanyu's piece of metal shined brighter, but its temperature remained high. This was because he controlled the fire element to maintain the heavy silver's temperature. With the fire element in it, it would be more beneficial for him to sense and understand this piece of metal. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. He focused his mind, and the hammer fell once more. His spiritual power was far from being as strong as Prince Yu's, so the amount of spiritual power he could bring out with each strike was limited. As such, he made his hammering motion a little lighter, and carefully sensed the changes in the spirit-refined heavy silver with each influx of his spiritual power, as well as the changes in its life force. He was very careful with his forging, like a craftsman in the midst of carving. His forging process was almost perfect for Prince Yu and Nana to see. The two of them watched attentively, sensing Lan Xuanyu's progress. They could also feel the changes in his forging process. If it was in the past, even with Nana's guidance, Lan Xuanyu would still need to divert his attention to control the fire elements. It was even more impossible for him to control the fire elements to such a fine degree and even obtain feedback. But things were different now. Everything was changing. He was like the king of the fire element. All he had to do was give the fire element a command, and it would take care of everything for him. Under the injection of the fire elements, the heavy silver was like an open chest, revealing everything clearly to Lan Xuanyu's perception. Every time he tapped on it with his mind power, he was testing it out. He was testing the metal's feedback. For blacksmiths, the most important thing was how they judged the feedback. The integration of the fire element into the heavy silver made it a lot easier for Lan Xuanyu to sense the feedback. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face, and he could already sense the best way to stimulate the heavy silver's life force. He could even make it absorb the life force energy in the air, as well as the bloodline power that he injected into the heavy silver during his forging. This was a very peculiar feeling. It was as if he were creating a new life and bestowing it with intelligence. Finally, after an indeterminate period of time, Lan Xuanyu could sense that the heavy silver seemed to have reached a peak. He hammered down, and it naturally struck the final bottleneck. There seemed to be a crisp clang sound, and in the next moment, an incomparably joyful mood surged out and bloomed outwards. It didn't have the sharpness that Mr. Li's soul-refined metal emitted when it released its emotions, but Lan Xuanyu's heavy silver seemed to be more peaceful and happy. It was releasing its emotions toward Lan Xuanyu in a very intimate manner, and it even seemed as if it couldn't wait to become a part of his body. Lan Xuanyu's eyes gradually widened as he regained consciousness. Did I succeed? The dazzling silver metal had shrunk down to only a third of its original size. In terms of volume, it was far smaller than the piece that Prince Yu had forged. In the end, his forging skills were still far inferior to Prince Yu's. However, on this piece of heavy silver, golden veined patterns were faintly discernible. Faintly, a faint dragon's roar reverberated in a joyful manner. On the surface of the metal, the dragon-veined patterns were constantly changing, as if there were small golden dragons roaming within. Not only that, but there was also a layer of red light that was filled with fire elemental aura radiating from the surface of the metal. This was the fire elemental energy that had been sealed within the metal during the forging process, and it had completely fused with this piece of heavy silver. In other words, this piece of soul-refined metal had been bestowed with fire elemental attributes. This didn't mean that this type of fire elemental attribute would allow it to breathe fire. Instead, it would make it more compatible with all types of fire elemental abilities, thereby enhancing it to a greater extent. Lan Xuanyu looked at the heavy silver in front of him, then turned to Tang Lu, and asked, "Uncle Yu, does this count as a success?" Tang Lu smiled, and said, "Of course. Congratulations, from this moment onward, you can call yourself a 7th-rank blacksmith. I didn't think that you'd succeed on your first try. On top of that, you've even found a unique path of forging that belongs to you. In my opinion, this is a little bit of cheating, haha." Before Lan Xuanyu had a chance to speak, Nana's voice rang out, "This is called using one's own advantages. How is this cheating? Not everyone could forge in this way. In fact, aren't many blacksmiths of the fire attribute? You must be able to sense the changes in the metal through your fire attribute during the forging process." Tang Lu couldn't help but chuckle at Nana's rebuke. He shook his head gently, and said, "That's not the case. Not everyone who possesses a fire-attributed martial soul can possess a fire elemental affinity like the rest of you. If you don't have a fire attribute constitution, you won't be able to sense such a clear feedback. You can only sense it slightly. From Xianyu's performance just now, it's clear that he can clearly sense every single change in the heavy silver through the feedback of the fire attribute. This is a very good state for him, and it'll also make the fusion forging process much easier for him in the future. The most troublesome part of fusion forging is the strange reactions that occur when different metals are forged together. Most blacksmiths can only judge these reactions based on their experience. If they can truly sense these reactions, then the forging process will naturally be much easier. The so-called cheating that I'm talking about is actually the same as finding a shortcut for Xianyu, and it's destined that his forging success rate will be higher than that of others. Only then did Lan Xuanyu understand that using an elemental affinity constitution to forge was extremely effective. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. He had actually succeeded in soul refinement on the first try. The Emerald Demon battleship will eat fine grain from now on. We won't even eat spirit refinement anymore. Haha. The Emerald Demon battleship didn't require rare metals that had undergone fusion refinement, it only required soul refinement. The metal that Lan Xuanyu was most familiar with was heavy silver. Comparatively speaking, heavy silver wasn't all that expensive, and soul refinement was also a little easier. As such, it wouldn't be all that expensive to use as food. This was simply perfect. Thinking up to this point, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, Uncle Yu. Thank you, Teacher Nana." If it wasn't for Nana's reminder, he definitely wouldn't have found such a way. It was simply too wonderful. Nana smiled and didn't say anything. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Uncle Yu, is there a problem with my soul refinement?" Tang Lu shook his head and said, "Because you have an advantage in terms of your affinity with the fire element, your smithing method is actually different from mine. Just forge according to your own way, and it'll be fine as long as you're familiar with it. There's not much I can teach you. Go ahead and practice a few more times. If you can stabilize your soul refinement success rate to a certain level, I'll teach you about fusion refinement in the next 2 days. If you can do that, then you'll be an 8th-rank blacksmith." Lan Xuanyu spent the entire afternoon forging. Nana's reminder allowed him to perfectly utilize the advantages of his 5-ring and 500,000-year soul rings in his forging. Being able to control the fire element at the level of a 100,000-year soul ring truly made him like a fire elemental king. With this level of control, Lan Xuanyu's forging skills immediately improved by leaps and bounds. It wasn't as simple as soul refinement. His soul refinement success rate was far higher than he had imagined, and the feedback from the fire element was extremely effective. He even tried to fuse and solidify some other elements at the last moment while fusing the fire element. It was definitely impossible for him to fuse fire elements into the fusion process, but after the metal gained life, it became possible to fuse some wind elements, earth elements, and even light elements into the fusion process. Lan Xuanyu was constantly experimenting with soul refinement. With the support of his dragon core and the immense power of his bloodline, he didn't feel tired at all. Only when night fell did Prince Yu say, "That's all for today. Your soul refinement success rate has truly exceeded my expectations. Tomorrow, I'll teach you about fusion refinement. I'm sure you'll need some time to digest this. After that, you can attempt to forge your suit of 3-word battle armor. As for your ability to fuse elements, you have to experiment with it more. You'll have to find out what elements can maximize the activity of different metals, and what kind of soul master is most suited for them. These should be very interesting topics for you, and it'll greatly enhance the value of your future products." Lan Xuanyu was completely satisfied now. This was simply too wonderful. His soul refinement success rate had soared to 30% this afternoon. That's right, 30%. It didn't sound like a high percentage, but this was soul refinement, not spirit refinement. What was even more frightening was that with the feedback from the fire elements, his spirit refinement success rate had reached 100% this afternoon. This meant that every piece of rare metal he forged had a 100% success rate. Just this success rate alone was enough for Lan Xuanyu to reap a huge harvest in the outer court. He could reap a huge harvest from his junior brothers and sisters. He would definitely make a huge profit. Even though he was the richest man in the outer court, he was now the biggest loser. In order to make a breakthrough, he had incurred a huge debt. If he didn't work hard, how was he going to repay it? Furthermore, he had soul refinement as his trump card. If he could increase his soul refinement success rate a little more, then he could add fusion refinement to it. He was sure that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to repay his debt. He could also start accumulating resources for his next breakthrough. Everything was so beautiful and thriving. After exiting the forging room, Nana wiped away the non-existent sweat on Lan Xuanyu's forehead. "Are you tired?" "I'm alright, Teacher Nana. After my breakthrough, a small piece of crystal condensed in my bloodline vortex. I call it a dragon core, and it seems to be able to help me transform my bloodline power on its own. It's no longer just expending energy without replenishing it. It's a little like what they call a soul core, and it's greatly improved my endurance in battle." Lan Xuanyu was in particularly high spirits today, not only because of his successful soul refinement, but also because Nana and Uncle Yu were both here today. Nana smiled, and said, "I can feel it. This is a very good situation." Lan Xuanyu asked, "What do you guys want to eat? Are we eating out or in the dorm? Should I call Xiao?" Nana nodded, and said, "Sure. Let's call her along. I'll stay at her place tonight." With Prince Yu as an outsider, she naturally couldn't stay at Lan Xuanyu's place today. Lan Xuanyu dialed Bai Xiuxiu's soul communicator, and it didn't take long for Bai Xiuxiu to meet up with them. In the end, they decided to eat at Lan Xuanyu's dorm room. Prince Yu was simply too eye-catching, and even a mask and hat couldn't completely conceal him. On top of that, all of them were extremely handsome, and if they went out together, there was a very high chance that they would attract a lot of attention. On the way back to the dorm room, Bai Xiuxiu tugged on Lan Xuanyu's sleeve, and asked in a low voice, "Why do I feel like the atmosphere is a little strange today? Teacher Nana seems to be in a bad mood." Lan Xuanyu was also a little perplexed. "Uncle Yu seems to be in a bad mood as well. He's not like how he usually is. Normally, he's always so calm and collected, but he seems to be a little anxious today. This anxiety could be seen from the way he was forging." Bai Xiuxiu said, "The two of them seem to be a good match for each other, and they seem to be walking together in harmony." At this moment, Nana and Prince Yu were walking at the back, and Lan Xuanyu was being dragged along by Bai Xiuxiu. However, Nana and Prince Yu maintained a certain distance from each other. Lan Xuanyu made a shushing gesture to Bai Xiuxiu and transmitted his voice, "Today, I met Ding Zhuohan. He said that I look a little like Teacher Nana and Uncle Yu. Do you think we look alike?" Bai Xiuxiu looked at him, then looked back and said with some surprise, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. You do look a little alike." Your eyes are more like Teacher Nana's, and so is your silhouette. But your chin, and eyebrows are a little like Uncle Yu's. The way you walk is also like him. No wonder Ding Zhuohan said that. Speaking of which, your silver-patterned blue-silver grass martial soul's ability seems to be very similar to Teacher Nana's ability. What kind of martial soul does Uncle Yu have? What ability does he have? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. It's very similar to my golden-patterned blue-silver grass ability. Although I have always felt it, we only met by chance. We shouldn't be related by blood. They are obviously not my parents' relatives. Bai Xiuxiu said thoughtfully, just based on martial soul and appearance, you look more like them than your parents. Could this be caused by your martial soul and bloodline? We all learned that martial soul and bloodline are related to genetics. Speaking of which, she stopped, and her eyes became a little strange. She couldn't continue this topic. If she did, it would be offensive to Lan Xuanyu's parents. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. He was a smart person. In fact, he wanted to let the Tang Lu and Nana meet. It wasn't because of their looks, but because of their abilities. The more he broke through and improved his cultivation, the more he felt that his abilities were similar to theirs. He was like a combination of the two of them. But judging from today's situation, Teacher Nana and Uncle Yu really didn't know each other. Moreover, when he was forging, she refuted him. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. Last time, when he had asked his mother about his martial soul and bloodline, his mother had gotten angry. Of course, he didn't dare to ask again. Remember to collect it in the pavilion. However, his martial soul was too special. Most importantly, he had read through a lot of information, but he hadn't found anything similar. If it was just a mutation, it would be too miraculous. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Anyway, isn't this good? Besides Dad and Mom, Uncle Yu and Teacher Nana have always been very close to me. If he really had something to do with them, he might have a chance to find out in the future. The four of them returned to Lan Xuanyu's dormitory, ordered some food, and started eating. Tang Lu and Nana still didn't talk much. Most of the time, it was Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu who did the talking. Lan Xuanyu naturally didn't hide anything from Bai Xiuxiu. He told her about his breakthrough in forging. After dinner, Nana pulled Bai Xiuxiu to Bai Xiuxiu's dormitory. Lan Xuanyu originally wanted to ask them to stay, but Nana refused. She said that she wanted to guide Bai Xiuxiu in her cultivation. After Nana left, Tang Lu obviously felt relieved. When Nana was around, he always felt very nervous. It was a kind of uncontrollable nervousness. Uncle Yu, what do you think of Teacher Nana? Lan Xuanyu sat next to Tang Lu and asked tentatively. Ah, she's very good, Tang Lu answered subconsciously. Lan Xuanyu said, Uncle Yu, do you have a girlfriend? Is Auntie Lu your girlfriend? Tang Lu glanced at him and said, when did you become so nosy? Qing Ling and I are just good friends. She has helped me a lot over the years. She even saved my life. Oh, what's the situation? You're so powerful. Can she save you? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. In the past, he really didn't ask about Tang Lu. Tang Lu said, actually, I don't remember anything. She saved me from the sea. She told me that it was in the sea of our home planet. When I woke up, I lost my memory. I don't remember anything from the past. Lost your memory? Lan Xuanyu looked at him, stunned. He vaguely remembered that Teacher Nana also said that she lost a part of her memory. However, Teacher Nana didn't seem to have lost her memory on her home planet. He wasn't too sure about the details. Tang Lu said, yes, I forgot everything. I forgot who I was and what I used to do. Even this ability of mine was something that I gradually remembered, but I just couldn't remember anything about my past. If I forced myself to think about it, I would have a headache and feel very uncomfortable. Over time, I stopped thinking about it. Qing Ling saved me back then. She said that I was good-looking. I should be a star. At that time, I didn't know what I wanted to do. It's still the same now. Other than having the urge to see you, other things don't seem to have anything to do with me. So, I agreed to her. I just wanted to help her make some money as a way to repay her for saving me back then. I didn't expect that more than 10 years would pass in a flash. I should have made a lot of money over the years. I plan to give it all to her as a way to repay her kindness. So, I'm telling you that I don't want to sing anymore. Lan Xuanyu's heart tightened. From Tang Li's words, he could hear a low loneliness and a faint sadness. What about in the future? What do you plan to do in the future? Stay here and settle down? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Li glanced at him and said, Shrek City is pretty good. If possible, I plan to stay here and walk around. Although I've been to all the planets over the years, I haven't actually looked around carefully. In the future, I'll probably look around. Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Uncle Yu, I'll definitely accompany you when I'm free. Tang Li laughed. You're at the most important time of your cultivation now. Moreover, your situation is special. You can't relax. Remember to collect Chihu. If I stay here in the future, I'll probably be here most of the time. I won't go out often. Lan Xuanyu said, Uncle Yu, my martial soul is so special. It seems to be a little similar to your martial soul. Tell me, what's going on? Tang Li shook his head and said, I don't know either. Your golden-patterned blue-silver grass is indeed a little similar to mine, but it's also different. My martial soul is actually the blue-silver grass, but I have a kind of Jinlong bloodline. Your martial soul seems to have fused my martial soul and bloodline into one. As he spoke, he raised his hand and a crystal-clear vine drilled out of his palm. Along with the activation of Tang Li's bloodline power, tiny golden scales appeared on the surface of the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass that was covered by the scales quickly turned into a Jinlong. Lan Xuanyu blinked. He felt that the transformed blue-silver grass was a little similar to his own golden-patterned blue-silver grass, and it wasn't just a little similar. It was just that he couldn't control the blue-silver grass like Tang Li could. Instead, the blue-silver grass would change by itself when he used his soul skill. Lan Xuanyu curiously asked, Uncle Yu, do you think we're relatives? Maybe you're my uncle or something like that. Otherwise, why is my martial soul so similar to yours? Tang Li was stunned and shook his head. I don't know about this. I've lost my past memories and can't remember anything. It seems like I'm a little unwilling to recall the past. Every time I seriously try to recall it, my head will suddenly hurt and I can't continue to recall. If there's a chance, I can do a test with your parents. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I'll wait for you to settle down in Shrek. I'll definitely be able to get into the inner court. After that, I'll have to stay on the mother planet for at least 5 years, maybe even longer. When the time comes, I'll invite my parents over. Maybe we'll really be relatives. Prince Yu smiled and nodded. Okay. Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes and asked again, Uncle Yu, what do you think of Teacher Nana? Prince Yu glanced at him. Why are you asking again? She's pretty good. She's very beautiful and very strong. Lan Xuanyu probed, you've been alone for so many years. Teacher Nana is so beautiful. Don't you have any thoughts? Prince Yu smiled bitterly. I'm a soulless person. What thoughts can I have? Alright, rest early. We'll continue to practice forging tomorrow. Oh. Lan Xuanyu stopped there and didn't continue. Uncle Yu and Teacher Nana were both smart people. He had already expressed his intentions. There were still 1 or 2 days of contact left, so he might as well get to know them first. When he was trying to matchmake Prince Yu and Teacher Nana, he vaguely felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Lan Xuanyu went to the meditation room to meditate. Prince Yu sat on the edge of the bed in the bedroom and looked at the moonlight outside the window. He was somewhat absent-minded. He also wanted to meditate, but he didn't know why. As soon as he closed his eyes, that pair of big purple eyes would subconsciously appear in his mind. I know her. I must have known her before I lost my memory. Prince Yu had a faint feeling in his heart. He also realized that after seeing her today, his behavior was obviously a bit abnormal. Just like when he was forging today. He actually had the mentality of showing off. this was the first time in so many years. Even though he was the center of attention and loved by millions of fans, his emotions did not fluctuate too much. The only fluctuation was because of Lan Xuanyu. However, he didn't know why, but when he saw that silver-haired, purple-eyed woman today, his heart couldn't calm down. It was as if his entire being was agitated, causing his emotions to fluctuate incessantly. Prince Yu didn't know what kind of fluctuation it was. It seemed like he was excited, but he was also a little hesitant. Simply put, his heartstrings had been tugged. From Lan Xuanyu's words, he could tell that Xianyu's Nana teacher was definitely still single. Xianyu wanted to matchmake for him. Ever since he had been rescued by Yu Qingling, Prince Yu had gradually turned from an ordinary person to a superstar in the Federation. However, he knew that he was living in a muddle-headed state every day. He didn't have his memories of the past, but he could gradually recall his own abilities. At first, he was filled with a strange feeling. As time passed, there was a period of time when he especially wanted to recover his memories. He wanted to know what he used to do and why he had such powerful abilities. Although he didn't really learn anything, he knew that he probably had god-level abilities that were highly regarded by the world. However, he didn't delve into the specifics of how powerful he was. Every time he tried to think carefully and recall, he would be interrupted by an intense headache. Furthermore, there seemed to be a special power hidden in his body. He could vaguely feel that it was an extremely terrifying power that could backfire on him at any time. Therefore, he didn't dare to try too hard to recall, for fear that he would trigger that power. Therefore, after all these years, he gradually got used to loneliness. Even though he was the center of attention, he still felt lonely in his heart. Yu Qingling was also a great beauty. It wasn't that he didn't understand Yu Qingling's feelings for him. He had even thought of giving it a try. However, there seemed to be something hidden in the depths of his heart that prevented him from falling in love with someone. He only had feelings for Yu Qingling, but it was the kind of admiration between friends, the kind of love between siblings. Yu Qingling had even confessed to him in many ways and even seduced him. However, he really couldn't accept it. After a long time, Yu Qingling didn't do anything else. She just followed him around every day. The only time Yu Qingling lost her temper with him was when he told Yu Qingling that she wasn't young anymore. She should find someone else. Yu Qingling flew into a rage at that time and ignored him for an entire month. However, she naturally recovered after that. However, since then, Yu Qingling didn't express anything to him. She just stayed by his side. Tang Lu understood her feelings. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to retire. Only when he truly left Yu Qingling could she find someone else she liked. At that time, he could only leave silently. Nana. When Tang Lu heard this name for the first time, he was also deeply touched. It seemed that this name had some special meaning to him. Could he really fall in love with a woman? He used to think that he might not be able to fall in love with someone. However, this feeling was very strange and very special. Today, when Lan Xuanyu asked him twice, his heart was touched each time. Moreover, that beautiful face would unconsciously appear in his mind. His heart would unconsciously tremble and fluctuate. He would subconsciously think, can I really do it? This inexplicable feeling of wanting to get close to someone was something that only appeared with Lan Xuanyu before. Xianyu said that she was teaching at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy on the Mother Planet. If he really liked her, choosing the Mother Planet seemed to be the best choice. An unprecedented feeling of eagerness appeared in Tang Li's heart. Furthermore, at this moment, he felt that his emotions suddenly became very excited. Since he could remember, this was the first time he was so excited and even a little expectant. Amidst this excitement, he felt a feeling he had never felt before. It seemed to be what people called happiness. At this moment, she was also sitting on the edge of the bed and looking out of the window. Nana's eyes were blank. In her mind, the image of the blue-haired figure kept appearing. His handsome face, his deep and empty eyes, and his evasive gaze when he looked at her. She didn't know why. When he was forging, every strike of his hammer seemed to be striking his heart, causing Nana to feel uneasy as well. How could she not be overwhelmed with emotions today? Otherwise, why would she go against someone so easily? Did she know that person in the past? Who is he? Who is he? Nana moved her fingers. Xianxia said that he was a superstar, a singer. What was the song he was singing? The night was silent. Early in the morning, Lan Xuanyu woke up from his meditation. He felt that he was full of energy, and his cultivation seemed to have improved again. This speed of improvement had never happened before. Firstly, it seemed to be different after he broke through to 5 ring. Secondly, it was probably because he had absorbed too much good stuff before, and his body hadn't completely digested it. The treasure-hunting beast had been very lazy recently, but Lan Xuanyu could feel that it had changed. As his cultivation increased, it seemed to be of great help to the treasure-hunting beast. After having breakfast with Tang Lu, they naturally had to go to the forging room again to consolidate their soul refinement and try to learn the fusion forging of soul refinement. Before they set off, Lan Xuanyu called Nana. "Teacher Nana, do you want to come with me? We can even give me pointers together. After you gave me a hint yesterday about controlling the fire element, I clearly felt that my forging was a lot easier. Can you give me some advice on fusing the other elements?" On the other side of the communication device, Nana was silent for a moment before she said, "Okay." Lan Xuanyu chuckled and hung up the call. He glanced at Tang Lu beside him. Prince Yu was looking up at the sky, as if he didn't hear him at all. Lan Xuanyu raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Anyway, he had given them the opportunity to meet. It wasn't up to him whether they could create sparks or not. At the entrance of the Blacksmiths Association, the two waited for Nana. Bai Xiaoxiao actually followed them. "Ah. Xiaoxiao, I was just about to look for you. Do you have any star gold? I need some. The ones I gave you last time." Lan Xuanyu winked at Bai Xiaoxiao as he spoke. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before she said, "I do. But it's in my dormitory. Shall I bring it to you?" "I'll go with you. Teacher Nana, Uncle Yu, wait for me in the forging room. We'll be back soon." After that, Lan Xuanyu pulled Bai Xiaoxiao and ran away. Prince Yu and Nana were stunned for a moment. When they saw Lan Xuanyu running away, they looked at each other subconsciously. Nana nodded at him. Tang Li's expression also changed slightly. He smiled and said, "Let's go in first." "Okay." Bai Xiaoxiao was pulled by Lan Xuanyu as they ran. She asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Ah. You're not really trying to set them up, are you? What do you think? Do you think there's a chance?" Lan Xuanyu asked in a low voice. "They're the closest people to me." Bai Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. "Actually, I wanted to tell you before. Your Uncle Yu looks very familiar to me. You also know that I have a vague memory of it in the past. He seemed to be in that memory. Moreover, it was a very intimate feeling. He should be a good person. If it's him, I won't object. He seemed to be worthy of the Nana teacher." However, the Nana teacher did not like people to get close to her. "These two are very important to you. Don't go for wool and come home shorn. That won't happen. I have a feeling." Lan Xuanyu said mysteriously, "You didn't see it. Yesterday, Uncle Yu had a feeling that he was deliberately trying to show off in front of the Nana teacher. Then, the Nana teacher actually scolded him. When have you ever seen a Nana teacher insult someone? Both of them are abnormal. It's obvious that the abnormality is caused by the other party." Bai Xiaoxiao said in surprise, "Really? Is there really a chance?" Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, "I think there is. That's why I created an opportunity for them to be alone for a while. There must always be a chance for a man and a woman to be alone together. Don't you think so?" Bai Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "You're so naughty. Go away. Don't be so heartless. Let's go. Let's go back to your dorm." "I'm not going. Let's just stay here. We'll go to the forging room later." Bai Xiaoxiao looked at him warily. Lan Xuanyu looked helpless. "Why are you acting like you're guarding against a thief?" Bai Xiaoxiao sneered. Fire prevention, theft prevention, and Xianyu. In the forging room. Walking into the same forging room, Nana sat down in the corner. Tang Lu walked behind the forging table and adjusted it. The atmosphere in the room became a little awkward. Neither of them spoke. However, their gazes would occasionally meet each other's gazes. Tang Lu couldn't help but say, "Teacher Nana, have we met before? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity when I see you?" Nana glanced at him. "Do you say this to every girl you meet?" Tang Lu was stunned. "No." Nana pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. "I'm a good person. I rarely take the initiative to talk to girls. I talk to them because of work." After explaining this, even Tang Lu was stunned. When did he take the initiative to explain to others? He didn't even. Yu Qingling, seeing him staring at her in a daze, Nana suddenly laughed. She also didn't understand what was so funny, but she still laughed out loud. "Do you know that you look a little silly?" Tang Lu blinked and coughed. "I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe it's because I don't usually talk to people." Nana said, "Aren't you a singer? How can you sing if you don't talk?" Tang Lu said, "I'll just sing. It's fine after I finish singing. If there's a chance, I'll invite you to my concert. Actually, there's one next week. It's on Heaven Do Planet." Nana glanced at him. "I don't want to listen." Tang Lu was stunned. He didn't know how many people wanted to buy a ticket to his concert but couldn't get it. This was the first woman he had invited, and he was actually rejected. Nana saw him in a daze again and felt an inexplicable sense of pity in her heart. "We just met and aren't familiar with each other. Also, I don't plan to go to Heaven Do Planet." Tang Lu subconsciously blurted out, "What if it's on the mother planet? Will you come?" "In Mingdu." This time, it was Nana's turn to be stunned. She glanced at him and then nodded lightly. "Okay. Okay." Tang Li's mood suddenly became excited, and for a moment, he was actually soaring. At this moment, his whole person exuded a threatening heroic spirit, and Nana was a little dazed. Then, he quickly pressed the soul guidance communicator on his wrist. His soul guidance communicator was the Federation's most advanced one, and it had the ability to communicate across planets. Originally, Tang Lu didn't want it, but Yu Qingling was afraid that he would disappear again, so they specially gave it to him. Now, it came in handy. "Qingling, help me arrange a concert in Mingdu later." Tang Lu said. "Okay, I won't rest first. You can arrange it as you see fit. Anyway, as soon as possible." Oh, it's like that. Okay then." After the call, Tang Lu frowned. Then, he looked at Nana and said embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry, it will probably take 3 months. Recently, the Federation's parliament has started a new round of elections, and all performances can't be held within 3 months. At least 3 months later, it will be possible." "It's okay," Nana said indifferently. Tang Lu said, "When it's possible, I'll inform you immediately and arrange a time for you to come and watch with Xianxia and Xiaoxiao." "Okay." Nana nodded again. The room fell into silence again, but the atmosphere was obviously slightly different from before. It was no longer so awkward and stiff, and was even brimming with joy. The two God-rank powerhouses' mood swings became cheerful, and naturally, it would affect everything around them. When Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiaoxiao walked into the forging room, they immediately felt some changes. Although on the surface, Tang Lu and Nana were still the same people, there was a clear sense of harmony in the forging room. Then, during the day of forging, Lan Xuanyu discovered that his Uncle Yu's mood had always been very good. He explained everything to him in detail and even guided him step by step. Nana's teacher assisted from the side and even naturally discussed with Prince Yu how to fuse elements and metals to achieve the best auxiliary effect in forging and improve the quality of the forging. Under the guidance of these two, not to mention Lan Xuanyu, even Bai Xiaoxiao felt that she benefited a lot. Because she also wanted to make a battle armor, she also had to be familiar with metals and their attributes. The day passed until night fell, but it seemed like only a moment had passed. Everyone felt that time passed very quickly. The communication between Tang Lu and Nana was obviously much more than yesterday. Although they were all talking about forging and elements, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel the slightest bit of awkwardness from them anymore. This was a show. The third day of forging was still the same, and the two of them guided Lan Xuanyu together. Even though Lan Xuanyu couldn't complete soul refinement in a short period of time, he had already learned the basics. All that was left was for him to continue to experiment and practice. As for normal soul refinement, he was already quite confident. Prince Yu stayed with him until he had to catch the spaceship. Lan Xuanyu personally sent him to the Shrek Space Center. When they arrived at the Space Center, they were about to board the spaceship. "Uncle Yu, it's been hard on you. I've really learned a lot this time. I'll practice soul refinement well." Lan Xuanyu bid farewell to Prince Yu with a smile. Tang Lu looked at him, but hesitated to say something. "What's wrong, Uncle Yu? Is there something you're worried about?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. "Xianyu, that." Tang Lu hesitated for a moment, and his face actually turned a little red. "What's wrong, Uncle Yu?" Lan Xuanyu asked again. Tang Lu coughed and said, "Give me your teacher Nana's soul communicator number. I feel that some of the things she said are very reasonable. I plan to study the fusion of elements and forging properly. If I have any questions, I can ask her." Lan Xuanyu almost laughed out loud. "Uncle Yu, you're really good at beating around the bush." "Okay." Tang Lu got Nana's number and rushed onto the spaceship, even forgetting to say goodbye. Lan Xuanyu watched Tang Li's spaceship leave with a smile on his face. Only then did he laugh out loud. "It really seems like there's a show. It would be great if Uncle Yu also came to the mother planet to settle down." Tang Li sat in the first-class cabin and rubbed his cheeks. He seemed to have smiled too much these 2 days, so much so that his facial muscles seemed a little abnormal. He took off his mask and looked out of the porthole. As he watched the mother planet getting further and further away, a trace of reluctance arose in his heart. That figure kept appearing in his mind. Could it be that I'm really starting to like someone? How could I like someone so quickly and so suddenly? Was this the legendary love at first sight? However, did he really have the ability to fall in love at first sight? It had been more than 10 years since he had awakened. His emotions had fluctuated greatly in the past 3 days, almost surpassing the sum of all the previous years. It was because of that person. Could it be that this was the will of the heavens? He didn't even know her or anything about her, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and a natural desire to interact with her. "Waiter, sorry to trouble you." Tang Li suddenly raised his head and waved at the beautiful waiter in the first-class cabin. The waitress had already recognized him, but her professional ethics prevented her from doing anything. When he saw Tang Li waving at him, he quickly walked up to him. His eyes lit up and his voice trembled. "Prince Yu, what do you need?" Tang Li said, "Please give me a piece of paper and a pen." "Thank you." The waiter's eyes lit up and he blurted out, "Do you want to write a song?" After saying that, she realized that she had misspoken and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Tang Li raised his head and smiled at her. "Yes. Shrek Academy." When Lan Xuanyu returned to the dormitory, Nana was already waiting for him in the room. After learning forging, it was time to learn elemental control from Nana, especially the newly acquired light elemental control. There were only 2 months left until the final exams, and it was time to improve his cultivation. The control and use of his battle armor were also of the utmost importance. "Teacher Nana, I've sent Uncle Yu away," Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. "N." Nana nodded. "Teacher Nana, what do you think of Uncle Yu?" "I feel that when you two are together, it's easy for sparks to fly," Lan Xuanyu said with an innocent face. Nana glanced at him and didn't say anything. Lan Xuanyu said again, "When Uncle Yu left, he especially asked me for your number. I gave it to him, and he also asked me to give you his number. His number is 937-520-9834. Nana said, "Actual combat is the best way to test one's cultivation and stimulate one's potential. Let's go to the martial arts arena and rent a place today." "Ah? Actual combat? Me and who?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned and didn't care about pulling strings. "Me." Nana looked at him with a smile. This godly smile made Lan Xuanyu feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. "Uncle Yu, I'm really going to work hard for you until I die." "Teacher Nana, I was wrong, let's go." Shrek Academy's martial arts arena covered a large area, and there were many special spaces that could be rented. One could even spend emblems to hire a teacher to be a referee and protect them, so as to avoid danger during the sparring process. Although the simulation cabin could also be used for actual combat purposes, and even the pain ratio could be adjusted. But real combat was different after all, because there wouldn't be the psychological advantage of dying in a virtual world. Lan Xuanyu rented a room with a bitter face. He and Nana were practicing combat, so naturally they didn't need the protection of a referee or a teacher. The place wasn't very big, with a diameter of 40 meters, and was protected by a special protective shield. The ground was also made of memory metal, and had the ability to repair itself. It was soundproof and lightproof, and had a high degree of privacy. But the cost of using it was also very high, 2 yellow emblems per hour. Ordinary students really couldn't afford it. Nana looked at Lan Xuanyu, who wasn't far away, and said, "I'll only use the first 5 rings of elemental control, just like you. You can use whatever ability you want. Come on." Lan Xuanyu suddenly became a little nervous. For so many years, Nana had been guiding him and teaching him. In terms of actual combat, he really had never fought with Nana. Because after all, the gap was too big. Lan Xuanyu was very clear about the level of control Nana's elemental control ability had reached. That was definitely not a height that ordinary people could reach. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. "Teacher Nana, you have to be merciful. I'm very afraid of pain." Nana raised her hand in annoyance, and suddenly countless green wind blades condensed around her. "When you were pulling strings, I didn't think you were afraid of pain." Without waiting for Lan Xuanyu to explain, the huge amount of wind blades had already engulfed Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu squinted his eyes, and his left hand was instantly covered by silver scales. His body didn't move, but in the palm of his left hand, the blue, red, green, and yellow rays of light suddenly flourished, forming a 4-colored vortex. He pressed his left hand down. Suddenly, a 4-colored halo rippled out, covering the entire field in an instant. The wind blades in the air melted like snow and disappeared in an instant. This was the first generation of elemental control's godly skill, elemental stripping. When Nana and Lan Xuanyu wanted to spar, he was already thinking of a countermeasure. Without a doubt, elemental stripping was a very good choice. Nana was most proficient in all kinds of elemental control. Stripping away all the elements in the martial arts practice field would undoubtedly restrict her the most. Furthermore, he still had the golden-patterned blue-silver grass strength and soul skills to use. Therefore, although Lan Xuanyu had a bitter expression, he didn't hesitate to make a move. His elemental stripping was a combination of 400,000-year soul skills. The range of its coverage was definitely far greater than the martial arts practice field in front of him, so naturally, it covered all directions without any blind spots. After throwing out the elemental stripping, Lan Xuanyu's toes touched the ground, and his entire body was like a cannonball, flying straight towards Nana. His 100,000-year soul skills weren't just controlled by the 5 great elements, but also by the golden-patterned blue-silver grass ability. The silver scales were instantly switched to golden scales, and the thin yet translucent golden scales bore a strong resemblance to a suit of battle armor. In almost an instant, Lan Xuanyu arrived in front of Nana. Nana smiled indifferently, and with a flash of light, she actually disappeared into thin air. Lan Xuanyu's attack landed on empty air, and he couldn't help but shout, "Teacher Nana, you cheated. We agreed to only use the first 5 elements. You can't use the spatial attribute. Feel it carefully." "Have I ever used the spatial element?" Nana said indifferently. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Indeed, there didn't seem to be any spatial elemental fluctuations in the air. In the next instant, Nana appeared in front of him. Elemental stripping. You can only dispel the elements, but these dispelled elements can still exist under my control. Simply put, you can't dispel the elements under my control. The real elemental stripping requires you to be able to control at least 7 elements. Just like this. As she spoke, blue, red, green, yellow, white, black, and silver light flashed around Nana's body. In an instant, her entire body seemed to have become a huge abyss. That abyss produced an extremely strong devouring power. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his surroundings were empty, as if his entire body had fallen into a black hole. A black hole that had nothing. It was extremely uncomfortable. His entire body seemed to be swallowed and sucked in by that black hole. If not for the power of his bloodline quickly sealing his blood energy, his body would have been swallowed and absorbed. The elemental stripping of the 7 elements only lasted for an instant. This should be called elemental devouring. It's just that the elements that are dispelled can still be used by others. However, if the elements are devoured, then the other party won't be able to use them. At the same time, the elements that are devoured can still be used by oneself. This is the most important thing. Therefore, when you break through to 7 ringed in the future, your elemental control martial soul true body will be this elemental devouring ability. Lan Xuanyu was enlightened. I see. Nana said indifferently, continue. Lan Xuanyu's eyes focused, and his 5 soul rings appeared once again. Since elemental stripping was useless against teacher Nana, then let's compete in true control. He rubbed his hands together, and an arrow of light shot out. The arrow of light was red and blue, and was clearly formed by the fusion of the fire and water elements. Compared to the previous balls of light, this one was undoubtedly more powerful. The extremely compressed fire and water elements didn't even need to be separated by other elements. Their energy was completely absorbed by Lan Xuanyu. He only needed to use his mind to trigger the explosion. After experiencing the baptism of the ice-fire yin-yang well, his understanding of ice and fire elements had clearly improved significantly. Nana was still standing in the same place, watching the 2-colored light arrow arrive in front of her. But in the next moment, Lan Xuanyu felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly activated it with his mind to detonate the light arrow. The light on the light arrow instantly became intense and was about to explode. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. A layer of faint yellow color silently seeped into it. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out. The red explosion occurred in the red area, while the blue explosion occurred in the blue area. However, there was a layer of yellow in the middle, which prevented the collision between the ice and fire elements. In other words, the process of qualitative change did not occur. Lan Xuanyu's heart was filled with horror and shock at the same time. Of course he knew what Nana had done. Teacher Nana had used the earth element to separate the ice and fire dual polarity arrow from the explosion. It had indeed exploded, but its true power had not been released. It had not been able to break through the layer of earth element defense in front of her. To revolve, use the power of the spiral to make them indistinguishable from each other. This way, it won't be easy to separate them before they explode. The most important thing in elemental combination is to be one. Let the combined elements form a complete whole. This is the most powerful way to make it the hardest to neutralize. Nana immediately explained after neutralizing Lan Xuanyu's attack. Lan Xuanyu nodded and pressed his left hand in front of him. In an instant, the 4 elements became violent again. As he slowly pushed out with his palm, a low dragon's roar immediately resounded through the arena. His right hand followed closely behind his left hand and also slowly pushed out. The golden power of his bloodline instantly surged out and transformed into a golden dragon head that drilled out. The 4 elements surrounded Jinlong as if they were painting it with a layer of elemental armor. The 2 complemented each other, causing its aura to skyrocket. The evolved version of Jinlong's ascension, Origin Dragon's ascension. The elemental storm formed by the 4 elements combined with the powerful ability of Jinlong's ascension. The 2 combined into one, forming this martial soul combination skill. Although it wasn't a martial soul fusion skill, the combination of the 4 elements and Jinlong's ascension undoubtedly caused the power of this skill to skyrocket. This time, Nana nodded approvingly. Not bad, you've got some new ideas. This is where your advantage lies. But at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's Jinlong was clearly unstable. Jinlong's aura began to affect the surrounding elemental storm, causing it to fluctuate. Origin Dragon's ascension was actually something he came up with on the spur of the moment. He subconsciously used it, but after using it, he realized that it was extremely difficult to control these 2 different abilities. Lan Xuanyu didn't panic. A 7-colored halo shone in front of his chest. Suddenly, the scales all over his body turned into 7 colors. Under the illumination of the 7-colored halo, whether it was Jinlong or the elements, they instantly stabilized. What was even more strange was that the 4-colored elemental storm actually retracted and truly fused with Jinlong, turning it into a 4-colored Jinlong. Only then did it fly towards Nana. Dragon God's transformation. Under the state of the Dragon God's transformation, Lan Xuanyu's two great bloodlines merged into one. His control of the elements and the power of his bloodlines were raised to another level. Nana's hands danced in front of her like a butterfly fluttering through flowers. Just as the Origin Dragon was about to reach her, it stopped in front of her. No matter how Lan Xuanyu tried to ignite it, it didn't explode. As Nana waved her 10 fingers, streaks of multicolored halos were peeled off by her like silk being peeled from a cocoon. She opened her mouth and blew, causing the remaining golden dragon head to turn into golden specks of light and disappear into thin air. This is possible? Lan Xuanyu watched this scene with his mouth agape. He was originally full of confidence that he could at least suppress Nana a little. However, Nana seemed to have only used the power of a fifth ring. Then, she used her powerful control to dissolve his attack. This wasn't inconceivable, it was simply a huge blow. This level of control, he was simply too far away. Although I've suppressed my cultivation, the elements acknowledge me much more than you do. Therefore, it's very difficult for the elements you release to harm me. When I peeled off these elements, I also destroyed your golden bloodline power like silk being peeled from a cocoon. That's why this happened. However, to be able to dissolve it after going through such a complicated process, this attack is indeed very good. You're starting to find your own path. What you're lacking is a step closer to control. Nana said with a smile. She was pleasantly surprised by Lan Xuanyu's evolved version of Dragon Ascension, because it exceeded her expectations of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was taught by her, so no one was more familiar with his abilities than Nana. Just now, she faintly felt that it was related to the practice of fusing elements with metals in the past few days. Lan Xuanyu treated that Jinlong as a metal to be forged, and then fused the power of these elements. He actually succeeded in one try. And the effect was very good. This was because he didn't explode in front of Nana. In a different place, with a different opponent, it would be completely different. Lan Xuanyu didn't continue to attack, and said with a frown, although I completed the final fusion with the Dragon God's transformation, after the fusion, my energy has already reached the limit, and I can't control it further. Moreover, your divine sense is too strong, it's not something my spiritual energy can compare to. At the last moment, I felt that it had already escaped my control, and was under your control. Nana shook her head and said, if it's only the elements, I can control it. But after the fusion, I can't control the power of your fusion. That's the origin of your bloodline. But you're right, your spiritual energy is still weak. This fusion process actually consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Even if you don't feel any consumption, it's still consuming. But to be able to fuse, you've already improved a lot. This kind of practice is also helpful in increasing your spiritual energy. You can try it out more often, but it must be in a place that can defend against your power. You can consider practicing it in a simulation pod. Otherwise, it'll be too destructive. I'll try again. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, took a step forward, and stomped his right foot on the ground. The evolved version of Jinlong shakes the earth, Origin Dragon shakes the earth. But this time it didn't succeed. Of the 8 Jinlong that drilled out of the ground, only 2 turned into Origin Dragons. Lan Xuanyu's control was a little flustered, his thoughts were there, but the elements couldn't. The 8 dragons were a little out of control. Fortunately, Nana acted in time and helped him dissolve the released power, so he didn't burn himself. Yes, control needs practice, and the process of practice is to increase your spiritual energy. Even under the Dragon God's transformation, you're still far from being able to control the two as one. But this is a very good method, and it'll even be beneficial for your future breakthrough. In the process of your breakthrough, the biggest difficulty is actually caused by the conflict between your 2 bloodlines. You should have already discovered that after every breakthrough, your 2 bloodlines will fuse a little closer. Therefore, this kind of ability practice is equivalent to promoting the fusion of your 2 bloodlines. Once you have enough control, you'll naturally be able to use it when you break through in the future. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, then I'll put more effort in this aspect? Nana said, that's right. But this kind of effort isn't something that can be done overnight. You've just broken through, and your control over each element has greatly increased. From a 10,000-year soul ring to a 100,000-year soul ring, that's an absolute qualitative leap. This kind of leap needs to be adapted, and you need to know to what extent your control over the elements has reached. Wait until you're familiar with each element. Naturally, your overall control will be strengthened, and your control over the abilities you've just created will also be strengthened. Similarly, your golden bloodline abilities will also need to be familiarized and strengthened. Each individual enhancement will become a part of the final overall enhancement. In the next few months before your graduation exam, this will be the direction of your cultivation. I understand, Lan Xuanyu said sincerely, it's really good to have your guidance, I can take a lot less detours. Next, I'll guide you on the characteristics of the light element. This is a completely new element for you, and also requires a completely new understanding. Whether it's the light element or the dark element, they're actually very comprehensive elements. Whether it's attack, defense, or some other characteristics, they're all above the 4 basic elements. Lan Xuanyu seriously listened to Nana's explanation, learning about the light element. While Lan Xuanyu and his companions were working hard to improve themselves, in the Shrek Academy's outer court dean's office, Ying Luohong and the teachers were in a dilemma. We need to make a decision as soon as possible on how to proceed with the graduation exam for the Star War experimental class. After deciding on the exam topics, we still need to make further adjustments and preparations. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. Ying Luohong said in a deep voice, everyone, let's talk about your opinions. We've already discussed it several times before. So far, it's certain that we'll have 3 exams instead of 2. For Shrek Academy's outer courtyard graduates, the ordinary class exam consisted of 2 aspects. One was a character exam, which was also carried out in actual combat, and the other was an ability exam. The 2 complemented each other. On top of that, he had to possess a 2-word battle armor. The 3 combined to determine the final result. Only those who passed could be considered as graduates of the outer courtyard. Those with the best grades would be admitted to the inner yard. The exam questions were different every year, and the cutoff score was set in advance. Once one's score reached the cutoff score of the inner court, one could become an inner court disciple. Of course, this cutoff score was also very scary. It was extremely difficult to achieve this. The Star Combat experimental class, which was about to graduate this year, was a huge problem for the entire academy. There was no doubt that they were unprecedentedly outstanding. There were more than 10 people in the class who could enter the inner yard. However, the number of 10 people was a little too much. This was a little unfair to the class of understanding graduates. Moreover, the number of people the inner court could accommodate was limited. Therefore, the difficulty of the exam must be increased, not to mention that they were in the Star Combat experimental class. But this increase in difficulty and setting the cutoff score was a little troublesome. If it was too low, what would happen if too many people passed? But if it was too high and Lan Xuanyu and the others were stuck, it would also be troublesome. The 7 of them were already candidates for Shrek's 7 monsters. It was very rare for a candidate for Shrek's 7 monsters to appear in the outer court. Ying Luohong had already studied it for a long time and discussed it with the inner court many times, but there was still no conclusion. All the teachers didn't say anything, and Xiaoqi, who was the head teacher, was even more silent. For him, he certainly hoped that more people would be admitted to the inner court, the better. This was his honor. Tang Zhenhua, who was also the head teacher, was also the same. He knew how outstanding his students were. Naturally, he wouldn't dig a hole for the children. But even if they didn't say anything, they couldn't stand Ying Luohong calling them out. Teacher Tang, tell me. You're guiding them in their Star Combat training. Ying Luohong looked at Tang Zhenhua. The corner of Tang Zhenhua's mouth twitched, and he said, compared to the graduates of previous years, this year they have already been given an additional Star Combat assessment. Moreover, the difficulty of the assessment we discussed earlier is already quite high. Although it will be carried out in a simulation pod, I feel that the requirements are too high. Do you want to increase the difficulty of the other 2 assessments? If not a single one of them can't graduate, then our experimental class will become a joke. The head teacher of the 5th year sneered and said, all right, Teacher Tang, don't be modest. It's not like we can't see the situation in your class. Although the Academy didn't deliberately publicize it, they broke the record on Luo planet and each of them even got a soul bone. Moreover, we can see that the Academy is tilting their resources. If this is the normal difficulty, how can they display their excellence? Luohong looked at him and said, then tell me, what do you think? The head teacher of the 5th year said, I think that character is the most important aspect. After all, the Academy has poured so much effort into the Star Combat Experimental class. If they continue with the next step of the inner court training, they will definitely be strong experts in the future. Therefore, character is especially important. I think it's a good choice to let them train in the 7 Holy Abyss. That's too much, Teacher Cheng. Xiaoqi's temper was considered very good, but he couldn't tolerate it when he heard this. Tang Zhenhua's face was ashen as he said, do you want to destroy these children? That's the character assessment for graduating from the inner court. And it's not for everyone. Don't be anxious. The head teacher of the 5th years, Qing Tianluo, said with a smile, I'm not talking about the entire class. I'm talking about the 7 little fellows leading you. It's only a matter of time anyway. There are only 2 years until the selection of the 7 monsters. The selection of the 7 monsters requires them to enter the 7 Holy Abyss. They have experienced it now, so they won't have to in the future. The older they are, the more chaotic their minds are, and it might not be easy to enter the 7 Holy Abyss. The timing now is not bad for them. The other students will be assessed according to their normal character. Hearing his words, Tang Zhenhua and Xiaoqi's expressions became slightly better, but they still revealed some worry. Luohong frowned slightly. I will discuss this with the inner court first. The assessment of the 7 Holy Abyss is very risky. At this point, a hint of fear flashed through her eyes. Among the people present, she was the only one who had truly experienced the 7 Holy Abysses assessment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of the outer court's dean. Tang Zhenhua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked at Luohong with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Luohong said, which other teacher has any good suggestions? The head teacher of the 4th years, Huang Liang, said, I have a suggestion. For the combat test, let them complete the Heaven Fighter mission. Increase the difficulty. Level 5 group missions or individual missions. Luohong nodded and said, the Academy has considered this before. The Level 5 Team Heaven Fighter mission is very likely to be targeted at divine rank powerhouses. It's very difficult. But there's usually a certain method. However, whether it's a Level 5 team mission or an individual mission, they are all the entry requirements for the inner court. If they pass collectively, are we going to let them all enter the inner court? This definitely won't do. Qing Tianluo said, the resources of the inner court are limited. How can a class of dozens of people enter? Wouldn't that be chaotic? The Star War experimental class is a special class. I think this can only be their graduation exam. As for entering the inner court, it still depends on the results of the mission. At most, there are 7 spots. There's no need to set a cutoff line. The top 7 can enter. Xiaoqi said in a deep voice, Teacher Cheng, I'm afraid this is unfair. Everyone knows that our class has a candidate team for the 7 monsters, but that doesn't mean that the other students aren't outstanding. Is it because some students are more outstanding that they don't have the qualifications to enter the inner court? 7 spots are too few. 7 is too few? Teacher Xiao, don't be greedy. How many people in the previous graduating classes can enter the inner court? 2 or 3 is normal, 4 or 5 is already beyond the standard. 7 in your class is too few? Tang Zhenhua said proudly, our class is different, so what? Not to mention 7, even if all of them enter, I feel that they are qualified. If you don't believe me, take them out and try. Let's have a class competition. Your whole 5th grade class will go together, and our class will send 10 people. If you can win, we don't want a single spot. If you lose, give us your spots for next year. Qing Tianluo was sluggish, did he dare to agree? He really didn't dare. After experiencing the Heaven Fighter mission, there were only 21 people left in his class. Moreover, as a teacher, he knew best how powerful the Star Combat Experimental class was. Luohong said, okay, don't quarrel. I will suggest this to the academy, and the final decision will be made by the inner court. Tang Zhenhua frowned. Dean, Teacher Xiao is right. We should be fair to every child. We should at least let them see a chance. We can't let some children have no chance just because of the academy's resources. Also, the Seven Holy Abyss is indeed a bit too much. That place. Ying Luohong nodded slightly. Let's do the general plan. The Star Combat exam will be carried out according to the original plan. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 will be tested separately. There are 2 plans. Whether they can enter the Seven Holy Abyss in the character test depends on whether the inner court approves. For the combat test, the level 5 Heaven Fighter mission will be reported. As for the final cutoff, let the inner court decide. I will propose it, at least let all the children see a chance and hope. That's it. Ying Luohong made the final decision and completed today's discussion. The meeting ended and the others left. Only Tang Zhenhua dawdled and stayed until the last one. Why aren't you leaving? Ying Luohong glanced at him. I will try my best to persuade the inner court not to raise the difficulty too much. Tang Zhenhua shook his head and said, I know. You're biased towards the experimental class, so I'm not worried about that. I suddenly thought of something and wanted to ask for your opinion. What's the matter? Ying Luohong asked doubtfully. Tang Zhenhua said, I plan to apply to the academy to enter the 7 holy lakes and take the test. Test me. What? Ying Luohong's eyes instantly widened. Do you know where the 7 holy abyss is? Tang Zhenhua stared at her with burning eyes. I only know that you won't give me another chance because you don't trust me anymore. I also know what kind of place the 7 holy abyss is. If I can pass the test of the 7 holy abyss, I'll allow you to watch the entire process of the test. If I pass, are you willing to give me another chance? Ying Luohong looked at him in a daze. She didn't expect Tang Zhenhua to say such words at this time. What are you doing? Now the children are about to take the graduation exam. Don't you know the importance of the battlecraft experimental class? What are you doing at this time? Tang Zhenhua said stubbornly, this doesn't conflict with the children's graduation exam. I only know that if this matter isn't resolved and I can't win back your heart, I won't be able to take it anymore. Do you know how uncomfortable it is to have an empty space beside you every time you wake up in the middle of the night? I haven't left the academy for a long time. The other teachers still have a holiday and can go out with their families and lovers. I have nothing. Originally, I only had you, but because of my mistake, you weren't by my side anymore. I really can't take it anymore. At this point, he paused and said seriously, Luohong, if you're not willing to give me this chance, then I'll give up. I'll resign from the academy. I know that I'm involved in too many secrets. I'll apply for a soul-separating fruit, give up my previous memories, start over, and be an ordinary person. Ying Luohong's whole body shook, and she looked at him with a bit of shock. At this time, Tang Zhenhua became particularly calm, and just looked at her with burning eyes. Tang Zhenhua looked at her and said softly, actually, I also hesitated and thought about it for a long time. I also wanted to try everything and start over again, to forget you. Even being transferred to other places by the academy is fine. I even tried to see if I could fall in love with other people. But I found that I couldn't do it. I tried everything, but I still couldn't do it. So, I've already thought it through very clearly. Give me an answer. If you still feel that there's no way to forgive me for anything, then wait until after graduation, and I'll leave. Only by really forgetting can I really start over again. Ying Luohong suddenly said angrily, you're just an old man, how can you start over again? Tang Zhenhua said, that's better than living a life worse than death. I'm an old man with no worries, no family, and no relatives. Starting from a blank piece of paper, maybe drinking a little wine, eating some meat, it's all happy for me. It's better than being like this. Ying Luohong's breathing became more and more hurried, and she turned her head away, then go die. Stay far away from me, get lost far away. Tang Zhenhua couldn't see her tear-streaked face at this time, and only felt his heart turn to ashes in an instant. His heart felt cold, and he nodded blankly, I understand. I'm leaving, take care. He barely managed to say these words before he staggered out of the room. Ying Luohong bit her lower lip tightly, not letting herself cry out loud. All these years, did she really not forgive him? She didn't know, in fact, even she herself didn't know. But after hearing his words just now, she felt particularly uncomfortable. It was obviously him who was wrong. Why did she feel sorry for him instead? If she felt sorry for him, who would feel sorry for her? Bastard, go to hell, you. Lan Xuanyu and the others certainly didn't know about the arrangements for the graduation exam in a few months. But everyone in the entire graduating class was particularly hardworking. Simulation cabin, Douluo world. Get ready to start. Lan Xuanyu ordered. At this time, they were in Douluo world, riding a battleship and entering an airspace. This was Douluo world's interstellar battlefield, specially prepared for players who owned battleships. It wasn't an easy thing to own a battleship in Douluo world. It required a lot of accumulation of wealth, and also powerful strength. Lan Xuanyu and the others only had a meteor-class attack ship, which was already the savings of the whole class after 6 years. Douluo world's interstellar battlefield was divided into many parts, including the division of the major forces, completely simulating the real universe's starry sky. Every faction was formed by the players themselves. Players could play a variety of roles in the interstellar fleet and earn merit points. It was mainly divided into several camps: the Federation camp, the Pirate camp, the Extraterrestrial Galaxy camp, and so on. Different camps had different merit points, and these merit points could be accumulated in exchange for resources and various battleships. The way to accumulate merit points was different for different camps. For example, the Pirate camp needed to rely on snatching resources, using resources to go to specialized planets to exchange for merit points, and at the same time replenishing themselves. Lan Xuanyu and the others naturally chose the Pirate camp. Even the name was the same, Treastrumsa Wings. It was just that there was no Treastrumsa Wings battleship here. But the Treastrumsa Wings mecha were specially made for them by the Tangmen, and could also be used in Douluo world. The reason for this was to let them practice various combinations in Douluo world. Space battles were the most dangerous battlefield. At any time, they could face terrifying artillery fire and some dangers that suddenly appeared in the universe. Therefore, they had to be especially careful when carrying out a real mission. But at the same time, they also needed to gain experience in real danger. Therefore, Douluo world had always been a necessary path for the Federation's Space Battle Command Department students. What they could experience here was something they didn't dare to easily experience in real combat. At this moment, the meteor-class attack ship that Lan Xuanyu and his classmates were on was a pirate warship that they had exchanged their merits for. At the same time, it had undergone some modifications. Although it couldn't be compared to the power of the Wing 33 Heavens warship, and it didn't have antimatter missiles, it was still considered quite good among warships of this level. In Douluo world, the various forces' expeditions were long. There were large-scale battles similar to national wars in the true sense, but there were more small missions and daily conflicts. At the same time, there were also some specific areas. For example, the area that the Wing 33 Heavens pirates were about to enter was called the Chaotic Star Field. It was a world of chaotic battles. Entering here was completely based on strength. There were no friends, only opponents. The warships of various forces would appear in this area, but in this area, there were very few organized fleets. If there were organized fleets, they would definitely be attacked by all the forces in the Chaotic Star Field. At the same time, the situation in the Chaotic Star Field was special. There were a lot of meteorite belts here, and large warships were almost unable to be used. Most of them were small and medium-sized warships. And the biggest advantage of the Chaotic Star Field was that many of the meteorites in this area had rare metal deposits. There were also some special rare metals that could only be found in the Chaotic Star Field. Therefore, if they could survive here and obtain resources, it was very possible for them to become rich overnight. But the prerequisite was that you had to be strong. This was definitely a place where the law of the jungle and the strong preyed on the weak. For Lan Xuanyu and the others, if such a dangerous area really existed in the universe, the academy would definitely not allow them to go. But in Douluo world, it was the best place for them to train. Every week, the whole class had to act together and engage in a space battle in Douluo world. Every week, it would take about an entire day. This was also the most important training for them. Every battlecraft battle would have all sorts of changes, so this kind of training was very practical. Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in the main control seat, was wearing the main control helmet. He closed his eyes and felt the flow of information from the radar. He also listened to the reports of his companions. 10 minutes from the star field of chaos. The countdown starts now. Ding Zhuohan's voice sounded. When Lan Xuanyu was there, he was in charge of the main radar detection. When Lan Xuanyu wasn't there, he was the captain. Check the weapons and equipment. Check the energy and main thrusters, Lan Xuanyu ordered. Weapons and equipment normal. Energy reserves at 96%. The main thrusters are all normal. After Lan Xuanyu received his comrade's response, he immediately ordered, prepare for battle. That's right. There was no other reason for entering the chaotic star region than to fight. Any warship that appeared in front of him would be an enemy. By destroying the enemy's warship, one would be able to obtain some contribution points and some resources from the wreckage. In this place, even captives were meaningless. Because there was no way to bring a captured warship away. There was only battle and destruction. Ready. A series of responses sounded. Enter stealth mode, Lan Xuanyu ordered. The warship quickly entered stealth mode. A faint light flashed, and the interior of the warship also entered a silent state. In front of them, a large asteroid belt appeared in their field of vision. These asteroids floated aimlessly in the universe. The big ones were like small planets, and the smallest ones were only the size of a fist. As far as the eye could see, one could vaguely see sparks exploding in the asteroid belt from time to time, and waves of energy fluctuations could be felt. When they first came here, Lan Xuanyu and the others had suffered a great loss. At that time, they all thought that they were very good at piloting warships. But when they came here, they realized that there were many different ways to fight in battlecraft battle. There were warships that disguised themselves as asteroids and suddenly ambushed them when they passed by. There were also those that were completely unreasonable and directly fired their main cannons from afar, affecting them. 2 warships that were originally fighting suddenly turned their cannons and fired at them together. In this place, all kinds of strange situations could happen. Therefore, no matter what, they had to be 120% careful at all times to be able to survive the various crises they faced here. The invisible warship came to the edge of the asteroid belt. They were not in a hurry to enter this chaotic star field, but slowly cruised along the outermost asteroid belt. This was the result of their accumulation of experience. They needed to find the most suitable entry point before entering. There were many different magnetic fields in the asteroid belt. After entering, it would be difficult to maintain the stealth state. After all, this was not the real world. The most important purpose for them to come here was to obtain resources. At least before they were destroyed, they had to obtain more resources than they would lose. Tang Zhenhua's request for them was to preserve themselves as much as possible while obtaining resources. It was better to obtain fewer resources than to die easily. After all, in actual combat, they would not have the chance to live again. Today, only Lan Mengqin was not in the 33 wings of heaven. The other 32 people were all there, and everyone was rubbing their hands together. This was also their first interstellar combat practice after Lan Xuanyu returned. Everyone knew that this would definitely be part of their graduation exam. And this exam was also the most important thing for them to get points. Every group exercise was a very important experience. They had an average age of more than 18 years old, but they did not have the immaturity that an 18-year-old boy and girl should have. Everyone's eyes were very determined, and everyone's eyebrows seemed to have been tempered by the flames of war. Everyone looked calm and full of fighting spirit, but they were not nervous at all. 6 years in the Shrek Academy had allowed them to truly grow up. The warship carefully flew at the edge of the asteroid belt, maintaining a range that was not affected by the asteroid belt's magnetic field, and feeling the changes in the atmosphere inside the asteroid belt. The power of the radar was already at the maximum at this time, and it extended outwards with Lan Xuanyu's mental power. In the universe, mental power detection was very effective. In a vacuum environment, the extension of mental power was faster. Coupled with the radar, sometimes it could produce unexpected results. This was also an ability that an excellent warship commander must have. Some of the Federation's high-level battlecraft command academies first tested their students' mental power. They cruised like this, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, but everyone was not in a hurry, and quietly waited for an opportunity. There were many opportunities in the star field of chaos, but even more were traps. No one dared to say that they had absolute power here. This was a place that ate people without spitting out the bones. At this time, suddenly, a strong ball of light exploded in the asteroid belt. The light rushed out from the gaps between the asteroids, and some of the smaller asteroids melted, while others scattered under the impact of the shockwave. Lan Xuanyu ordered the warship to retreat a little further away. Judging from the strength of the shockwave, at least one of the Meteor-class assault ships should have exploded. That was why it could produce such a strong shockwave. The opportunity had come. Prepare to enter. Prepare the protective shield, charge the main cannons. Lan Xuanyu immediately ordered. The light from the shockwave gradually faded, and they could see that the surface of the asteroids that had been baptized by the shockwave, but did not disappear, was emitting a faint metallic luster. All the asteroids here had very high levels of rare metals. And in the high-temperature and high-pressure environment of the shockwave, the impurities were easily removed. Therefore, the closer the asteroids were to the core, the higher the purity of the rare metals. This was also why this place was so dangerous, but still so attractive to all the warships. Enter. Following Lan Xuanyu's order, the stealth on the surface of the warship instantly disappeared. Then, like a swimming fish, it drilled into the asteroid belt. They officially entered the chaotic star field. After entering the asteroid belt, the warship immediately trembled slightly. This was caused by the interference of the external magnetic field. The protective shield was activated to resist the magnetic field. And inside, the radar's effect would be weakened by a lot. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and completely sensed the situation outside through the warship's mental amplifier. Everyone also entered combat mode. Not long after their warship flew in, they found some wreckage of a warship. It seemed to be produced by the previous warship that had exploded. These wreckage were only ordinary alloys. Only the core parts could be rare metals. The metal detector was activated. As the warship carefully moved forward, it searched for usable resources and began to collect them. Just as they were carefully moving forward, suddenly, there seemed to be a flash of light behind a huge asteroid in front of them. The wings of 33 Heaven's warship reacted extremely quickly. Its thrusters were instantly activated. Only half of the thrusters on the left side burst with light, causing the warship to tilt. Then, the thrusters were fully activated. Under the sudden acceleration, it rushed out diagonally. A strong light flashed past. Everywhere it passed, small and medium-sized asteroids turned into ashes and disappeared. A sneak attack. As expected, it came at the first moment. When the warship rushed out diagonally, everyone had already started to get busy. Fighting had already become a habit in their bones. A series of decoy missiles shot out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The main body of the warship, however, retreated. The opponent's warship missed and disappeared behind the huge asteroid. It had no intention of chasing after them. The warships that could survive here were all extremely smart. They would not easily give the opponent a chance and put themselves in danger. But what the opponent's warship did not discover was that there was a nimble figure mixed in with the decoy missiles. She quietly stuck close to the back of an asteroid. The color of her body instantly became the same as that asteroid. The wings of 33 Heaven's warship flew up. At the same time, the 8 secondary cannons on both sides opened up and launched probing attacks at some strategic locations in the distance. This was a kind of firepower reconnaissance in space warfare. At the same time, it was a deterrent force. It told the opponent that they had enough energy and did not have any bad ideas. At the same time, the Traistromsa wing battleship slowly retreated, increasing the distance between it and the battleship that had attacked them before. Their opponent was a pitch-black battleship. Although it was impossible to hide in this place, the black color still cleverly concealed its existence. There was also the simplest and most practical color-changing system. When it got close to the meteorite, its body changed color slightly, similar to the meteorite. Here, the radar's effect was greatly weakened, but visual reconnaissance was still meaningful. This warship had no intention of letting Wings 33 Heavens and the others go. It nimbly moved between the asteroid belts. Using the meteorite to cover his vision, he never exposed himself to his opponent's field of vision. Without a doubt, this is a battleship with rich combat experience. It was also a Meteor-class warship, but there were many scars on the surface of the warship, and the strength of its protective shield was only about half of its peak state. However, it was like a shark in the sea of stars, baring its fangs and looking for the best opportunity. The Meteor-class assault ship that had exploded earlier had been destroyed by their attacks. This was the 7th battleship they had destroyed in the star region of chaos. Their commander was very clear that with their remaining energy, they still had a chance of destroying another battleship. They had obtained a lot of rare metals this time, and many of them were very high-grade rare metals. Rare metals of this grade were best used to exchange for resources. It would be too wasteful to use them as fuel. Thus, they were currently in the outskirts of the star region of chaos, preparing to leave and return. The sneak attack just now had taken care of another opponent, causing the warship's self-confidence to reach the peak. All of the crew's piloting conditions were also at the peak. The warship was as agile as a fish as it shuttled through the meteorite belt and approached Lan Xuanyu's team silently. When they saw the light from the secondary cannons, many of the crew's faces revealed sinister and excited expressions. The opponent's use of the secondary cannons was admittedly a sign of firepower and sufficient energy, but it also meant that the opponent was showing weakness. Most importantly, through the light from the secondary cannons, they could completely determine the opponent's specific location. In the star region of chaos, being determined by someone's specific location was an absolute taboo. Without a doubt, the opponent should be a novice. Even so, they didn't dare to be careless at all. They quietly approached and charged at the same time. The energy of the protective shield decreased a little. Because they had been in this area for a while, they had investigated everything that needed to be investigated. Other than this new warship, there were no other enemies. Lowering the defense meant increasing the attack. The main cannons quickly charged. They needed an excellent opportunity to directly deal a heavy blow to the opponent and eliminate the last enemy of this operation. Soon, they approached the place where Lan Xuanyu and the others had released the decoy missiles. The most important function of the decoy missiles was to release electronic signals and guide long-range attacks. However, they didn't have any attack power. In space warfare, cleaning up the decoy missiles was a very important job to prevent the locking signal from deviating from the original trajectory when you launched an attack. Tiny beams of light shot out and quietly cleared the area of the decoy missiles. The pitch-black warship also passed by. It had to be said that the pilot of this warship was very strong. Not only was the process of cleaning extremely accurate, but it also didn't make any sound. Occasionally, they would even reveal themselves between the meteorite belts. Cleaning up the decoy missiles would definitely be discovered by the side that released the decoy missiles. However, as the saying goes, the skilled are bold. In the process of cleaning up the decoy missiles, they also hoped to lure Lan Xuanyu and the others out. If the two warships collided head-on, then what was competing was the warship itself, piloting skills, and experience. Sure enough, the distant wings of Xianxia discovered the situation here. The warship quickly drilled out of the asteroid belt, and the already charged main cannons suddenly fired. In space warfare, as long as there was an opportunity, it had to be seized. Many times, a moment of hesitation would cause the entire game to be lost. The pitch-black warship didn't have any intention of hiding itself. Instead, it did something very strange. It didn't dodge in place, and its protective shield was lowered to the lowest level. It was just that it wasn't affected by the surrounding magnetic field. Then, the warship suddenly spat out a large amount of objects from one side, gathering in the same place in the distance. That feeling was very strange. It was as if the black warship had spat out a lot of metal fragments. Then, these fragments gathered together in the distance, forming a metal ball. In the next instant, that condensed metal ball suddenly burst out with a dazzling red light. The wings of Xianxia's main cannons were actually attracted by it. The huge beam of light from the main cannons drew an arc in the air, shooting directly at that ball of red light. This was decoy missiles. That's right, the black warship also released its decoy missiles. However, it was quickly released after the wings of Traistromsa's main cannons fired. Moreover, it precisely controlled the decoy missiles to gather together and release the decoy electron waves. This was the true boldness of the skilled. It must be known that the decoy missiles weren't guaranteed to succeed. There was also the possibility that the opponent's attack wouldn't be decoy. The reason why it lowered the energy intensity of its protective shield was to reduce its own attractive force, and at the same time to conserve energy. At the same time, it gathered a large amount of decoy missiles and released the electron waves at the same time. If they didn't succeed, it meant that the black warship would have to face the bombardment of the enemy's main cannons. It would be a situation of certain death. However, they did it. Although this was a virtual world, it fully demonstrated their confidence in their own strength. Sure enough, Wings 33 Heaven's main cannons were activated in the end. The main cannons with the strongest attack were the hardest to activate. However, the enemy still succeeded in luring the missiles into a cluster effect. As for Wings 33 Heaven's main cannons, they needed time to recharge the warship. The black warship wasn't in a hurry to release its main cannons. Instead, it activated its thrusters and instantly charged toward Wings 33 Heaven. The closer the distance, the greater the power of the cannons. The enemy's main cannons were temporarily unable to fire. Moreover, they were facing their own side and needed time to turn around and escape. Thus, they immediately chose to charge. It must be known that the black warship's energy reserves were already less than 50%. However, in this space battle, not only did they display a strong psychological quality, they also had an incomparably valiant will to fight. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous would win. On the battlefield, their momentum had already soared to the extreme. On the other side, Wings 33 Heaven seemed to be afraid. The warship quickly wanted to turn around. Without their main cannons to fight with the enemy, they could only activate their defensive shield to the maximum. The black warship also activated its own defensive shield and raised it to a medium level. However, the main cannon still didn't fire. At the front of the pitch-black warship, a huge black ram popped out. The ram was slightly upturned and pointed. There was a sharp blade at the bottom. The light on the surface was slightly blurry. That was clearly the effect of ultra-high-frequency vibration. The high-frequency vibration blade commonly used by mecha was magnified who knew how many times as the ram of the warship. This wasn't a naval battle. It was a space battle. This was simply an oddity among oddities. However, the enemy was doing just that. Moreover, at this moment, the flames spewing out from the tail of their warship instantly doubled. They were releasing their propulsion at all costs. In almost an instant, they had already closed in on Wings 33 Heaven. Collision. The enemy actually wanted to collide directly. At this moment, Wings 33 Heaven's warship hadn't completely turned around. They could only continuously fire their secondary cannons in an attempt to block the enemy. However, the enemy's main cannons didn't fire. They relied on the defensive shield to forcibly resist Wings 33 Heaven's secondary cannons. The warship speed became faster and faster. The ram fiercely hit the side of Wings 33 Heaven's warship. Boom! The impact was so strong that the Traistromsa wing was sent flying. The huge battleship spun in space, and its protective shield was smashed into pieces. The power of this attack was really too strong. It was actually somewhat not inferior to the bombardment of a warship's main cannon. As a result, the warship's protective shield on the wings of Traistromsa's side was greatly reduced. The collision with the meteorite also caused a great impact to the shield. For a moment, the wings of the 33 Heavens seemed to have completely lost control. After the collision, the black battleships were knocked back and hovered in midair. The thrusters of the battleships cleverly made a small adjustment, allowing their main cannons to aim at the enemy whose protective shield had been lowered by half and were within reach. The commander of the black warship had a cruel smile on his face. He knew very well that at such a distance, and with the opponent's defensive shield dropping so much, the defensive shield would not be able to withstand the bombardment of the main cannon. However, it wasn't to the extent of destroying the other party in one go. It was enough for them to plunder all the remaining value of the warship. Fire! Following the order, the black battleship's main cannon lit up with a blazing light. At this moment, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. But in the next instant, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded inside the black battleship. Warning, warning. Main cannon overload, on the verge of explosion. Please evacuate, please evacuate. Inside the battleship, the originally high-spirited crew members couldn't help but become sluggish. The cruel smiles on their faces also froze. Main cannon overload, what did that mean? Only under the condition of continuous firing would the main cannon have the possibility of overloading. Overloading meant that it was going to explode. And if the main cannon showed signs of overloading, the electronic system should have given a warning long ago. How could it only be overloaded at the instant of firing? There was simply no way to reverse this. Impossible. The battleship commander shouted in shock and anger. And on the other side, the wings of Xianxia Wing's battleship had already stabilized, and just happened to turn around and face them. Boom, a violent explosion sounded at the bow of the black battleship, and the entire bow of the ship exploded into a ball of fire. The terrifying explosive force directly sent the black battleship flying, and a large amount of fragments scattered in all directions. The main cannon overloaded and exploded. Was it a coincidence? Of course it couldn't be a coincidence. Just before the main cannon exploded, an escape pod was ejected from the black warship and shot into the distance. However, at this moment, no one noticed this scene at all. At least on the black warship side, no one noticed. The explosion of the main cannon disintegrated all the main control systems, and most of the crew in the main control room died. However, only a third of the battleship had been destroyed. The remaining parts were presented before the wings of the Xianxia. This guy is really fierce. He had learned something new. That ram was really strong. I almost died just now, Ding Zhuohan said with some lingering fear. At this time, although the wings of the Xianxia heavens still maintained their calm, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. This opponent could definitely be described as terrifying. If it was a direct confrontation, they might not be a match for him. If the enemy's battleship was at full power and not in such a complicated battlefield, they would be able to destroy it. With the other party's powerful warship command and control ability, as well as mental fortitude, the wings of the 33 heavens would most likely be in big trouble. It was very likely that they would have to use some of their trump cards. Everything they had done before, including the firing of the main cannons, was to lure the enemy. Many years of experience had allowed them to have rich combat experience. In a place like the star field of chaos, if they wanted to defeat their opponent, they had to do everything they could to reduce their own injuries as much as possible. When the decoy missiles were released, there was also a person who was wearing a battle armor but not a mecha. It was also the strongest individual in the wings of the Xianxia heavens, the heavenly stem Qilin Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga was hiding on the meteorite. With her control of the 5 elements and without a mecha, she would not be detected by the other party. The 2-word battle armor allowed her to survive in space for a short period of time. At the same time, she also brought the Skywing mecha with her. If the other party did not fall for her trap during the time she was hiding, she could return through the Skywing mecha. It was very normal for the opponent to clear out the decoy missiles. In the process of clearing out the decoy missiles, the opponent would sweep past the meteorite. As the opponent passed through the meteorite, she took advantage of the moment when the opponent's protective shield was at its weakest to sneak in. The opportunity was very simple. The moment the opponent released the decoy missiles, the protective shield instantly opened and closed. She relied on her metal escape ability to directly burrow into the warship. The overload of the main cannons was naturally caused by her destroying the main cannons the moment they were about to fire. Then, she immediately entered the escape capsule and forcefully ejected. Everything the wings of the Xianxia heavens had done before was to lure the enemy in. If the opponent did not choose to clear the decoy missiles, they could only change their tactics. However, since the other party had chosen, it gave Tang Yuga ample opportunity. The moment Tang Yuga entered the other party's warship, it was already a foregone conclusion. The process of the other party's collision was the process of the wings of the Xianxia heavens luring the enemy. At the same time, it also created sufficient time for Tang Yuga. As expected, the attack succeeded. This was a special application of metal escape in space combat. They had used this method to trick many people in the star field of chaos. However, those opponents who had been tricked by them still did not know why their warships suddenly exploded. Next, it was time to harvest. They approached the enemy's damaged battleship, broke down its outer shell, and searched for rare metals inside. Half an hour later. We're rich. How many things did this guy rob? Counting their gains, they found that the amount of rare metals they had obtained this time was more than the sum of the previous 10 times. Especially this time, their battleship was not damaged. It only lost some energy. We seem to have robbed a very powerful guy. Who knows how much they robbed to be able to amass so much? The opponent we faced just now probably didn't even have 30% of his strength left. If he was at full strength, it would be very scary, Lan Xuanyu analyzed logically. Tang Yuga had already returned. After ejecting the escape pod to a safe distance, she changed into the Skywing mecha and returned. Retreat. Lan Xuanyu gave the order to retreat without hesitation. Boss, we're retreating after just one battle? Ding Zhuohan said unwillingly. They still had more than 80% of their energy reserves. 2 more battles would not be a problem. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, was our opponent strong? Didn't we lose in the end? It's not easy to fight them. We'll send the resources back first and then come back. Although it will take time and process, the fruits of our victory are enough to upgrade our battleship. It's enough to buy some antimatter missiles. We can't take the risk. Steady. Bing Tianliang gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. Everyone agreed. Return. This was one of the few times they had fought a real battle in the star field of chaos. The other times they returned in a short time were when they were defeated early on. However, this was also their biggest gain in history. However, when they recalled the ruthlessness and decisiveness of that battleship, they could not help but feel a lingering fear. If it was not for the fact that the enemy did not think of their unique way of fighting, it would have been very difficult for them to defeat the enemy. They would only have a chance if all 32 wings turned into fighter jets. This was also their trump card. After returning to base, the battleship recharged. Lan Xuanyu discussed with his companions and decided not to go to the star field of chaos. Instead, they took advantage of the harvest this time to summarize, preparing to make further improvements to their warship. The main thing was the improvement of the thrusters and the equipment. Increasing the battleship's power. When he was done, it was already evening when Lan Xuanyu left the simulation room. At this time, he received a notice from Ying Luohong, telling him to go to the dean's office. Today's battleship combat did not consume much energy, and Lan Xuanyu came to the outer court dean's office in high spirits to see Ying Luohong. There was only Ying Luohong in the office. After Lan Xuanyu saluted, Ying Luohong let him sit down at the side. I asked you to come because there's something you need to prepare for. You should know about this, it has to do with the Spirit Pagoda. The quota has been prepared for you. This time, you will go as a Tangmen disciple. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. When? Ying Luohong said, about half a month later. The specific time will have to wait for the notice from the inner court and the Tangmen. She would not tell Lan Xuanyu that this was a joint operation. What you need to pay attention to is that you can do whatever you want in the Spirit Ascension platform, but when you feel that it's over, immediately return to the academy after leaving the Spirit Ascension platform. If something unexpected happens, someone will come to your aid. Don't worry. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Will it be dangerous? Ying Luohong looked at him deeply and said, it's not up to me to decide whether it's dangerous or not, but you. It depends on how far you can go. Cough cough. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself, why do you make me sound like a villain? Ying Luohong said, okay, I'll inform you about this matter. Prepare in advance. Yes. Lan Xuanyu stood up, saluted again, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Ying Luohong suddenly called out to him. Dean, what other orders do you have? Ying Luohong hesitated for a moment, and said, how is your teacher Tang recently? Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, pretty good. I don't see him much. He doesn't give me much pointers now, saying that he has taught us everything he should teach us. When I have a question, I contact him directly to ask. He should still be doing research in the Tangmen most of the time. Oh. I see, you can go. After sending Lan Xuanyu away, Ying Luohong suddenly felt a little irritable. She stood up and walked to the window. In her mind, scenes of the past that she couldn't bear to look back on emerged. She would never forget that day. It was a day that dealt a heavy blow to her. Her best friend was caught red-handed in her own bed in her husband's arms. For Ying Luohong at that time, everything that happened that day was like a bolt from the blue. She was so angry that she vomited blood and fainted. It was also because of this matter that Wang Tianyu almost beat Tang Zhenhua to death. Her good sister was also once a prodigy of the inner court. She also left sadly because of this matter, and her whereabouts were unknown. Tang Zhenhua refused to say why it was like this. But he didn't leave Shrek Academy, and was only expelled from the outer court. He, who originally had a good chance to break through to the divine rank, was deprived of this opportunity. He himself was also unable to recover from the setback, and changed from a top expert of the Duo Mecha Master to studying star warfare. This matter had already passed for many years, but everything that happened that day was still vivid in Ying Luohong's mind. After so many years, every time she saw Tang Zhenhua, she still couldn't help but be filled with hatred for him, wishing that she could tear that guy into pieces. However, after that incident, Tang Zhenhua, who was like a rat crossing the street, still chose to stay in the academy, saying that he wanted to repent in the academy. When he was in the inner court, Tang Zhenhua had also made outstanding contributions to the academy, and the academy's higher-ups finally decided to let him stay. For decades, Tang Zhenhua muddle-headedly stayed in the Star Warfare Command Department. All these years, Ying Luohong had never heard of him doing anything, or having anything to do with any woman. He didn't even leave the academy's gates. In the first 10 years of their separation, she could feel his occasional peeping gaze. 10 years later, he occasionally dared to talk to her. However, the resentment in her heart did not decrease. Until these few years, after the Star Warfare experimental class, they interacted more, and Tang Zhenhua seemed to have become angry again because of those children. The relationship between them seemed to have improved slightly. Tang Zhenhua had asked her more than once, hoping that she could give him another chance, but how could Ying Luohong be willing to let go? This time, using the graduation exam of the graduating class, he actually forced her to abdicate, to forgive him. But, could she really forgive him? If she didn't forgive him, would he really choose to leave the academy? And he would use the soul-separating fruit to leave the academy. The soul-separating fruit was a kind of heaven and earth treasure. It didn't harm the body, but could dissolve memories. This kind of fruit was only used in very special circumstances. It was mainly used for those who knew the secrets of the academy or the Tangmen, and who committed a big mistake but didn't deserve to die. After taking it, they would lose their past memories, and would start all over again under the guidance of a specialist. Their cultivation would also be sealed, and with future observation, it would be decided whether to unlock the seal or not. In other words, after taking the soul-separating fruit, they would become another person, a completely different person from before. He would no longer be Tang Zhenhua. Over the past few decades, Tang Zhenhua had made great contributions to the academy and the Tangmen, but he also knew enough secrets. If he really didn't want to continue staying in the academy, it would be very troublesome for the academy. In particular, it would be very difficult to explain to the Tangmen. Taking the soul-separating fruit was the best solution for Tang Zhenhua. What's more, he said very clearly, taking the soul-separating fruit was not only to forget all the secrets, but also to forget himself. She really wanted to scold that guy, but what was the use of scolding him? Ying Luohong's heart was in a mess, she didn't know why it was like this. At this time, Tang Zhenhua was standing on the shore of the sea god lake, quietly looking at the clear lake water in front of him, a gentle look flashing in his eyes. He still clearly remembered that when he was studying in the academy, no matter how intense the daily cultivation and study were, they would always take a quarter of an hour to sit on the shore of the sea god lake, looking at the beautiful scenery here, and feeling the rich life aura here. He also clearly remembered that Ying Luohong was a woman as gentle as water at that time, and she had never had the temper she had now. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Forgetting may be a good thing. Forgetting her, I won't be in so much pain anymore. Without me, perhaps she would be able to find happiness once again. It's pretty good, isn't it? Although she said that it was good, her tears flowed down uncontrollably again. Soul-separating fruit, I don't approve. Tang Zhenhua suddenly turned around. Pavilion Master Wang. Seeing who it was, he restrained his emotions, wiped the tears on his face, and bowed. Did you hear what I said? Wang Tianyu said indifferently. Tang Zhenhua smiled bitterly. Are you planning to take my life by not approving the soul-leaving fruit? Wang Tianyu said, why would I want your life? If you really don't want to stay here anymore, then go to Tang Min. Just don't meet her. Tang Zhenhua shook his head. So what if I don't meet her? As long as she's in my heart, we'll still meet every day. Wang Tianyu said, so many years have passed, and I don't want to interfere in your matters anymore. But I more or less know about what happened back then. Fei told me some things before she left. Now, can you tell me what exactly happened back then? Not only was I angry at that time, but I was also very surprised. You and Luohong have a good relationship. You two were together when you were still in the outer court. After you two got together, your relationship was even deeper. Where did you get these crooked thoughts from? Don't you want to explain? Tang Zhenhua was silent. After a while, he said, Pavilion Master, it's my fault. Everything is indeed my responsibility. I have nothing to explain. Wang Tianyu said angrily, your answer is still the same as before. Yes. I'm telling the truth. All the responsibility is mine. Not only did I harm Luohong, but I also harmed Fei. I'm a sinner. Therefore, I don't dare to ask Luohong to forgive me. I also know that she won't forgive me. Just let me go. Consuming the soul-leaving fruit might be a relief for me and for Luohong. Luohong is still young. She still has a chance to find her own happiness. I can't delay her anymore. I know that whether she can't forget me, hates me, or fears feelings because of me, as long as I'm here, she won't be able to let go of that matter. Nonsense, incorrigible. Wang Tianyu suddenly flew into a rage and struck out with his palm. The powerful soul power directly blew Tang Zhenhua away. Bolts of lightning rumbled, causing Tang Zhenhua's hair to stand on end. When Tang Zhenhua woke up from his convulsions, Wang Tianyu was already gone. Tang Zhenhua's face was filled with helplessness and loneliness, but a touch of warmth flashed through his eyes. This pavilion master, who was usually angry at him, was actually still concerned about him and Luohong. Luohong was still working in the office. It was already late at night, but she still had no intention of going back to rest. She wasn't that busy, but she tried her best to make herself busier. Only when people were busy would they not let their imagination run wild. Why bother? A figure suddenly appeared in the room. Teacher. Luohong shouted respectfully. Why do you have to do this? If you didn't have him in your heart, you wouldn't be like this. You would have listened to me and gone to the inner court a long time ago and let someone else take over your current job. I've seen everything he's done all these years. Can't you give him another chance? Wang Tianyu sighed. In front of his students, his temper was much milder. Luohong bit her lower lip lightly, her hands trembling slightly. Wang Tianyu continued, this is your private matter. As a teacher, I shouldn't care, but I can't watch you continue to suffer like this. He wants to apply for the soul separation fruit. Let me ask you, should I give it to him or not? Luohong raised her head abruptly and looked at her teacher with stubbornness in her eyes. If he wants to forget, then let Four also forget. Silly child, you are just too stubborn. Everything that happened back then was indeed his fault, but I have always felt that there was a reason for that matter. Remember to collect it and ask the pavilion to read it. If he was so easily distracted, he wouldn't have stayed by your side for so many years. He would have had more choices a long time ago. Give him a chance, and also give yourself a chance. Teacher really doesn't want to see two of you in so much pain. Wang Tianyu advised. He didn't say anything. He never explained what happened back then. He just said that it was all his fault. I waited for decades, and he has always been by my side. However, after so many years, he has never explained it to me. Teacher, how do you want me to forgive him? Luohong's voice was a little choked up. Then let him go to the 7 holy abyss. Even if it's to find out the truth, let him go. This matter must be a huge knot in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be unwilling to say it. In the seven holy abyss, there is nothing that can't be drawn out. He has never been there, so he doesn't know. With his age and experience, in the seven holy abyss, everything will not be a secret. Wang Tianyu said. Ying Luohong was taken aback, and said, but, the seven holy abyss is really too scary, especially for someone like him. I'm afraid he will be in danger. Wang Tianyu smiled, you clearly know that he might reveal everything in the seven holy abyss, but you still don't want him to go. You are afraid that he will be in danger, right? You are just stubborn and soft-hearted. Let him go, I will ask the seven elders to be gentler to him. I will also personally protect him. If the situation is not right, I will pull him out. Ying Luohong hesitated for a long time, then looked at Wang Tianyu and said hesitantly, he really won't be in danger, right? Wang Tianyu raised his hand, nodded at her, and shook his head with a smile, you, Teacher Nana, come quickly, the concert is about to start, it will be broadcasted live by the whole Federation. There are not many stars who can broadcast a concert live in the whole Federation, and Uncle Yu is definitely the best among them. He is known as the #1 singer. Lan Xuanyu excitedly shouted to Nana in the living room. Xiao, are you done tidying up? Lan Xuanyu shouted in the direction of the kitchen again. Bai Xiao said in annoyance, if you don't want to work, then stop talking nonsense. It's mainly because my Xiao is too diligent. I'm clumsy, didn't you just kick me out? Lan Xuanyu laughed. Teacher Nana came, so Xiao had a reason to come to his place for dinner. They cultivated together every day, ate together, and he would send her back at night. Although cultivating was still tough, these days made Lan Xuanyu feel extremely blessed. Tang Lu had been gone for almost a week, and today was the day of his concert in Heavendo City. Lan Xuanyu had already adjusted the channel in front of the Seoul TV and waited for the concert to begin. Nana arrived late and sat down on the sofa beside Lan Xuanyu. In the dormitory, only the bedroom was equipped with a Seoul TV. There was a single sofa beside the bed, and Lan Xuanyu was sitting on the bed with Nana beside him. At this moment, the Seoul TV was still broadcasting advertisements, and the box in the upper left corner of the channel that represented popularity was already very red, which meant that there were a lot of people sitting in front of the Seoul TV waiting to watch the concert. One had to know that this was a paid channel, and one had to pay to watch this program. Remember to bookmark it and ask the pavilion to read it. The population of all the planets in the Federation added up to tens of billions. Even if only 1% of the people watched this concert, it would still be an astronomical amount of income. Bai Xiao was the last to arrive. She looked at Nana sitting on the sofa, then looked at Lan Xuanyu sitting on the bed, and couldn't help but pout. Lan Xuanyu patted the mattress beside him. Come, sit here. Who wants to sit on the bed with? You? Bai Xiao blushed slightly, then secretly glanced at Nana. Nana smiled faintly and said, sit, Xiao. You're not allowed to provoke Xiao, do you hear me? The last sentence was directed at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, however, she still sat on the bed and placed a pillow between the two of them before looking at the screen. When she stole a glance at Lan Xuanyu, she realized that he was still sitting upright and still looking as obedient as before. He looked quite honest. Seems like he's doing well today. Just as Bai Xiao had this thought, a hand quietly reached out from under the pillow. First, it hooked her finger, and then, it took an inch and took a yard, holding her small hand. Bai Xiao's eyes widened as she struggled with her hand. However, the hand that was holding on to her was extremely strong, so how could she break free? It's about to start, Lan Xuanyu suddenly shouted. Bai Xiao's gaze was attracted to the screen. The Seoul Guidance TV screen suddenly turned pitch black. On the pitch black screen, there were only specks of light that lit up from time to time. Those seemed to be the flashes of a camera. For a moment, there were specks of light that lit up the night sky. A magnetic voice sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Heavendo Planet's #1 Performing Arts Plaza. Today, you are destined to have made a worthwhile trip. Next, let us welcome today's main character, the soul song god that all of us deeply love, Prince Yu. In an instant, a tsunami of cheers erupted. Even though they were watching the broadcast, Lan Xuanyu and the other two were shocked. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly lowered the volume, which made it much better. Master Li's concert never had too many fancy things, and it was also the shortest among all the concerts held by all the singers. However, it was still the most popular one. It was definitely hard to get a ticket. However, no other singer could replicate his concert. There was once a singer who wanted to imitate him. He only sang a few songs and chose his most famous song. However, he was criticized by his fans and almost quit the music industry. Since then, no one dared to imitate Prince Yu. Therefore, from the day he debuted, he was unique. The #1 male singer in the Douluo Federation was the soul song god, Prince Yu. He had already reached the top 5 years ago, and from the day he reached the top, he had never been surpassed again. His appearance had never changed in the 10 years since his debut. That head of long blue hair, handsome face, gentle gaze, and a voice that could touch one's soul made people linger. Every one of his songs was extremely popular throughout the Federation, but no one had ever been able to imitate his voice or his music. None of the imitations had ever touched his soul. A white beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the night sky and lighting up the hearts of all the fans. A figure had appeared on the high platform without anyone noticing. Master Li's usual acting attire was very simple, and it was usually white. However, he was definitely the kindest person under the starry sky today. His silver suit covered his entire body, and under the illumination of the lights, he seemed to reflect a myriad of rays of light in an instant, causing the audience to scream once again. The suit was tailored to fit him very well, and outlined his slender legs. His long blue hair was draped behind his back, and there was a faint smile on his face. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. With a smile on his face, he nodded gently to the audience. This seemingly simple action caused the audience of more than 50,000 people to fall silent. This was a habit that everyone who had watched Prince Yu's concerts knew about. This meant that his performance was about to begin. No one was willing to let go of even the lightest note, so no one dared to disturb him at this moment. Nana stared blankly at the person on the screen. She couldn't even reconcile this dazzling figure with the youth who had been a little uneasy in front of her a few days ago. She had never seen this person on the screen before, and he was so far away from her. However, the youth who had been there a few days ago was so familiar to her and touched her heart. Prince Yu's smile gradually disappeared, and his eyes became lost and distant. The music started and his voice echoed. It was still the same song, the song that he had sung for the first time back then. Her figure has long been blurred, as if she had gone through 1,000 reincarnations. Her voice is so clear, and it has echoed in my ears so many times. Her scent is like orchids and musk deer, and even after thousands of years, it still lingers in my nose. Her hands are soft and slender, and her snuggling is always my best harbor. A person has 3 lives, one in life, one in society, and one hidden in the heart. Which life is she in? Her 3rd life has always been there, and it has always been imprinted in the depths of my heart. As long as I am still here, she will always be here. No matter where she went in her 1st life, no matter if she still has memories of her 2nd life. She will always be here. My memories have long been blurred, but my heart is still searching. No matter where she is, I will take her 3rd life to search for the other 2 lives. 1 life, 3 lives, when will they overlap? 1 life, 3 lives, when will my memories become clear again? May the light of heaven guide me forward, whether it is the heavenly realm, the abyss, the heavens, or the earth. I only hope that the 3 lives will overlap, and that our 2 lives and 6 lives will eventually merge into that 1 life, 3 lives. Take me away, take me away, take me away, the song lingered in the air and shook the soul. And this time, the shock seemed to be unprecedentedly strong. The entire venue was silent, and so were all the people in front of the television screens. It was still the same remembrance, but this was a remembrance that they had never heard before. Even Yu Qingling, who was backstage, was completely stunned at this moment. Every line of the lyrics was exactly the same as before, but this time, every line of the lyrics was an intense collision of the soul. Prince Yu did not use much strength in his voice, but every line of the lyrics was like a heavy hammer that struck the depths of everyone's soul. The endless yearning seemed to be awakening his memories. When he sang the last 3 lines, "Take me away," there were thousands of twists and turns. He had already closed his eyes in pain, and 2 drops of crystal-clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and slid down his face. There was no doubt that these 2 drops of tears would become the headline of the entertainment news the next day. This was the first time Prince Yu had shed tears during a concert. The fans had waited an extra week for this concert. For some of the fans who had come from other planets to attend the concert, they had paid a lot of travel expenses. However, at this moment, everyone deeply felt that it was worth it. It was not only because they had witnessed Prince Yu's history of crying, but also because this song was so unique. What they did not know was that at this very moment, an intense headache was fiercely attacking their young noble Li's brain, attacking his powerful sea of consciousness. However, this time, he did not compromise. He tried his best to recall. He tried his best to recall his memories. He still remembered clearly the origin of this song. Back then, after an intense headache, he had suddenly felt an upsurge of emotions, which had led to the lyrics of this song. It was only now that he truly understood the meaning of his lyrics. It seemed to be mourning for his deceased wife. He also finally understood why he could not accept any woman approaching him, not even Yu Qingling. It was because there had always been someone in his heart. Someone who filled his entire heart. All of this stirred up a figure in his memory fragments. He tried his best to see clearly, but he could not. All he saw was a head of long silver hair. Was it her? His headache became more intense, and Prince Yu's body started to tremble uncontrollably. In front of the television screen, Nana sat there in a daze. She didn't even realize when tears started to fall from the corners of her eyes. The song was filled with endless longing, and it hit her heart and soul again and again. Her memories seemed to be coming back, and her headache started to hit her. However, the figure in front of her continued to appear in her heart. What she saw was a touch of gold, a touch of indomitable and unyielding gold. She clenched her fists subconsciously, and her body started to tremble. "Take me away, take me away, take me away," it was like crying, and it was full of twists and turns. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were also in a daze as they listened. Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes were also filled with tears. She suddenly felt that the man on the screen was very familiar, and the things that she had forgotten were becoming clearer and clearer. The song remembrance had already ended. Time passed by slowly, but none of the tens of thousands of people in the audience rushed him. Everyone's soul was trembling, and their deepest longing for their loved ones was completely drawn out at this moment. 10 minutes, a full 10 minutes. These 10 minutes were later called the 10 minutes with the most crying in the history of the Douluo Federation. Prince Yu's trembling gradually stopped, and his figure on the stage swayed slightly. When he opened his eyes again, his blue eyes were still filled with tears. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." He bowed slightly. It was only at this moment that the audience woke up from their deep longing for their loved ones. In an instant, everyone in the audience stood up spontaneously. A voice resounded throughout the entire federation. "Take me away, take me away, take me away, take me away, take me away." The voice was like a tsunami, and it was filled with choking sobs and crying. It was filled with longing for their loved ones. There was no doubt that this concert was a hit, and it spread to every corner of the Federation. Prince Yu's reputation would definitely rise to an unprecedented height. With just this one song, his title as the God of Soul songs would never be shaken again. No one could even surpass him. The cheers lasted for a full 5 minutes, until the tears in Mr. Li's eyes finally stopped flowing. Then, he raised his hand and gently made a pressing motion. The audience quieted down, but no one sat down. They all stood and looked up at the God of music in their hearts. "We miss our loved ones, but we have to protect the ones we love the most," Prince Yu murmured. "Protect time, protect you. Protect time, protect you. Protect time, protect you." A tsunami of cheers sounded out once again, because they all knew which song Noble Lu was going to sing next. The moment the music started, all the cheers stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness as they looked at him on the stage. Prince Yu's gentle voice sounded. "Staring at time, what you see is your own soul. In the blink of an eye, endless thoughts and sorrows of parting. Hope in time often comes from inadvertently. Perhaps a glimpse of it can make one's heart sway. That is the familiarity of time, an inexplicable call. It leads me to search for hope. Hope comes, but there is fear. I want to touch it, but I'm afraid it will vanish. Hope comes, but it brings joy and a future. In the blink of an eye, it will recharge hope. My hope is here. Perhaps I don't need to be lost. But I don't dare to touch it, for fear that it will vanish. Hope in time. Please stay with me. Don't leave me, even if you'd rather never open it. Hope in time. Please tell me, why are you doing this? Why does that familiarity seem to come from ancient times? His gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. If he didn't know who he wanted to protect when he was singing this song, then at this moment, he was completely clear. Every line of the lyrics seemed to slow down. At least, that was what the fans felt. However, the sadness in their hearts caused by their longing gradually disappeared. It was replaced by the same determination as Prince Yu. Protect time. Protect the people who are still by your side. Protect your family, protect your lover, and protect everything that you should protect. This song was about time. There was no mention of the word protect in the entire song, but the song was full of hope and longing for time. Why do you want to protect time? Because you want to protect the person in time. The sadness faded away, leaving only the warmth in their hearts. While listening to the song, the lovers unconsciously hugged each other. Mothers hugged their children. Everyone was trying their best to hug the most important person in their life. If remembrance was filled with the sadness of longing, then protect time, protect you was filled with the love of time. Every inch of time was worth an inch of gold. Cherish the time, cherish the present, and cherish everyone around you. Lan Xuanyu had pulled Bai Xiuxiu into his arms. The pillow between them was in Bai Xiuxiu's arms. Perhaps only Nana had a different feeling when listening to this song. This was because the song was filled with trembling and nervousness. He was afraid. He was afraid to touch hope. Was he protecting hope, or was he protecting the fear in his heart? Protect time, protect you. When you find the person you really want to protect, please protect her well. Prince Yu's voice was slightly hoarse. After 2 songs, he seemed to have exhausted all his energy. He bowed deeply to the audience below the stage. The stage slowly lowered to the original height of the stage. Protect time, protect you. Protect time, protect you. Protect time, protect you. The cheers were so uniform. The fans' fanaticism caused the temperature of the entire venue to soar. Today, Prince Yu sang a different song. For the first time, the audience felt that Prince Yu's song seemed to have an end and a peak. That's right, this might be his peak. He was singing with all his emotions. This was the true soul of the god of songs. The dramatic rise and fall of emotions made everyone in the audience feel the impulse that came from the collision of their hearts. Yearning, protection. Then, which song would he continue to sing next? Prince Yu walked to the front of the stage and bowed deeply to the audience. This action made everyone a little stunned. In their minds, their god of songs was always calm and collected, as if there was nothing that could really make him care about anything. However, he seemed a little different today, just like how his singing voice had changed. Prince Yu stood up straight and said, "First of all, I would like to apologize to everyone. Because of me, I made you wait for a week. Then, I would like to say that I'm sorry again. Because today, I really only have the energy to sing 3 songs. So, the next song will be the last song of today. It's also a new song that I wrote. I hope you like it." 3 songs? Only 3 songs, even if it was Prince Yu's concert, such a situation was extremely rare. He only planned to sing 3 songs today, however, none of the fans raised any questions, especially the live fans. The 2 songs just now had a strong impact on their hearts. Even if it was just one of them, it would be enough to make them think about it for a very, very long time. Sometimes, the number was not important. What was important was the collision of souls. What's more, Prince Yu was going to sing a new song. The last song would definitely surpass the previous 2 songs. What kind of shock would that be? Tang Li's eyes were filled with memories. He murmured, "Seeing her seems to make me recall something. It's a collision of souls. It's also like the call of life. She seems to be the person that I miss. She seems to be the person that I want to protect. But my memory is still not clear. I can't remember everything. I only know that she's very important, very important. That's why I wrote this song. I wrote it for my memories, and also for my memories. I hope that one day, I can remember how she looked like when we first met. This song, If Only Time Froze When We First Met, is for you. I still remember clearly that I liked this poem very much. If only time froze when we first met, what's the matter with the autumn wind painting fan? Later, I felt that this poem was too sad. Let's use this poem as the title of the song that Prince wrote for Nana. I want to stop here, where they reminisce about each other and miss each other. My wife passed away more than a year ago. The song Remembrance was also written by me for her. I hope she's well in heaven. End of chapter. When we first met, you were like a child, protecting your delicateness and innocence. When we met again, you had already grown up, giving me warmth and support. The intertwining of silver and purple was the most profound imprint in my heart. The memories hurt, but I couldn't help but want to persist. Why are the memories so sad? Why do I feel the deepest pain from the past? I can't see it clearly, I can't touch it, but I can't bear to part with it. Who are you? Who am I? The pain is only in my body and mind, but the longing is unforgettable. In that unforgettable memory, my vision seems to gradually become clearer. It's still the intertwining of silver and purple. I know you. Even if it's a long time ago, I can't forget you. I don't want to escape anymore. What's pain? I want to try my best to remember everything that happened in the past. I just remembered a sentence that must be related to you and me. Although I can't remember if it was me who said it to you or you who said it to me, that sentence was really clear. You only have me. These are the 4 words in my memory, the 4 words that are the clearest in my memory. You only have me. Who are you? Who am I? If only life was like the first time we met, I want to go back to that moment. Go and see it clearly. Is it you only have me, or I only have you? There was no melody, because there was no time to compose a song. There was only singing, only the voice that echoed far away. Is it you only have me, or I only have you? The interrogation of the soul gradually ended in an illusory and low voice. When Prince Yu sang to the end, he seemed to have no strength to support his body. He knelt on the ground with one knee, one hand on the ground to support his body. Because of the intense pain in his brain, sweat unconsciously dripped from his forehead. He already knew the consequences of singing this song to evoke memories, but he still did it without hesitation. It had been a week. Every time the silver and purple figure appeared in his mind, he was no longer afraid. No matter how much pain he felt, he wanted to try his best to remember everything that happened in the past. An unprecedented persistence supported him. He tried his best to remember, and gradually, some small fragments appeared in his mind. She was very important to him. Now, he was absolutely certain that this woman called Nana was very, very important to him. Just like the 4 words he recalled, you only have me, although he still couldn't recall most of his memories, he chose not to retreat. No matter how much pain there was, he was willing to endure it. He hoped to recover his memories and remember why that person was so important to him. Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu jumped off the bed and looked at the screen nervously. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Teacher Nana. When he turned his head to look at the sofa next to him, he discovered that Nana's face had suddenly become abnormally pale. Her right hand was clutching her heart, and her body slowly collapsed onto the sofa. Large beads of sweat rolled down from her forehead. They had known Nana for so many years, but they had never seen a Nana like this. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly carried Nana up and placed her on the bed. Teacher Nana, what's wrong? Lan Xuanyu asked anxiously while placing his finger on Nana's wrist. Nana's brows were tightly knitted. Her pretty face was as pale as paper, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Just like Prince Yu on the screen. Xianxia, you stay here and look after Teacher Nana. I'll go find Master Shu. With that, Lan Xuanyu was about to rush out. Now that Lan Mengqin wasn't in the academy, he couldn't ask the Emerald Swan for help. He could only ask Master Shu for help. The school of life was also very good at treatment. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's wrist was grabbed by Nana. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in surprise, only to see Nana holding her eyes and frowning as she shook her head at him. He could only stop and surround Nana with Bai Shoushou. He could feel the change in her aura. At this moment, Nana only felt a splitting headache. It was that song that seemed to interrogate her soul, deeply shaking her heart and evoking some memories in her heart. When Prince Yu sang that line, "You only have me," she only felt her brain explode, as if countless memory fragments were exploding. Her heart and brain hurt at the same time, an unprecedented pain. But in her mind, the golden figure instantly became more intense. Who is he? I know him, I definitely know him. His lyrics were all written because of him. That familiar feeling can't be wrong, I definitely know him, I definitely know him. Bits and pieces of memory fragments continued to attack her brain, constantly stimulating her memories. However, the intense pain also continued to increase. Even with her cultivation, she was somewhat unable to resist. It was as if there was something in her heart that was resisting, not letting her remember everything that had happened in the past, as if it was because everything in the past was too painful. Bai Shoushou looked up at Lan Xuanyu. Is it because of Uncle Yu's song? Do they know each other in the past? You said that Uncle Yu also lost his memory, and so did Teacher Nana. They. Lan Xuanyu was also a little dazed at this moment. On the screen, Prince Yu had already left the stage with the help of the staff. At this moment, the concert was also in chaos. Prince Yu's sudden change in physical condition caught all the fans off guard. If it wasn't for the fact that the song "If Only Time Froze When We First Met" had shocked them so much that they hadn't recovered from the shock, the chaos would have been even worse. Unable to continue watching the concert, Lan Xuanyu turned off the TV and released his spiritual power, silently feeling the changes in Nana. When he wanted to feel the fluctuations in Nana's spiritual power, he instantly felt a terrifying and chaotic spiritual power accumulating in Nana's mind. His spiritual power had only just probed it, but it was almost torn apart in an instant. He groaned, and blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Stimulated by his spiritual power, Nana's body trembled, and the chaotic spiritual power quickly retracted. Her hand that was holding Lan Xuanyu also tightened. Then, Nana's breathing gradually stabilized, and her tightly knitted eyebrows began to relax. Only her hand that was holding Lan Xuanyu was still very tight. Teacher Nana, are you feeling better? Bai Shoushou asked softly. Nana closed her eyes and gently nodded. After a long while, she finally stopped trembling, and her breathing also calmed down. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shoushou's concerned faces. She also saw the blood around Lan Xuanyu's mouth and nose. She immediately frowned, and gently pulled Lan Xuanyu into her arms, hugging him tightly. It was strange. Her brain was in so much pain just now, but when she hugged Lan Xuanyu, the pain quickly disappeared, and her heart also calmed down. It was as if she had found her pillar of support. Bai Shoushou watched from the side, blinking her big eyes, and was a little confused. She pouted at Lan Xuanyu, not knowing if she was jealous of Nana hugging him, or jealous that he was being hugged by Nana. I'm fine. Nana's breathing finally stabilized completely. She let go of Lan Xuanyu and sat up. Lan Xuanyu carefully held her hand and looked at her. He didn't even dare to ask, for fear of triggering her emotions again. I'm fine. It's just that something that I couldn't remember before was triggered. She raised her head and glanced at the TV that was already turned off. I should know him. I knew him before. It's so strange. Who is he? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, Teacher Nana, don't think about it. You scared me to death just now. I don't want you to be in pain again. You can slowly recall it in the future. Okay. Nana gently nodded, but Prince Yu's voice unconsciously echoed in her mind. When this voice appeared, her head unconsciously started to ache a little. She hurriedly restrained herself from thinking about it. Xianyu, Shoushou, I'm going back to rest for a few days. Adjust yourself. Cultivate well. Let me know if you need to go out on a mission and leave the mother planet. Nana reminded them. Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded quickly. Nana stood up and tore open a space door. She looked back at Lan Xuanyu and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She stepped out and disappeared into the space door. In the room, only Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were left looking at each other. For a moment, the two of them were confused. What are they? Bai Xiuxiu was puzzled. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. I'm regretting introducing Nana to Uncle Yu now. They seem to be in pain because of this. Bai Xiuxiu frowned. It's not a bad thing. If they really knew each other in the past, it might be able to evoke their memories. When Uncle Yu was here, I already felt that something was wrong with them. What she didn't say was that in her memory, Prince Yu's figure seemed to be gradually becoming clearer. She seemed to know him in the past too. Heaven Do Planet. Tang Lu, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Yu Qingling squatted nervously beside Prince Yu. At this moment, Tang Lu was lying on a sofa in the backstage. He didn't have Lan Xuanyu to comfort him. He could only endure the intense pain coming from his head. Yu Qingling was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but there was nothing she could do. She always knew that Tang Lu had a headache. But this time, the attack was really too severe. Fortunately, he said during the concert that he would only sing 3 songs today. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Even so, today's concert would definitely be on the entertainment headlines tomorrow. More importantly, Yu Qingling had a faint feeling of uneasiness. Tang Lu seemed to have remembered something, and it was because of this that he had lost control of his emotions today. The 3 songs brought out emotions that she had never seen before. The Mother Planet. Something must have happened on the trip to the Mother Planet that caused him to become like this. Was it that child? It didn't seem like it. He had seen that child so many times, but it had never been like this, and from his lyrics, it seemed to be related to a woman who was very important to him. Yu Qingling felt an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if something was stuck in his chest. After more than an hour, Tang Li's condition gradually improved. Yu Qingling fed him some water. Are you okay? Tang Li shook his head gently. Qingling, help me cancel the rest of the concerts. My body hasn't been used to it recently. After the ban on the Mother Planet is lifted, we'll go to the Mother Planet to hold another concert. Okay, I'll arrange it. Don't talk anymore and have a good rest. We're not in a hurry to leave. We'll wait for you to recover. Tang Li looked at her with a complicated expression. Qingling, I'm a little tired. Yu Qingling quickly said, if you're tired, then hurry and rest. It's okay to rest for a while. I'll arrange it. No one can force you. We're free to contract now. You're your own boss. You have the final say in whatever arrangements you want. And with today's concert, even if you don't come out to sing for a year and a half, your popularity won't decrease at all. Qingling, lie down for a while. I'll see how the audience in front is being appeased. With that, Yu Qingling quickly stood up and ran in the direction of the stage. Tang Li stared blankly at the ceiling. The memory fragments in his mind were still tingling and flashing from time to time. That song had indeed caused him so much pain, but now that he had sung it, and it was very likely that she could hear it, he felt that he had really remembered something. He had to go to the Mother Planet and sing for her in front of her once. Perhaps, that way, he would be able to recover his true memories. After Nana left, Lan Xuanyu called her every day to ask about her condition. After confirming that Nana was indeed fine, he finally relaxed. It was the same for Master Lu. He had also confirmed that his body was fine, but he would need to rest for a period of time. Although he was worried, neither Nana nor Prince Yu seemed to be willing to say anything to him. Lan Mengqin finally came back with her mother. Lan Xuanyu specially asked Master Shu to help personally. In addition, Bai Ji, the Emerald Swan, took a drop of the Eternal Tree's God-level life source and finally made up for the life hole in Lan Mengqin's mother and saved her life. Master Shu didn't persuade Lan Xuanyu to use a drop of God-level life essence, but he told Lan Mengqin that her mother had to stay on the Mother Planet for a while. One was to stabilize her condition so that she wouldn't relapse, and the other was to cultivate on the Mother Planet. The God-level life essence could really open the door to the God level, especially on the mother planet. Being able to take a drop was definitely a fortuitous encounter for Lan Mingqing's mother. Furthermore, she was originally a titled Douluo. If she accumulated for a period of time, she might be able to touch the God level. Lan Mingqing didn't say a word of thanks to Lan Xuanyu, but everyone understood that Lan Mingqing was back, and she was different from before. Her cultivation had become unprecedentedly hard. Lan Xuanyu, who had solved this major issue, was about to face another major issue. The academy officially informed him of the time to go to the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. Only Lan Xuanyu was going, and he was the only one. Lan Xuanyu understood that this was mainly because the academy didn't want to be too conspicuous. They only gave him one request, and that was to be unscrupulous. The Spirit Pagoda's headquarters was located not far from Shrek City. In the beginning, the founder of the Spirit Pagoda was the leader of that generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, the legendary spirit Ice Douluo Hui Yuhao. He was also the one who created the Spirit Soul. But as time passed, there were some deviations in the Spirit Pagoda. In addition, the benefits brought by the Spirit Soul were too great, causing the Spirit Pagoda's power to expand rapidly. Naturally, they were unwilling to be outdone and started a conflict with Tangmen and Shrek Academy. The Federation was also happy to see this happen. After all, the Spirit Pagoda was born from Tangmen and Shrek Academy in a sense. If these 3 forces were really harmonious, even the Federation wouldn't be able to keep them in check. Shrek Academy was the #1 academy on the continent. Tangmen had the highest scientific research ability, and the Spirit Pagoda that controlled spirit souls. Tangmen and the Spirit Pagoda were both existences that were as rich as countries, so what was the point of the Federation's existence? Therefore, the Federation had always been the driving force behind the scenes. They maintained too much support for the Spirit Pagoda's actions against Tangmen and Shrek Academy. 10,000 years ago, the Shrek Academy was destroyed, and it was said that the Spirit Pagoda was related to it. Ever since humans developed into the interstellar era and began interstellar travel and migration, the relationship between the 3 forces had become much more harmonious. However, private filth still existed. When Lan Xuanyu arrived in front of the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a huge tower. The 13-story tower had been expanded many times, and it felt like it towered into the clouds. It occupied a very large area, and its entire body was mainly pitch black and emitted a faint luster. For soul masters, this was definitely a holy land. The Spirit Pagoda sold all kinds of spirit souls under the age of 100,000 years. Almost all soul masters needed them. The Spirit Pagoda also had a place like the Spirit Ascension platform that could increase the age of soul rings. Other than a weirdo like Lan Xuanyu, any soul master would inevitably come into contact with the Spirit Pagoda in the process of cultivation. They would even have to ask for help from the Spirit Pagoda. Near the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters, there was a Spirit Pagoda Academy. The original intention of this academy was to be able to compete with the Shrek Academy. However, things didn't go as planned. In the end, it didn't succeed. Some things couldn't be done well with money. Shrek Academy's foundation was still unshakable by any other academy. Especially after it was rebuilt 10,000 years ago, with the Eternal Tree as the academy's core, no one dared to compete with it. Lan Xuanyu walked up the outer steps and soon arrived at the main entrance of the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. The Spirit Ascension platform was said to be a half-virtual, half-real world. There were also rumors that it was a small space opened up by the Spirit Pagoda specifically for soul masters to cultivate and upgrade their soul rings. In the Spirit Ascension platform, there were all kinds of soul beasts, both strong and weak. After these soul beasts were killed, they would produce some energy that nourished the soul rings. The Spirit Pagoda's 2 largest sources of income were selling man-made spirit souls and upgrading the soul rings in the Spirit Ascension platform. All branches had at least one elementary Spirit Ascension platform, mainly for soul masters with 3 rings and below. Some Spirit Pagoda in big cities would have an ultimate Spirit Ascension platform for soul masters below the soul sage level. There was only one advanced Spirit Ascension platform in the entire Spirit Pagoda, and that was located in the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. It was for soul masters with 7 rings and above, and below the god rank. A slot to enter the advanced Spirit Ascension platform was very rare and extremely expensive. It was rare to see it even at auctions. The vast majority of slots were used internally by the Spirit Pagoda and not sold to the public. After all, this was the Spirit Pagoda's core resource. Some powerful soul masters even chose to compromise with the Spirit Pagoda in order to enter the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform and become a part of the Spirit Pagoda. Therefore, it also had the effect of attracting people. Lan Xuanyu's goal this time was the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Walking into the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters, it could be described as completely overcrowded. Compared to other planets, the humans on the mother planet were fortunate. The abundant life energy allowed the people here to awaken their martial soul at the age of 6, and the chances of soul power appearing were much higher. Therefore, the demand for spirit souls was naturally greater. This was the first time that Lan Xuanyu had come to the Spirit Pagoda headquarters, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. There were many sections in the hall on this floor. The most important section was the section where spirit souls were sold, and there were even some suggestions for discounts. There was a section where people could buy low-level spirit souls, and it even felt like a supermarket. It was a pity that he didn't really need it, but it did look quite interesting. The huge hall was decorated in an ancient style, and the colorful murals at the top were especially eye-catching. The mural depicted a story. A young man with a vertical pupil on his forehead was fighting with a black dragon. Wasn't that giant dragon the gold-eyed Black Dragon King, Dtion? The young man was naturally none other than the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Huiyuhao. This is the story of the Spirit Ice Douluo challenging the Beast God. On the Beast God's side, there were countless soul beasts behind him. The Spirit Ice Douluo had 6 spirit souls by his side. Although it was only a mural, it was still fascinating to look at. Because there were too many people in the hall, no staff member took the initiative to greet Lan Xuanyu. He looked around and checked the time on his soul communicator. Then, he walked to an area with fewer people and found a staff member in the Spirit Pagoda's uniform. "Excuse me, how do I get to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform?" Lan Xuanyu asked. The staff member was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. When he heard Lan Xuanyu ask about the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform, he couldn't help but size him up. In his eyes, Lan Xuanyu was also a tall young man who looked to be in his late 20s. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. He wore a gentle smile on his face. "Excuse me, do you have an invitation to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform?" the staff member hurriedly asked respectfully. Those who were able to enter the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform were all important figures. Lan Xuanyu nodded. He took out a red card and handed it over. When he saw the card, the young man's expression became even more respectful. He took it and gave it a cursory glance before hurriedly returning it to Lan Xuanyu. Then, he respectfully said, "Please follow me." Lan Xuanyu naturally couldn't reveal his true appearance in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. This was also the Academy's request. Originally, the Academy had wanted to hire a specialized teacher to disguise him. But Lan Xuanyu didn't need to. He had the treasure-seeking beast. It was an existence that specialized in illusions. It was a divine-ranked illusionist. Therefore, with just a slight change, Lan Xuanyu was able to transform into this appearance. He followed the staff member to the elevator and took it. Lan Xuanyu felt as if the elevator was going down. Not long after, the elevator doors opened and the staff member led him to another elevator. After 3 times and 3 elevators, when he walked out of the Heaven and Earth gate, there was no one outside. When he took the last elevator, he had to swipe Lan Xuanyu's Advanced Spirit Ascension platform invitation before he could use the elevator. This was a metal space. The familiar metallic aura made Lan Xuanyu feel very comfortable. Even the walls here were made of alloy. Moreover, there was a certain amount of rare metals mixed in, which made the metal far tougher and more stable than ordinary alloys. How rich and imposing! How many rare metals did this require? Lan Xuanyu felt that if he was given time to excavate these metals and purify them, he would be able to obtain a lot of rare metals. He unintentionally touched the wall. Relying on his familiarity with the metal and his spiritual power, he was able to sense the wall. He could sense that this metal wall was at least 2 feet thick. The Spirit Pagoda was really too rich. After passing through a corridor, a huge metal door appeared in front of him. The staff member respectfully said, "Please use your invitation to enter. I can only send you up to here. There will be staff members inside to receive you." "Alright, I'll have to trouble you." Lan Xuanyu nodded to him, then walked forward and swiped the red card in his hand on the card slot beside the door. With a DD sound, the metal door silently slid open horizontally. The world inside was revealed. After entering the metal door, a female staff member of the Spirit Pagoda immediately came forward to welcome him. Her uniform was different from the previous staff member, but it was clearly of a higher level. It was a bit like a combat uniform. "Welcome to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Please follow me." The female staff member's appearance was above average, and the tight-fitting uniform outlined the curves of her body. Lan Xuanyu followed her inside while looking around. This was a huge circular hall with a diameter of over 100 meters. There were simulation pods around it, but they were much larger than the simulation pods he had seen before. The female staff member brought Lan Xuanyu inside, and a pile of equipment was neatly arranged in front of him. "Hello, is this your first time in our Advanced Spirit Ascension platform?" the staff member asked. Lan Xuanyu nodded. "Yes, this is my first time." "Then let me introduce you to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform," the female staff member said with a smile. "First, I need to verify that your identity is the same as the one on your invitation. Next, I need to check your soul rings to make sure you have the ability to enter the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. After all, the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform is still dangerous. You should know that our Spirit Ascension platform is not completely a virtual world. Furthermore, the pain you feel is 100% real. If you suffer a sudden injury, especially on the spiritual level, it is very likely that it will affect your physical condition in the real world. Therefore, please be very careful. After the examination, you may enter the Spirit Ascension platform and begin your adventure. We will provide you with a transportation device. If you encounter any danger you can't deal with in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform, you can activate it at any time and return here to end your journey." Lan Xuanyu nodded. The female staff member asked, "Do you have any other questions?" "No, you've said it very clearly." "Then let's begin." As he spoke, he handed over the invitation card in his hand. Lan Xuanyu's identity had been verified by Tongmen's most advanced technology, so there was naturally no problem with his identity. The invitation letter was also real, but all the information on it was fake. Soon, the verification of the invitation card was completed, and the next step was the soul ring verification. "Please release your soul rings," the staff member said politely. Lan Xuanyu released his soul rings, and soul rings rose from his feet. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black soul rings appeared one after another, displaying the cultivation of a soul sage. The female staff member looked at him with a burning gaze, and Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that she was releasing her spiritual power towards him. When he released his Spirit Abyss Realm spiritual power, the female staff member's eyes immediately focused, and there was a hint of admiration in the depths of her eyes. "There's no problem. You completely meet the requirements to enter the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform." The female staff member's smile became even more amiable. Lan Xuanyu looked like he was only 27 or 28 years old, but his cultivation was already at the level of a 7-ring soul master, and he was even able to obtain an invitation to the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform. He definitely had a bright future, and he definitely had a strong background. If he wasn't from a large family, he had to have a strong background, or he was a member of the military. The invitation card for the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform didn't specify Lan Xuanyu's identity, and his name was also a fake name. However, the more there was no introduction, the more it meant that he had a strong background, and there was no need to explain more. It was very likely that he had a god-rank powerhouse backing him. How could this staff member not be amiable and enthusiastic? "Please follow me." She walked in front to lead the way, trying her best to present her best side to Lan Xuanyu. How could she know that the young man beside her was actually not even 18 years old? Lan Xuanyu naturally wouldn't be tempted. After facing great beauties like Nana and Bai Xiaoxiao every day, he was extremely immune to the appearance of ordinary women. The female staff member led him to a metal cabin. After operating it for a while, the metal cabin slowly opened up, revealing the space inside. It was a space that could accommodate one person. There were clearly many connecting points inside, and he could vaguely sense soul power and spiritual power fluctuations. The equipment inside looked very sophisticated. Please take off your shoes and enter. You don't need to take off your clothes, just keep them on. Lan Xuanyu took off his shoes and entered, lying down in the metal cabin. The female staff member pressed a few buttons around her. Instantly, connectors were attached to his body, mainly his head, wrists, and ankles. He felt a warm feeling from behind him. I hope you'll have a fruitful trip. It's about to begin, please get ready. As she spoke, the female staff member stuffed a small remote control-like object into his hand. There's only one button. Press it and you'll be teleported out. Don't hesitate when you encounter something you can't handle, so you don't have to suffer. She smiled sweetly and reminded Lan Xuanyu, then began to close the metal cabin door. The cabin door gradually closed. Lan Xuanyu only felt that there was something on his chest that was similar to the bulge on his back. He was sandwiched in between, but he didn't feel suffocated. A light sound was heard. Immediately after, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that there seemed to be thick soul and spiritual power fluctuations coming from all around him. His mind suddenly felt dizzy. His spiritual chi and soul power automatically revolved, as if they had completed a connection in an instant. The world around him spun, and everything became illusory. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes, resisting the intense dizziness. In the next moment, his body suddenly felt light, and all the previous feelings disappeared. Immediately after, a gust of fresh air entered his nose, and he felt that he was standing on solid ground. His surroundings also became clear. It was the feeling of suddenly waking up from a dream. Lan Xuanyu discovered that he was already in another place. Lan Xuanyu instantly released his spiritual power. He didn't rashly move from his original position, and first observed his surroundings. This was a large and dense forest, exactly as he had expected. This was because the Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Ascension platform was originally modeled after the Great Stardow Forest. The fresh and moist air made him feel very comfortable, and his entire mind relaxed. The forest here was very dense. Large trees towered into the sky, and the canopies almost blocked out most of the sunlight. Not far below his feet, a small stream only a foot wide meandered and flowed, extending into the distance. His spiritual power didn't sense anything in his surroundings. Lan Xuanyu straightened his back and silently sensed his current state. This advanced Spirit Ascension platform was indeed amazing. He felt that there was no difference between him and reality, and it was even more realistic than in the simulation pod. If not for the remote control in his hand, he would have thought that he might have returned to Douluo planet. He stored the remote control in the Ring of Destiny and stretched his body. His adventure was about to begin. Based on the time he entered, it should be just right. Just as Lan Xuanyu entered the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform, Tongmen's headquarters, in a secret underground space. Hundreds of people began to operate various precision instruments. Information flow impact commencing. Give it a first phase impact. Impact commencing. Met with defensive resistance. Change to information spiral impact. Increase intensity to phase 3. A series of orders were issued, and all the instruments lit up at this moment. Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep, beep beep beep. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded throughout the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. Information attack. Warning. Information attack. All external work is temporarily suspended. All Soul Masters, please evacuate in an orderly manner. The Soul Masters who were buying spirit souls and handling various matters couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? The Spirit Pagoda's headquarters was under an information attack? This was big news, at the highest level of the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. In a huge circular conference room, a slender man frowned with anger in his eyes. What's going on? Where did the attack come from? Other than him, there were only 3 people in the conference room. One of them said, "We don't know where the attack came from. It was very sudden, but the information flow impact was very strong. It has already broken through 3 of our defensive walls, and it has caused a certain degree of confusion in the internal information. We have already terminated all external work at the headquarters. We are repairing and strengthening the defenses. The middle-aged man's anger didn't diminish, but he seemed very calm. Stabilize the internal information database first. Carry out a deep layer of encryption. Mobilize all our forces and defend it. Once the information database is paralyzed, our losses will be too great. Report this matter to the Federation government and ask them to send information experts to help us. At the same time, give us more server support. Let our people prepare. Once it's stabilized, immediately take action and find the enemy. We must catch these guys. Yes. A sole electronic information war erupted just like that. At this time, no one cared about the youth who had just entered the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform. All the surveillance screens in the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform were filled with static, and it was temporarily impossible to monitor effectively. Lan Xuanyu, who was inside the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform, didn't feel anything. He was carefully exploring the depths of the forest. The high-grade Spirit Ascension platform had a high probability of encountering 10,000-year soul beasts. It was even possible to encounter a 100,000-year beast king or even a great beast. Although the soul beasts here couldn't provide soul rings, they could only provide a special energy that could increase the age of soul rings. But their fighting strength was real. Little Bao. What do you think of this place? Lan Xuanyu asked the treasure-hunting beast in his mind. The treasure-hunting beast's voice immediately sounded, Little Bao is very surprised and in a daze. This place is a little like the real world, but it's also different. An independent space? The energy supporting this independent space is very strange. It doesn't seem to be energy from Douluo planet. It's an energy from outside. It's very special, but the energy supporting this space is definitely God rank. Everything here was formed by the condensation of that energy. It feels very familiar. Lan Xuanyu said, familiar? Think about it carefully. Right at this moment, the treasure-hunting beast's exclamation suddenly sounded in his mind, ah. Could it be a fragment of the God Realm? A fragment of the God Realm? What's that? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. The treasure-hunting beast said, back in the God Realm, the gods and the mythical beasts fought, and the God Realm encountered an unprecedented calamity. During that process, the God Realm was shattered to a certain extent. Also, when the God Realm disappeared, it seemed to have experienced some special circumstances. At that time, I could also feel that the God Realm seemed to have been damaged. The energy here is very similar to the God Realm. Everything here is a little like a simulation of immortal spiritual energy. How should I put it? It paused for a moment, then said, it's a little like the mirage that humans talk about. It's just that the mirage here is condensed from immortal spiritual energy. So it's very real. It's between reality and illusion. But the immortal spiritual energy isn't very strong. This fragment is quite stable, but the immortal spiritual energy doesn't dissipate much. Everything that is formed has a trace of immortal spiritual energy. But it's not real immortal spiritual energy. Lan Xuanyu was very smart. After hearing its words, he immediately understood. He asked, what you mean is, this is very likely an independent space formed by the fragment of the God Realm. And this fragment of the God Realm is a little like a mirror. Back then, it once reflected the Great Star Do forest on the Douluo continent, causing the scene to be imprinted here and become almost a real world. He didn't know how the Spirit Pagoda had found this fragment, but they were able to use some technological means to guide one's consciousness into the independent space formed by the fragment. When the soul beasts in the mirror images are killed, they are actually releasing some immortal spiritual energy that can positively affect our soul rings. That was why the situation in the Spirit Ascension platform had occurred. The stronger the soul beast, the more immortal chi it contains, so it's more beneficial to a soul master. Am I right? Wow, Master, you're absolutely right. That's right, that should be the case. Your analysis is simply amazing. The treasure-hunting beast flattered. Lan Xuanyu said thoughtfully, so that's how the Spirit Ascension platform was created. What about the elementary and intermediate Spirit Ascension platforms? Just like the advanced Spirit Ascension platform, it's also a small independent space formed by fragments? Or could it be that there were actually many fragments, with the largest one forming the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform and the smaller ones forming the Elementary and Intermediate Spirit Ascension platforms? In that case, how did the Spirit Pagoda on other planets use these unique small spaces? Does the Spirit Pagoda have the ability to move these small spaces? I have another question. If the Spirit Pagoda can do this, then won't the immortal spiritual energy within the fragments of the God realm dissipate? As soul masters absorb more and more fragments, the energy will dissipate and there will be no more immortal spiritual energy. Does that mean this place no longer exists? Master, please slow down. I'm a little dizzy from all your questions. Lan Xuanyu's string of questions left the treasure-hunting beast dumbfounded. Amen, think about my questions carefully. Lan Xuanyu wasn't in a hurry at all. If he could figure out the origin of the Spirit Ascension platform, then he would be able to obtain the most benefits. The treasure-hunting beast pondered for a moment, then said, I think there should be many fragments. When the God realm shattered, the fragments were attracted to the Douluo continent. Just as you said, the place we're at right now is the largest fragment. The others were all small fragments, but they all reflected the same thing. They were all about the forest. The small fragments contain very little energy, so the things they reflect can be simulated within the range of their own energy. As for how they were moved, I don't understand. I can answer your last question. Immortal spiritual energy is different from the energy you're currently in contact with. Immortal spiritual energy can only be inhaled and exhaled by a true God. However, immortal spiritual energy is cyclical. It can be borrowed and recovered by itself. The immortal spiritual energy within the fragments of the God realm seems to have solidified, and it can absorb energy from the outside world to replenish itself. The absorbed energy can't be transformed into immortal spiritual energy, but it's tainted with immortal spiritual energy's characteristics. Thus, the true source of immortal spiritual energy hasn't been shaken. All of the soul beasts here are actually transformed from the energy attracted by immortal spiritual energy. They carry a bit of its aura, but they aren't true immortal spiritual energy. Even so, it's still very beneficial to human soul masters. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flickered. In that case, if we can find the source of the Spirit Ascension platform, which is the fragment of the God realm that contains immortal spiritual energy, can we directly absorb the immortal spiritual energy within it? The treasure-hunting beast was pleasantly surprised. In theory, yes. I can also absorb it. However, it's already transformed into this space, so it's very difficult to find it. The only way for it to appear was to shatter the world it had created as a mirror image of. If it was in the past, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. But now, it's very difficult, very difficult. Unless you can recover to the God rank, or I recover to the God rank, there's no way we can activate the fragment's source. Lan Xuanyu smiled. Difficult doesn't mean it's impossible. This high-grade Spirit Ascension platform fragment is the largest, so it's naturally the most stable. But we can find an elementary Spirit Ascension platform to try. Who knows, maybe we'll have a chance. Furthermore, the foundation of this place is soul beasts. If we can kill a large number of soul beasts and absorb more energy, won't this place become unstable? The treasure-hunting beast said, I think we can try. I was worried about how you'd recover in the future, Master. If you can absorb the energy of the fragment of the God realm, your chances of recovery will be great. After all, it's a part of the God realm. Master, you're really too amazing. Lan Xuanyu chuckled. I don't think I'll be able to do it now. Let's wait for the future. When I can't advance through normal means, we'll have to find another way. Lan Xuanyu was greatly moved by this discovery of the Spirit Ascension platform. This was really an opportunity. Immortal spiritual energy should be an existence that surpassed the Eternal Tree's God rank aura. He really didn't know how the Spirit Pagoda was using these fragments. If he absorbed the immortal spiritual energy of the fragment of the God realm, this Spirit Ascension platform would probably cease to exist. He wondered if the Spirit Pagoda would cry. He. With that thought, Lan Xuanyu suddenly stopped. He looked around, took a deep breath, and punched out with his right fist, smashing it into a tree beside him. With a boom, the tree broke and slowly fell. As it broke, Lan Xuanyu silently sensed the changes in the surrounding energy, especially the changes on the tree. Since this world was formed from immortal spiritual energy, then the soul beasts were energy. Everything in the surroundings should be formed from energy as well. Would there be any leakage of energy when he destroyed the tree? The answer was no. He didn't sense any changes. The tree was like an ordinary plant that didn't provide him with any energy. I understand. The treasure-hunting beast's voice sounded again. Master, the energy here is divided into two types, essence and dregs. The immortal chi is the energy absorbed from Douluo planet. A portion of the essence is transformed into soul beasts, and the remaining portion after the essence is refined into the environment here. The level of this energy is very low. It's not that it doesn't exist, but it's not useful to you, so you can't feel it. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, so this means that these fragments of the gods' festival have been subtly absorbing the energy of the mother planet? Is this also the reason why the mother planet gradually declined 10,000 years ago? Then, it devoured another plane that attacked us before it could evolve. If the mother planet's energy increases, then the energy provided by the fragments of the god realm will also be stronger. Then, is it possible for the immortal chi to increase? Or even for the fragments of the god realm to gradually recover and grow into the god realm? The treasure-hunting beast said uncertainly, in theory, it's possible. Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air because he suddenly thought of a possibility. If this possibility really existed, then the Spirit Pagoda's game of chess was too big. It had been at least 10,000 years, all the fragments had turned into spirit ascension platforms on different planets, which meant that they were absorbing the energy of different planets. When these fragments absorbed enough energy, even if the fragments gathered together, could they create another god realm? This was really hard to say. If the Spirit Pagoda had such a plan, then it would be amazing. In the past, no one thought of it because no one knew that the spirit ascension platforms were formed by the fragments of the god realm. But the treasure-hunting beast's unintentional guess seemed to make everything clear. If the Spirit Pagoda could still control these fragments, then it was really possible for such a situation to happen. Since 10,000 years ago, the Spirit Pagoda had been suppressed by the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen, and was obviously at a disadvantage. For 10,000 years, although the Spirit Pagoda was still as rich as a country, it seemed to be very low-key. At least on the surface, it didn't try to make any moves against the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. But he didn't expect that they could be playing such a big game of chess. Of course, all of this was just Lan Xuanyu's guess. If he wanted to confirm it further, he would need to find a fragment of the god realm and find the immortal chi within it to prove it. I'm still too weak right now. Once I'm stronger, I'll do a thorough investigation. I'll start with the elementary spirit ascension platform. Just as he was deep in thought, a low growl suddenly rang out. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously turned his head and saw a huge brown scorpion appear on the crown of a tree not far away. Good heavens, such a big scarlet-tailed scorpion, its cultivation is at least 50,000 years, right? Without a doubt, this scarlet-tailed scorpion was attracted by the sound of the trees falling to the ground. Its cold eyes stared at Lan Xuanyu. Its body was more than 4 meters long, and the tail on its back was 4 to 5 meters long. Its tip emitted a faint reddish-brown color. Although its body was huge, its entire body was like jade, giving it a sinister beauty. Scarlet spikes drilled out from its back, making it look like a hedgehog. It only stared at Lan Xuanyu, but didn't take any further action. Lan Xuanyu didn't act blindly without thinking, and he also stared at it. The scarlet-tailed scorpion was one of the most aggressive scorpion-type soul beasts, a solitary soul beast. Its tail was extremely poisonous. Moreover, it had many innate abilities. Lan Xuanyu had never heard of one as big as this one. Therefore, he was unable to determine its specific cultivation age. It shouldn't be 100,000 years, but it should be at least 50,000 years. He was a bit excited now. If he could kill such a powerful soul beast, how powerful would the energy he'd get to upgrade his soul ring be? For example, what would happen to his 100,000-year soul ring? Just as he was feeling excited, the scarlet-tailed scorpion moved. The sharp claws under its abdomen suddenly gripped the tree trunk, and the scorpion tail on its back suddenly trembled in Lan Xuanyu's direction. Immediately, a series of red lights shot out. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. His body flickered with green light, and he retreated like lightning. However, the light was extremely fast, and it appeared in front of him in a flash. The sharp light made his skin tremble. He could feel the scorching aura on the red light. It wasn't the fire element, but the scorching corrosive power of the fierce poison. The scarlet-tailed scorpion also had a nickname, the King of Fire Poison. Taking advantage of the instant of retreating, Lan Xuanyu's right hand had already swung out, and a fist bombarded the air. The surrounding air exploded, as if the entire space was being twisted into pieces in an instant. Amidst a violent explosion, the light and shadow were completely shattered. It was the Divine Titan Fist. The Divine Titan Fist was a fist of absolute strength. After advancing from 4 rings to 5 rings, Lan Xuanyu's physical fitness had once again taken a qualitative leap, and his strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. In addition to the infusion of his soul power and bloodline power, the power of this fist actually exploded the space, and a small black hole with a diameter of 1 foot appeared. After shattering the scarlet-tailed scorpion's attack, Lan Xuanyu's left hand also followed with a wave. Underneath the ground, large patches of thorns formed from mud drilled out, completely covering the scarlet-tailed scorpion and the surrounding space. Earth element control. That scarlet-tailed scorpion's enormous body shook, and its entire body suddenly burst forth with a dark red halo. The halo spread out, with a diameter of about 15 meters. Within 15 meters, everything was turned into flying ash and disappeared. Fire Poison Halo. An area of effect soul skill and innate skill. Only scarlet-tailed scorpion whose cultivation had broken through 10,000 years could awaken it. The terrifying fire poison completely exploded in the area, and the fire poison's power instantly corroded everything in the surroundings. So powerful. Lan Xuanyu's pupils contracted. That scarlet-tailed scorpion's tail had already trembled once again, and another patch of light flew over. Lan Xuanyu was already sufficiently prepared this time. At the same time, both of his hands stretched out, and with a dragon's roar, a Jinlong shot out from his palms. The Jinlong bared its fangs and brandished its claws, instantly crushing that patch of light. The fierce poison on it was unable to corrode it, and only made it slightly illusory. The Jinlong flashed, and directly bombarded the scarlet-tailed scorpion. The scarlet-tailed scorpion raised its front pincers and brazenly smashed out. Boom! The violent explosion was like a sudden clap of thunder on flat ground. The Jinlong bloomed, and the powerful bloodline's power forcibly suppressed the scarlet-tailed scorpion's aura. Its enormous body was also bombarded and sent flying. Lan Xuanyu soared, his figure charging forward like lightning. His right hand grabbed the air, and a dark blue halberd appeared in his hand. As his wrist trembled, the halberd flashed out and instantly caught up with the scarlet-tailed scorpion's body that was sent flying. After breaking through to 5 ring, his use of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was no longer limited to the dragon god's transformation state. He could finally use this powerful weapon that could ignore defense to a certain extent. The scarlet-tailed scorpion had cultivated for many years, and its sense of danger was very strong. It flipped over and landed on the ground, subconsciously wanting to dodge. But at this moment, a deafening dragon's roar sounded. A huge Jinlong's head appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. The wild dragon's roar was filled with a violent aura, and it was as if it wanted to make all creatures submit to it, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The scarlet-tailed scorpion's body instantly stiffened, and the flow of its blood slowed down. All it could do was raise its front pincers to try to block. Pfft! In front of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, its incomparably hard front pincers were no different from tofu. They instantly shattered, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd nailed its huge body to the ground. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd that was beginning to devour turned into a dark blue light and flew back, returning to Lan Xuanyu's thumb and turning into a ring. He let out a long breath. Facing this powerful soul beast with a cultivation of tens of thousands of years, he was really a little nervous at first, but after fighting, he realized that he had really been reborn after gaining 5 rings. Whether it was strength or soul power, he was much stronger than before. The huge crimson tail spider was still inferior to him in terms of strength. Even if he didn't use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he was confident that he could kill it, but it would take more effort. The moment it was pierced by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, the crimson tail spider had already lost its life aura. Its body gradually turned into light spots and flew towards Lan Xuanyu. That's right, there's the smell of immortal spirit energy. The treasure-seeking beast cried out in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Lan Xuanyu silently sensed it. When these light spots landed on his body, they naturally drilled into his soul ring. Right at this moment, the treasure-seeking beast drilled out. It waved its hands and the light spots immediately condensed in its direction. Master, your soul ring doesn't need to be strengthened anymore. What you need to strengthen is your body. I'll guide it directly into your bloodline to strengthen your physique. Prepare for your next breakthrough. Alright. Under the guidance of the treasure-seeking beast, the light spots gushed out of Lan Xuanyu's chest. He immediately felt a burst of warmth spread to his limbs and bones, and his entire body felt comfortable. The colorful crystal in the center of the bloodline vortex in his chest also became slightly brighter, and he didn't know if it had grown slightly. This is good, this is good. Master, you're right. If we can really find a fragment of the God realm, it will definitely be of great help to your recovery. If the fragment of the God realm is big enough, that would be great. The treasure-seeking beast also clearly felt the benefits. It needed to absorb Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power to recover, but it couldn't absorb too much. However, the immortal spirit energy here could also effectively replenish it. It was indeed a rare good thing. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "Then let's continue." With that, he moved again and rushed into the depths of the forest. With the experience of fighting with the crimson-tailed scorpion just now, his confidence couldn't help but increase greatly. He knew that with his current cultivation, even if he encountered 100,000-year soul beast, he would still be able to put up a fight. Moreover, he had a powerful weapon with him. Golden light flashed, and Lan Xuanyu's dragon soul suit of two-word battle armor appeared over his entire body. He spread open his wings, and with a gentle flap, Lan Xuanyu appeared several dozen meters away. He had only obtained this suit of two-word battle armor not long ago, and he had forgotten to use it. Having learned his lesson from facing the scarlet-tailed scorpion, he directly released his two-word battle armor. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu felt that whether it was his thoughts or his soul power, they were all magnified in an instant. Even he himself could feel his cultivation surging. The appearance of battle armors was once a calamity for soul beasts. With the enhancements from battle armor, humans were already superior to soul beasts even without soul tool technology. Once a soul beast's strength reached a certain level, it would possess its own territory. Thus, the advanced spirit ascension platform was similar to the core area of the Great Stardow Forest. However, there weren't many soul beasts. Under normal circumstances, powerful soul beasts wouldn't casually enter the territory of other soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu couldn't tell the direction here, so he just kept moving forward. Soon, he encountered several 10,000-year soul beasts and killed them one by one, absorbing their energy to replenish his body. After absorbing the energy these few times, he was now completely certain that this was a good place for him to cultivate. Although absorbing the energy wouldn't increase his soul power, it had an extremely good effect on his body's accumulation. The process of increasing his body's strength was similar to consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but the soul beasts here didn't need to be bought. He continued onward, and after slaying 8 soul beasts that were over 10,000 years old, he could finally clearly sense that the dragon core at the center of his bloodline vortex really was expanding. In fact, he could already clearly sense that it had grown slightly larger. This made Lan Xuanyu overjoyed. Ever since his dragon core had formed, this was the first time he had felt a change. The accumulation of his dragon core was the most important thing for him to break through to the next level in the future. It was far more important than increasing his soul power. "I'm not leaving." He felt that he couldn't leave if he stayed here. He didn't want to leave until there were no more soul beasts left. He just didn't know to what extent the Tangmen would interfere with the Spirit Ascension platform. While thinking excitedly, he continued to search for soul beasts. But strangely, after killing the 8th soul beast, he hadn't found any traces of other soul beasts for nearly half an hour. Everything was good here, but the number of soul beasts was a little low. Humph. At this moment, a low groan sounded. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked in a certain direction. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing quietly on a tree 100 meters away. The reason he saw the other person immediately was because of the many light ribbons around the other person's body. The light ribbons were thick, and like a protective barrier, they enveloped him. It was a human, and a human wearing battle armor. His entire body was wrapped in a set of purplish-black battle armor. Not only did his battle armor have wings, but more importantly, there was a purple halo with complicated patterns under his feet. Domain? A battle armor domain. This is a 3-word battle armor, but what's up with the light ribbons around his body? Although there was a certain distance between them, Lan Xuanyu could still sense that the light ribbons around the other person were the energy released by the soul beasts after killing them. Master, he shouldn't be able to absorb it. It takes time for the soul ring to absorb the energy, but after killing the soul beasts here, the energy seems to have recognized its master. But it also needs time to absorb it. Our situation is special, so I helped you absorb it into your body, so it won't accumulate around you. After hearing the treasure-seeking beast's words, Lan Xuanyu was enlightened. He immediately asked in his mind, does that mean that if I defeat him, his energy will be mine? Yes, it must be like that. He seems to be quite interested in you. The treasure-seeking beast laughed mischievously. Why would he be interested in me? I don't have any of that overflowing energy. Even if he kills me, he won't be able to gain anything. Lan Xuanyu felt a little helpless, but in the next instant, he saw the 3-word battle armor master shooting towards him. It was really, why is he doing this? What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform had always been very exclusive. The main reason for this was because there were too few high-grade soul beasts. One more person meant one more competitor, and the number of soul beasts he could encounter would decrease. If Lan Xuanyu was wearing a 3-word battle armor, perhaps the 3-word battle armor master would have immediately distanced himself. But his battle armor clearly didn't have a domain. A 2-word battle armor naturally represented strength, so the 3-word battle armor master attacked him without hesitation. This was the virtual world, so killing him wouldn't affect anything. At most, the 3-word battle armor master's harvest would be reduced. The 3-word battle armor master wouldn't feel any psychological burden. As the 3-word battle armor master flew towards Tang Wulin, his strength was revealed. A total of 7 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, and their ranks were quite impressive. Of the 7 soul rings, only the first 2 were purple, while the last 5 were black. This was a 7-ring 3-word battle armor master. In the Shrek Academy, such a soul master was rare. It wasn't that the Shrek Academy didn't have any 3-word battle armor masters, but generally speaking, the majority of the Shrek Academy soul masters would only be able to obtain a 3-word battle armor master after reaching 8 rings. There were even 8-ring soul masters who still had 2-word battle armor masters. This couldn't be helped. Who told their soul power to rise so quickly that they couldn't keep up with their battle armor masters? For example, Tang Yuga was in the same situation now. He had 8 rings, but he didn't even have a 3-word battle armor. He couldn't care less. Moreover, although Tang Yuga was the oldest among them, he was only 21 years old this year. The other party had 7 soul rings and a 3-word battle armor. In Lan Xuanyu's opinion, he wasn't strong. On the contrary, it was obvious that he wasn't from a famous family. At least, he wasn't from the Shrek Academy. The other party also released his martial soul. Scarlet flames rose, dyeing the surrounding air red. A low roar sounded, and a faint shadow flashed behind him. The Scarlet Flame Lion was one of the top beast martial souls. Although it couldn't be compared to the Golden Bloodline, it was still an extremely powerful fire attribute soul beast. Its control of fire, strength, and innate bloodline were all quite strong. A powerful martial soul, a powerful battle armor, and the strength of a 7-ring soul sage. There was no doubt about the other party's confidence. Before he arrived, the blazing temperature was already overwhelming Lan Xuanyu. His 3rd soul ring lit up, and a huge lion head appeared above his head. It opened its mouth, and a pillar of magma shot towards Lan Xuanyu. Not only that, but pillars of magma shot up from the ground around Lan Xuanyu's body. It sealed off all his escape routes, and the surrounding fire elements were mobilized to the extreme. Why bother? Lan Xuanyu muttered to himself helplessly. Well, this fire attribute skill is not bad. I can learn it. With my control of fire elements, I should be able to do it. Silver-patterned blue-silver grass drilled out of his palm and wrapped around his left palm that was already covered with silver scales. He pressed his left palm in front of him, and a ripple formed by a four-colored halo suddenly spread out with Lan Xuanyu's body as the center. After all his soul rings were upgraded to the 100,000-year realm, he could use this ability instantly. Although it couldn't have an effect on Nana, it was too easy to suppress this kind of single-attribute fire element in front of him. Before those pillars of magma could reach Lan Xuanyu, they had already disappeared without a trace. What was even more ridiculous was that when the elemental stripping spread to his body, the huge lion head above his head spewed out a column of magma that turned into black smoke. There were no more flames. It looked as if there was a chimney above his head. The three-word battle armor master faltered slightly upon hearing this, and his expression abruptly changed drastically. One of the Scarlet Blaze Lion's strongest abilities was its control over the fire element. Almost all of its 7 soul skills were related to it. Losing its control over the fire element was equivalent to losing almost half of its fighting strength. There was no doubt that this two-word battle armor master was a tough nut to crack. He immediately made up his mind and thrust his palms forward without any hesitation. His forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and the halo beneath his suit of battle armor suddenly lit up with a silver hue. Was this spatial fluctuation? Lan Xuanyu's elemental stripping, which was composed of 4 elements, was weaker compared to the light, darkness, and space elements. The domain attached to his opponent's battle armor was actually related to the space element. This was very rare, but of course, he had no intention of letting his opponent go. Since his opponent had taken the initiative to attack him, he didn't even have the slightest bit of guilt for stealing his energy. This kind of benefit was delivered to his doorstep. If he didn't take it, he would be letting down his teacher's teachings. Azure light flashed, and Lan Xuanyu appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. The 4-colored light had already burst forth almost immediately, and the elemental fluctuations in the air suddenly became violent. All of the elements in the air instantly went out of control. Another extension of elemental stripping was called elemental storm. This was what he had gained after controlling all 4 elements for more than 100,000 years. It could disrupt all elemental fluctuations, and at the same time, it could form a storm and deal a devastating blow to his enemy. The silver light of his 3-word battle armor instantly dimmed, and his opponent's short-distance teleportation was immediately interrupted. The 4-colored light transformed into a vortex that swept up the 3-word battle armor master's body, and the rampaging elements tore at his body in a frenzy. The dim light of his suit of 3-word battle armor instantly brightened, and the 3-word battle armor master began to lose control of his body. He was struck by a sense of terrifying pressure that was surging toward him from all directions. Not only did the 4-colored vortex around him show no signs of weakening, it was only continuing to become more and more powerful as it absorbed more and more elements in the air. Elemental storm was equivalent to the combination of 4 100,000-year-old soul skills, and it was quite taxing on Lan Xuanyu. This was the first time he had used it in battle, and it was even more effective than he had imagined. The elements in the air were like clouds that had just been scattered by elemental stripping, then gathered together by the elemental storm. The 3-word battle armor master felt as if he were battling nature itself. Lan Xuanyu didn't continue to attack his opponent who was trapped within the elemental storm. Instead, he was silently sensing the changes taking place within the elemental storm. A low lion's roar rang out incessantly, and his opponent's suit of 3-word battle armor began to glow with bright light as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks in an attempt to break free from the elemental storm. But how was that possible? Lan Xuanyu's elemental storm had expended close to half of his soul power to activate 4 100,000-year-old soul skills. If it were that easy to break free from the elemental storm, then how could it be worthy of being a 100,000-year-old soul skill? The elemental storm was absorbing more and more elements from the surrounding area, and even the surrounding forest was beginning to be affected, and large swaths of trees were being torn apart. Lan Xuanyu quickly retreated, and at the same time, he gently waved his left hand through the air, instantly extracting some of the 4 elements at the core of the elemental storm. Extracting one element from the storm meant that the elemental storm would become unstable. In the next instant, a violent boom rang out. Even Lan Xuanyu was given a fright by this. An extremely terrifying shockwave abruptly erupted along with the massive explosion, and all of the vegetation within a radius of over a kilometer was reduced to nothingness. The terrifying explosive force sent Lan Xuanyu flying as well. The suit of three-word battle armor master at the center of the storm was completely shattered, and in the instant before his body exploded, he had pressed the escape button, so he wasn't directly blasted into smithereens. He disappeared into thin air. This thing was too terrifying. Lan Xuanyu fell into the distance, his face covered in dirt. He wasn't injured, and following the continuous improvement of his physical fitness, he felt that the defensive power of his skin wasn't inferior to that of a two-word battle armor, and his muscles and bones were incomparably tough. However, the elemental storm brought about by the explosion just now had truly given him a fright. Nana had once warned him not to use this soul skill in the real world as much as possible. If he didn't control it well, not only would he hurt the enemy, but he would also hurt himself. After using it for the first time, Lan Xuanyu finally understood Nana's meaning. The most terrifying thing about this elemental storm was that it simply wouldn't stop absorbing the four basic elements around it to strengthen itself, causing everything to become violent. If it wasn't controlled, it would become stronger and stronger. As for how strong it would become, no one could say. However, as long as the slightest bit of instability appeared, it would cause a huge explosion. Just like just now. This explosion was caused under Lan Xuanyu's control, but if he didn't control it, once the elemental storm became unstable, it would also explode. No one knew when it would explode, and there was no way to determine the strength of the explosion. This was because the elemental storm could absorb different elements each time it was used. This was a terrifying ability that couldn't be controlled. Perhaps only someone at Nana's level of cultivation would be able to control it well. Just like that, a three-word battle armor master, a seven-ringed soul sage, fell in Lan Xuanyu's experiment. Although Lan Xuanyu himself was dizzy from the fall, he felt refreshed in the next instant. At least 5 times more energy than the scarlet-tailed scorpion from before surged into his body. This mysterious energy with the aura of immortal spirit energy surged into his body, causing the treasure-seeking beast in his body to moan in comfort. This was equivalent to killing 5 soul beasts, right? This guy was quite strong just now, and he had even absorbed a portion of it. His harvest in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform was not small. He had picked up a bargain. While the treasure-seeking beast was absorbing, it naturally did not forget to help Lan Xuanyu absorb as well. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his blood seemed to have become more condensed. His dragon core had also become brighter and had obviously grown a little bigger. Although it was only a little, it was almost equivalent to all his previous gains. Good place, the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform was really a good place. Snatching other people's gains seemed like a good choice. Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly became somewhat fervent. There was another very important thing. Although he had been sent flying just now, his spiritual power had been paying attention to that opponent. He discovered that when that guy left the battlefield, he did not leave in one piece. His body should have been instantly teleported away, but half of it was torn apart by the explosion of the elemental storm before the other half was teleported away. This pain, just thinking about it was painful. This situation was a very important reminder to Lan Xuanyu. There were some problems with the teleportation and leaving the battlefield. This meant that the information attack by the Tangmen and the Academy against the Spirit Pagoda was effective. It also meant that the Spirit Pagoda could not free themselves to monitor the situation here. It also meant that he could do whatever he wanted in this Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Was it that good? Lan Xuanyu rubbed his nose and looked at the huge area with a diameter of 1,000 meters that had just been cleared by the elemental storm. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. Yes, the Academy had told him to make trouble for the Spirit Pagoda. If that was the case, yes, he could give it a try. Thinking of this, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and silently recovered his soul power. His soul power and bloodline power could be interchanged. Therefore, although his dragon core was not a soul core, it had the effect of a soul core to a certain extent. It didn't take long for his soul power to recover to its peak state. Then, Lan Xuanyu set off again, running straight into the depths of the forest. He had a very bold idea. Although he did not know if it would succeed, or to what extent, he felt that he should still try. If he were to succeed, not only would he be able to fulfill the requirements of the academy, he would also benefit greatly from it. Moreover, it would save time and effort. Alright, let's do that. Master, what are you trying to do? Why do I feel a little uneasy? The treasure-hunting beast's voice rang in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, why are you feeling uneasy? The treasure-hunting beast said, because I seem to feel that your spiritual waves are very excited. And every time you're excited, it means you're about to do something big. He. Xiaobao knows me best. Just wait and see. Let's give the Spirit Ascension platform a big one. If this experiment succeeds, we might be able to get some divine realm fragments to play with in the future. The treasure-hunting beast's uneasiness grew stronger. Master, what are you trying to do? You'll find out in a bit. Lan Xuanyu was very excited. He felt that his idea had a high chance of succeeding. After venturing into the forest for a while, he still hadn't encountered any soul beasts. He wondered if it was because the three-word battle armor master he had encountered in this area had killed all of them. Lan Xuanyu stopped and scanned his surroundings with his spiritual power. When he sensed that the elemental fluctuations were very stable, he muttered to himself, let's do it here. Spirit Pagoda, Advanced Spirit Ascension Platform. Buzz. Accompanied by the sound of metal buzzing, a hatch slowly opened, revealing the figure of a man inside. He appeared to be in his 30s, and his face was so pale that it was devoid of blood. Even more bizarre was that half of his body was trembling violently. The meridians beneath his skin were trembling continuously, and the other half of his body was trembling as well. An ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. Please leave this place immediately. There's a problem with our internal information flow. The female staff member who had guided Lan Xuanyu into the Spirit Ascension platform rushed over and helped the man out of the metal hatch. When she saw the man's appearance, she understood that he had suffered heavy injuries in the Spirit Ascension platform. The man's voice trembled. Information flow is under attack? There's a problem with teleporting out? Why, you guys almost killed me. I'm really sorry. We don't know what's going on either. It seems that an external information flow is attacking the Spirit Pagoda, and all of our surveillance systems are malfunctioning. I'll take you out of here first. We'll definitely give you an explanation later. The female staff member hurriedly helped him out of the room. The man opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. However, he couldn't help but recall the terrifying elemental storm from before. It was truly too terrifying. He had almost blown himself to smithereens. Lin Tiandu was from the military, and he was one of the reserve war gods of the War God Hall. He could be considered a rising star in the military. This time, he had accumulated military merits with great difficulty and obtained the opportunity to enter the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform to upgrade his soul ring. Everything had been going smoothly, but he hadn't expected that his impulsive actions would ruin his previous great gains. One could only imagine the regret in his heart. Inside the high-grade Spirit Ascension platform, the violent elemental fluctuations were slowly taking shape, and a four-colored vortex with a diameter of about 1 meter gradually formed its outline. The surroundings were very quiet, and even the chirping of insects and birds were very soft. However, it was more like the calm before the storm. The treasure-seeking beast poked its head out of Lan Xuanyu's forehead and said with a dumbfounded expression, "Master, you're not thinking of blowing it up again, are you?" Amen. The previous one wasn't very satisfying. I want to see how large the range of our explosion can be if we don't control it at all. If the range is large enough, we might be able to kill a few soul beasts. The soul beasts killed by the explosion should be counted as my harvest, right? The elemental fluctuations here are quite stable, and I think the elemental storm can grow for a bit longer. He. Master, what if it grows to cover the entire high-grade Spirit Ascension platform in the end? Won't we be killed as well? The treasure-seeking beast asked in a hoarse voice. Lan Xuanyu shook his head without hesitation. That won't happen. The elemental storm itself is an unstable thing. As long as there is an unstable elemental fluctuation, it will immediately explode. The timing of each explosion is dependent on luck. It can't possibly cover the entire high-grade Spirit Ascension platform. How can it be so stable? After all, there can't be the same amount of water, fire, earth, and wind elements in the Spirit Ascension platform. I'm just giving it a try. If it works, we might be able to obtain a God Realm fragment when we go to the low-grade Spirit Ascension platform. Don't you want some immortal spiritual energy to recover your body? I want to. But why do I feel like it's very dangerous? Lan Xuanyu coughed. Wealth comes from danger. This is a virtual world, and you won't die. It's fine, it's fine. While they were speaking, the elemental vortex had already doubled in size. The elemental storm inside was already emitting a berserk aura. The vortex formed by the elemental storm would absorb the elemental energy in the air faster and faster as it grew larger. Thus, the vortex's growth speed would also increase. Lan Xuanyu stood in place and observed for a while. He realized that the environment here was really good. The four basic elements were about the same level, and the vortex's growth was quite stable. Its diameter of 1 meter had gradually expanded to a diameter of 5 meters, and even he felt a sense of danger. Master. Are we really going to ignore it? Let it self-detonate? The treasure-seeking beast asked again. Let's try it. We'll try it out in the virtual world. Nothing will happen. Let's run far away. It's fine as long as it doesn't blow us up. Hopefully, I can kill some soul beasts in this area and get some energy. With that, Lan Xuanyu turned around and ran. He threw the elemental vortex that was constantly expanding here. He ran into the distance at a leisurely pace. His speed was so fast that he was thousands of meters away in just a short while. He listened for a while, but his spiritual power couldn't reach that far, so there wasn't any movement. The lack of movement naturally meant that the elemental storm vortex was still growing and hadn't exploded yet. Although he said that he was doing an experiment and that nothing would happen, Lan Xuanyu was actually quite cautious. He continued to run into the distance, constantly widening the distance between him and the vortex he created. After running for more than 10 kilometers, even the treasure-seeking beast didn't say anything. After all, they were so far away. Even if there was an explosion, it would explode in all directions and wouldn't chase after them. However, there was still no movement there. Everything seemed very stable. Right at this moment, a sense of danger suddenly appeared in Lan Xuanyu's consciousness. He twisted his body abruptly, and a green light flickered. A ball of wind elements pushed his body diagonally. There was a slight friction sound, and a crack appeared in the air where he was previously. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that there was an additional cut on his two-word battle armor. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hit by the other party's attack. His two-word battle armor wouldn't have been able to withstand the strength of the attack. The third soul ring of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass lit up instantly. Lan Xuanyu hadn't seen the enemy yet, but a deafening dragon roar had already sounded. Ong! Huang Jinlong's roar, 100,000-year soul skill, caused the surrounding air to tremble and crack. A figure that was about to chase after him suddenly appeared in the void. It was a soul beast that wasn't very big and looked very strange. It looked like a bird. It was slightly larger than the emerald demon bird, with a wingspan of about 1.5 meters. Compared to most bird-type soul beasts, especially the stronger ones, it wasn't considered large. However, it was very special. Its skin was dark blue, which was very rare among the soul beasts in the forest. Its head was thin and pointed, and there was a single blue horn on top of its head. Its entire body wasn't covered in feathers but scales, and there were even fleshy wings under its 2 wings. This kind of soul beast didn't exist in Lan Xuanyu's memories. The most peculiar thing was that there were a total of 9 stripes on the other party's back. The stripes were silver in color and presented strange silver-veined patterns. The silver-veined patterns on each stripe were different. However, they were all like ghost faces, extremely horrifying. Don't be fooled by its small size, Lan Xuanyu felt that it was extremely dangerous. This sense of danger came from the trembling of his soul. What a powerful soul beast. Although he didn't recognize it, he could still guess that the soul beast he was facing was very likely a 100,000-year soul beast. 100,000-year blue demon bird. There's actually such a bird-type soul beast? As expected of a mirror image. The treasure-seeking beast said in shock. Blue demon bird? To Lan Xuanyu, this name was very unfamiliar. However, from the way it attacked him earlier, this soul beast should be proficient in spatial abilities. Any soul beast with spatial abilities would definitely not be easy to deal with. Sure enough, the moment it was intimidated by Huang Jinlong's roar, this 100,000-year blue demon bird had already awakened. It spread its wings, and the 9 silver-veined patterns on its back all lit up. The surrounding air immediately froze. Lan Xuanyu couldn't move. Spatial seal, this was an absolute top-notch spatial ability. Within a certain range, it could seal space and imprison all movements. In the next moment, the blue figure rushed towards Lan Xuanyu. However, at this moment, a blue figure suddenly rushed out from Lan Xuanyu's forehead and flew to the side. It was another blue demon bird. However, unlike the blue demon bird that was about to attack Lan Xuanyu, this blue demon bird had 9 golden-veined patterns on its back. The silver-patterned blue demon bird that was about to attack Lan Xuanyu saw the appearance of this golden-patterned blue demon bird and immediately let out a sharp cry. It no longer cared about Lan Xuanyu, and in a flash, pounced onto the golden-patterned blue demon bird. It stuck out its head and rubbed against the golden-patterned blue demon bird's head. The spatial seal was also released at this moment. The back of Lan Xuanyu's shirt was soaked in cold sweat. The moment he was sealed was simply too sudden. Even if he wanted to use his dragon god's transformation, he couldn't do it. The blue demon bird's attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Once it landed on his body, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. What a terrifying 100,000-year soul beast. Fortunately, there was a treasure-seeking beast. Of course, there was no golden-patterned blue demon bird. That golden-patterned one was clearly the transformation of the treasure-seeking beast. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. A 7-colored light circulated on his chest and rainbow-colored scales instantly covered his entire body. Even his 2-word battle armor was dyed 7-colored. All of a sudden, his aura skyrocketed. He raised his right hand and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd appeared in his hand. Facing this 100,000-year soul beast in front of him, he was truly facing a great enemy. The feeling of being unable to resist just now still made his heart palpitate. However, at this moment, the silver-patterned blue demon bird seemed to not have felt anything. It only rubbed its head against the golden-patterned blue demon bird's head, and the silver-veined patterns on its back became a touch pink. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. His soul power and bloodline power were instantly raised to the limit. His figure flashed and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd had already slashed out. A dark blue light tore through the sky, bringing with it a shadow. Everything in the air seemed to be devoured by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Wherever it passed, pitch-black cracks split open like ripples in water. However, the silver-patterned blue demon bird didn't seem to have felt anything. It wasn't until the halberd blade was about to reach its body that it suddenly turned its head. An incomparably fierce light burst forth from its eyes. Silver light flashed violently, and with the silver-patterned blue demon bird's body as the center, countless silver light blades slashed out, like a blooming silver lotus that exploded in all directions. Countless pitch-black cracks were cut open by the silver light, as if the entire surrounding space was shattering. These terrifying spatial blades landed on Lan Xuanyu's body, and his 2-word battle armor was instantly torn apart, but it also offset most of the attacks. Black spatial cracks then landed on Lan Xuanyu's dragon god scales. A strange scene appeared. The moment the spatial cracks came into contact with the dragon god scales, the dragon god scales turned silver, and then the cracks closed. Although Lan Xuanyu felt waves of pain, it didn't really hurt him. At the center of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd slash, a dark blue light flickered, and a large area of broken space around it was sucked in by its tip, turning into a circular black hole. At the edge of the black hole, the silver-patterned blue demon bird appeared, slightly deviating from its original position. Right at this moment, the blue demon bird with golden patterns appeared on the other side of the silver-patterned blue demon bird. Its wings suddenly turned into a pair of chicken claws, and it pushed the silver-patterned blue demon bird. It pushed the silver-patterned blue demon bird into the black hole. Immediately, the silver-patterned blue demon bird seemed to have been caught in a net. Its entire body flashed with silver light and it let out an inconceivable sharp cry. Its eyes were filled with ferocity as it looked at the golden-patterned blue demon bird. This 100,000-year soul beast was indeed powerful. Even though it had fallen into the black hole, the silver light that burst out from its body was a bit similar to the effect of Lan Xuanyu's dragon god scales. It was actually closing the space. However, how could Lan Xuanyu let go of such an opportunity? The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd swept out and the halberd blade immediately slashed onto the body of the silver-patterned blue demon bird. The unstoppable characteristic burst forth, and the scales on the silver-patterned blue demon bird instantly burst out with a strong light, but it still couldn't stop the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in the slightest. The halberd broke through and directly cut into its body. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's entire body suddenly turned into a blue crystal-like luster, and the silver-patterned blue demon bird instantly turned into a huge blue ball of light. It actually relied on its own powerful strength to resist the devouring of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. So powerful, this was the first time Lan Xuanyu had seen a creature that could resist the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Unfortunately, it was the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd after all. The blue demon bird only lasted for a moment before the blue ball of light turned silver and exploded, turning into a silver stream of light that was sucked in by the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. "Master, give it all to me." The treasure-seeking beast suddenly let out a strange cry. It also rushed into Lan Xuanyu's forehead. Its voice was filled with eagerness. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Through the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he had already absorbed all the energy of the silver-patterned blue demon bird, including its life source. After guiding it into his body, it didn't pull it into his own body, but automatically released it. The treasure-seeking beast didn't hesitate and quickly swept up all the energy of the silver-patterned blue demon bird. Lan Xuanyu couldn't feel the existence of these energies. Only then did Lan Xuanyu heave a sigh of relief. It was really too dangerous just now. From the later exchanges, it could be seen that even when its mind was distracted, this silver-patterned blue demon bird still displayed powerful strength against the dragon god's transformation and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Without the treasure-seeking beast's push, it was hard to say who would win. What's more, Lan Xuanyu didn't have time to use the dragon god's transformation when the space was sealed. If the treasure-hunting beast's countless dimensional slashes had landed on him, it would have been difficult for him to survive. Lan Xuanyu clearly felt that the most important reason why he was able to kill the blue demon bird was not because of himself, but because of the golden-patterned blue demon bird that treasure-hunting spell had transformed into. As soon as the golden-patterned blue demon bird appeared, the silver-patterned blue demon bird's mood changed. Landing on the ground, Lan Xuanyu withdrew his dragon god's transformation. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. "Xiao Bao, what's going on? Why have I never heard of this soul beast before? What a terrifying spatial attribute ability," Lan Xuanyu said in shock. After a full minute, the treasure-hunting beast's voice rang in his mind. "Master, you're so lucky. We actually encountered the blue demon bird. This is really unbelievable. If I'm not wrong, it's not a soul beast that originally existed in the Great Star Do Forest. That's because it's impossible for a blue demon bird to be born on Douluo planet." Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "Then what kind of soul beast is this? What are its characteristics? You seem to hold it in high regard." The treasure-hunting beast said, "The blue demon bird is also known as the spatial envoy. It's the adorer of all spatial elements, and has an extremely strong affinity with spatial elements. To be precise, it's not a soul beast at all. It should be a divine beast. It was originally one of the strongest divine beasts in the god realm. The blue demon bird just now actually only had 1/10 of a true god-ranked blue demon bird's strength. However, it had the pure bloodline of the blue demon bird. If I'm not wrong, there should be a soul beast that originally existed in the Great Star Do Forest that possessed the bloodline of the blue demon bird. After it was mirrored, it was affected by the immortal spiritual energy of the god realm fragment, and its bloodline mutated. It actually mutated into the aura of a true blue demon bird. In this world, it must be one of the strongest overlords, and it's still growing stronger. If it had found the God Realm fragment and absorbed its power, this place might have shattered, and a true blue demon bird would have appeared. Lan Xuanyu asked, then what happened just now? It seemed to have become especially attached to you after seeing the golden-patterned blue demon bird that you transformed into, and lost its desire to fight. That's why we were able to defeat it successfully. The treasure-hunting beast said, because I understand it well enough, I understand what it desires the most. There are two types of blue demon birds. One is the spatial envoy, and the other is the temporal envoy. The golden-patterned blue demon bird that I just transformed into is the temporal envoy. They are a pair. It's just that the spatial blue demon bird and the temporal blue demon bird almost never exist at the same time. This is because they control the two most powerful elements. Once they appear at the same time, it's possible to give birth to a powerful descendant. You must have heard of their descendant before. That is, the phoenix. The true phoenix. What? Lan Xuanyu cried out in surprise. He never would have thought that the silver-patterned blue demon bird that he just killed was actually the same species as the phoenix's ancestor. The treasure-hunting beast said, it's the phoenix. And it's possible for it to become the phoenix god, an existence on the same level as the dragon gods. Relatively speaking, the temporal blue demon bird is equivalent to a male, and the spatial blue demon bird is equivalent to a female. The possibility of them existing at the same time is really too rare. The former phoenix god was actually killed by the dragon gods. That's why I know so much about it. That battle also caused great chaos in the god realm. At that time, there weren't even human gods. It was because of that battle that the dragon gods were also seriously injured, and later on, humans had the opportunity to become gods. Although the phoenix god died, the blue demon bird appeared again, and was killed by the dragon gods. They were not allowed to give birth to any more phoenix gods. So, when the spatial blue demon bird suddenly saw the temporal blue demon bird appear, it was very excited. Although it wasn't a true god-level blue demon bird, the will to give birth to a descendant with the temporal blue demon bird was deeply ingrained. It completed the preparations to conceive in an instant, and prepared to combine with the temporal blue demon bird. Once the union was successful, it was possible to give birth to a real phoenix. And the husband and wife would become the nourishment for the birth of a real phoenix. The moment the child was born, it would be swallowed and absorbed. The dragon gods controlled the 9 elemental attributes and an incomparably strong physique. And the ability controlled by the phoenix god was called life creation. It was a very terrifying ability. It could simulate the existence of any ability. Now that I think about the battle between the two divine kings, it still makes me dazzled. Listening to the treasure-hunting beast's explanation, which was full of memories, Lan Xuanyu finally understood the whole story. If it wasn't for the treasure-hunting beast, this living fossil, he really wouldn't know so much. So the reason why the spatial blue demon bird couldn't display its strength just now was because it used its own power to conceive? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Yes. That's it. The reason why I let you devour its power for me was because I could feel that there was a faint trace of immortal chi in its body. More importantly, it was the bloodline of the spatial blue demon bird. My ability is to transform and simulate. With the power of this bloodline and that wisp of immortal chi, then, I would have a fixed form of illusion. When I absorb all of these, I can become the spatial blue demon bird and have a certain amount of its ability. I won't be completely unable to fight anymore. As for how much I can have, I don't know. But the spatial blue demon bird was indeed the top divine beast in the past. If I can recover to the divine rank, I'm willing to leave my current body and truly inherit its bloodline to become a spatial blue demon bird. Lan Xuanyu said with some amusement, you said that when the dragon gods exterminated the spatial blue demon bird, you're not afraid that I'll kill you after you become a spatial blue demon bird. No, no. I'm your obedient servant. Moreover, I don't know if I can absorb to that extent. It's still a long way off. The treasure-hunting beast said with a smile. The **** epidemic has affected everyone's heart. Together with Douluo's Decade mobile game, in the name of all Douluo fans, I will donate medical supplies to Xiaogan City's First People's Hospital. At the same time, I will continue to work hard to collect supplies and strive for more support. Douluo fans can enter Douluo's Decade mobile game, participate in the Douluo Fans Award quiz on epidemic prevention, claim the donation share, and receive the Epidemic Prevention Little Guard avatar frame. In the face of the epidemic, we must overcome the difficulties together. Being able to absorb everything about the blue demon bird gave it a certain level of combatability, which made it even more useful. This was something that was impossible back in the god realm. Although it was the favorite of the dragon gods, it was still far from the status of the blue demon bird among the divine beasts. Why do I feel like something's wrong? An inexplicable sense of danger suddenly appeared, but this time, there were no soul beasts around. The treasure-seeking beast emerged from Lan Xuanyu's forehead again, and the man and beast looked at each other. They blinked, and in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. This was because they suddenly recalled something. A certain amount of time had passed since they had fought the blue demon bird, absorbed it, and talked about it. However, the surroundings were still calm, and the distance was still calm. It was so calm that it was a little frightening. This was because they all remembered that the elemental storm had been silent for so long. In addition to the time they had taken to travel more than 10 kilometers, it was not a short time. "Run, master, run!" The treasure-seeking beast screeched and burrowed back into Lan Xuanyu's forehead. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. Although he didn't know what the elemental storm was like, he definitely wouldn't go back to check. Azure light flashed, and azure wind elements enshrouded his entire body. His suit of two-word battle armor had already been damaged, but it still rose up into the air, piercing through the forest and into the air. He was preparing to fly close to the canopy. At this time, he couldn't care less even if he startled the powerful soul beasts. As soon as he emerged from the canopy, Lan Xuanyu reflexively turned his head. In this instant, he felt that he would never forget the scene in front of him. In the distance, more than 10 kilometers away, a huge vortex was slowly rising. He could see it clearly from where he was, so it was obvious how big the vortex was. Blue, red, yellow, and azure lights flashed and intertwined, spiraling rapidly. There seemed to be streaks of lightning flashing inside, and its overall size was still rapidly expanding. Although he couldn't see the situation around the vortex, he could imagine that everything in the area it covered was definitely being destroyed. This was already many times larger than the vortex that had blown up a kilometer in diameter. Lan Xuanyu immediately fled, turning around and running away without hesitation. He was already holding the remote control in his hand. He pushed the wind element to the extreme, bringing his body away like a cannonball, trying his best to increase the distance between him and the vortex. The vortex in the distance seemed to be gradually shrinking, but this was because it was getting farther and farther away. However, this shrinking speed was not particularly fast. "Xiaobao, do you think I'll blow up the entire Advanced Spirit Ascension platform? Do you think we can still escape?" "Master, I don't know." The treasure-hunting beast's voice was still sobbing. "Master, I just swallowed the blue demon bird. I don't want to die. If this space were to explode, we would be dead for sure. There was no going back. Why don't we just leave?" Just as it spoke up to this point, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a buzzing sound in the air around him and the wind elements on his body disappeared. The moment before his body fell, he subconsciously turned his head to look into the distance. The huge vortex seemed to have stopped spinning at this moment. "It's too late!" Lan Xuanyu shouted. As his body fell, he instantly released his dragon god's transformation. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd suddenly shot out into the forest below him, and he himself fell with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Pfft! The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd stabbed into the ground, and Lan Xuanyu followed closely behind. He used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to open a path and instantly drilled into the ground. Rumble, a terrifying roar that Lan Xuanyu had never felt before rang out, and in an instant, the entire ground shook violently. As he drilled into the ground, he felt his entire body shake violently, and the 7-colored dragon scales on his body shone crazily. For a moment, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. As he rushed to the ground, he frantically pressed the teleportation button in his hand. At that time, he didn't want anything, as long as he didn't face anything that could destroy the world. However, there were some things that he couldn't give up just because he didn't want them. It wasn't something that he could run away just because he wanted to. The Tongmen's attack on the information flow of the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters had reached its strongest point, so much so that all of the Spirit Pagoda's control systems had malfunctioned to a certain extent. After an unknown period of time, Lan Xuanyu finally woke up. He felt that his entire body was in pain. It was as if his entire body had fallen apart. It was difficult for him to even lift a finger. He reflexively sensed the changes that had taken place in his body, and he discovered that his body was severely depleted. His dragon core had completely lost its light, and it was as if it were an ordinary crystal that was hovering in his chest. His bloodline vortex had also completely disappeared, leaving not even a trace behind. His soul power was also in a daze. If not for his inner vision, he would have been like an ordinary person. He struggled for a moment and tried his best to circulate his consciousness according to the mysterious heaven technique. His strong willpower played a key role at this time. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Finally, with the activation of the mysterious heaven technique, traces of soul power began to slowly appear. His bloodline aura was also slowly recovering under the effect of this soul power. The strength of his body showed its most important effect at this moment. His blood energy began to recover, and his senses gradually began to recover. The flow of soul power and bloodline power gradually illuminated the interior of his body. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries in his body, only some of his internal organs were displaced. For an ordinary person, this might have been fatal. But for Lan Xuanyu's physique, recovery wasn't too difficult. As his soul power recovered for a period of time, the bloodline vortex finally began to circulate again. Although it was only a trace, it was finally able to allow the blood energy to flow through his entire body. He could finally move. This time, he really went overboard. That explosion was too terrifying. With great difficulty, he struggled to raise his hand. It was cold to the touch, and he touched metal. What am I? Am I teleported out? Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. According to his memory, he touched the button to open the cabin. Accompanied by the soft sound of metal, fresh air assaulted his face. However, what entered his eyes was still darkness. He subconsciously raised his left hand and shook his wrist gently. The soul communicator on his wrist immediately lit up. Sure enough, he was outside. He had left the advanced spirit ascension platform. Lan Xuanyu struggled to get up and crawled out of the metal cabin. He discovered that the entrance of the advanced spirit ascension platform was pitch black. All the instruments seemed to have failed. At least most of them had failed, so there was no light. After calming himself down, he hurriedly took out a bottle of Sea God Lake water from his ring of destiny and drank it. He then put an endless life fruit in his mouth. Immediately, a rich life force was injected into his body. Under the cleansing of life energy, he immediately felt much more comfortable. Letting out a long breath, he finally felt alive again. Little Bao, little Bao. Lan Xuanyu called out to the treasure-hunting beast in his heart, but he found that it was silent. It can't be, right? Did that big explosion kill little Bao? Or did he die in order to protect me? But, wasn't he teleported out? Lan Xuanyu touched his face and immediately realized that it was sticky. He looked at his palm and saw that it was covered in blood. This was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Could it be that the injuries from the Spirit Ascension platform were brought out? In fact, he didn't know what had happened in the previous explosion. But without a doubt, it wasn't a good situation. Too scary. I won't use elemental storms so easily in the future. It's too scary. No, I can't stay here any longer. I still don't know what's going on in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. If I stay here, won't I be caught red-handed? With that thought, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly left the metal cabin and wiped his face. Bloodstains covered his face. He looked around and found a set of Spirit Pagoda uniforms hanging on the wall. He quickly took off his clothes and stored them in the Ring of Destiny, then changed into the Spirit Pagoda uniform. Without the treasure-seeking beast's illusion, his true body was exposed. It was always good to have an extra layer of cover. He staggered out of the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. The doors were still open, but fortunately, the elevator was still working. He took the elevator up. In the elevator, he looked at himself in the reflection of the shiny metal door. His current appearance was absolutely miserable. His face was covered in blood, and his aura was waning. When the elevator went up, he changed to another one and arrived at the top. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. It seemed to be very chaotic. Not good. In this situation, how can I escape? Moreover, with my current cultivation, I have less than a tenth of it left. I can't escape at all. What do I do? With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Immediately, louder noises could be heard. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly walked out of the elevator with his head lowered. The most important thing now was to not let anyone discover him walking out of the elevator. There was a large crowd around him. Lan Xuanyu quickly walked out. There are still people here for the injured. Quick, bring a stretcher over. How are you? A pleasant voice resounded, and Lan Xuanyu immediately felt his arm being pulled by someone. He raised his head to look. He looked up and saw a young girl in a white uniform pulling on his arm. This is the uniform of a medical worker? How are you? This female doctor looked sweet, but her eyes were filled with anxiety. I'm very weak, Lan Xuanyu said ambiguously. At that moment, 2 male nurses rushed over with a stretcher. Quickly lie down. We'll bring you to the hospital for treatment. The Spirit Pagoda's medical soul masters have already gone over. It's too dangerous for you to force the flow of information with your mental power. Even the gods can't save a brain injury. Lan Xuanyu was pressed down on the stretcher by the female doctor. From the other party's words, he immediately determined the situation he was facing at this moment. In order to combat the information flow attacks, the Spirit Pagoda's powerful soul masters had injected their spiritual power into the battle. Was this even possible? It seemed possible. As long as one was familiar with the flow of information, they would be able to actively find the enemy's flow of information and intercept it. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't resist. He laid down and closed his eyes. The stretcher immediately ran out. Lan Xuanyu's physical condition was indeed very bad. With his physical strength, it was very rare for him to be injured to this extent. However, with the life force provided by the endless life fruit and the powerful recovery ability of his bloodline aura, he could feel that his body was recovering rapidly at every moment. It's okay. You'll be fine. We'll definitely cure you. The young female doctor followed beside the stretcher and kept muttering to comfort Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but look at her again. What he saw was a pair of eyes filled with concern and gentleness. She was really a benevolent doctor. He was quickly carried out of the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters on the stretcher and sent to the ambulance that was already waiting outside. The doctor also got into the ambulance. Lan Xuanyu didn't sense any energy fluctuations from her body. She was undoubtedly just an ordinary person. She carefully connected all sorts of equipment to Lan Xuanyu's body and checked his vital signs. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's condition was undoubtedly extremely bad. He was lacking both blood and qi and was extremely unstable. As soon as the equipment was connected, the alarm immediately sounded, indicating that he was in a very dangerous situation. The doctor immediately became a little anxious. He quickly called the hospital and asked them to prepare for the rescue. How are you? How is your current condition? The doctor asked anxiously beside Lan Xuanyu. This Spirit Pagoda staff member seemed to be able to walk just now. Why are his vital signs so bad? Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and pretended to be in a daze. I'm fine. What's your name? No matter what, with the help of this doctor, he successfully left the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. He still had to remember this favor. It's great that you can still speak. The bodies of soul masters are really different from ordinary people. My name is Lu. Rest for a while. I'll inject some medicine into you to increase your immunity. You'll be fine when we reach the hospital. The female doctor comforted Lan Xuanyu. Then, she took the 4-tube beside her and used a needle to prick Lan Xuanyu's arm. Her movements were very careful, and then, the needle bent. Lan Xuanyu's skin looked very white, but it was as tough as thick leather. She couldn't prick it at all. You. Lu looked at him in shock and muttered, no wonder they said that soul masters can only be treated by soul masters. Your skin is too thick. Lan Xuanyu almost rolled his eyes at her. What do you mean my skin is too thick? Don't you know how to talk? However, they had tied him up. He couldn't really say it out loud, so he simply kept quiet. The life force of the endless life fruit quickly seeped into his body. With the recovery of his bloodline, his self-healing ability also increased greatly. This point could also be seen from the device. After a while, the alarm on the device had already disappeared. Chenlu had been paying attention to his situation. She was stunned when she saw the changes on the equipment. Are you a soul beast or something? How can your self-healing ability be so strong? This is simply a miracle, she said in shock. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything. He could feel that they were gradually leaving the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters. It was good to leave. With the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters as the center, there was an area that belonged to the Spirit Pagoda. Although this area wasn't a city like Shrek, it was still a very complete and vast area. It was provided for the staff of the Spirit Pagoda and the living quarters of the Spirit Pagoda Academy. The hospital was undoubtedly an essential part of it. The car gradually slowed down and they arrived at the hospital. The door of the ambulance opened. There were already people outside who took over the stretcher and carried Lan Xuanyu down. Then, they ran inside. It was the emergency room. Lan Xuanyu actually had the strength to leave at this time, but he still didn't move. He needed to find an opportunity to leave. If he was too obvious, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Along the way, he had been thinking about the extent of the explosion in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. He was so far away, but he was almost killed by the explosion. He even implicated his main body outside. The degree of destruction was definitely not low. He didn't know when the Spirit Pagoda would find out. Although he had recovered some of his physical strength, he was still far from being able to fight. While no one was paying attention, he had already used his soul communicator to send a message. He quickly received a response. The emergency room for soul masters was specially designed. There was a soul formation set up here that was used to increase the soul power of the healing soul master. After Lan Xuanyu was pushed in, a middle-aged soul master quickly walked over. He silently sensed Lan Xuanyu's vital signs. Then, a milky white soul skill enveloped Lan Xuanyu's body. It was actually quite comfortable. It seemed to be a light-type healing soul skill. Although Lan Xuanyu had control over the light element, he really wasn't good at healing. End of chapter. Silently feeling the warmth brought about by the gentle light element, he gradually understood. The healing of the light element was a bit like the photosynthesis of plants. Stimulated by the light element, the human body would naturally produce nutrients to heal the wounds. After the light element from the outside world fused into the body, it would become the nourishment for these nutrients. It had something in common with the water element, but the effect was better. How are you? I need to verify your identity. The Soul Master's voice came from beside his ear. Verification of identity? Lan Xuanyu pretended to be dead and didn't say a word. However, this healing-type Soul Master was obviously a stubborn person. After asking without any results, he immediately came forward and began to search Lan Xuanyu's body for something related to his identity. How could he let him search for it? Lan Xuanyu was wearing the Ring of Destiny and the sacred Heavenly Splitting Abyss Halberd Ring. Most importantly, his soul communication device wasn't the Spirit Pagoda's style. He quietly raised his hand and struck the other party's shoulder with his palm, biting the hand that fed him and knocking the healing-type Soul Master unconscious. Lan Xuanyu got up from the bed helplessly. His physical strength had already recovered a little. He carefully helped the doctor onto the bed and moved his body. He washed the blood off his face in the sink next to him and found a mask to wear. Lan Xuanyu listened to the commotion outside before walking out of the treatment room. Without the blood stains, coupled with the mask on his face, it was undoubtedly the best cover for him. He obviously wasn't the only one who was traumatized. The entire hospital seemed to be very busy and no one noticed him. He quickly walked out. Coincidentally, just as he was about to walk out of the hospital, he bumped into the doctor named Chenlu. He lowered his head and quickly walked past Chenlu. Chenlu seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously glanced at him. Why did this person look so familiar? Was this the Spirit Pagoda staff member who had been cured? After leaving the hospital, Lan Xuanyu looked around and immediately went into a nearby street. Then, he dialed the soul communication device in his hand. Where are you? I'm on the way. How are you? Bai Xiuxiu's anxious voice came through. I'm fine, just a little injured. It wasn't a big problem. I've already left the Spirit Pagoda's hospital, I'll share my location with you, let's meet up on the way. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to stay here any longer. He had just knocked out a healing-type soul master, and if he was discovered, it would be very troublesome. If the powerful beings of the Spirit Pagoda were to be drawn out, it would be very difficult for them to leave. After he finished speaking, he connected to Bai Xiuxiu's soul communicator and quickly approached Bai Xiuxiu according to the guidance of the soul communicator. Everything went smoothly. 20 minutes later, he finally met up with Bai Xiuxiu. When they got into the car, Lan Xuanyu heaved a huge sigh of relief. He directly placed her on the back of the car seat and lay on the seat, panting a little. How did you get hurt? For the sake of confidentiality, the Academy had requested Lan Xuanyu to keep his trip to the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform a secret. Therefore, even his closest friends did not know what he was doing. I'm fine, don't worry. To carry out a mission for the Academy. It went smoothly. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes. With Bai Xiuxiu by his side, he was able to relax and quickly drifted off to dreamland. His body's deficit was still too serious. After the car came to a stop, Bai Xiuxiu woke him up. They were already in his dormitory. Xianyu, your physical condition seems to be very poor. Are you okay? Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu, who had slept all the way, and her heart was full of concern. This was the first time she had seen Lan Xuanyu so tired, how could she not be worried? I'm fine. It's just a little injury, it's not serious. Don't you believe in my physical condition? Lan Xuanyu rubbed his eyes. He really did feel much better after a good night's sleep. His powerful body's self-recovery ability had helped him recover at least 30 to 40% of his injuries, but his bloodline aura was still severely depleted. He needed to rest well. Do you want me to accompany you? Call Mengqin over to treat you? Bai Xiuxiu asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, no need. How about this, you can send me directly to Sea God Lake. I'll soak in the lake, the effect should be better. The abundant life force in Sea God Lake had the best recovery effect for his physique with life affinity. Moreover, the replenishment of life energy was the least likely to have any sequelae. Bai Xiuxiu drove him to Sea God Lake again. Lan Xuanyu was about to enter the lake to cultivate when his soul communicator rang crazily. After looking at the number, he quickly connected the call. As soon as the call was connected, an anxious voice came from the other side. Xianyu, where are you? This voice was dignified and familiar, but there was a rare hint of anxiety. Pavilion Master Wang, I'm back. I'm at Sea God Lake. Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. The person who called was none other than the thunder god Douluo, Wang Tianyu, the vice pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion. Wait for me there. Wang Tianyu hung up the call. Then, 10 seconds later, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and landed beside Lan Xuanyu. Seeing Wang Tianyu's sudden appearance, Tang Yu and Bai Xiuxiu, who were accompanying Lan Xuanyu, were shocked. Especially Bai Xiuxiu, she immediately thought, what mission did Xianyu carry out that the pavilion master actually values him so much? You guys go and rest first. Wang Tianyu waved to Tang Yu and Bai Xiuxiu. Then, his gaze wandered up and down Lan Xuanyu's body. He immediately felt that something was wrong with Lan Xuanyu's physical condition. Bai Xiuxiu and Tang Yu returned to the guardian hut at Sea God Lake first. Only Lan Xuanyu and Wang Tianyu were left by the lake. You're injured? What happened? Wang Tianyu asked. Lan Xuanyu said, it was an accident, purely an accident. Pavilion Master, how's the Spirit Pagoda? When I ran out, I didn't know how they reacted. The corner of Wang Tianyu's mouth twitched, and he said, this is also the question I wanted to ask you. What exactly did you do? The Spirit Pagoda has gone crazy. 3 God-rank powerhouses directly entered the information stream with their divine senses and launched a crazy counterattack. They almost caught the coordinates of the Tongmen's side. If we hadn't withdrawn in time, we would have been in big trouble this time. Moreover, the Spirit Pagoda has already directly negotiated with us and the Tangmen. Without any evidence, they are actually so angry that they want to fight with their lives on the line. Ah? Is it that serious? Lan Xuanyu blinked. Wang Tianyu glared at him. Tell me, what exactly did you do? You haven't been in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform for long. How did you come out? Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, I seem to have caused some damage to them. I used a new ability that I had comprehended. At that moment, he recounted the process of him experimenting with the elemental storm in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. He didn't hide anything. Wang Tianyu listened to him with his mouth agape, and his expression changed repeatedly. So, I actually don't know what happened. I only know that it was a big explosion. And it almost killed my main body outside. This must have been caused by the Spirit Pagoda's Advanced Spirit Ascension platform being attacked by the information stream. Pavilion Master, I don't know if we completed our mission. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu stole a glance at Wang Tianyu's expression and realized that after Wang Tianyu was stunned, a strange smile gradually appeared on his face. He raised his hand and patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. You're a talent. Ah? Lan Xuanyu looked at him, not knowing if this Pavilion Master was being serious or sarcastic. Heal your injuries and rest well. Don't leave the academy for the time being. After saying this, Wang Tianyu turned into lightning again and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xianxia said helplessly, they didn't even explain the situation clearly and left just like that. Isn't that getting rid of the donkey the moment it leaves the millstone? Grumbling to himself, he took a step forward and jumped into the sea god's lake. In the cool and refreshing lake water, the rich life energy immediately gathered towards him like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Lan Xuanyu let out a long sigh of relief, and his aching internal organs finally felt much better. He was prepared to have a good sleep here. Recover, recover. The information attack on the Spirit Pagoda's headquarters unexpectedly became a big news. The Spirit Pagoda didn't choose to cover it up. Instead, they reported it on the news. They also strongly condemned the attacker whose origin they couldn't find. The Federation also said that they would thoroughly investigate the matter and find the attacker and bring him to justice. In this regard, the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen naturally remained silent. Even if the Spirit Pagoda could more or less guess that they had something to do with it, without any evidence, what could they do? They could only swallow this loss. 3 days later, the Shrek Academy finally received concrete news. The Spirit Pagoda temporarily closed the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform, and it would be closed indefinitely. According to the information obtained from the insiders, there was a huge problem in the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. In an unprecedented explosion, more than 1/3 of the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform was destroyed. This loss was too serious for the Spirit Pagoda. Therefore, all the people who entered the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform during that period were thoroughly investigated. Lan Xuanyu was naturally no exception. However, all his information was forged by the Tangmen, so how could they find anything? 3 days later, Lan Xuanyu finally recovered. The explosion this time had affected his spiritual sea. If not for his powerful recovery ability, it would have been fatal to ordinary people. The only problem was that no matter how he called out, the treasure-seeking beast didn't respond. It even made Lan Xuanyu wonder if he didn't die from the explosion, but Xiaobao did. His gains this time weren't as great as he had imagined, but he had gained a new understanding of the Spirit Ascension platform. Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment. He had to find an opportunity to visit the elementary and intermediate Spirit Ascension platforms in the future. It would be great if he could find a fragment of the divine realm there. Although the treasure-hunting beast did not respond to his call, Lan Xuanyu could still vaguely sense its existence through his spiritual sea after his cultivation had recovered. To prove that it was still alive. In the end, the Spirit Pagoda was unable to find any evidence to prove who was behind all of this, so the matter was left unresolved. For Lan Xuanyu and the others, the most important thing was to prepare for the final exam. Everyone had to make the best use of their time to improve their strength and overall abilities. Everyone knew that it was unrealistic for the entire class to enter the inner courtyard together. Regarding this, the Academy and the Tangmen had already provided a solution. All of the students who failed to make it into the inner court but passed the character test would be able to join the Tangmen Douluo Palace and become the focus of their training. This was equivalent to being given a free pass. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be an easy task to join the Tang Sect's Douluo Palace. Therefore, although everyone in the Star Combat Experimental class was working very hard, the atmosphere was still very good. Even if they couldn't enter the inner courtyard, it was still good to be able to enter the Tangmen Douluo Palace. The Douluo Palace was the most important department among all the Tangmen departments, and it prioritized combat. The Tangmen definitely couldn't compare to the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard in terms of teaching, but in terms of weapons, equipment, and the latest technology, they were definitely the best in the Federation. As a disciple of the Douluo Palace, they would definitely be given priority. This path was even better than joining the War God Temple. The Shrek Academy and the Tangmen had already discussed that none of the students in the Star Combat Experimental class would be released to the public. This was a group of rare talents. Not to mention other things, just the cohesion of their entire class was incomparable to that of any previous batch of students. In the last 2 months, Lan Xuanyu felt that time had passed very quickly. He was really a little nervous. This was because for him and his companions, not only did they have to enter the inner courtyard, but they also had to participate in the competition for the Shrek 7 monsters. Furthermore, he definitely didn't want only the 7 of them to enter the inner courtyard. There were many outstanding people in the class. People like Bing Tianliang and Ding Zhuohan could become pillars of the class in the past. Naturally, the more people who could enter the inner courtyard, the better. The sword that had been hanging over their hearts finally fell a week before the graduation exam. The Star Combat Experimental Class graduation exam was announced. Other than the basic 2-word battle armor requirement, there were a total of 3 exams. The first exam, Star Combat. It would be a real battle in a simulation pod. The difficulty was unknown. The second exam, Character Exam. The Shrek 7 monsters candidates led by Lan Xuanyu would be assessed individually, and the other students would be assessed together. Relatively speaking, the character exam was one of the easier ones. As long as one stood upright, it wouldn't be difficult to pass. Especially when the students were recruited back then, they attached great importance to this aspect, and very few of the selected students had problems in this aspect. The last exam, Heaven Fighter Mission, required them to complete a level 5 Heaven Fighter mission as a group. There were points for each exam, but they wouldn't be announced to the public. When one's points reached a certain level, they could enter the inner courtyard. When Lan Xuanyu saw the last line, he was already speechless. This was clearly an escape route left by the Academy because they were worried that too many of them would enter the inner courtyard. If everyone's score was high, the Academy would raise the cutoff line. If everyone's score wasn't high enough, the Academy would lower the cutoff line, and the outcome would naturally be decided by the Academy. Without a doubt, this wasn't fair. However, the Academy had also given some special arrangements. For example, extra spots. If their completion rate of the Heaven Fighter mission exceeded the difficulty, they would be given an extra 5 spots to enter the inner courtyard. If the difficulty was raised by 2, their entire class would be allowed to enter the inner courtyard. In other words, if the level 5 Heaven Fighter mission they completed eventually became level 6 due to the change in difficulty, they would be given an extra 5 spots on the basis of their score. This was equivalent to guaranteeing them 12 spots to enter the inner courtyard. As for raising the difficulty of the mission by 2 levels, this was naturally a gimmick, leaving them with a slim chance that was infinitely close to 0. Lan Xuanyu and the others were no longer rookies who had no understanding of Heaven Fighter missions. They had also completed many Heaven Fighter missions. Level 5 Heaven Fighter missions had the possibility of encountering God-level powerhouses, especially team missions. And level 6 Heaven Fighter missions were at least a head-on confrontation with God-level powerhouses, or a confrontation with powerful cosmic forces of the same level, carrying out incomparably difficult missions. As for level 7 Heaven Fighter missions, that was an existence that they couldn't even see. They had no idea how difficult it would be. Therefore, upgrading from a level 5 mission to a level 7 mission was almost impossible. This wasn't as simple as upgrading from a level 3 mission to a level 4 mission. The higher the difficulty of a Heaven Fighter mission, the greater the difference in difficulty between each level. Tang Zhenhua's exact words to Lan Xuanyu were that he had never heard of a level 5 Heaven Fighter mission being raised from level 5 to level 7. Whether it was an individual mission or a team mission, it was the same. Once the graduation examination method was announced, Lan Xuanyu already understood the Academy's final decision. The Academy still gave their Star Combat Experimental class a lot of preferential treatment, at least much better than the previous graduating classes. At most, they would be given 12 spots to enter the inner courtyard. This was already more than a third of their entire class. In the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, this was already an extremely rare situation. Tang Zhenhua also told him that this was a careful decision made by the Academy after many rounds of research. In the end, how many people could enter the inner court would still depend on their performance. The completion rate of the 3 tests was very important to the entire class. Even if they couldn't enter the inner court, the degree to which they would be valued by the Douluo Palace in the future would definitely be related to this graduation test. The graduation test was really coming. Star Combat Experimental Classroom. Tang Zhenhua and Xiaoqi stood behind the podium at the same time. Today, the 33 people in the class were all sitting in their seats. Xiaoqi's gaze swept across everyone, and his eyes flickered with strong emotions. 6 years, he had already taught these children for 6 years and watched them become talented and strong with his own eyes. It was unprecedented that in the 6 years of learning and cultivation in the outer court, not a single student in the Star Combat Experimental class was eliminated. There were 33 people when they entered the school, and there were still 33 people now. To Xiaoqi, this was already his greatest pride. However, it wasn't enough. His pride had finally reached the final step. The graduation test was coming, and it was also the time to test the true extent of these children's abilities. Not only the outer court, but even the inner court and the Sea God's Pavilion were paying attention to this graduation test. Would these children be able to produce a satisfactory answer sheet? No one knew now, but everyone was looking forward to it. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqi walked out from behind the podium and walked in front of all the students. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he bent his waist at a 90-degree angle and bowed to all the students. This action immediately shocked the entire class. Just as Lan Xuanyu was about to shout a slogan and get everyone to stand up, Xiaoqi straightened his back and gestured with his hands. No one move. Only then did the restless hearts of the young people stop. This bow to all of you is my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Thank you for everything you have given me in the past 6 years. I have taught you, and you have given me pride. And it is very likely to be one of the greatest pride of my life. It is all of you who have created miracles time and time again. Even in these 2 years, I feel that I have nothing else to teach you. All of you are publicly acknowledged as the most cohesive group in the history of the outer yard. Under the leadership of the class monitor, Lan Xuanyu, all of you have always been a team, and have always faced all difficulties. As a team, all of you have passed the most difficult Heaven Duelist mission of the 4th year. All of you have 2-word battle armor and are qualified to graduate from the outer court. There are even candidates for the Shrek 7 monsters among you. This was unprecedented in the outer court. Everything that you have brought is a great honor to me. I don't know if I can teach the same class in the future, but at least for now, you are the greatest pride of my life, so I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Speaking of this, Xiaoqi's eyes were already a little red. The students were about to graduate, which also meant that their teacher-student relationship was about to end. I completely believe that in the future, each and every one of you will be the most outstanding talents. Some of you will enter the inner court, and some of you will enter the Tangmen Douluo Palace. With your efforts and subversion, no matter where you are, you will bloom with the most dazzling brilliance. I believe that no matter what happens in the future, all of you will be my glory. So, thank you again. With that, he bowed to all the students again. This time, Lan Xuanyu didn't wait for him to stop him and shouted, "Everyone, stand up." With a whoosh, everyone stood up at the same time. Bow. Lan Xuanyu was the first to bow. The 33 students of the Star War experimental class, Treastrumsa Wings, bowed to the 2 form teachers in front of them at the same time. Thank you, teacher. Xiaoqi's eyes were red, and so were Tang Zhenhua's. What else could make them happier than having so many adorable disciples? Tang Zhenhua unconsciously clenched his fists. Soon, he would experience the most important thing to him. He didn't tell Lan Xuanyu about this, nor did he tell Xiaoqi, but he had already made up his mind. Xiaoqi took a deep breath. The graduation exam is coming. I originally wanted to say something to all of you today to motivate you. But when I saw all of you, I realized that I couldn't say a word. Because, in my eyes, all of you are already perfect. All of you are good children. If you can't get into the inner court, I believe that it will be Shrek's loss. So, I won't say anything to motivate you. My children are the best. When he said the words the best, he couldn't hold back his tears anymore and they flowed out. Teacher Xiao. We won't let you down. Lan Xuanyu held back his tears. He had to be strong, at least before the graduation exam ended. As the class monitor, he had to be strong. The teacher treated them as the greatest glory. Then, he had to ignite the glory of this glory to the brightest degree with his classmates. Xiaoqi turned around and walked back to the podium, looking at Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua took a step forward, both hands on the podium. He looked deeply at the children in front of him, then nodded vigorously. Children, do your best. He could only say these few words. Star War experimental class. Lan Xuanyu shouted. Charge, charge, charge. The others shouted at the same time. For a time, the sound wave spread throughout the entire outer court teaching building, causing all the other grades to look sideways. The graduation exam began under the strong morale of the Star War experimental class. The first item was the Star War assessment. As the simulation pod slowly closed, there were at least a dozen teachers standing around the 33 simulation pods, including the deputy pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion, Wang Tianyu. The big screen in front of the simulation pod lit up, showing the movements of the students in the simulation pod. Ying Luohong stood beside Wang Tianyu. Not to mention the students, even she, the dean of the outer court, was very nervous. Whether the Star War experimental class could succeed or not was related to the future of the academy. Should the outer court students join the Star War class? With the continuous advancement of technology, space fleets had become more and more mainstream. No matter how strong an individual was, they couldn't be compared to a warship. Therefore, becoming a warship commander had become more and more the dream of young people. Wang Tianyu looked at Tang Zhenhua on the other side. Nervous? Tang Zhenhua shook his head and said proudly, No, I'm not nervous at all. I believe in these children. They can do it. Wang Tianyu smiled and said, We all hope so. Are you ready? Tang Zhenhua knew that. He was asking about something else, so he nodded. On the other side, Ying Luohong couldn't help but steal a glance at him, only to find that Tang Zhenhua's gaze was always on the big screen in front of him, and he didn't look at her. Since that time, he hadn't looked for her except for work matters. Ying Luohong's mood was a little complicated at this time, and even she didn't understand her own feelings. At this moment, on the big screen, a warship was slowly flying in the boundless space. It was the warship that Lan Xuanyu and the others were piloting in the Douluo world. It didn't have as powerful a function as the Treostromsa Wings warship, but it had been modified many times by them. All the cost of the modifications came from their own gains from carrying out missions. The warship flew very smoothly, and the requirements for their mission this time were very simple. At least the topic was simple. And it was a place they were familiar with, the chaotic star field. The assessment requirement was to survive in the chaos star field for 72 hours. They had to destroy at least 10 warships of the same level. The longer they lasted, the more points they would get. This was a team mission. Originally, everyone should have their own assessment. But they were a team. The academy considered their integrity, so they gave this team mission. Was it difficult to survive for 72 hours in the chaos star field? It was very difficult. This galaxy was the most difficult training ground for small and medium-sized warships. Even if it was an experienced warship commander, it would be easy for the ship to overturn. This was because no one knew what kind of opponents they would encounter in the Chaos Star field. There were only two kinds of people who could come here to practice. One was extremely confident in their warship control ability. The other was to plunder resources. Those who plundered resources usually ran away after getting some rare metals. Those who practiced control skills didn't care about that. They purely practiced their own abilities. There was a ranking list in the Chaos Star system. The battleship in the first place had a survival time of 208 hours. It was also a meteor-class attack ship, but he had brought 3 supply ships into the star field. Relying on his own strength, while killing his opponent, he had done his best to protect his supply ship. In the end, he had lasted for such a long time. It seemed that the difference between 72 hours and 208 hours was quite big. But in reality, Lan Xuanyu's warship didn't have any supplies. Under normal circumstances, the warship's energy could fly in the universe for a month. It could even last longer. But this was under the premise that they didn't fight. Once they entered a combat state, whether it was the protective shield or the attack energy output, they would consume a large amount of the warship's energy. Why did a fleet need a huge mothership as the core? It was because the mothership could store a large amount of energy. Lan Xuanyu and the others were even required to not carry more than 3 tons of rare metals as energy in the warship. This greatly limited the amount of time they could continue fighting. Under such circumstances, it was definitely not an easy task to last for 72 hours in the Chaos Star field. They had to accurately calculate every bit of energy. Moreover, they were required to defeat 10 warships. Battles were indispensable, and the energy consumption in battles could be imagined. Therefore, not only did they have to fight, but they also had to plunder rare metals that could be used as energy. Only then would they be able to persevere. One could imagine the difficulty of this mission. Even among the Federation's officially commissioned meteor-class assault ships, only the most elite fleets were capable of such a feat. Lan Xuanyu sat in the main control seat of the warship, silently receiving various data summaries. 21 minutes until we reach the Chaos Star system, Ding Zhuohan reported. All right. Keep moving at a constant speed. A constant speed is the most energy efficient. They had been to the star field of chaos many times. They were very familiar with the situation here. However, it was different this time. Because they had no chance of failure. This was a test for them as if they were actual combat, and only once. Because in the real world, failure meant death. Lan Xuanyu calmly sensed the changes in the outside world, his spiritual power completely connected with the warship. At this moment, everyone was fully focused. Before the warship took off, Lan Xuanyu had told everyone to forget about gains and losses and give it their all. Everything else would be left to him. In the Star Combat Experimental class, everyone trusted Lan Xuanyu without any hesitation. This was because he had led everyone to create miracles time and time again. Hence, this time was no exception. 21 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. They had already arrived at the border of the star field of chaos. They were still not in a hurry to enter. The warship began to slowly circle around the star field of chaos, looking for the best entry point. However, the 72-hour countdown that appeared on the upper right corner of the screen did not start. This countdown would only start from the moment they entered the star field of chaos. The star field of chaos was very quiet today. There were no explosions or rumbling sounds. They were very patient. Soon, half an hour of cruising time had passed. Cruising did not consume much energy. However, the longer they continued to drive, the greater the strain on the student's spiritual power. Continuously operating for 72 hours without rest did not require much physical strength from a soul master. However, they had to be fully focused on operating the warship, which required a lot of spiritual power. At this moment, Ding Zhuohan's voice suddenly rang out. There are slight energy fluctuations ahead to the right. I suspect that an invisible warship is approaching. There was no movement inside, but there was movement coming from outside. Silence the entire ship. Lan Xuanyu gave the order without hesitation. His voice could not only be heard by his companions, but also by the teachers who were watching the battle outside. Hearing the words "silence the entire ship," Ying Luohong almost jumped up. The assessment had not officially started yet. How could Lan Xuanyu take such a risk? The entire ship was silent. Naturally, it was not easy to be detected. However, the problem was that once the warship entered the silent state, it would take time for it to start again. If by any chance they encountered an indiscriminate attack from the opponent, they would be found out from the void. They would be in big trouble. It would be very difficult to counterattack. However, Lan Xuanyu's order was issued so decisively, without the slightest hesitation. The warship quickly entered the silent state. All the energy systems were shut down. Only the stealth system was still maintained. In this case, it was very difficult to be discovered. They were already very familiar with each other. When Lan Xuanyu gave the order for the entire ship to be silent, his classmates understood what he was going to do. They were waiting for the same invisible warship to reveal itself. When the other party was about to enter the star field of chaos, it would inevitably remove its stealth. Their judgment was correct. Luck was also on their side. A few minutes later, a battleship stealthily entered the star field of chaos, revealing its true form. Main cannon charge. Warship start. Lan Xuanyu immediately gave the order. When the warship entered the star field of chaos, it would be affected by the magnetic field of the star field. Not only would the warship's stealth be ineffective, but all kinds of detection radars would also be disturbed. This was also the reason why Lan Xuanyu and the others had to wait for the best opportunity to enter the star field of chaos. Once they rashly entered, they would be attacked in the process. This was the most dangerous situation. An opportunity like the one in front of them was really too hard to come by. The star field of chaos was extremely vast. To be able to encounter a warship about to enter while cruising outside was absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. From this point of view, Lan Xuanyu and the others' luck in this graduation exam was absolutely quite good. When the main cannon charged, it would naturally emit a strong energy fluctuation. However, the warship had just begun to enter the star field of chaos. It was the time when all kinds of detection were at their weakest. In the dark space, following Lan Xuanyu's order, a dazzling light suddenly lit up, almost chasing after the previous warship's butt and fiercely bombarding its tail. Since the warship dared to enter the star field of chaos, naturally, it was not weak. However, at this time it had no choice. It could not even dodge, and was hit by Lan Xuanyu's main cannon. In the violent explosion, the protective shield at the back of the warship exploded with an intense rain of light. The protective shield instantly became much more illusory. This was a direct hit from the warship's main cannon. There was no way to dodge or resist at all. Accelerate! Lan Xuanyu gave the order to fully activate the thrusters. The more important it was at this time, the more they could not afford to be stingy with their energy reserves. Because once they entered a state of entanglement with the enemy, they would consume even more energy. It was definitely not as good as ending the battle quickly. The battleship's thrusters were pushed to the maximum, and the stealth effect was activated. Like a monster, it slammed into the enemy's battleship. Lan Xuanyu's battleship had already installed a huge ram at the front. This ram made of alloy was extremely sharp, and what was more frightening was that it was huge. When Lan Xuanyu's battleship almost suffered a big loss, he also felt that this ram was extremely effective. Because the battleship's protective shield was more to defend against energy attacks, its defense against physical attacks was weaker. Through the different frequency of energy vibration, it played a protective role. It was not that there was no protective shield that could defend against physical attacks, but in a space battle, it was almost unnecessary. Using physical attacks in a space battle? Only those battleships that were responsible for clearing meteorite belts were equipped with such protective shields. A protective shield that could defend against physical attacks would consume much more energy. That was why the battleship they encountered in the chaotic star field was equipped with such a ram. Under normal circumstances, in a space battle, the possibility of two battleships getting close to each other was extremely small. This was not a fighter or mecha. Only those commanders who were extremely confident in their battleship's control would consider equipping their battleship with a certain degree of collision ability. After Lan Xuanyu's battleship almost suffered a loss last time, he felt that this thing was very good, especially in the chaotic star field, where the terrain was complex. It was very easy to approach the enemy. The ram had a high-frequency vibration cutting effect, and the huge ram at the front was vibrating with a buzzing sound. At this time, after the battleship was bombarded by Lan Xuanyu's battleship's main cannon, the entire battleship shook violently, and even hit a meteorite in front of it. It was a chaotic time. Moreover, this battleship's back was facing Lan Xuanyu's battleship. It was simply too difficult to turn around after entering the meteorite belt after being attacked. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu's battleship drilled into the meteorite belt. The 72-hour countdown officially began. Boom! The huge ram directly broke the opponent's energy shield from the back, and fiercely slammed into the back of the opponent's battleship. The next moment, without any hesitation, 8 secondary cannons flashed at the same time, and fiercely bombarded the opponent's battleship in a situation where the opponent no longer had a protective shield. In an instant, huge flames erupted, and the opponent's battleship let out a series of ear-piercing roars. "Move out," Lan Xuanyu shouted coldly. The underbelly of the Meteor-class battleship split open, and 6 Soul Guidance battleships flew out, instantly spreading out, and pouncing towards the battleship that had obviously lost its ability to fight. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu's warship suddenly swung and threw the warship that was pierced by the collision horn to the side. It collided with a huge meteorite. Due to the intense bombardment from before, this collision almost broke its waist and the protective shield had completely disappeared. The 6 space warships approached rapidly. Amidst the flames, one could clearly see that when they approached the enemy's battleship, they transformed into mechas and landed brazenly in the areas where the battleship did not explode. Surface. Was. Without a doubt, this was Tang Yuga's metal escape. She was the one leading this assault team, and they were all soul sages with 7 rings and above. This was a test of endurance. The biggest test, other than their combat strength, was their endurance. If they came here under normal circumstances, Lan Xuanyu would directly order the battleship to continue firing and destroy the enemy's battleship. Then, they would harvest resources from the fragments. That would be the fastest and they would be able to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. But not now. They had to stay here for 72 hours, and it was very likely that they would be fighting non-stop. They needed supplies, but where would they get them from? From these enemy battleships, of course. Therefore, they would rather take some risks and try their best to obtain as many resources as possible. Following the invasion of the 6 Skywing mechas, Lan Xuanyu also commanded the battleship to quickly change its direction and hide in the shadows of a larger meteorite. At the same time, he activated all his reconnaissance and was ready to welcome the battleship that sensed the commotion here. With the enhancement of the 2-word battle armor, the 8-ring Tang Yuga was extremely powerful. She controlled the metal elements from the inside out and directly melted a huge hole in the battleship. All 6 mechas entered. Soon, Lan Xuanyu received news that they had found the place where the other party stored the rare metals and cleaned up the remaining combatants. The 6 Skywing mechas drilled out one after another and flew into the sky. They transformed back into Skywing mechas and flew in the direction of the battleship. 10 seconds after they left, the battleship exploded into a huge ball of flames. The power reactor had been detonated. Lan Xuanyu immediately gave the order, and the battleship drilled into the star realm of chaos like fish. The 6 Skywing mechas quietly drilled back into the battleship. In the blink of an eye, they were far away from the battlefield. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the entire process only took 10 minutes. In an interstellar space battle, this was considered extremely fast. A perfect start. No matter how picky the Shrek Academy teachers were, they wouldn't be able to find any problems with their operation. They looked for the best opportunity to cut in and destroy a battleship. They relied on the Skywing mechas to plunder resources, detonate the other party, and instantly escape from the battlefield. From the beginning to the end, they didn't reveal any flaws. Even if other battleships arrived during their final harvest, they would be able to fight their opponents at any time with their vigilance and preparation. Wang Tianyu looked at everything that appeared on the big screen in front of him and couldn't help but nod slightly. For the first time, a smile appeared on Tang Zhenhua's face. This was his disciple. Tactical attainment wasn't just about learning, but also had to be tempered through continuous actual combat. There was no doubt that his disciples had done extremely well. While conserving as much energy as possible, they decisively attacked and won in one strike. Even the most outstanding commander of the Federation couldn't compare to him. After the battleship entered the star realm of chaos, Lan Xuanyu gave the order. The thrusters were half opened, and Tang Yuga and the others unloaded the rare metals they had harvested this time and did a count. The harvest was quite bountiful because the battleship had just arrived in the star realm of chaos and hadn't used up much of the rare metals it had brought. However, they were all very ordinary rare metals. About 5 tons. This was definitely not the fully loaded state of the meteor-level attack ship. Clearly, the other party was also afraid that if it was destroyed here, the losses would be too great. Lan Xuanyu didn't give the order to try to separate the metals from the meteorites in the star realm of chaos to replenish themselves. Once the metals were separated, there would be even greater energy fluctuations. They might be able to obtain rare metals, but the possibility of being exposed would also be greater. They had sufficient energy reserves now, so there was no need to take risks. After the 6-winged skywings were unloaded with the resources they had plundered earlier, they were released by him. They flew in the meteorite belt in the form of fighter jets. All these years, under Tang Zhenhua's devil training, everyone in the 33 wings of heaven was an expert fighter pilot. The 6 people chosen by Lan Xuanyu were the best among them. Other than Ding Zhuohan, who had to be in the battleship as the backup second commander at any time. The top fighter pilots were all among these 6 people. Among these 6 people, there were Tang Yuga, Yuan and Hui Hui, Lu Feng, Bai Xiuxiu, Jia Yu, and Lin Donghui. Lan Mengqin and Qian Lei were quite similar in terms of fighter piloting. Neither of them were particularly good at it. Qian Lei's Wings of Heaven was the largest among them. Jia Yu was very talented in fighter piloting. Among the entire class, he was only second to Lan Xuanyu and Ding Zhuohan in terms of fighter piloting. However, among this 6-man team, Tang Yuga, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Bai Xiuxiu were undoubtedly the strongest in terms of overall strength. Their martial souls could be combined with their heavenly wings. Once they fully unleashed their strength, they would be extremely strong. The 6 fighter jets flew out and quickly dispersed, disappearing into the meteorite belt. This was the unique advantage of Lan Xuanyu's Triastromsa wings. Normally speaking, a meteor-class attack ship could not store more than 4 fighter jets inside. The size of the fighter jets was not small, but who were the Triastromsa wings? They were the proud sons of heaven chosen by Shrek Academy and were in the Star Combat Experimental class. Each of them had a large soul storage device. They were all exchanged from the Academy at a low price. It was just enough to store the heavenly wings. Therefore, each of their mechas was equivalent to a fighter jet. In other words, under the most extreme circumstances, only one person was left to pilot the warship, and they could release 32 fighter jets to escort them. Of course, this was also the reason why their star combat assessment was so difficult. With a killer weapon like the heavenly wings, it would be strange if there were only ordinary requirements. 6 heavenly wings were released. In a situation where the warship could not be invisible, once they discovered anything, they could immediately notify the warship and allow Lan Xuanyu to react accordingly. This was the best reconnaissance, allowing them to calmly deal with all kinds of situations. The fighter jets could also be rotated at any time to maintain continuous reconnaissance. The periphery of the star realm of chaos seemed to be relatively quiet. After destroying the first warship, they went deeper for half an hour, but they did not discover any other enemies. As the 72 hours continued to elapse, everyone's spirits were slightly relaxed. With the fighter jets scouting outside, they did not need to be too tense. At this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded. I've encountered an attack, I've encountered an attack. There's a mimicry warship. I'm trying to retreat, but the other party has used a capture net to block my escape route. An anxious voice suddenly sounded. Lan Xuanyu immediately switched the screen. Among the 6 heavenly wings that were released, Bai Xiuxiu's fighter jet just happened to encounter the enemy. Yuga, continue to scout. There's no need to go back. Make sure to report the appearance of enemy ships immediately. Turn on the thrusters. Let's go and help Xiuxiu. Lan Xuanyu did not get angry just because Bai Xiuxiu was in danger. This was also the advantage of fighting in the simulation pod. If it was a real battle and Bai Xiuxiu was in danger, his emotions might really be hard to describe. This was also what Tang Zhenhua had been working hard to train him. No matter what situation he encountered, the first thing he had to do was to remain calm. The best way to deal with it was to remain calm. The warship instantly accelerated and chased after the coordinates given by Bai Xiaoxiao. At the same time, the images taken by Bai Xiaoxiao's winged skywing were projected onto the big screen. It was an earth-yellow battleship. The battleship was covered in a layer of armor that looked exactly like a meteorite. If it didn't start up, it would really be like a meteorite floating in space. This type of warship was called a mimicry warship. Depending on the situation on the battlefield, it could mimic the appearance of the warship to confuse the enemy. There was no doubt that this battleship had been specially modified for the star field of chaos. That was why it looked like this. The only problem with mimicry warships was that their different forms would have different effects on the warship. For example, because this battleship was covered in armor that mimicked a meteorite, its overall weight would definitely increase, which would affect its speed. At this moment, pieces of capture nets spread out in the air, chasing after Bai Xiaoxiao. Although this mimicry warship was not as big as a battleship, it was still twice as big as Lan Xuanyu's warship. Obviously, the opponent's speed was affected because of its mimicry, but it used its size to increase its energy storage and combat power. This was a special tactic in the star field of chaos. It was called waiting for an opportunity. It mimicked a meteorite and waited for an enemy to approach before destroying them. It specialized in snatching other people's resources. In the star field of chaos, it was the most hated type of warship. Bai Xiaoxiao's luck was not very good. She just happened to encounter this type of warship. However, at this moment, her ability to pilot a warship was fully displayed. The warship was like a flying bird, constantly moving nimbly. The capture nets had a gravitational force. Once someone got close to a certain range, they would be directly sucked in. Once caught, they would not be able to escape. Bai Xiaoxiao was trying her best to pilot the warship, wandering around the edge of the gravitational force. She even guided the two capture nets to collide with each other, reducing the lock on her. Her winged warship moved left and right in space, constantly making all kinds of complicated maneuvers. While shaking off the pursuit, it also tried to increase the distance between them. However, at this moment, the opponent obviously could not hold back anymore. A huge screen of light shot toward Bai Xiaoxiao in the shape of a fan. This light screen covered a huge area. Everywhere it passed, some of the surrounding meteorites were attracted. Capture rays, this was a weapon that almost no meteor-class warship was equipped with. This was because the energy consumption was relatively high. Thus, the opponent did not use it before. Just now, when Bai Xiaoxiao was flying nearby, she suddenly felt a warning in her heart and immediately accelerated. The other party had already prepared a capture net, but it did not manage to capture her. The waiting for her had failed. Thus, they began to pursue her. Faced with the capture ray, Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes were calm. There was no panic. She could also see the speed of her own warship. As long as she could hold on for a while longer, her own warship would arrive. Her right hand quickly pulled the control stick. The winged warship's ejector was overloaded. Instantly, it spewed out a strong flame and instantly accelerated, shooting into the distance. The capture ray also weakened the further away it was. However, it was like a spider's web. Once it stuck to such a small space warship, it was not possible to escape. The speed of light was always much faster than a warship. Although Bai Xiaoxiao instantly increased the distance between them, the capture ray still quickly arrived behind her. The winged warship sank. It was already stuck. However, the overloaded power output still allowed it to hold on for a while. It was not pulled back immediately. At this moment, personal combat power showed an important role. A layer of purplish-black light suddenly bloomed around the winged warship. Because the color was deep, it was not obvious in space. One could only vaguely see purplish-black light balls exploding. When the light red capture net encountered the purplish-black light balls, holes were actually corroded. In the next moment, the winged warship had forcefully broken free and flew out. Death withering. If the opponent could see Bai Xiaoxiao's current appearance, they would discover that the surface of her skin was covered with a layer of purplish-black dragon scales. 7 soul rings bloomed. At the same time that death withering was released, a piece of the capture net was forcefully melted. This was under the condition that she did not use her battle armor. How could the abyssal ice demon dragon be so easy to deal with? Xianxia, I request to be captured by the local warship and be destroyed internally. Bai Xiuxiu's voice sounded on the warship side. Lan Xuanyu said, it's too dangerous. Once the other party captures you, they will definitely paralyze your mecha. You can only rely on your own abilities to fight. Then abandon the mecha. The defense of this local warship should be very strong. If we fight head-on, even if we can win, we will definitely consume a lot of energy. Only by attacking from the inside can we save as much energy as possible. Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment and made a prompt decision. Okay, I approve your suggestion. In fact, he also knew that this was only in the simulation pod. If it were the real world, he would never allow Bai Xiuxiu to do this, even though Bai Xiuxiu was strong enough. After receiving Lan Xuanyu's approval, Bai Xiuxiu's winged Skywing warship quickly weakened its propulsion system, making it look like it was running out of energy. The capturing rays caught up with it from behind and pulled it back again. At this moment, the battleship of the Space Combat Experimental class finally arrived. From afar, Lan Xuanyu ordered the secondary cannons to fire and bombard the enemy's battleship. In order for Bai Xiuxiu to destroy it from the inside, they had to attract the enemy's attention from the outside. Just as Bai Xiuxiu expected, the enemy's battleship was huge and difficult to dodge, but it released a thick yellow protective shield and blocked all the attacks from the secondary cannons. At the same time, the enemy's 24 secondary cannons were all activated and formed a crossfire in space, attacking Lan Xuanyu and the others. Although the enemy's battleship was huge, it was still considered a meteor-class attack ship. However, in terms of attack power, the secondary cannons were 3 times more powerful than theirs. This was simply too terrifying. The battleship of the Space Combat Experimental class quickly turned around and agilely counterattacked while dodging in space. At the same time, they didn't continue to approach and maintained a distance, using the surrounding meteorites as cover to avoid being hit by the enemy's secondary cannons as much as possible. The enemy's energy was obviously very abundant and full of firepower. They continued to attack while slowly approaching. At the same time, the capturing nets were released as if they were free, covering the surrounding space. The capturing nets were not only effective against space warships but also against battleships. For larger battleships like the meteor-class attack ships, if they were hit by the capturing nets, their electronic systems would also be damaged. If it were a meteor-class reconnaissance ship, it would be very normal for it to be captured directly. Since the enemy had discovered them, they obviously didn't want to let them go. The capturing nets were released in all directions to restrict the movement range of their battleship and prevent them from escaping. At the same time, the capturing rays had already pulled Bai Xiuxiu's winged Skywing warship in the direction of their battleship. Bai Xiuxiu seemed to have given up on resisting and didn't move at all. However, what the enemy couldn't see was that she was sitting cross-legged inside the battleship, silently recovering her energy and adjusting her condition. Beside her was a shiny silver spear. If Master Shu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this spear that had almost ruined his reputation. It was a divine artifact, the Silver Dragon Spear. When the graduation exam came, Lan Xuanyu had the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, but Bai Xiuxiu didn't have her own weapon, so Nana lent her Silver Dragon Spear. In terms of pure combat skills, Bai Xiuxiu was still ranked first in Lan Xuanyu's 7-man team. She was the one who had followed Nana for the longest time. Moreover, with the guidance of the Abyssal Demon Dragon's Demon Queen, her combat power had risen sharply over the years. In the team, she was the only one who could compete with Tang Yuge one-on-one. Tang Yuge relied on the Heavenly Stem Qilan's ever-changing attribute ability, while Bai Xiuxiu relied on her powerful combat strength. Before Lan Xuanyu broke through to 5-ring, if there was an internal conflict, she and Tang Yuge would definitely be divided into 2 sides. Therefore, at least from what the students in the class knew, the strongest person in the class was undoubtedly Tang Yuge, and the second was Bai Xiuxiu or Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui was good at long-range attacks, and Bai Xiuxiu was naturally much stronger in close combat. Lan Xuanyu commanded the battleship to retreat behind a huge meteorite. The radar was fully turned on, monitoring the situation of the capture net outside. Occasionally, they would show their heads and use their secondary cannons to counterattack. At the same time, they would search for large meteorites and slowly retreat. They would try to shake off their opponents. From time to time, they would aim their secondary cannons at the capture net, as if they wanted to save their companions. However, all the attacks from the secondary cannons were intercepted by the enemy's secondary cannons. The enemy had too many secondary cannons, they had been waiting quietly for an opportunity to come. Frenzy, prepare to support. Lan Xuanyu gave an order to Lu Feng, who was also outside. Understood. Although Lu Feng and the others were outside, he could still hear the communication and orders from the battleship. After many years of cooperation, he naturally understood what Lan Xuanyu wanted him to do. Bai Xiuxiu's skywings was finally pulled to the front of the enemy's battleship. The protective shield was temporarily activated and pulled the fighter in. A powerful electron current instantly attacked and paralyzed all the electronic equipment of the skywings. But in fact, Bai Xiuxiu had already turned off all the equipment a moment ago to prevent the skywings from being damaged. As for herself, she had already released her two-word battle armor from the inside, and a thick layer of ice directly sealed her inside. This was an absolutely pure layer of ice that isolated all the impact of the electron current. In the next moment, the fighter was already sucked into the depths of the enemy's battleship. It went in. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He continued to control the battleship while waiting nervously. He had confidence in Xiuxiu, but as the saying goes, too much concern makes one confused. Furthermore, he was also worried that there were powerhouses in the enemy's battleship that Bai Xiuxiu couldn't deal with. On the other side, Bai Xiuxiu's fighter was captured by the enemy. A group of people was already waiting beside the fighter. They were all fully armed soldiers, and more than a dozen soul guidance ray guns were aimed at the cockpit of the fighter. The person in the lead was tall, but his face was obviously childish. He was also the only one among them who wasn't wearing a protective suit. He looked to be about 20 years old. The pilot inside was probably paralyzed by our electric current, right? But how do we open the cockpit of this fighter? It looks pretty good. The series of operations just now was really impressive. It must be an ace pilot. Haha, we caught an ace pilot. The young man was dancing with joy. It's best not to destroy this fighter. It feels much better than our fighter. This is a spoil of war. But how do we open it? Why don't we try prying it open? Using the mechanical arm? The people around them chattered, and judging from their voices, none of them were old. Just as they were still discussing, the cockpit of the fighter suddenly opened. That's right, it opened by itself. Before freezing itself, Bai Xiuxiu had already set a timer. Under the gaze of the group of young men, the cockpit slowly opened, revealing what was inside. It opened by itself? I'll go up and take a look. The young man in the lead released soul rings one after another, a total of 6. Immediately afterward, a set of two-word battle armor with gorgeous patterns covered his entire body. He rose into the air, flapped his wings, and flew up. Everyone else raised their soul guidance ray guns, ready to respond at any time. The young man reached the top of the fighter and looked inside, and his eyes were a little dazed. He saw a large block of ice, but the ice was transparent and pure, and he could clearly see what was inside. It was a woman covered in battle armor from head to toe. From the shape of her battle armor, it was obvious that she was a female battle armor master. Although she was sitting in the fighter, her perfect figure could still be seen at a glance. The only thing that wasn't covered by the mask was her eyes. In his eyes, the female battle armor master had her eyes closed, but her eyelashes were way too long. She had to be a beauty. The young man was overjoyed. He looked down and said, "There's a battle armor master in there who froze herself. She must have frozen herself in order to guard against our electric current. It's a woman, and she's most likely a beauty. Ha ha ha. We've struck gold this time. Jia Ming, get her down and let us have a look," someone immediately yelled from below. "Alright, just you wait." The young man called Jia Ming reached out with both hands and hugged the block of ice. He then flew down from the cockpit and landed on the ground. Everyone immediately surrounded her. They clicked their tongues in wonder as they looked at the ice block in front of them. They could see that the woman's battle armor was a faint icy blue. It didn't have many dazzling patterns, but the lines were smooth and had a special sense of beauty. Those long eyelashes were simply too attractive. Could she have taken the initiative to go offline? A young man took off his helmet and asked. Another young man beside him said, "Are you stupid? If she went offline, would her body still be here? Should we break the ice or what?" "Don't. What if we break the ice and hurt her?" This was a young man who was protective of the fairer sex. "Let's bring her back first and let the ice melt slowly," Su Jiaming said as he carried the ice block down. Right at this moment, Su Jiaming was suddenly stunned because he realized that the woman in the ice block suddenly opened her eyes. It was a pair of dark blue eyes that looked so deep and moving, like a deep pool that instantly attracted his attention. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone was gathered in front of her and they all saw those eyes that suddenly opened. In the next moment, they felt a chill. Dozens of ice sculptures appeared under deep blue gaze at the same time. In the next moment, accompanied by a low rumble, the ice around Bai Xiaoxiu exploded and turned into ice cones that pierced into the bodies of the young men in front of her without mercy. The silver dragon spear pointed forward and instantly pierced through the chest of the immobile Su Jiaming. It was only at this moment that he woke up from his frozen state with his battle armor on. Feeling the mild pain in his chest, he couldn't help but look at the girl in front of him who was even more alluring after completely revealing herself and muttered, "Is she so cruel?" Bai Xiaoxiu snorted coldly and a layer of purplish-black halo rippled out. The young men who were dead or alive only felt their vision darken and lost consciousness in the next moment. They weren't strong. This was what Bai Xiaoxiu felt after being carried out. Other than the 6-ringed 2-word battle armor master, there were a few other 3-ringed and 4-ringed youths among the other young men. There were even some who weren't soul masters at all. It felt like this was a motley crew. However, their battleship was extraordinary. At this moment, a silver light flashed and a figure silently appeared beside Bai Xiaoxiu. It was Lu Feng in his battle armor. Spatial teleportation. After piloting his winged skywing fighter to a certain range, he temporarily parked the fighter on a meteorite and teleported in according to the coordinates Bai Xiaoxiu had given him. They were both 7-ringed soul sages. Bai Xiaoxiu nodded at him, and the two of them broke through the door. 20 minutes later. Bai Xiaoxiu's voice came from Lan Xuanyu's communicator. Before this sound could be heard, the huge warship in the distance had already stopped firing. The mimicry battleship floated in space like a huge meteorite. Done. Bai Xiaoxiu's voice sounded a little strange. "Did you run into any trouble?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Bai Xiaoxiu said, "Not at all. In terms of combat, they were just a bunch of rookies. They were a group of rich second-generation heirs from the Federation. They formed such a team in the Douluo world. They have some ability in space combat, but their individual strength is completely lacking. We killed a portion of them and controlled a portion of them. Now, they have expressed their willingness to surrender to us and transfer control of the mecha." Rich second-generation heirs? That works too. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. But he had to admit that this was definitely a group of rich second-generation heirs with their own ideas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the chaotic star field. Bai Xiaoxiu also told Lan Xuanyu that this was the first time this mimicry battleship had come to the chaotic star field. Their equipment was very complete, and they knew that their commanding ability wasn't too strong, so they used a lot of resources to create such a battleship. There were a lot of resources stored inside. Previously, they had really defeated 2 battleships. In terms of the energy intensity of battleships in the chaotic star field, this one was really one of the best. The external rock armor was made of alloys that could release energy shields. It was like a turtle shell. No matter how good Lan Xuanyu and the other skills were, it would be very troublesome to break through the defense from the outside. Fortunately, it was solved from the inside out. Now that the other party was willing to surrender, Lan Xuanyu would naturally agree. This was the Douluo world. After surrendering, they could directly take over the control of the other party's battleship. With such a turtle shell battleship, it would definitely be of great help to them in completing this graduation exam. Luck seemed to be on the side of the wings of the 33 heavens once again. Taking over the control of the battleship. Lan Xuanyu let Bai Xiaoxiu and Lu Feng stay on this battleship for the time being and be in charge of commanding the battleship. Then, he also thought of a good idea. Their graduation exam was not only to survive for 72 hours in the chaotic star field, but also to defeat 10 battleships. The more battleships they defeated, the longer they survived, and the higher their score would undoubtedly be. Lan Xuanyu understood that the entire class couldn't enter the inner court, but since it was the graduation exam, he would still try his best. What if Lan Xuanyu directly handed the command of the battleship over to Ding Zhuohan while he brought Bing Tianliang, Qian Lei, and Lan Mengqing to board the mimicry battleship? After he entered the battleship, he saw a strange scene. A group of about 20 young men and women, who looked to be at least 16 or 17 years old and the oldest in their 20s, were surrounding Bai Xiuxiu and asking questions with a look of admiration. Bai Xiuxiu just had a cold face and didn't say anything. "Xiuxiu, what's the situation?" Lan Xuanyu walked forward. Seeing him, a girl among these young men immediately screamed, "Wow, so handsome. So handsome. Is your team called the Handsome Man and Beautiful Woman combo?" Black lines slid down Lan Xuanyu's forehead. What kind of nonsense was this? "Keep quiet, or I'll throw you into space immediately," Lan Xuanyu said coldly. Qian Lei, who was standing beside him, suddenly revealed a ferocious look. His aura surged and revealed some bloodthirsty bloodline fluctuations. These young men finally didn't dare to open their mouths. Lu Feng held back his laughter and said, "Xiuxiu has gained fans and turned these guys into fangirls." After Lu Feng's explanation, Lan Xuanyu finally understood that there were more than 70 people on this battleship. They were a group of rich second-generation heirs from large enterprises and even politicians. In the Federation, they were considered to be the top. They had their own organization called the Star God Association. Everyone gave themselves the nickname of a certain star god, which corresponded to the meaning of a titled Douluo. Of course, it was impossible for there to be a titled Douluo among them. After Bai Xiuxiu and Lu Feng entered, they naturally didn't hold back and killed everyone they saw. The powerful strength displayed by Bai Xiuxiu made these young men feel fear and excitement at the same time. They didn't treat Douluo World as a battlefield exercise, but as a super large-scale game. Encountering such a powerful expert who was also so beautiful, his mentality changed in an instant. Especially when they saw Bai Xiuxiu melt the bodies of more than a dozen people around her at the same time, they were immediately convinced. They surrendered without hesitation. Therefore, this internal invasion battle didn't encounter much resistance at all. These guys from the Star God Association even said that they wanted to take Bai Xiuxiu as their master and other nonsense. If it wasn't for the fact that the battleship still needed enough manpower to operate, Bai Xiuxiu had long wanted to kill them all. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. A virtual world is a virtual world after all. If this was the real world, your companions would already be dead. Can you guys still be so relaxed? This was the biggest difference between a virtual world and a real war. Here, one wouldn't really die, which made everyone's mentality different. The last donation has been made, and new donations are still coming in. I've announced the progress on the public account, everyone can check it out. At the same time, you can participate in the Epidemic Prevention Knowledge Quiz, activity of Douluo's 10-year mobile game to review your epidemic prevention knowledge and receive an epidemic prevention gift pack. Brothers and sisters who answer correctly can also claim their share of the donation. As for Lan Xuanyu and the others, they had gone through the true tempering of the Heaven Fighter mission, so in their hearts, they had always treated this operation as a true war. How could they have the relaxed feeling of these young people? Among this group of young people, a woman walked out. She was relatively older than the rest. She looked up and down at Lan Xuanyu and said with a smile, "Little handsome, don't speak like an old man. You don't look that old. Since I've been captured by you, you can beat me or kill me as you wish. My name is Nangong Ling, nicknamed the Heavenly Palace Star God." Nangong Ling's appearance could be considered top-notch, and she had a noble temperament that ordinary girls didn't have, but she didn't give off the feeling of being high and mighty. She always had a smile on her face, and she looked at Lan Xuanyu with interest. Lan Xuanyu said, "Are you the leader here?" Nangong Ling said, "Sort of. Our original captain has been killed by this beautiful little sister, so I can be considered the leader now." Lan Xuanyu said, "Okay. We won't kill you. I believe this spaceship is very meaningful to you. Next, I need you to cooperate with us. If you do well, we can return this spaceship to you when we leave the chaotic star field. You don't want our spaceship? Nan Gongling was stunned. They had spent a considerable price to save up the spaceship. It was very difficult to buy Douluo coins in the Douluo world with Federation coins in the real world. In theory, it could be exchanged, but someone had to be willing to exchange. Douluo world had long become the most important leisure and entertainment for the people of the Federation. Who would be willing to exchange? Therefore, in the black market, the exchange price of Douluo coins was very high. Although they were a group of rich second-generation heirs, they still spent a considerable price to save up this spaceship. They originally thought that with such an indestructible spaceship, they should be able to sweep through the chaotic star field. They even consulted a master tactician and developed such a strategy of waiting for rabbits to come up. Who would have thought that before they gained much, they would encounter Bai Xiaoxiao and fail at the last step? In their opinion, the spaceship was captured by the other party, and they definitely couldn't get it back. His heart ached for her for sure. Just now, they had been discussing in private whether they could directly give the other party Federation coins in reality to redeem the warship. However, they did not expect that Lan Xuanyu would say that he did not want their warship the moment he opened his mouth. How could this not make this group of rich second-generation heirs excited? If they could protect the battleship, what was the loss of a few people? Little handsome brother, do you have any other special requests? Nan Gongling asked Lan Xuanyu with a smile. There's only one. Obey orders and listen to instructions. In a moment, you will obey my orders completely and carry them out. If you can do it and achieve the purpose of our mission, we'll return the warship to you. Towards this warship, Lan Xuanyu really looked down on it. Of course, he could see that this battleship had cost a considerable amount of money. But this was not the type they liked. This turtle shell-like battleship's defense and energy reserves were astonishing. However, it was too slow and cumbersome. Once they encountered a strong enemy, they would not be able to display their fighting strength at all and could only passively take a beating. There was no doubt that these rich second-generation heirs came up with such a thing because they were afraid of death. But to give it to the Triostromsa wings, it was too impractical. It could not meet their control requirements at all. Okay, then it's settled. However, we have to sign a Douluo world contract to prevent you from going back on your word. Nan Gongling rolled her eyes and immediately put forward her request. Okay. Lan Xuanyu did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing him agree so readily, Nan Gongling revealed a happy expression. Little handsome brother, I think you're getting more and more handsome. Lan Xuanyu felt a pain in his back. He did not know when, but Bai Xiaoxiao was already behind him. Coughing, Lan Xuanyu said, "Take me to familiarize me with the situation of this warship first, then we'll start moving." As an excellent warship commander, when taking over a brand new warship, the first thing to do was to familiarize himself with the various data of the warship. This way, he would be able to command it as he wished. Sign a contract. Start familiarizing yourself with the warship. As Lan Xuanyu familiarized himself with this mimicry warship, he secretly ridiculed in his heart. These rich second-generation heirs really had nowhere to spend their money. Autopilot system, autopilot system, autopilot system, autopilot system, autopilot system, autopilot system. As long as all the systems could be completed electronically, they were all automated. This was definitely the most automated warship Lan Xuanyu had ever seen. In fact, if he wanted to make the warship play the greatest role in commanding, it was definitely impossible to rely solely on autopilot. Nan Gongling told him that they named this warship Star Palace. In Lan Xuanyu's opinion, this was more like a fool's warship. Even the capture net that was used against them was a decision made by the mainframe after making its own judgment. There was not much command from them at all. But this warship also had an advantage, and that was that it was too easy to control. They did not need many people to fully operate such a large warship. After familiarizing himself with the warship, Lan Xuanyu asked Nan Gongling to select a few of the rich second-generation heirs who were most familiar with warship piloting. Then, he placed Qianlei, Lu Feng, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Lan Mengqin in important positions. The takeover of this warship was basically complete. At the same time, they completed the information connection with their own warship. Shuahan, I'll leave that side to you. Lan Xuanyu's strategy was very simple. Lure the enemy deep in and wait for them to come. The warship of the Star Combat Experimental Class was responsible for attracting the enemy, while the Star Palace warship was responsible for annihilating the enemy. The biggest advantage of the Star Palace warship was that it had a lot of energy reserves. To what extent? The overall energy reserves, including the rare metal reserves, and the power reactor. In total, it was about 30 times the warship of the Star Combat Experimental Class. That's right, 30 times. One could imagine how rich and ignorant these rich second-generation heirs were. This warship flew slowly not only because of its size, but also because the load was too big, Lan Xuanyu asked Nangong Ling. With such a huge load, even if they obtained rare metals, how were they going to carry it away? Then, Nangong Ling showed him a piece of spatial equipment that was almost the size of the Ring of Destiny. This thing was not projected in the real world, but bought in Douluo world. Lan Xuanyu was too lazy to ask how much it cost. It was definitely an astronomical figure. We don't understand the world of the rich second-generation heirs. Lan Xuanyu cursed in his heart. Lu Feng went to pick up his winged angel, and everyone familiarized themselves with this Star Palace warship. Ding Zhuohan had already gone to find his opponent with the help of the winged angel. 2 hours of the 72-hour test had passed just like that. Most of the time, space combat tactics did not need to be too complicated. The most important thing was to be effective. Often, the simpler the tactic, the higher the success rate because it was not easy to make mistakes. Lan Xuanyu and the others were facing such a situation. Ding Zhuohan was also very good at commanding a warship. Not long after, they lured a small fleet back. That's right, a small fleet. A Meteor-class attack warship and 2 Meteor-class reconnaissance warships. 1 main and 2 auxiliary warships. The Star Combat Experimental Class warship displayed all kinds of maneuvers at the front. The warship was as slippery as a fish, constantly avoiding the attacks from behind. Sitting in the Star Palace warship, Nangong Ling and the other rich second-generation heirs were dumbfounded. Could a warship be controlled like this? Was that not a larger version of a fighter warship? What the hell was that? It drifted along the meteor's arc, completely using the meteor to block the attacks from behind. Then, it turned around and changed direction. It spun and sank. Oh my god! The warship could even accelerate at 90 degrees? Would the staff inside be able to take it? From their perspective, the warship of the Space Combat Experimental Class was displaying all sorts of gorgeous operations. The various devices on the warship, especially the main and secondary thrusters, were constantly flashing, allowing the warship to be controlled with ease. The firepower of the 3 warships behind them was very strong, but there were very few attacks that could land on the Space Combat Experimental Class's warship. Nangong Ling sneaked a glance at Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in the main control seat, only to discover that he was very calm. It was obvious that he had already predicted this. After that, they saw that the 3 warships were attracted over. They were about to enter the firing range of the Star Palace warship. Nangong Ling immediately became nervous. Were they going to fire? However, what she didn't expect was that Lan Xuanyu didn't give the order to fire at all. The Star Palace warship was still in a silent state. There were even some attacks that landed on the Star Palace warship, but it didn't react at all. The defense of the Star Palace warship was too strong. The meteorite-shaped armor on the surface could even block the secondary cannons of the warship. The main cannons of the warship wouldn't fire at them for no reason. After that, Nangong Ling watched as the 3 enemy warships swept past them. They didn't attack. She wanted to ask, but seeing how calm Lan Xuanyu and his companions were, she held back. Furthermore, she quickly understood why Lan Xuanyu didn't give the order to attack. When the Space Combat Experimental Class's warship passed by them again, the 3 warships chasing them clearly didn't have any defenses against them anymore. The distance between them was clearly much closer. The energy storage of a warship was limited. The frequency of the soul cannons of the 3 warships started to decrease as they pursued accuracy. Alright, let's begin. Nangong Ling seemed to have heard Lan Xuanyu say this. In the next moment, she saw the Space Combat Experimental Class's warship suddenly turn around and charge straight towards them. Ah! What are they doing? Are they trying to hit us? A rich second generation couldn't help but exclaim. "Shut up!" Nan Gongling scolded in annoyance. At this time, she somewhat understood Lan Xuanyu's meaning. As expected, when the battleship of the Space Combat Experimental Class was about to crash into them, the battleship suddenly turned around and flew upwards. It was a Cobra maneuver that only fighter jets would use. The battleship flipped upwards at a 90-degree angle and flew straight into the sky. The three warships chasing from behind seemed to have made some judgments and hurriedly changed their direction. They couldn't make an instantaneous turn at high speed. When they turned upward, their speed slowed down significantly. However, his abdomen was completely exposed to the Star Palace battleship. Secondary cannons, fire. 24 secondary cannons were already prepared. The secondary cannons didn't need a long time to charge. 5 seconds was enough for them to gather energy and fire. Therefore, when the opponent sensed that something was wrong, it was too late to dodge. He had no choice but to activate the protective shield. 24 secondary cannons, that was 24 secondary cannons. 20 of the secondary cannons focused their firepower and fiercely bombarded the abdomen of the Meteor-class battleship. It almost instantly tore apart the battleship's protective shield. With the starship's energy reserves and strength, it would be strange if the starship could withstand such concentrated fire at such a close range. Boom! With a violent explosion, the Meteor-class assault ship exploded into a ball of fire. The other 4 secondary cannons hit the bottom of the 2 Meteor-class battleships, blasting them right into the core of the explosion. In an instant, the 2 Meteor-class battleships were also torn to pieces and turned into space dust. Many of the metal fragments even flew toward them, clanging loudly as they struck the surface of the Star Palace battleship. At this moment, the rich second generation all stared at this scene with their mouths agape, speechless. This works too? One attack, just one attack. The 3 battleships were instantly destroyed. These people were too patient. They didn't attack when they were already in range. They waited for the opponent to get closer before exploding with full force. It was all for the sake of killing them in one shot. Without a doubt, this was the most energy efficient and the most direct method. In the past, they used the automatic control system to attack. This time, the weapon system was controlled by the cold-faced girl. The girl who killed so many of their companions accurately controlled the attacks. They even saw the secondary cannons of the Meteor-class battleship firing at one point and breaking through the enemy's protective shield. Were these people soldiers? They were real battleship commanders, right? After completing the attack, Lan Xuanyu wasn't happy at all. This was already within his expectations and he immediately gave the order. Shuhan, send out 6 winged heavenly mechas to expand the area to scout. We will leave this place and continue deeper. The mimicry battleship restarted and quickly flew towards the asteroid belt, leaving behind a wreckage. The battleship of the Galactic Combat Experimental Class naturally flew over and used a special scanning system to obtain some useful information from the wreckage. The winged angels had already been sent out to scout. The reason why they used the battleship of the Galactic Combat Experimental Class to obtain the information was because it flew very fast. If an enemy came, they would be able to react immediately. Although the galactic battleship's attack and defense were strong, its flying speed was simply too slow. It was better to leave early. Away from the battlefield, clean up the battlefield, and change to another area. The plan was the same. It was simple and direct to lure the enemy and wait for them to come. Wang Tianyu, who was standing beside the simulation pod of the Galactic Combat Experimental Class and looking at the big screen, had a helpless look in his eyes. The other teachers also had different expressions. When they saw the Galactic Combat Experimental Class capturing the galactic battleship and arranging such a strategy, they knew that this galactic combat assessment wouldn't be difficult for them. With the galactic battleship's supply, 72 hours wasn't a problem at all. In this area where no battleships would enter, the galactic battleship was like a fortress, becoming the most powerful rear. And reality proved all of this. The galactic battleship in the hands of the rich second generation was just a clumsy meteorite. But in the hands of the Galactic Combat Experimental Class, this strategy was played with brilliance. Making use of their speed advantage, the Galactic Combat Experimental Class's battleship coordinated with the Winged Angels. Once they found the enemy, they would immediately attract the enemy. With their superb piloting skills, they would always be able to attract the enemy to the galactic battleship. Then, they would naturally wipe out the enemy, clean up the battlefield, change to another area, and do it again. The strategy was simple but very effective. Because their strategy was so effective, the resources obtained from the Annihilation battleship could completely replenish their own energy consumption. The group of rich second generation was simply dazzled. Although they weren't outstanding battleship pilots, they still had a basic foresight. They realized that Lan Xuanyu and the others never wasted any energy. They also didn't have any fancy battle methods. They just used the simplest and most effective method to deal heavy damage to the enemy. They maximized the firepower advantage of the galactic battleship while minimizing the speed disadvantage of the galactic battleship. It was the same battleship, but in their hands, they were simply playing with brilliance. What made them even more amazed was that the Galactic Combat Experimental Class's battleship kept luring the enemy's battleship over. Even if they encountered an enemy with extremely strong piloting skills, they would always be able to attract the enemy's attention and achieve their goal. Luring the enemy into a trap and letting the galactic battleship destroy the enemy. What made the rich second generation most excited was that their galactic battleship brought them more and more experience. The battleship itself had already accumulated a large amount of merits. This was the Douluo world. Controlling a battleship to defeat the enemy would naturally give them experience. In this chaotic star field, the experience bonus was extremely high. Although the individual experience was given to Lan Xuanyu and the others who were in charge of controlling the battleship, the Star Palace battleship itself was still improving. As long as Lan Xuanyu kept his promise and returned the Star Palace battleship to them after this battle, it meant that they could have a battleship that had greatly improved in grade. It would be of great help in the future when it was upgraded to a higher grade battleship. This was much, much faster than these rich second generations controlling their own battleships to accumulate experience. After the 10th battleship was defeated, Lan Xuanyu let Ding Zhuohan control the battleship to return to the Star Palace battleship. They repaired the battleship near the Star Palace battleship. They let everyone rest for a while. The Winged Heavens took turns to scout and ensure safety. 13 hours. In just 13 hours, they had already defeated 10 Meteor-class battleships and above. Next, they had to persevere for 72 hours. Without a doubt, everything was going well. They had basically completed this test. It had to be said that the Star Palace battleship played a very important role. With it, Lan Xuanyu and the others' annihilation battle was much easier. Lan Xuanyu obviously didn't think that this was the end. He had a higher goal. With the Star Palace battleship, what he hoped for the most now was to see if he had the chance to break the survival time record in the chaotic star field. If this record was broken, there would be a large amount of Douluo coins as a reward in the Douluo world. Everyone, rest for a while. Xiaoxiao, Mengqin, Qianlei, the three of you go rest first. We'll rotate in 2 hours. They could also sleep in the Douluo world, and it was the most effective deep sleep. After more than 10 hours of high-intensity battle, everyone was a little tired. 72 hours was still very early. It was naturally best to take turns to rest and maintain combat strength. The battleships of the Star War experimental battleship had also entered their rotation to rest. Nangong Ling walked to Lan Xuanyu's side and said with a smile, "Then can we rest too?" Lan Xuanyu said, "You're in charge. Split your people into 2 groups. Let one group rest for 2 hours first, then rotate." "Okay, Commander." "Oh, no, Commander." Nangong Ling rushed over excitedly. It wasn't just her, all the rich second-generation heirs really treated Lan Xuanyu and the rest as their thighs, and they were very, very thick thighs. These thighs were really too powerful. They were so powerful that they couldn't be more powerful. More than 10 battleships. And they were defeated just like that. This was the star field of chaos. Those who dared to venture here were all battleships that were confident in themselves. Under such circumstances, they were still able to destroy the other party before they could even find their bearings. Nangong Ling and the others had already reached an agreement. This thigh was definitely a regular army of the military, and it was definitely the most elite kind. This was probably their army's training. Although her guess was wrong, it wasn't too far off. It was just that the regular army of the Federation Army didn't have the same level of control as Lan Xuanyu and the others. Relatively speaking, the regular army paid more attention to the cooperation of the legions and did not pay much attention to the combat strength of a single warship. This was because the outcome of a space battle was never decided by a single warship. Instead, it was a battle between large armies. Various types of warships cooperated with each other, resulting in a chemical reaction. In front of powerful strength, any skills were useless. For example, if there was a battleship here, the capture ray alone would render all the operations of the Meteor-class assault ship meaningless. Furthermore, the attack power of a Meteor-class warship would not be able to cause any damage to the battleship in a short period of time. Of course, this only applied to standard warships. Shrek Academy's teaching method was completely different. Tang Zhenhua's space combat experimental class focused more on the use of individual battleships on the battlefield. To put it simply, the students of the Space Warfare Command Department taught by the Shrek Academy were like the special forces among the warship commanders. The battleships they controlled were the best at special operations. In reality, the battleships of Tangmen were never something that regular battleships could compare to. They had the highest level of technology. Lan Xuanyu was still carrying his ecological battleship, the Emerald Demon battleship. That was the highest level of technology of Tangmen and Shrek Academy. Nan Gongling quickly finished assigning the tasks, and a portion of the rich second generation had already gone to rest. They had already passed the news back to their comrades who had already been killed. The only thing that their comrades felt was regret. It would have been better if they had surrendered earlier. They could have also seen how their big legs commanded space battles. It was simply too wonderful. Unfortunately, Lan Xuanyu rejected Nan Gongling's suggestion to record today's battle. He didn't allow them to record the process of today's battle. After assigning the people to rest, Nan Gongling came to Lan Xuanyu's side again. Big leg. Nan Gongling touched Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "You can call me Chief Wing. Also, don't touch my body. I'm not sure if I'll kill you immediately." "Okay, Chief Wing. I just want to ask, are you guys from the military?" Nan Gongling asked tentatively. Lan Xuanyu glanced at her. "You think we're from the Federation's fleet?" Nan Gongling said, "Aren't you?" "Other than the regular army, I can't think of where there would be such an excellent commander. Looking at your appearance, you're not that old, right?" In the Douluo world, everyone appeared as themselves, but the system could adjust the settings to be vague. Lan Xuanyu and the others were like this now. Previously, when Bai Xiuxiu showed her face, she was criticized by Lan Xuanyu. She didn't pay attention to this detail. Lan Xuanyu said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with you." He naturally wouldn't tell these rich second generations their identities, and he wouldn't even mention the name of the wings of the 33 heavens. There were too many people, so it was better to keep it a secret as much as possible. Nan Gongling curled her lips. "You're really boring. I mean, everyone is playing in the Douluo world. Your thighs are so thick, can you let us hug them in the future?" "What do you mean?" Lan Xuanyu looked at her in confusion. "I mean, can we hire you in the future? In the Douluo world. We can pay you Federation coins in reality. Douluo coins are too difficult to get, we have no problem with Federation coins." Nan Gongling said hurriedly. Watching Lan Xuanyu and the others gain experience for the Star Palace battleship was really cool. The biggest dream of these rich second generations was to have their own fleet, to have a truly powerful fleet in the Douluo world. A true space fleet must first have a mothership. In the Douluo world, in theory, it was also possible for individuals to obtain it. But in reality, it was really difficult. That required the accumulation of countless experience points and the accumulation of quests to achieve. At present, there were very few forces that could have a mothership. The military naturally had it, there were many soldiers. When the various Star Battle Command Department was training, they did missions to accumulate experience. The Douluo world had existed for so many years, and the military had naturally accumulated many motherships. There were also some large families with deep heritage that could have their own fleet in the Douluo world. "Hire us?" The expression on Lan Xuanyu's face suddenly loosened a little. Who didn't need Federation coins? Improving their lives was secondary. The key was that as everyone's strength increased, they would need more and more resources in the future. If they could enter the inner court, the academy would naturally have a lot of support in this regard, but what about the students who couldn't enter the inner court? The Tangman would definitely have subsidies, but they also had to rely on themselves. This group of rich second generations could make this Star Palace battleship, so it could be seen how rich they were. If they cooperated with them and earned some extra money for everyone, it seemed to be a good choice. I can consider it. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "You guys want Douluo coins too?" "Yes. Of course," Nan Gongling said without hesitation. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Sure, we can exchange some for you guys later, but it has to be according to the black market price. Because the amount we can provide is something you can't exchange for outside." All these years, they had been carrying out various missions and training, so they had accumulated quite a lot of Douluo coins. With the increase in actual combat, Lan Xuanyu and the others weren't very interested in the Douluo world, and Douluo coins weren't very useful either. After all, they didn't have any intention of building a fleet in the Douluo world. This was because their goal was to have their own powerful battleship in the real world. "No problem." Nan Gongling agreed straightforwardly. As the saying goes, what you hear is false, what you see is true. It wasn't that they hadn't hired thighs before, but many of them were people who deceived the world. They took a lot of money, but it was useless. And these thighs in front of them really relied on their strength. The girl who invaded them previously was a 7-ring soul sage and a 2-word battle armor master. But how could a 2-word battle armor master be so powerful? With so many of them, they didn't even have a chance to resist. And this person in front of them was their captain, so he must be even more powerful. This time, they might have really found a thigh. Perhaps they were from the War God Temple. Therefore, Nan Gongling immediately made the decision. This was also the result of their previous discussion. At the same time, she also had her own thoughts. Since everyone had reached an agreement to cooperate, when they returned the Star Palace, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The Star Palace battleship had accumulated so much experience this time. As long as they had enough investment, it wouldn't be long before it could be promoted to a battleship. A battleship was already the main battleship in space warfare. After leaving behind the contact information of the Douluo world, Nan Gongling ran away excitedly. She told her companions the good news. To Lan Xuanyu, this was just a channel for them to earn money in the future. Perhaps it was because the nearby battleships had been lured and annihilated. The following period of time passed smoothly. Soon, they had been in the star realm of chaos for more than 36 hours, and half of the assessment time had passed. Everyone had rested up to their best condition. Lan Xuanyu naturally wouldn't waste time conservatively. The teachers were all watching from the outside. If they wanted more people to enter the inner court, they needed to perform better. Now that they had completed more than half of the mission, it was time for them to show their strength. Under the command of Lan Xuanyu, the Star Palace battleship and the Battleship Combat Experiment class battleship continued to delve deeper into the star field of chaos. The closer they got, the greater the chances of encountering enemies. As for the Star Palace battleship, he handed over command to Qianlei. Qianlei might not be the best at piloting a battleship, but his spiritual power was high. Controlling the Star Palace battleship would definitely not be a problem. Then, he returned to the battleship of the Space Combat Experimental class. They were ready to launch a new tactic that they had tried before. The Star Palace battleship and the battleship of the Interstellar Combat Experimental class maintained a certain distance from each other. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu led a group of companions and quietly left in the winged heavens. This time, the participants were all the strongest people in the class. This included all 6 members of Lan Xuanyu's team, excluding Qianlei. The 3 members of Bing Tianliang's team, and 3 other teammates who were the best in piloting the winged heavens. A total of 12 winged heavens flew out. The winged heavens battle plan. Using the space fighters to break the battleship, this was a battle method that truly displayed their strength. Normally speaking, when the Soul Guidance space fighters fought against the battleship, unless they had an absolute advantage in numbers, it would be very difficult to break through the battleship's protective shield. And their defensive power definitely wouldn't be able to block the battleship's cannon fire. The secondary cannons of a Meteor-class battleship could easily destroy a space fighter. Furthermore, a battleship could capture space fighters with nets, luring missiles, and other methods. The space warship's function in the space battlefield was mainly in terms of reconnaissance or landing for battle. Reconnaissance was the most useful. In actual combat, there were very few space fleets that carried a large number of space fighters. They were all elite space fighters. The 12-winged heavens formed a formation and flew out. With Lan Xuanyu in the lead, they piloted the space fighters towards the depths of the chaotic star field. It had to be said that in this meteorite belt, it was much easier for space fighters to fly than battleships. They were like fish swimming through the meteorite belt. It didn't take long for them to find their first target. It was a Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship that seemed to be carrying out a reconnaissance mission. The radar quickly scanned them. A battleship that could enter the chaotic star field to fight had rich combat experience. This Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship immediately released a large amount of star lightning around it. These star lightning bolts were triggered. Once they entered a certain area, they would naturally be attracted and accelerate for a short distance, collide, and detonate. This was one of the methods a battleship used to deal with space fighters. The Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship didn't have many nets. Unless it was a close distance, it wouldn't be easy to catch a space fighter. The 12-winged heavens instantly separated like a fairy scattering flowers. They accelerated almost at the same time and flew towards the Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship. Soul guidance cannon beams shot out from the Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship and covered them. However, Lan Xuanyu and the others were top-notch pilots who had undergone Tang Jinhua's devilish training. Why would they care about these beams? They rolled, got rid of them, and easily dodged these beam attacks. Lan Xuanyu's space warship was flying at the fastest speed and quickly approached the Star Thunder area. Just as he was about to be tracked by the Star Lightning, he suddenly changed his direction and climbed up. However, he seemed to have made a mistake in his piloting. The surrounding Star Lightning bolts were still pulled and quickly chased after him. However, he lured away the Star Lightning bolts and also opened up the airspace. The other 11 winged heavens immediately focused their attacks and launched attacks on the Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship. The commander of the Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship was also impressive. He controlled the spaceship to retreat quickly and used the surrounding meteorites as cover to avoid the attacks as much as possible. At the same time, he fully activated the protective shield. Normally, the 12 space fighters wouldn't be able to threaten the Meteor-class attack spaceship, but they were a fatal threat to the Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship. After all, the Meteor-class attack spaceship was small and had limited energy storage. If it was entangled by the opponent, the spaceship still had a chance of winning. Therefore, this reconnaissance spaceship didn't plan to fight head-on and had already started to retreat after releasing the Star Lightning bolts. It obviously didn't come to the chaotic star field alone, it had companions. From the perspective of the reconnaissance spaceship, the space fighter being chased by the Star Lightning bolts was dead meat. The opponent might have purposely used a space fighter as the price to lure away the Star Lightning bolts and create an opportunity for their companions. This decisive method made the Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship more vigilant because once the Star Lightning bolts were lured away, they wouldn't be able to create enough time for them to escape. In their nervousness, they continuously fired their cannons at the space fighters chasing after them in an attempt to stop them. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the one who lured away the Star Lightning bolts was Lan Xuanyu, the class monitor of the Space Combat Experimental class and one of the top God-class pilots in the Federation. A space fighter piloted by a God-class pilot could be destroyed by Star Lightning bolts? Wasn't this a fool's dream? Lan Xuanyu's winged heavens changed its direction and flew higher. Under the cover of the meteorite belt, the Meteor-class reconnaissance spaceship couldn't capture its position anymore. Most importantly, it didn't pay attention to him at all. A layer of green light lit up on the surface of the skywings, making the mech look like a meteor that was emitting light. Its speed instantly increased dramatically. The explosive speed of the Star Thunder was very fast in a short distance, but at this moment, it couldn't catch up to the mech at all. Lan Xuanyu nimbly changed directions in the air and escaped. He brought the star thunder into the meteorite belt. Everything in front of Lan Xuanyu's eyes became dazzling because of his super-fast operation, but his eyes remained clear. Many years of hard training had already trained him to be able to maintain the ability to control accurately under all kinds of conditions and impacts. He didn't even need to use the radar to scout. He could remember the enemy's position and predict their actions. The best pilots must have super strong predictive abilities because many times, when the speed reached a certain level, direct judgment would no longer be able to catch up with the mech's own movements. At this moment, he was like this. If one looked down at this area, they would see a green light flashing crazily in the meteorite belt. It constantly outlined green light rays, and even brought along faint afterimages. Lan Xuanyu's sky wings had been upgraded many times, and its resistance to impact was extremely high. It was created by projecting his sky wings in the real world into Douluo world. With a horizontal drift, he forcefully changed directions at a 90-degree angle. In an instant, the star thunder that followed behind him also swung their tails. Some of the star thunder at the back even collided with the meteorites and exploded. And after this drift, Lan Xuanyu had already arrived behind the meteorite-class reconnaissance spaceship. Go around, burst, accelerate. Crash? Of course, it wasn't a crash. When the other party discovered him, his super speed had already reached the front of the other party's battleship. He made a 90-degree turn and maneuvered like a cobra. When the meteorite-class reconnaissance spaceship discovered him, it only saw a flash of green light. The next moment, it was a wave of star thunder that pounced on its face, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Boom, 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 boom. In the violent roar, most of the star thunder hit the protective shield of the meteorite-class reconnaissance spaceship, bursting into balls of strong light. The protective shield's energy dropped rapidly. The other 11 Skywings opened fire almost at the same time, penetrating the point of attack. 10 seconds later, the meteorite-class reconnaissance ship exploded in the meteorite belt with a glaring flame. The violent explosion shattered all the meteorites in the surroundings. The green light receded, and the wind elements returned to his body. Lan Xuanyu controlled the mech and returned to his companions, flying silently to the side. A meteorite-class reconnaissance ship was destroyed just like that. In the eyes of the students in the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class, this was an extremely normal situation. If Lan Xuanyu was given enough time, it was possible for him to destroy the meteorite-class reconnaissance ship by himself. Lan Xuanyu didn't think much of it. One had to know that he had seen young noble Lu trampling on a destructive warship in the air by himself. From then on, he subconsciously believed that a soul master could contend against a warship with his own strength. However, this scene was extremely shocking to the teachers who were watching from the outside. In the outer court, the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class was quite mysterious. They lived in seclusion and didn't look any different from the other grades. They just studied, cultivated, and improved themselves. Even the other teachers in the outer court knew that the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class was strong. After all, they had defeated opponents 2 grades higher than them. However, that was the strength of soul masters. They had no idea how strong they could be in Battlecraft combat. After all, this was the first Battlecraft Combat Experimental class in the academy. At this moment, when they saw 12 space warships easily destroying a meteorite-class reconnaissance ship, the teachers in charge of the various grades in the outer court looked as if they had seen a ghost. Although they didn't teach the Battlecraft Combat Command Department, everyone in the Douluo world knew how to use it. They had also tried using space warships. When Lan Xuanyu finally controlled the space warship and actually guided the Star Thunder to attack the warship, they felt as if they had seen a god. It was the first time they knew that space warships could be piloted like this. This control was simply amazing. It was definitely the standard of a god-level pilot. The cohesiveness of the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class was known throughout the entire academy. All 33 of them actually passed the most difficult Heaven Fighter mission among the 4th years. Until now, none of them had been eliminated. It was said that it was because the class monitor was especially cohesive. However, everyone also knew that Lan Xuanyu only had 4 rings. The academy kept Lan Xuanyu's information very confidential. Therefore, these teachers only knew that Lan Xuanyu's martial soul was special, so the academy paid special attention to him. They also knew that he was outstanding in other aspects. Today, they saw with their own eyes how outstanding he was in other aspects. This could only be described as terrifying, okay? God-level pilot. An 18-year-old God-level pilot, how did they teach him? When these teachers looked at Tang Zhenhua again, their gazes were completely different. Tang Zhenhua's Battlecraft Combat Command Department had always been deserted. If it weren't for the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class, he wouldn't have many students. As a result, the teachers in the outer court weren't too familiar with him. They were even a little disgusted by his sloppy appearance. They only vaguely knew that he once had a special relationship with the outer court's dean, Ying Luohong. Only now did they understand how strong Tang Zhenhua's teaching ability was in the Battlecraft Combat Command Department. If the students were already so powerful, how could the teacher's ability be bad? Even the teachers in the inner court had a whole new level of respect for Tang Zhenhua. Wang Tianyu couldn't help but look at him, thinking to himself, is it right to let him go to the Seven Holy Abyss? Don't ruin this person. In the inner court, there were no teachers from the Battlecraft Combat Command Department. Shrek Academy indeed didn't pay much attention to Battlecraft Combat Command. Shrek and Tangmen were, in a sense, one. Tangmen paid more attention to soul guidance technology, warships, fighter jets, and the like. These were all things that Tangmen valued. On Shrek's side, they paid more attention to the nurturing of soul masters. They nurtured powerful soul masters so that they could have the potential to develop in any direction in the future. From the fighter jet piloting that Lan Xuanyu and his classmates had just displayed, coupled with the tactical accomplishment in the warship battle earlier, it could be clearly seen how outstanding Tang Zhenhua was in teaching as a teacher. It was no wonder that Tang Zhenhua didn't raise any objections to the graduation assessment that the outer court teachers found extremely difficult. On the contrary, he had insisted on opposing it at the Seven Holy Abyss. It turned out that he really had a sufficient foundation. Even the elites of the Federation's fleet might not be as strong as these little guys. There was no doubt that this Battlecraft combat assessment would definitely be passed by the entire class, and it was very likely that they would exceed the quota. Ying Luohong also looked at Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua's expression was very calm at this time. He wasn't surprised at all about everything that was happening in front of him, because he was the one who was most clear about Lan Xuanyu's fighter jet piloting ability. This disciple of his was outstanding in this aspect, and no one could compare to him. Strong spiritual power, strong physique, and able to withstand greater impacts. Talent in piloting, and a smart enough mind. Many of the tactics that Tang Zhenhua had thought of before, in fact, even Tang Zhenhua himself couldn't do it, but Lan Xuanyu had done it. He had realized countless tactical ideas on Lan Xuanyu. Especially in the aspect of fighter jet piloting, what Lan Xuanyu had just done was only the tip of the iceberg of his control ability. Not long ago, in Lan Xuanyu's latest test, fighter jet piloting, ranked 58th in the entire Federation. That's right, he was now the fighter pilot of the entire Federation, super godly number 58. Tang Zhenhua didn't know how many fighter jets there were in the Federation, but he was absolutely certain that in the entire Shrek Academy, even in the Tangmen, there was no one who could surpass Lan Xuanyu in fighter jet piloting. And this was under the premise that Lan Xuanyu hadn't combined his cultivation with the fighter jet. As his strength grew, his soul power and soul skills increased. The combination of his elemental control and fighter jet could produce combat power that would continue to increase. Lan Xuanyu himself was also very clear about this point, especially what he looked forward to the most was that in the near future, when he had the control of space elements, what kind of tricks could he play with fighter jet piloting? He believed that at that time, his fighter jet piloting would definitely be able to enter the top 20. One must know that among the top 100 fighter jet pilots in the Federation, there were more than 30 powerhouses at the titled Douluo level and above. The strength of their fighter jets and their own strength were combined together. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu could now be said to be one of the top fighter pilots in the Federation. This kind of super god-level pilot could really fight against mid-level and low-level warships by himself. This was also why Lan Xuanyu had the confidence to bring his 11 companions out and rely on the fighter jets to move unhindered in the chaotic star field. Looking at the calm Tang Zhenhua, Ying Luohong pursed her lips. He really did a lot of things. he was really more outstanding than before. Her emotions were a bit chaotic. She subconsciously recalled the most humiliating scene in the past. Details kept appearing in her mind, coupled with what her teacher said to her a few days ago. Ying Luohong's eyes suddenly became more and more complicated, and even forgot to look at the big screen in front of her. At this time, Lan Xuanyu, who had just led his companions to a warship, was also very calm. The fighter jet accelerated again because they were about to meet a new enemy. In the meteorite belt, 7 ships, a total of 7 warships slowly flew out. 2 Meteor-class attack ships and 5 Meteor-class reconnaissance ships. They formed a formation, drilled out of the meteorite belt, and came towards them. There was no doubt that this fleet of 7 warships was the companion of the Meteor-class reconnaissance ship from before. "Captain, it's a bit too many." Lu Feng's voice came. His fighter jet was at the outermost periphery. "Prepare for battle." After the operation just now, Lan Xuanyu felt that he had warmed up and reached his peak condition. With 2 warships as a shield, they had sufficient foundation. Therefore, even if the other party had 7 warships, he didn't have any thoughts of retreating. Wouldn't 7 battleships be enough? The teachers were all watching from outside. Didn't the teachers of the other grades think that we shouldn't have more students entering the inner court? Then let's let them see just how strong our Star Combat Experimental class, the Wings of the 33 Heavens, is. 12 wings, only 12 wings, to face the 7 battleships opposite. The comparison of strengths was without a doubt. But he was going to fight, he had already passed the test without any problems. Now, he was going to put on a stunning performance for the teachers and give all of his classmates bonus points, like a fairy scattered TT, SS like A's. Lands, SSA. S's SAs. Could display S and S skies to display could display S and displays was to display their S. Of course, spreading out would also make every fighter jet more dangerous. The 7 warships on the other side had naturally discovered them, and they had also received a warning from their comrades, telling them that there were 12 space warships on their side. It was impossible for a space warship to come to the star field of chaos on its own, so it had to rely on a battleship. Under normal circumstances, a Meteor-class warship could only carry 4 fighter jets at most. This was already the limit. The other party had 12 fighter jets, which meant that there were likely to be more than 3 Meteor-class attack ships here. Therefore, although the enemy had a large number of warships, they were still very careful. 2 Meteor-class assault ships and 5 Meteor-class reconnaissance ships would not be able to gain the upper hand against 3 Meteor-class assault ships. What's more, the opponent's mecha piloting ability was so strong. Their battleship was definitely not weak either. When Lan Xuanyu's fighter jet flew over a meteorite, it stopped silently. It was a small meteorite with a diameter of about 50 meters, which was relatively small in the meteorite belt. But when Lan Xuanyu's winged angel mecha flew over, his mecha suddenly stopped and the entire mecha crouched on the meteorite. That's right, it crawled. Because the fighter jet changed shape. It changed from a winged skywing fighter jet to a winged skywing mecha. The winged skywing mecha, which was only 6 meters tall, silently stuck to the meteorite, and the surface of the mecha instantly turned khaki-colored, as if it had completely become one with the meteorite. The 7 warships on the other side were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they released a large amount of star grenades, which covered a wide area and spread outwards. One was to send a warning, and the other was to block the enemy's warships that might appear. At the same time, the star grenades could also restrict the enemy's fighter jets to the greatest extent. Tang Yuga's voice rang out in Lan Xuanyu's communicator. They should have arrived a long time ago. The outer area has also been set up with many star grenades. They probably want to finish us off in this area and not let us leave. Fight on your own, Lan Xuanyu said in a low voice. Understood. Everyone understood Lan Xuanyu's order tacitly. In the eyes of the Shrek Academy teachers outside, the winged skywings quickly ceased their activities and hid themselves by relying on the meteorite. It was not easy for the fighter jets to hide on the meteorite because the meteorite was moving, and the surface was uneven. There was no way for the fighter jets to dock. However, mechas were different. Mechas had hands and feet, so it was easy for them to grab onto the meteorite. Therefore, the 12-winged skywings seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of them. When the teachers saw the winged skywings transform into mechas, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. Among them, only a few knew about this black technology. Mechas transforming into fighter jets. This technology was currently only mastered by Shrek and the Tangmen. Lan Xuanyu and Tang Yuga's concealment was the simplest. Relying on the earth element, they directly hid themselves. Although the others did not have it as easy as them, it was not difficult for them to drill a hole in a large meteorite. Although astral lightning was sensitive, not only did it have to be close to a certain distance, but it also had to detect metal and heat to be guided. When the fighter jets were flying, the heat far exceeded that of mechas, so it was naturally easy to guide them. However, since the mechas were hidden in the meteorite, they naturally would not attract the astral lightning. In an instant, in front of the 7 battleships, the 12 fighter jets seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The 7 battleships were also a little confused because the fighter jets really could not be found. In their radar, the fighter jets had also disappeared. They had clearly detected that they were in the meteorite belt earlier, but in the next moment, they were gone. They would not rashly attack the meteorites around them. It would be too noisy and easily attract the enemy. Another problem was that this place was already filled with astral lightning. What if the explosion caused a chain reaction? Then the gains would not make up for the losses. The 7 battleships spread out slightly and activated their protective shields. They were not in a hurry to search. This fleet dared to come to the star field of chaos because they were truly capable. In fact, they were the Federation's official army that Nangong Ling and the other rich kids were looking forward to. They came from a squadron of the Federation's 6th Fleet. On a Meteor-class assault ship, an officer with a colonel's insignia on his shoulder was frowning. How did they disappear? They must still be in the meteorite belt. When we came over, we had already placed astral lightning around the periphery. Also, there are reconnaissance satellites around. If they left this area, they would definitely be discovered by us. However, how did the fighter jets hide so quickly? Beside the colonel was a female lieutenant colonel. She said in a low voice, "Captain, they're definitely still there, but they're so good at hiding. It's not a good thing for us. I think we should leave this area as soon as possible. If their fleet arrives, it is likely that they will cause us unnecessary losses." She was being more tactful, meaning that these opponents were not easy to deal with. The colonel said in a low voice, "If this is a real battlefield, our comrades have already been sacrificed. And they fell under the attack of a few mechas. Even if we have to retreat, we have to avenge them. With the Star Thunder, we have plenty of time. I don't believe that they can fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. Find them as quickly as possible." The lieutenant colonel frowned. This might be a very unusual group of enemies with abilities that exceed our expectations. Let's set a time to evacuate. The colonel pondered for a moment. He also knew that he could not let his emotions affect his decisions on the battlefield. He nodded slightly and said, 30 minutes. If we can't find them in 30 minutes, we'll evacuate. Could it be that the Douluo world already has the technology to make a mecha invisible in the chaotic star field? He would never have thought that a mecha could drill into a meteorite. This was simply impossible under normal circumstances. Because a mecha could only fly forward and not backward, even if it could make a hole in the meteorite, once it went in, it would not be able to come out. No mecha pilot would choose to do that. Lan Xuanyu obviously would not tell his opponent what he did. He just waited quietly for an opportunity. He did not use the mecha's radar to investigate, but used his spiritual power and his own perception. Elemental affinity played an extremely important role at this time. These meteorites were rich in rare metals, but most of them were still earth elements. In space, there were only certain conditions under which elements could exist. For example, near a star, fire elements would be extremely strong, and there would be flame sprites everywhere. And meteorite belts were places where earth elements were abundant. At this moment, he was controlling his Skywing mecha and pressing both hands on the surface of the meteorite. Through communication with the earth elements, he felt the situation in a certain range. Also, he looked through his eyes. The meteorite was constantly moving and tumbling in space. Now that he was disguised as a part of the meteorite, he could only follow the movement of the meteorite and observe. At this time, the battleships had already spread out, searching for traces of them in this meteorite belt surrounded by star thunder. After observing for a while, Lan Xuanyu discovered that these battleships were very organized. Although they were scattered, the distance between the battleships was always maintained, allowing them to provide support in a short period of time. However, this was still not enough. The opportunity had finally arrived. A meteorite-class reconnaissance ship released a scanning beam and slowly passed by the meteorite Lan Xuanyu was attached to. Lan Xuanyu's soul power instantly erupted forth, and with the enhancements of his suit of two-word battle armor, rich light instantly enshrouded the entire meteorite. The teachers of Shrek Academy were the ones who saw it the clearest. Under their shocked gazes, the meteorite with a diameter of tens of meters that Lan Xuanyu was attached to suddenly changed. On the surface of the meteorite, an incomparably huge spike brazenly drilled out without any warning. Just as the meteorite-class reconnaissance ship passed by, it ruthlessly stabbed into its abdomen. As mentioned before, the protective barrier of a space battleship was more for defending against energy impacts. Even in the meteorite belt, they would effectively avoid the meteorites. When they couldn't avoid them, they would use their secondary cannons to attack. This was because the energy consumption of a physical protective barrier was too great. Furthermore, the battleship itself was an extremely sturdy existence. Generally speaking, ordinary meteorites wouldn't be able to cause much damage to them. The meteorite that suddenly deformed caught everyone off guard. The huge spike directly pierced through the energy shield and ruthlessly slammed into the bottom of the meteorite-class reconnaissance ship. With a muffled bang, the meteorite-class reconnaissance ship's abdomen was instantly dented, and at the same time, it was sent rolling. A figure then attached itself to it. A dark blue light flickered, and the huge halberd blade brazenly cut open the abdomen of the battleship, cutting through its defense. Then, the mecha entered the interior of the battleship. All of this happened very suddenly. Colonel Yao Lilin, who was on the meteorite-class assault ship, quickly called out, "What's going on?" "Reconnaissance ship number 4 reporting, reconnaissance ship number 4 reporting." "Reporting, Commander, we don't know what's going on either. It seems like it was suddenly hit by a meteorite." "Ah. An enemy has invaded our battleship. Alert, there's an enemy." The voice stopped there. In the next moment, a blinding flame accompanied by a roar instantly exploded in space. Another meteorite-class reconnaissance ship was destroyed right in front of the fleet's eyes. A figure flickered and disappeared. They could only vaguely see that it seemed to be a mecha. Bypassing a meteorite and blocking the enemy battleship's line of sight, the heavenly wing mecha transformed into a fighter plane, and Lan Xuanyu controlled the fighter plane to instantly accelerate. "Be **starred," the colonel cursed angrily. The fleet quickly gathered and went straight in Lan Xuanyu's direction. They had already seen Lan Xuanyu's fighter plane. Soul rays covered Lan Xuanyu one after another, and capture nets were already opened. No matter what, they had to destroy this guy who destroyed their battleship again. However, something unexpected happened. Lan Xuanyu's fighter plane didn't continue flying into the distance. Instead, it turned around and went back. In fact, he couldn't continue flying into the distance. There were too many astral thunders in this airspace. This wasn't out of the fleet's expectations, but the problem was that when he flew back, a large number of astral thunders followed behind him. An extremely large number of astral thunders. The instantaneous acceleration and explosion of astral thunders were extremely powerful, but at this moment, that fighter plane burst forth with a dazzling green light. The green light caused its speed to suddenly increase to the point where even the astral thunders couldn't catch up and could only follow behind. At this moment, the astral thunders behind Lan Xuanyu were like the tail flames of his fighter plane. It was a spectacular sight. Furthermore, as the astral thunders were attracted by them, even more astral thunders followed. "Stop shooting. He wants to lure us to detonate the astral thunders and then escape." The colonel immediately ordered, "Capture nets cover him. He can't escape." Capture nets bloomed one after another and covered Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in the winged heavenly fighter, looked very calm. In front of him was a large number of capture nets, and behind him were countless astral thunders. Such a scene was simply too spectacular. At this moment, he began to display his powerful fighter plane control ability, displaying his level of surpassing 58 godly. Seeing that he was about to charge into the range of the capture nets at high speed, the winged heavenly fighter suddenly changed directions at such high speed. Cobra maneuver. The capture nets had already entered the range of capture and immediately wrapped around him. At the same time, they released powerful electromagnetic energy and were about to absorb the fighter plane. Under normal circumstances, once a fighter plane entered this range, it would already be unavoidable. However, Lan Xuanyu was able to control this range exquisitely. Relying on the rich wind elements and super-fast speed of the fighter plane, it was as if the surface of the fighter plane was smeared with a layer of oil. Under his control, the fighter jet swayed slightly in space. Then, the surrounding nets that pounced at him at the same time failed to catch him. He slipped through the gaps between the nets. Under the effect of electromagnetic signals, the nets collided with each other, entangling with each other. The surrounding capture nets pounced on them, and Lan Xuanyu's fighter was like a fish in the air. It didn't seem to be moving too much and it maintained its high speed from beginning to end. However, it was able to squeeze through the gaps between the nets. The nets chasing after him were about to catch him, but they were affected by the other nets and tangled with each other. They couldn't pose a threat to him. In an instant, the nets lost their effectiveness. Colonel Yao Lilin and his assistant Zhang Yuanyuan, who were standing in the main control room, were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could a space fighter be operated like this? Faced with the capture net of 6 warships, especially the capture net that included 2 Meteor-class assault warships, the enemy was actually able to break free from it and continue to maintain a distance from the pursuing Star Thunder. A portion of the Star Thunder was covered by the capture net, but due to the different detonation signals, it didn't explode. This was also the reason why Lan Xuanyu was able to maintain a distance from the Star Thunder behind him. It was as if everything, even every detail, was within his precise calculations. Facing such a space fighter, even if they had 6 battleships, fear still surfaced in Yao Lilin and Zhang Yuanyuan's hearts. Was he still human? Was this still a space fighter that humans could fly? He's a super strong fighter. Fire all cannons. Don't worry about the space fighters. Even if all the space fighters have to die with him, we must kill him. Yao Lilin was still able to maintain his calm at this crucial moment. His order wasn't given out on impulse. Instead, he suddenly thought of some legends in the military world. Some legends about the real big shots. Only a super strong fighter could fly a space fighter to such an extent. For many peerless powerhouses, they only needed a fighter jet or a mech to support them in battle in space. Even battleships had to be wary of them and could only activate their protective shields to defend against them. Moreover, they had to activate their physical and energy shields. However, Lan Xuanyu's space fighter was too fast. Just as Yao Lilin gave the order to fire all cannons, he was already in front of the fleet. Yao Lilin's other order came just in time. He activated both the energy and physical shields. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the energy consumption on his side. Although the opponent was only 1 fighter, the fear that came from the bottom of his heart was so intense. As it turned out, his fears were correct. Under Lan Xuanyu's control, the Skywing mech seemed to have a life of its own. The mech itself had already reached the limit of piloting. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that some of the components inside the fighter had already begun to show signs of instability. The speed was simply too fast. Moreover, he had to make all kinds of movements at high speed. His body could withstand it, but the winged heavenly mech was once again unable to withstand it. But that was enough. He approached the other party. In an instant, he turned sideways, and the large amount of star lightning behind him was like a tail that was violently flung towards the warships in front of him. In an instant, countless star thunders collided with the protective barrier, causing a violent explosion. The power of a single star bomb was only SOSO. It might not even be able to destroy a fighter jet. However, a large number of ants could still bite an elephant to death. Moreover, the explosive power of a star bomb was not weak. 1 star bomb might not be able to destroy the fighter jet, but 3 would definitely be able to. By the same logic, 3 star bombs might not be able to break through the protective barrier of a warship. What about 30 or even 300, the star bombs that were flung over almost covered all the warships here. The protective barriers of the 6 warships were bombarded into a dazzling light. Even some of the surrounding meteorites were affected and exploded into a series of explosions. Shrek Academy's simulation cabin classroom was now completely silent. Everyone's gaze was completely attracted by what was happening on the big screen. Lan Xuanyu, Lan Xuanyu, Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, there was only this name in their hearts. All along, among the 6 grades in the outer courtyard, other than the Star Combat Experimental class, the other grades were actually jealous of the Star Combat Experimental class. This was especially so for the teachers. This was because they were very clear that the Star Combat Experimental class had received too much support from the academy. This kind of support was something they did not have. In particular, one of the reasons why they were unconvinced was because that Lan Xuanyu, with his 4-ring strength, was able to pass the 4th-year Heaven Duelist assessment. Moreover, he was the class monitor. Furthermore, he was a candidate for the next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. 4 rings. Soul Masters had a deep-rooted ideology that the number of soul rings, the level of soul power, and strength were absolutely proportional. A 4-ring Soul Master, no matter how good his talent was, what could he do? Furthermore, the fastest time for a Soul Master to grow was from the age of 12 to 18 in Shrek Academy. Once they passed the age of 25, their growth would slow down. Shrek Academy's standards for judging geniuses were different from other academies. Condensing a soul core at the age of 18 was the recognition of a genius. But Lan Xuanyu was only 4-ring. He seemed to be very far away from a soul core. Even if they knew that Lan Xuanyu was already 5-ring, they still wouldn't think highly of him. His strength was simply too lacking. But at this moment, everything that was displayed on the big screen made all the teachers completely speechless. What kind of operation was this? Fighting against a warship with 1 strength wasn't something rare in Shrek Academy. A titled Douluo relied on a 3-word battle armor or above and a mecha to form a powerful duo mecha master. It wouldn't be a problem for them to face ordinary low-level warships, and it wasn't even impossible for them to collide with a meteor-class warship. But did Lan Xuanyu have that? What kind of strength did he have? He didn't rely on duo mecha master, but on warship piloting. Super God level 58, this title wouldn't be too exciting for those who weren't familiar with Soul Guidance warships. However, everything that was happening before their eyes was too exciting. A single warship was suppressing 7 warships. Could you believe it? When they saw Lan Xuanyu's winged Skywing warship passing through the net as easily as a fish returning home, everyone was dumbfounded. When they saw the winged Skywing warship fling a large amount of star lightning at the enemy like a phoenix swinging its tail, they didn't know how to describe their current feelings. Just this powerful warship piloting ability alone was enough to support Lan Xuanyu into the inner court. No teacher could find any fault with it. Only now did they understand why Tang Zhenhua was so proud of his disciple. Yes, this was a disciple taught by Tang Zhenhua, a student nurtured by the Star Combat Experimental class. Amidst the continuous gunfire, a figure of light instantly drilled out and spiraled, shaking off some scattered soul rays and rushing into space once again. After Lan Xuanyu guided the star lightning to complete the first wave of bombardment, he came out. The warship accelerated and fled into the distance. His target was the Star Lightning Group in another direction. At this moment, although the protective shields of the 6 warships weren't broken, they were swaying left and right from the bombardment, and the protective shield's energy dropped drastically. When they finally stabilized themselves, they saw Lan Xuanyu charging towards the Star Lightning area once again. Cannons immediately fired in his direction without hesitation, and even the main cannons were attacking. They were really afraid. If Lan Xuanyu attracted another wave of star lightning, their protective shields might not be able to defend. How could they let him do it again? They would rather detonate those star lightning, and... Just at this moment, when everyone's attention was on Lan Xuanyu, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Behind them, 11 warships appeared without any warning. Yes, just as Lan Xuanyu attracted all the attention, his companions had already circled to the back and all of them returned to their skywing forms. The 11 fighter jets formed a triangular formation and flew at high speed without the threat of the capture net. Cannon fire fused with soul power bombarded the side of a meteorite-level reconnaissance ship. The energy of this reconnaissance ship's protective shield had already been mostly depleted by the Star Thunder earlier, so how could it still defend? Moreover, the attack from the side and the rear happened to be where his warship's energy reactor was located. Explosions sounded on both sides at the same time. On Lan Xuanyu's side, there was the sound of a large number of Star Thunder explosions. On the other side, there was the sound of a second meteorite-level reconnaissance ship exploding from the concentrated fire. The explosion of a warship was much more powerful than the Star Thunder. Immediately, a nearby meteorite-level reconnaissance ship was sent flying, and even a meteor-level attack ship was shaken by the shockwave. At this moment, the 11 fighter jets scattered like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Then, the surface of those warships seemed to have magnets that attracted them, and they landed on those warships respectively. The Skywing fighter jets transformed into mechas in midair. They descended brazenly. Flying at the front was Bai Xiaoxiao. Her mecha and battle armor were completely connected, and the surface of the mecha turned purplish-black. A slender silver spear was at the front, and a black ball of light appeared at the tip of the spear. Facing the Meteor-class attack ship's double-layered protective shield, it actually broke through in an instant, and a hole was opened. Then, the 3 mechas led her into it. The other Skywing mechas also pounced on the other warships at close range. Boarding battle, all space fleets would carry fighter jets or mechas, and this fleet was no exception. More than 20 mechas had been released. However, mechas were different from each other. Balls of fire exploded in the air. Facing the powerful existence of the Shrek Academy's 33 wings, these mechas couldn't stop them at all. The surface of Bing Tianliang's Skywing mecha exploded with thick thunderbolts and directly blasted 3 standard mechas into pieces. The surface of Lin Donghui's mecha exploded with balls of fire, blocking the other mechas. Yu Tian, whose weapon was an imitation of his own Mo sword, was the most powerful. He directly rushed into the enemy's mechas with a large sword in hand. Was that still a mecha? It was as if a soul master was fighting in space. The mecha didn't affect his agility at all, and even his aura didn't affect him. Every time he swung his sword, a mecha was bound to be destroyed. Lan Xuanyu's soul guidance warship didn't continue to fight. He slowly flew back and floated in space and watched as his companions entered the protective shield one after another. He watched the warships begin to explode with fire. Fire. They had already won this battle. Following the explosions, the only one that managed to escape in the end was Zhao Liling's Metro-class assault ship, which was his flagship. The other warships were completely annihilated under the infiltration of the Skywing mechas. This fleet didn't have any true powerhouses, so naturally, no one could stop the students of the Space War experimental class, including Tang Yuga, Bai Xiaoxiao, and the others. Almost all of them were soul sages and two-word battle armor masters. Coupled with the Skywing mecha, it was definitely a terrifying duo mecha master in Space War. Furthermore, Bai Xiaoxiao was using the divine artifact, the Silver Dragon Spear. Even in Space War, the destructive power of a divine artifact was still terrifying. And this was under the situation where Bai Xiaoxiao could only rely on the dark elements to control it. They didn't continue to chase after the fleeing Meteor-class attack ship. 20 minutes later, amidst the destruction of a large number of floating warships, the 12 wings regrouped and returned under Lan Xuanyu's lead. The only loss in this battle was that Lan Xuanyu's Skywing mecha had suffered 35% internal damage due to excessive operation and could no longer be controlled to its limit. That was all. However, when they invaded the enemy's warships, they obtained more than 15 tons of rare metals that could be used as fuel. Shrek Academy Simulation Cabin Classroom. All the teachers held their breaths as they watched this battle. After watching it, the teachers from the outer court were collectively speechless. They were all speechless. Wang Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because he was a little nervous earlier, but even he felt a strange sense of suffocation. Recall them. There's no need to continue the Space War assessment. Indeed, there was no need to continue. The 72 hours were already meaningless. Lan Xuanyu and his companions used their actions to prove their abilities to everyone. In Space War, whether it was the piloting of a warship, the arrangement of tactics, the manifestation of personal strength, the piloting of a space warship, or the dual mecha master boarding battle, All of them displayed their perfect and valiant side. Although there were only 33 of them and only one warship. However, they displayed the combat power of a small fleet. Furthermore, it was under the conditions of the chaotic star realm. Yes, Tang Zhenhua replied. Zhenhua, the Space War experimental class has succeeded. Congratulations, Wang Tianyu said gently to Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua's body trembled. He understood that Pavilion Master Wang's words meant that the Space War experimental class had been completely recognized by the inner court. It also meant that his teaching in this area had also been recognized by the Academy. He bowed and took a deep breath. Thank you for the Academy's recognition. He didn't say anything about continuing to work hard because he didn't know if he still had a future. Ying Luohong's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. In fact, this was the first time she saw the true strength of Lan Xuanyu and the others in Space War. Not long ago, they were still a group of troublemakers who even dared to snatch the Tongmen's warship. But it was this group of children, under the leadership of the class monitor, Lan Xuanyu, that had grown to the point where they could take charge of Space War in just a few years. How could she not be shocked? As the head of the Space War Command Department and one of the head teachers, Tang Zhenhua's contributions were unquestionable. All his hard work was on this group of children. It was also him who had always supported some of Lan Xuanyu's ideas. Wang Tianyu chuckled and said, I originally thought that the Rank 5 Heaven Fighter mission was a little too difficult for them. Now it seems that it's really possible to complete it. This group of children is really amazing. I'm already a little reluctant to give them to the Douluo Palace. All the teachers smiled apologetically. That's right. Even if they weren't restricted to the inner court, they were really reluctant to give such an outstanding group of students to the Tangmen. Most importantly, they were a team. The teachers had nothing to say. Who asked them to be strong and perform well? In the academy, strength spoke louder than words. After receiving the order to end the assessment, Lan Xuanyu and the others led the 2 warships out of the chaotic star field. According to the agreement, they took away all the rare metals and other spoils of war. The warships were left to Nangong Ling and the others. Nangong Ling and the others didn't see the scene of Lan Xuanyu and the others defeating the small fleet. However, they saw Lan Xuanyu and the others go out and bring back a pile of rare metals. How many warships were there in reserve? Although they weren't capable, they weren't stupid. Naturally, they knew that not many warships would store as much energy as their star palace. At that time, Lan Xuanyu still didn't know that the assessment was about to end, so he naturally had to free up the rare metals and continue preparing for the battle. The star palace didn't rely on speed, so it was placed here first and was seen by Nangong Ling and the others. When the 2 sides separated, Nangong Ling and the other rich second-generation heirs already treated Lan Xuanyu and the others like gods. They had to hug this thigh. In the future, they decided to follow Lan Xuanyu and the others in the Douluo world. End of chapter. After the 2 sides agreed on follow-up contact, Lan Xuanyu returned with his teammates and ended the first part of their graduation assessment. Although the assessment ended early, Lan Xuanyu and the others were naturally not worried about their results at all. There was no need to worry at all. They had already exceeded their quota. They displayed their strength in battlecraft combat without restraint. Lan Xuanyu was now practicing the most in super high-speed piloting. It was very difficult to not make mistakes at such a high speed. Because he still had the Emerald Demon battleship. The instantaneous burst of speed of the Emerald Demon battleship was incomparable to any fighter. Moreover, the speed limit that the Emerald Demon battleship could withstand was far from comparable to a fighter. There was no doubt that they had definitely passed the first graduation exam. The simulation cabin opened, and Lan Xuanyu and his teammates came out of the simulation cabin one after another. At this time, Wang Tianyu and many teachers had already left. Only Ying Luohong, Xiaoqi, and Tang Zhenhua were left. You did very well. Continue to work hard in the following assessments. Ying Luohong nodded to them and left. Xiaoqi laughed, took the initiative to walk up, and gave Lan Xuanyu a hug. Xianyu, that tail swing was really beautiful. Watching it made my blood boil and I wanted to learn how to pilot a fighter from Teacher Tang. Congratulations, all of you have passed. The team assessment was undoubtedly much more difficult than the individual assessment, but the advantage was that as long as they passed, they would pass together. Especially in the Battlecraft combat assessment, there was no preparation to give individual scores at the beginning. The most important part of this assessment was to confirm whether the Battlecraft combat experimental class was a successful experiment. Wang Tianyu had already given the answer before, and they had already received full recognition from the academy. And next, the assessment was traditional. Tang Zhenhua did not show much joy. He was still very confident that Lan Xuanyu and the others could pass this assessment. You have 2 days of rest, and then the most important character assessment will be held. The others are fine, but Xianyu, the 7 of you come with me and teacher Xiao. I will first tell you about the character assessment you will face, and then you can go and rest. Lan Xuanyu looked at Tang Zhenhua with some surprise. He could feel that his teacher's mood was a bit off today. It was very serious. This was rare for Tang Zhenhua. Yes. Lan Xuanyu and the others followed Tang Zhenhua and Xiaoqi to the Interstellar Center. The others went back to rest. When they arrived at the office, Tang Zhenhua said, "You guys have just completed the Battlecraft combat assessment, so you should be allowed to rest immediately. However, the character assessment that you will be facing next is extremely important. Therefore, I want to give you a heads up." "What does our character assessment test?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Tang Zhenhua said, "Your character assessment is not the standard of graduates, but the standard of Shrek's 7 monsters. You should understand what I'm trying to say." Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 looked at each other. They couldn't help but have a bad premonition. The standard of Shrek's 7 monsters? What did that mean? Tang Zhenhua took a deep breath and a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. In our academy, there have always been some ancestors silently guarding it. Among these ancestors, there were some who had passed away, but their spiritual consciousness existed in a special form. There is not only the eternal tree in the Sea God Lake, but also a unique space. This place is called the 7 Holy Abyss. 7 Holy Abyss? Lan Xuanyu and the others were completely unfamiliar with this name. That's right, the 7 Holy Abyss. Lan Xuanyu realized that even Xiaoqi's expression was a bit unnatural when he heard this name. It was as if he was a little scared. Was it that scary? This place? The outer court students actually have no chance to know this secret. However, you guys are destined to enter the inner court, so it's fine to tell you in advance. Your character assessment will be conducted in the 7 Holy Abyss. For us Shrek people, the 7 Holy Abyss is a place with 2 sides. First of all, to be able to enter the 7 Holy Abyss means that you have received the Academy's approval. Only those who have made great progress in the Academy are allowed to enter the 7 Holy Abyss to train. For example, the higher-ups of the inner court and all the members of the Sea God's Pavilion must have entered the 7 Holy Abyss. Even Teacher Xiao and I don't have the right to enter now. However, on the other hand, the 7 Holy Abyss is a place to train the deepest part of a human's heart. Each of our hearts is like an iceberg. This iceberg is floating in the sea, and there must be a part of it above the sea that is exposed to the sun. That is our superego. There is another part that rises and falls with the tide. Sometimes it is above the sea, sometimes it is below the sea. That is our ego. There is another part that is always below the sea, never to see the sun. That is our ID. There was once a wise man who said that the ID of a human is the dirtiest and most despicable thing. Whether or not it is released determines a person's character. The 7 Holy Abyss is a place that will completely magnify our true selves. It is an interrogation of the soul and torture of the mind. If you can pass the test of the 7 Holy Abyss, your spiritual power will improve greatly. At the same time, it will make your heart more determined, and your character will receive the highest level of approval from the Academy. On the other hand, you will have a lot of trouble. If you can't control your ID, you will even lose the chance to enter the inner court. Therefore, the 7 Holy Abyss is an opportunity, but more importantly, it is a test. Hearing Tang Zhenhua's serious words, Lan Xuanyu and the others were confused. What is the test? Lan Xuanyu asked. Teacher, how is the test of the 7 Holy Abyss? How does it trigger our ID? For example, greed or something like that? Is there a problem? Qianlei immediately became nervous. She was asking on my behalf, right? Tang Zhenhua said. The Seven Holy Abyss is a comprehensive test. There are 7 seniors inside, known as the 7 sages. They will test you on greed, gluttony, lust, sloth, wrath, jealousy, and arrogance. The only good news for you is that you are all very young and have not experienced the baptism of society, so your hearts are pure. Relatively speaking, the test of the 7 Holy Abyss will be easier for you. The older you are, the more experience you have, and the harder the test will be. Qianlei scratched his head and said, Teacher Tang, how do we pass? How can we not pass? Tang Zhenhua smiled bitterly. As long as you can come out of there mentally, you will pass. I can't teach you that, because I haven't been there before. Remember, no matter what you encounter in there, the most important thing is to stay true to yourself. Stay true to yourself, and you will have a higher chance of passing. No matter what you encounter in there, you have to ask yourself if you really want to do it. Everyone nodded in agreement, but to be honest, they had no idea what such a test was. This was not a battle, nor was it an evaluation of ability. It was not even a test of intelligence. Tang Zhenhua sighed in his heart. He had only heard of the 7 Holy Abysses' fame. Back then, Ying Luohong had experienced the test of the 7 Holy Abyss. After coming out of the 7 Holy Abyss, she had recovered for 2 months before her spirit was completely recovered. One could imagine how terrifying the 7 Holy Abysses test was. After that, she was no longer willing to mention anything about the 7 Holy Abyss. At that time, Ying Luohong was only in her 20s. But Tang Zhenhua had already made up his mind. He was going. Perhaps, this was his last chance, for himself, and also for Ying Luohong. If he couldn't pass, his fate might really be over. After he made his decision, his heart calmed down instead. Recently, even if the children were about to graduate, his heart was unprecedentedly calm. He didn't go to Tangmen again, but stayed at the Interstellar Center. When he had nothing to do, he would meditate alone. Unintentionally, his cultivation had broken through again. Lan Xuanyu and the others went back to rest, and Xiaoqi also took his leave. After teaching the graduating class, he would have a break and could return to the inner court to meditate for a year, so Xiaoqi's mood was very good recently. The results of the Star War experimental class were obvious to all, and there was no doubt that the academy would give him a big reward. After sending them off, only Tang Zhenhua was left in the Interstellar Center, and just as he was about to meditate, his soul communicator suddenly rang. Dean? What's the matter? The caller was Ying Luohong. On the other side, Ying Luohong was silent, and after a long while, she said, The 7 Holy Abyss, for some people, is life-threatening. You are so old, and the danger will be even greater. Don't go. N? Tang Zhenhua was stunned. He thought that Ying Luohong's call was about Lan Xuanyu and the others, or about the Star War experimental class. He didn't expect that it was to dissuade him. If I don't go to the 7 Holy Abyss, can you forgive me? Tang Zhenhua said indifferently. On the other side, Ying Luohong was silent, and after a full 2 minutes, she hung up. She didn't answer Tang Zhenhua's question. Looking at the soul communicator on his wrist, Tang Zhenhua laughed at himself. He wasn't dissatisfied with Ying Luohong. He knew her character too well. She would rather break than bend, and was the kind of person who couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. In her life, she didn't know what compromise was. But he liked her like this, so what could he do? He liked her his whole life. So be it. How could he not know that entering the 7 Holy Abyss was dangerous? Once he had a mental breakdown, it was not impossible for him to become a lunatic or a fool. But he still had to go. Only in this way could he heal the crack in her heart. 2 days passed quickly. Except for Lan Xuanyu and the others in the Star War experimental class, everyone else was taken away to some unknown place for a character assessment. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know what the test was about. Similarly, there was no prior warning. Relatively speaking, Lan Xuanyu and the others, who had been informed of the situation in the 7 Holy Abyss, felt that they had a slight advantage. At the very least, he knew what the test was about. The 7 people gathered, and under Xiaoqi's lead, they directly came to the shore of the sea god lake. What surprised Lan Xuanyu and the others was that there was actually a boat parked at the shore of the Sea God Lake. The boat was not big, but this was the first time they had seen a boat on the Sea God Lake. Could it be that the 7 holy lakes could only be entered by boat? There were already people on the ship at this time. Tang Zhenhua, Ying Luohong, and Wang Tianyu, there were only 3 of them. Seeing Lan Xuanyu and the others arrive, Wang Tianyu waved his hand and said, "Get on the ship." After boarding the boat, Wang Tianyu waved his sleeve, and the boat naturally glided toward the center of the Sea God Lake. After studying in the Shrek Academy for 6 years, this was the first time Lan Xuanyu and the others had gone inside the lake. Usually, even if they were cultivating in the Sea God Lake, they would only be by the lake. Feeling the moist air and the increasingly rich life aura, they unconsciously became a little excited. They were even a little nervous. The 7 holy lakes, what would this place look like in the Sea God Lake? The Sea God Lake was very vast, but under the urging of Wang Tianyu's soul power, the boat moved very quickly and steadily. Gradually, in their field of vision, the trunk of the towering tree continued to enlarge. Only when they were really close to the eternal tree could they truly feel how huge it was. The huge tree trunk couldn't be measured with their field of vision at all. When they got closer, they could see that on the surface of the eternal tree, there were many specks of green light, which were surprisingly life spirits. The extremely rich life force even caused a layer of light green mist to float on the surrounding lake water. What kind of rich life aura was this? Lan Xuanyu only felt that the bloodline vortex in his body was spinning crazily, rapidly absorbing all of this. The aura instantly became even more abundant. If he could cultivate next to the eternal tree, his strength would definitely increase even faster. If the edge of the tree trunk was already like this, what about the eternal sky city? To what extent would the life energy condense? Lan Xuanyu's feeling was the most profound because he had an affinity with life, and the rich life energy around the eternal tree was also very intimate to him. It surrounded his body, and one could see that Lan Xuanyu's body was obviously surrounded by a green halo compared to others. As expected of the person chosen by the eternal tree, Wang Tianyu naturally saw the situation on his body. Lan Xuanyu was recognized by the eternal tree as the next successor of the school of life. It was naturally normal for him to be favored by the eternal tree. Finally, they arrived beside the eternal tree and the boat began to move to the side. What Lan Xuanyu wanted to do the most at this time was actually to go to the top of the eternal tree and touch it. He could vaguely feel that the eternal tree seemed to have a special call for him. That feeling of intimacy made his mind calm down. It seemed that the following assessment was nothing. The boat stopped at this moment. Wang Tianyu, Ying Luohong, Xiaoqi, and Tang Zhenhua's gazes also fell on Lan Xuanyu's group of 7. The 7 people's mentality was very good, and their psychological quality was also very good. Although they were about to face unknown things, they still remained very calm. Wang Tianyu said, "I believe that your teacher has already warned you. The most important test of the 7 holy abyss is to guard your heart. As for the rest, you will have to rely on yourselves. Passing this stage will mean that your Shrek 7 monsters have passed the threshold of the assessment. Prepare to enter." As he spoke, he came to the bow of the boat, faced the lake in front of him, bowed, and said respectfully, "Junior Wang Tianyu, together with the candidates of the Shrek Academy Shrek 7 monsters, Lan Xuanyu, Tang Yuga, Yuan and Hui Hui, Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, Lu Feng, and Qian Lei, the 7 candidates, have come to accept the assessment. Seniors, please open the 7 holy abyss. Allow them to participate in the assessment." As his voice fell, the water of the Sea God Lake beside the boat seemed to suddenly boil, and bubbles appeared one after another. Immediately after, a small whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. The whirlpool began to spin rapidly, and during the process, it became bigger and bigger. The whirlpool expanded to the surroundings, and a faint colorful halo was emitted from the inside. The colorful halo was very strange, and it had a kind of invisible attraction to one's gaze. It was as if it could absorb one's soul. Wang Tianyu bowed respectfully again, then turned around and looked at Lan Xuanyu's group of 7, saying, "You can enter now. Jump into the whirlpool and the assessment will begin." Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. As the captain, he was the first to walk to Wang Tianyu's side. After bowing to Wang Tianyu, he bowed deeply in the direction of the 7 holy abyss. Only then did he soar up and jump into the seven holy abyss. The strange thing was that when he jumped into the lake, there were no ripples at all. His body just merged into the whirlpool and disappeared silently. The other 6 people entered one after another and disappeared into the lake. It was not until they all disappeared that Wang Tianyu's eyes became a little nervous. Among these 7 people, the one he was least worried about was Lan Xuanyu. After all, Lan Xuanyu was the person chosen by the Eternal Tree. The Eternal Tree's judgment would not be wrong. As the heir of the Life School, Lan Xuanyu would definitely be treated well by the 7 saints in the 7 Holy Abyss. After all, the existence of the 7 Holy Abyss, an independent space, was dependent on the Eternal Tree. It was the foundation of the Eternal Tree's enormous life energy. Therefore, the 7 saints would definitely give the Eternal Tree some face. But it was hard to say for others. Relatively speaking, in the 7 Holy Abyss, the purer one's heart was, the easier it was to pass the test. The more experience one had, the more complicated one's thoughts were, the harder it was to pass the test. At this moment, Tang Zhenhua came to Wang Tianyu's side and bowed to him. "Pavilion Master, I am going too." Tang Zhenhua's tone was very calm, as if he was just going to do something very ordinary. "Teacher Tang, what are you doing?" Xiaoqi didn't know the situation and couldn't help but ask anxiously. How old was Tang Zhenhua? He was at least 70 or 80 years old, and he actually wanted to enter the 7 Holy Abyss. Didn't he know how dangerous this was? Tang Zhenhua turned around and smiled at Xiaoqi. "Teacher Xiao, I've been very happy to work with you these past few years, mainly because our batch of children is too good. When they come out, if I can't come out or something happens, don't tell them. Just say that I went to the Tang men to do research." "Teacher Tang, you..." Xiaoqi didn't know why Tang Zhenhua was doing this. With Wang Tianyu around, he couldn't ask too much. Wang Tianyu looked at Tang Zhenhua with a solemn expression and said, "Zhenhua, have you thought it through?" It had been many years since Tang Zhenhua heard Wang Tianyu call him that. Ying Luohong was Wang Tianyu's younger brother. After that misunderstanding, Tang Zhenhua was almost beaten to death by this irritable vice pavilion master. "I've already thought it through. My experience in the 7 Holy Abyss can be completely open to you and Dining. Go." After saying this, Tang Zhenhua lightly tapped the bow of the boat with the tip of his foot and jumped into the 7 nos without hesitation. At this moment, Tang Zhenhua felt a little absent-minded. It had been decades, and this leap might be able to resolve the misunderstanding. In the midst of it, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment in his heart, and all the pain over the years seemed to have disappeared. Because he added, could it be, he had a clear conscience, and he had already done what he should and could do. No matter what the outcome was, even if he couldn't leave the 7 Holy Abyss alive, he wouldn't regret it. "Come back." At this moment, a sobbing voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Immediately after, Tang Zhenhua felt his waist tightened, and then his body was pulled back uncontrollably. When he stumbled and landed on the bow of the ship again, he suddenly felt his body tighten. He was being held tightly by someone. Hugged. Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but be stunned. "Woo-woo. Tang Zhenhua, you bastard." The person who pulled him back and hugged him tightly was none other than the dean of the Shrek Academy's outer court. His wife, Ying Luohong. Ying Luohong hugged Tang Zhenhua tightly and burst into tears, as if the tears she had accumulated for decades were about to come out. At this moment, it was as if everything was about to spill out. Tang Zhenhua was in a daze at first, then he hugged that familiar yet unfamiliar person. His mind was in a mess. Wang Tianyu looked at them helplessly. With a flash, he arrived above the 7 Holy Abyss. Light and shadow flashed. In a flash, he was gone. Xiaoqi was very young among the outer court teachers, so he didn't know about Ying Luohong and Tang Zhenhua. Interrelationship. At this moment, he looked in the direction Wang Tianyu left in, and then looked at the 2 people hugging tightly in front of him. For a moment, his mouth opened wide and his eyes widened. What was going on? Principal Ying and Teacher Tang Zhenhua gradually came back to his senses, but Ying Luohong was still crying loudly. At this time, Tang Zhenhua had already felt Xiaoqi's gaze. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi nodded quickly and didn't make a sound. He just mouthed to Tang Zhenhua, understood. Then, Teacher Xiao turned around and jumped into the sea god lake with a plop, quickly moving towards the sea god lake. He swam towards the shore. Tang Zhenhua was stunned when he saw Xiaoqi jump into the sea god lake. What was going on? I just asked him to turn around. Why did he jump into the lake? Moreover, with his cultivation level, he could walk on the waves and return to the shore. Of course, Xiaoqi could walk on the waves, but now he just wanted to calm down. What he had just seen was simply too shocking. He could barely take it. There were only 2 people left on the ship. Tang Zhenhua looked down at Ying Luohong, who was crying in his arms. He didn't know how many years the person he had been looking forward to suddenly came back at this moment. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He sighed softly and raised his hand to stroking Luohong's long hair. "You won't let me go?" he asked softly. "No." Although Ying Luohong was crying, she still answered him. "Why? I know your character. You've always been someone who can't tolerate sand in your eyes. The misunderstanding at the beginning has never been resolved, and the wound in your heart has never healed. The only way is to let me go to the 7 holy abyss. My most precious things are shown in front of you. After you see them, the wound in your heart may heal. Isn't that good?" "Not good." Ying Luohong's voice raised a few notches. Tang Zhenhua smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that after going back, you will regret it. If the rift between us can't be repaired, how can we be reconciled?" Shut up." Ying Luohong suddenly screamed, blocking all the words Tang Zhenhua had not finished speaking. Then she cried even louder. Sure enough, Tang Zhenhua didn't dare to say anything more, but at this moment, his mood suddenly became very comfortable. All the grievances accumulated over the years were released at this moment. Did she really come back? Ying Luohong cried for nearly half an hour, and the clothes on Tang Zhenhua's chest were soaked by her tears. They were wet, but Tang Zhenhua didn't dare to move or say anything. Just holding her like this, he was very satisfied. "Zhenhua, let me ask you a question," Ying Luohong suddenly said in a low voice. Because she cried for too long, her voice was a little hoarse. "What question?" Tang Zhenhua said in a low voice. Ying Luohong said, back then, did she use some method on you, so you?" Tang Zhenhua's body trembled, and he frowned, but didn't say anything. Ying Luohong muttered mockingly, "Actually, I guessed it a long time ago. When you were really about to jump down just now, I was even more sure. Back then, our relationship was so good, how could you suddenly be together with her?" "At that time I was really too angry, and I was so angry that I lost my head. For so many years, you never saw her again. You have always been by my side, accompanying me, and even went to the 7 holy abyss. I gradually understood that what happened back then was probably not because of you. It's just that I really didn't dare to think that such a good person like her would do that." Tang Zhenhua sighed, "Things have changed with the passage of time. If you really forgive me, don't ask any more. I didn't want to recall everything that happened in the past. Moreover, I am a man after all. Do I want to shift the responsibility to her? Is that so? What's more, she asked me to go that time. If I insisted on not going, the things that happened later wouldn't have happened. It's still my own problem. This is also why I feel that I have let you down the most. So, it's all my fault." "Wrong." Ying Luohong straightened up in his arms and patted his head. "Why didn't I let you go to the 7 holy abyss? Reading pleasure is wonderful." Smiley face. Tang Zhenhua froze for a moment, then shook his head. Ying Luohong's eyes turned red again. "If I knew that you would be in danger and still let you jump, the rift between us would not only not be healed, but would be even bigger. Would I still love you like that? The moment you jumped down without hesitation, I had already forgiven you, and the rift in my heart was also healed by my uncontrollable love. I won't ask any more. No matter what happened back then, for so many years, you never left me even half a step, and you never even left Shrek City. Forget it, I've figured it out. I don't want to live in pain and loneliness anymore. I want to return to you, and never be separated from you again." Tang Zhenhua's eyes were also red. Until this moment, he could be completely sure that his lover had returned. She was really back. He fiercely hugged Ying Luohong tightly into his arms again. "Hong Hong, Ying Luohong also hugged his waist and whispered, but I have a request. No matter what happens in the future, I won't allow you to have any thoughts about her. Can you promise me? Of course, of course. I originally didn't have any thoughts about her, and it's impossible for me to see her again. I also don't know where she went. After that incident, I cut off all contact with her. Frankly speaking, I hate her in my heart. It's just that, so many years have passed, and the hatred has faded. Even if I see her again, I'll just treat her as a passerby. Is that okay? You pass. Ying Luohong sighed softly. What's wrong? Tang Zhenhua asked with some doubts. Ying Luohong raised her head, looked at him with a somewhat complicated expression, and said, actually, we have been in contact over the years. Tang Zhenhua was taken aback. You still have contact with her? You don't hate her? Ying Luohong gritted her teeth and said, how can I not hate her? My best friend is trying to steal my man. I hate her to death. But you're right. So many years have passed, and the hatred has already faded. We have only been in contact a few times. She has also told me a lot. She said that she wants to be with you, one is because she really loves you, and the other is to repay your kindness. You saved the lives of her parents. She said that she has nothing to give you, only to give herself to you, and only you alone in her life. Tang Zhenhua's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed, and he said with a wry smile, she wanted to give it to me, but she didn't ask me if I wanted it. Forget it, let's not talk. Ying Luohong snorted, I'm sure of my guess. Back then, if she didn't use some tricks, she wouldn't have a chance, okay? Hers temper, after all, she's. Since you've just promised me, there's something I need to tell you. I never tell you this for the rest of my life. What is it? Tang Zhenhua was stunned. Tang Zhenhua was, he. Zhenhua. Zhenhua, he, Ed, and his. I have a son? He didn't know what to say at all. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. Looking at Ying Luohong, his eyes were full of disbelief. Hong, this, is it her or you? Ying Luohong was furious and slapped him on the head. You shameless old man, you still want her to give birth to your child? You two only did it once, do you think you're very capable? Of course it's me, it's this old mother. For so many years, it was this old mother who painstakingly raised my son. I didn't tell you, I deliberately didn't tell you. I will punish you. I was wrong. Tang Zhenhua suddenly knelt down in front of Ying Luohong, hugged her leg, and burst into tears. When Ying Luohong pulled him back just now, his unflinching determination to face death was still there, so for a while, his emotions were not completely adjusted. But at this moment, he suddenly heard that he actually had a son. For a while, the emotions that had been suppressed for many years gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Ying Luohong's eyes were also red, and she hugged his head in her arms. Aggrieved, how could she not be aggrieved? Back then, she already had his child, but suddenly found that he had betrayed her. The pain at that moment, the sadness at that moment was as dark as the sky and earth, simply made her go crazy. She hated him, especially, so she didn't even tell him that they had a child. Because she felt that he was not qualified to be the father of her child. Until today, when the knot in her heart was finally untied, and the crack finally healed, she couldn't help but tell him this most important thing. Ying Luohong pulled Tang Zhenhua up from the ground, looked at him crying bitterly, snorted, and said, you only care about your son, you didn't cry so sadly for me. Tang Zhenhua's body was still trembling, and hearing this, he hurriedly said, in all honesty. You don't know how many times I cried silently in the middle of the night. Hong, Okay, don't say it, I know. Ying Luohong threw herself into his arms again. At this moment, she suddenly felt as if she had returned to her youth, and her heart was finally filled again. Hong, our son, where is our son? Let me calculate. That was 19 years ago, if you just had him at that time, then our son is about 18 years old this year? Suddenly, Tang Zhenhua realized something, and abruptly released his embrace, looking at Ying Luohong in disbelief, muttering, no, it can't be, right? Could it be that our son is in the Star War experimental class? In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His and Ing Luohong's son, according to the time, should be exactly 18 years old. They had been together for many years, but never had a child. If the child was 18 years old, with Ing Luohong's identity as the dean of the Shrek Academy's outer court, plus their two excellent genes, it was very possible for the child to enter the Shrek Academy. If that was the case, 18 years old was the age of the outer court's 6th grade, about to graduate. And in line with this age, wasn't it the Star War experimental class? Tang Zhenhua was very smart, and was once called a genius of his generation. Judging from the time, he instantly understood. Ing Luohong rolled her eyes at him. You're not too stupid. It's your student. Who? Who did you say it was? My student? Xianyu? So Xianyu is my son? Tang Zhenhua almost jumped up on the spot. Do you have any shame? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the Sea God Lake? With your appearance, can you give birth to a son as good-looking as Xianyu? Moreover, Xianyu's actual age is 1 year younger than his classmates, don't you know? Tang Zhenhua's facial muscles suddenly twitched in embarrassment. It's not Xianyu. Then could it be that stinking brat Qianlei? That stinking brat doesn't look that good. Ing Luohong's eyebrows shot up. How is my disciple not that good? Even if my disciple isn't that good-looking, there are people who like him. Now he's with Lan Mengqin. That girl Mengqin is so beautiful, but she was still taken by my disciple. It's not him. I won't give you a chance to doubt me. This old lady can't give birth to such an ugly brat. Tang Zhenhua's expression stiffened, and he secretly said in his heart, you won't let me say he's ugly, didn't you say it yourself? But at this time, how could he dare to offend Ing Luohong? He hurriedly asked, then who is it? Hong, tell me quickly. Ing Luohong snorted, think about it yourself. Can't you see who looks like you? Do you still need me to say it? Tang Zhenhua blinked his eyes, the appearance of the students in the Star Combat experimental class quickly flashing through his mind. He recalled in his mind who looked more similar to himself and Ing Luohong. Finally, his whole body shook. He looked at Ing Luohong and said, I know. It's Shuahan? Right? He seems to be a bit like me, but I didn't notice it before, and didn't think about it at all. It's Shuahan, right? N. This time Ing Luohong nodded lightly, a gentle look in her eyes. Ding Shuahan. It's my son. Tang Zhenhua was a bit confused for a moment. He still clearly remembered when Lan Xuanyu took Ding Shuahan to pilot a space warship for the first time, that kid's excited look. Although he was tormented badly afterwards, he had a natural fondness for space warships. Whether it was in warship or space warship piloting, he was second only to Lan Xuanyu in the entire class. Moreover, his martial soul was indeed a bit similar to his own, but not the same. Shuahan's martial soul is mutated? Ing Luohong nodded. It should be the most ancient form of your martial soul. It's stronger than you, anyway. Then does he know I'm his father? Tang Zhenhua asked fervently. He doesn't know, why would I tell him? I didn't plan to tell you. In order to hide it from you, I have a place to stay in the city, and he grew up there. After we fell out, wasn't there a long time when you didn't see me? I went to give birth to him. We were together for almost 20 years without a child. I thought there was a problem between us, and we couldn't give birth, but I didn't expect to get pregnant. Just when I was about to give you a surprise, Then he never took the initiative to get close to you in the academy? Tang Zhenhua hurriedly changed the topic. Ing Luohong said, that's because I didn't let him acknowledge me in the academy. I only told him to let the other students feel fair. If it weren't for that stinking brat Lan Xuanyu, my son definitely wouldn't have a problem being a class monitor. He could also get into the inner court with his ability. Yes, our son is definitely outstanding. Shuahan is very talented in Space Command. Especially great. My son, I have a son. Haha, I have a son. Then why is his surname Ding? Tang Zhenhua asked in confusion. I took my mother's last name. That way, you won't easily find out. Ing Luohong rolled her eyes at him again. Tang Zhenhua said eagerly, then if we make up, can you tell him? We'll see. It depends on your performance. He also wanted his son to slowly accept it. Let's wait until after their graduation exams. At this time, we can't disturb their minds. I understand. I'm not in a hurry. Hong, thank you. It's been hard on you all these years. Tang Zhenhua had always felt wronged, but today, when he heard that he had a son, all his grievances turned into joy. He knew that it was really not easy for Ying Luohong to raise her son all these years. Ying Luohong said, "Are you going or not?" That day, he even told me that he wanted to leave the academy and forget everything. Try forgetting one. I was wrong, Hong. I'll definitely make it up to you and your mother in the future. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll listen to you. Ying Luohong said, "That's more like it." This time, our Star Combat Experimental class was fully recognized by the academy. The teachers also approved of the effects of the Heavenly Wings mecha. The Star Combat Experimental class can become normal in the future. From next year onwards, all the freshmen will join the Star Combat Command Department. You'll definitely be busy. No problem. However, you have to tell Pavilion Master 1 that the situation of the Star Combat Experimental class will be very difficult to replicate. After all, this child Xianyu's talent in this field is too good. The cohesion of their class was almost single-handedly brought up by him. I'm definitely aware of this. It's just a pity that our son didn't become a candidate for the 7 monsters. Ying Luohong said somewhat disappointedly. Tang Zhenhua shook his head and said, I don't think that's a bad thing. Shrek's 7 monsters represent the glory of Shrek. The responsibility on their shoulders is much greater than this glory. Once they really become Shrek's 7 monsters, they'll definitely have to make great contributions to the academy. They'll also have to experience more dangers. Our son didn't become a candidate, so he'll be a lot safer. Ying Luohong nodded and said, I think so too, so I didn't force it. After he graduates from the outer court, he should also be able to enter the inner court. Teacher has already promised me that he'll give him special pointers. I hope our son can cross that threshold in the future. Tang Zhenhua said, you should also have a chance, right? I remember that you've already broken through to the transcendent Douluo level. Have you reached your limit now? Ying Luohong shook her head and said, 98. I'm still 1 step away from my limit. Teacher said that my heart is unstable, but isn't it because of you? Otherwise, I'd really have a chance. Tang Zhenhua said with a smile, now that we've reconciled, you can do it. Once you break through to the god rank, you'll be able to enter the Sea God's Pavilion. I don't have much chance. I'll just contribute to the academy in other aspects. Ying Luohong thought for a moment and said, then you still have to work hard. You know, only god rank powerhouses can touch the limits of life in the future. If you don't enter the god rank, even with the academy's various treasures, 300 years is the limit. Don't tell me you want to abandon me? Tang Zhenhua was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't considered these problems before, mainly because after separating from Ying Luohong, he had always been in a state of hopelessness. Now that he thought about it, it was true. If he couldn't break through to the god rank, there would be a problem. However, I've spent more of my time on research these years, and my cultivation has really fallen behind a bit. I'm only 94 now, and haven't even taken the step of transcendent Douluo. At my age, it's really difficult for me to improve by a large margin. Tang Zhenhua said with a wry smile. Ying Luohong narrowed her eyes, not necessarily, maybe your breakthrough will fall on your precious disciple in the future. The importance that the Sea God Pavilion places on Xianyu is beyond your imagination. He's even registered with the Pavilion Master. His future achievements are limitless. He'll definitely get the Academy's strongest support. At that time, you might be able to bask in his glory. Don't forget, he's the next leader of the life school. Tang Zhenhua nodded slightly and said, forget it, there are still more than 200 years anyway. I'll spend these 200 years well, and accompany you well. I'll make up for my past mistakes first. Just as they were reconciling, Lan Xuanyu and his companions had already begun the 7 Holy Abyss trial. Jumping into the vortex, Lan Xuanyu felt his surroundings spin, but he had a very comfortable feeling. He could clearly feel the extremely rich life energy fluctuations around him, and the bloodline aura in his body suddenly accelerated, swallowing and spitting out life essence. Light and shadow flashed, and he discovered that he had appeared in a black cave. The surrounding light was very weak, and he could vaguely see everything around him by relying on the purple demon eyes. Was this the Seven Holy Abyss? Lan Xuanyu looked around curiously. He could still feel the life energy fluctuations, and at the same time, he could also feel another kind of aura that he had never seen before. It was an aura that was filled with the smell of destruction, as if it wanted to completely destroy everything. This was, the dragon core in his body trembled slightly, and there seemed to be two halos quietly emerging from the original seven-colored halo on the dragon core. Was there a different kind of energy? It didn't seem to be in the elemental range. It seemed to be opposite to life energy. Welcome, child. At this moment, a light suddenly lit up in front of Lan Xuanyu, and a person appeared not far in front of him. It was a kind-looking old man with a warm smile on his face. He looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile and said, "Welcome to the Seven Holy Abyss. The first test is about to begin, and it's very simple." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and everything around him suddenly underwent a tremendous change. The originally dark cave suddenly turned into a luxurious bedroom. Compared to the previous pitch-black cave, this place was simply too luxurious. The floor was covered with a soft fur carpet, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance that was intoxicating. Every decoration and every piece of furniture looked just right. The most eye-catching bed was covered with a velvet quilt that made people want to sleep on it. "Senior, what's the first test?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. The old man chuckled and said, "It tests sleeping. Lie on the bed and rest well. When you wake up and are able to crawl out of the bed, you'll have passed." Sleeping? Was it that strange? Could it be that there was something on the bed that tested his cultivation? Lan Xuanyu was very vigilant towards the Seven Holy Abyss. Tang Zhenhua had specifically warned him about how dangerous this place was, so he definitely didn't think that sleeping was the real test. However, when he wanted to ask more, the old man had already disappeared. Lan Xuanyu looked around and carefully checked this luxurious and comfortable room, but he didn't find anything. Finally, he walked to the bed and carefully lifted the quilt. He suspected that a soul beast would suddenly come out from under the quilt. However, reality proved that there was nothing. Under the quilt was a very comfortable mattress. Was he really going to sleep? Or was he going to encounter something after he fell asleep? Lan Xuanyu felt around the bed for a long time, but he couldn't find any mechanism. Finally, he laid down on the bed. The moment he laid down, he immediately felt comfortable. Comfortable, it was really too comfortable. The bed was soft and full of elasticity. The pillow was just right, and the quilt was warm and soft. It gently stuck to his body, and lying down felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt sleepy, as if the fatigue from his daily cultivation had rushed over at this moment. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. This sleep was too comfortable. Regardless of whether it was physical or mental exhaustion, all of it was released in this deep sleep, completely and utterly released. When Lan Xuanyu gradually woke up from his deep sleep, he only felt that his whole body was soft, and he didn't even want to move a finger. It was too comfortable, and now he just wanted to sleep for a while. Well, I'll just sleep for a while more. There's nothing much to do anyway. The thought crossed his mind. However, there was still a string in his heart that was stretched taut. He suddenly remembered what the old man had said earlier. After waking up, being able to crawl out of bed was considered a pass. In other words, he had to leave the bed. Lan Xuanyu wanted to turn over and sit up, but he found that even if he made the smallest movement, it was as if he was with Quan. His body did not show any signs of wanting to move at all, as if he was resisting from the bottom. If it were an ordinary person, they would quickly fall asleep again after being so comfortable. But after all, this was Lan Xuanyu's spirit. His strength was already close to the pinnacle of the spirit abyss realm, and his heart clenched as he realized that something was amiss. Taking a deep breath, he immediately found that the speed of his bloodline vortex was much slower than usual. This isn't right, he didn't rush to resist his tired mood. Instead, he used his spiritual power to stimulate the bloodline vortex. His spiritual power. Dragon Core. Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, the dragon core suddenly trembled slightly, and the bloodline aura erupted. A faint seven-colored light circulated, urging the bloodline vortex to rotate faster. At this moment, the feeling that he had when he had just entered the seven holy abyss appeared again. He could clearly see that inside his dragon core that was emitting seven-colored light, there were two strange things. A light appeared. In the air, abundant life energy and that extremely destructive aura of energy appeared again. It appeared, and it seemed to be absorbed by his body. With this absorption, the bloodline vortex, which was originally rotating slowly, suddenly sped up. The tiredness on Lan Xuanyu's body disappeared in an instant. What made him even more surprised was that the dragon core seemed to have increased in size at this moment, causing him to immediately become more energetic. With a bang, he sat up from the bed. Then, he found that his body was surrounded by a faint green light and a purple light. Yes, it was the green light and the purple light. The light that appeared in his dragon core was also of these two colors. The green light undoubtedly represented life energy, pure and abundant life energy. Apart from the life essence of the eternal tree that Master Shu had given to Lan Xuanyu, the life energy here was the most abundant. And the energy represented by the purple light was the existence of that extremely destructive aura. What was it? At this moment, a light flashed, and the old man from before appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu again. For some reason, Lan Xuanyu found that the old man seemed to be a little panicked at this moment. Senior. Lan Xuanyu had only just called out when the old man waved his hand. Lan Xuanyu only felt that there was nothing under his feet. The originally gorgeous room disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance of a cave. You passed. The old man hurriedly said. Lan Xuanyu found that the green light and purple light around his body disappeared at the same time as the room disappeared. Only a few strands of energy were left, and they were absorbed by his body. These two kinds of energy seemed to be a great supplement to his bloodline vortex. He suddenly felt that it would be great if he was still in the room just now. Before he could say anything to the old man, a light flashed, and the old man disappeared. Immediately after, a light flashed again, and an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. As soon as she saw Lan Xuanyu, she immediately asked, "What do you think of desire? Can you control yourself? Was it a desire?" Lan Xuanyu stared blankly for a moment, then replied, "Desire can only be directed at the person I love. I already have someone, so I will only have desire for her." Okay, pass. Pass. With a flash of light, the old woman disappeared. Passed another round? How many rounds were there in total? Wasn't this too simple? Compared to the previous sleep, that would be much simpler. The next moment, another light flashed, and another unfamiliar old man appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. This god, his expression was serious, and his eyes were facing the sky, with a kind of disdainful spirit. What do you think of pride and arrogance? The old man asked in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu said, people can have pride, but they shouldn't have arrogance. I will be proud of many things. Pride, but never arrogance. Pass. The light flashed, and the old man disappeared. Passed another round, purple. Then, another old man appeared. This old man was fat. Do you like food? He smiled and said, young man, you like it. You like it. Lan Xuanyu nodded. The old man said. Then you will. To what extent? Will you eat too much? The question of 100 was inexplicable. Yes, but he answered anyway. Eat. Eating is to replenish the body's energy and enjoy delicious food. Eating too much is not good for digestion, and it's not comfortable. Ah. Okay, pass. The fat old man's fat body trembled, and he turned and disappeared. Reading pleasure, wonderful reading, smiley face. The light and shadow reappeared, and an old man with a somewhat fierce appearance appeared. As soon as he appeared, he shouted, Are you? Will you be jealous of others? No. If you want something or want to achieve something, just work hard yourself. If you work hard, you will gain something. Lan Xuanyu replied. Pass. The old man waved his hand and disappeared. Immediately after, another person appeared. This person's appearance was even more ferocious. It could be described as a fierce face. Face. Under what circumstances will you be angry? Lan Xuanyu said, a lot of times, when you don't work hard enough, you will be angry because of yourself. Anger, when you see evil forces running amok, there will be. Stop, then can you stay calm when you are angry? The old man shouted to stop and was about to continue speaking. He went to Lan Xuanyu. I can. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Tang Zhenhua had been teaching Lan Xuanyu for many years to remain calm under any circumstances. Love. Lan Xuanyu was really able to do it now. Moreover, as the head of the Traistrumsa wings, he had to. This. Pass. The old man with a face full of anger floated away. 168 Lan Xuanyu was constantly being questioned by these figures. Now. As time passed, he turned around. The green light and purple light on the old bag. It was a little too late. His two cores had clearly increased in size. This was much faster than his usual cultivation speed. It became a little brighter, and the dragon became a little brighter. Just ask a little more. I can absorb these two kinds of energy to improve the dragon. With a flash of light, another old man appeared. This one was also chubby. He asked Lan Xuanyu, what do you think of greed? He looked very kind and smiled. Lan Xuanyu was stunned and said, I don't think greed is a derogatory word, but a neutral word. Oh? Tell me about it. The old man looked at him in surprise. Lan Xuanyu said, because I think greed is the motivation for people to move forward. If we want to move forward, we need to have an insatiable attitude to push us forward. Therefore, I feel that when you should be greedy, you should be greedy. Only then can you continue to move forward and improve yourself. Just like how people need to have goals and work hard to achieve their goals, greed is the driving force. You're right. Young man, you've passed all the tests. I'll send you out now. Senior. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly called out. Yuan just as he was about to say, I'm not in a hurry, the next moment, the world around him began to spin. By the time he realized what was happening, his surroundings were suddenly empty. Then, the scenery around him became clear, and he was shot into the air. Not far away was the eternal tree, and beneath his feet was the sea god lake. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly controlled the wind element to support his body, floating in the air. When he looked down again, the whirlpool that had entered the seven holy abyss was gone. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Past the test, Tang Zhenhua had once said that one would have to experience the trials of the seven deadly sins here. But the test is only. Was he just asking? The first test should be laziness, right? That was still a little difficult, but what was going on with the next 6 tests? After laziness was desire, then arrogance, gluttony, jealousy, wrath, and finally greed. The last 6 tests were simply too easy. Lan Xuanyu looked around. There was no one around. The surface of the lake was empty. Lan Xuanyu wanted to go to the eternal tree to take a look, but when he thought of the academy's requirements, he felt that it was too late. After confirming whether he had really passed the test of the seven holy abyss, he didn't dare to act rashly. He flew to the side. When he landed on the ground, he sensed his surroundings again. Only then did he feel that everything seemed normal. There was no problem. He silently sensed the bloodline power in his body. It had obviously strengthened by a lot. In just a short while, the improvement of his bloodline power was comparable to the time he cultivated in the ice-fire yin-yang well on Douluo planet. The effect of this improvement was too good. But, what was going on? Seven holy abyss. It was still the same cave. 7 old men gathered together. The old man who asked Lan Xuanyu about arrogance was facing the fattest old man. He said angrily, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? You even asked a few questions? Don't you know that he will absorb more of our life energy and destruction energy if he stays a little longer?" The fat old man said aggrievedly, "Can you blame me for this? I have to ask clearly. We are already the most simplified method. Laziness's loss is the greatest. The old man who appeared first said lazily, I didn't know before. When I found out that he could absorb the life energy and destruction energy, I found out that something was wrong. This kid didn't just absorb 2 types of energy. The amount is the foundation of our 7 holy abyss, life energy and destruction energy. It's too scary. If I hadn't informed you in time, I don't know how much loss we would have suffered. The old man who appeared last sighed and said, I was the last one to conclude. He said a few more words. This kid didn't want to leave, so I quickly threw him out. Where did he come from? Where did the Shrek Academy get such a monster? We did this. We relied on the eternal tree to nurture life energy and destruction energy for many years, and the space is so stable. But he wavered. In just a short while, almost 1,000th of our energy was traded by this kid. The only old woman smiled bitterly and said, this kid will definitely be rejected by the 7 holy abyss in the future. However, I seem to have a familiar feeling about him. The same situation will happen. Old man, how, no, the old man who appeared first in front of Lan Xuanyu said, they are all struggling to get up. These children's spiritual power is not weak. I shouldn't be able to stop them. Old Demon Desire, prepare to replace me. The leader, Old Demon Greed, said in a deep voice, yes. In view of that kid's attitude just now, you guys are fast. As long as there are no obvious problems, let them pass as soon as possible, so that the kid won't find them again. Eternal Tree, the tree seems to be very close to him. If he insists on finding our 7 holy abyss, he might really find it. If he finds the 7 holy abyss's space origin, then we can't do anything to him. I'll go now. Tell the Sea God's Pavilion to not let this kid near us in the future. Agreed. The old demons nodded and went to do their own things. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was sitting cross-legged on the shore, waiting for his companions to return. He suddenly felt a little lonely. He didn't know that because of him, the difficulty of his companion's test in the 7 holy abyss had been lowered, and he himself had passed. Of course, it was those 7 who had allowed him to pass. The Academy definitely didn't expect that Lan Xuanyu and the other 6 character test, which was originally more difficult than the others, would now be easier than the others. Time passed by minute. Just as Lan Xuanyu was getting a little anxious, a light flashed on the surface of the lake in the distance. Immediately after, a pair of wings spread open, and a person emerged from the lake. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flickered with purple light as he looked at the lake in the distance with his purple demon eyes. He saw Qianlei, who had released his 2-word battle armor, flying unsteadily towards the shore. This guy looked a little pale, but his overall condition was good. Qianlei, over here. Lan Xuanyu called out to him. Qianlei's eyes lit up when he saw Lan Xuanyu, and he hurriedly flew in his direction. As soon as he landed, Qianlei sat down on the ground. Oh my god, it's finally over. It wasn't easy. Lan Xuanyu looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, your 7 holy abyss test is also over? What happened to you? Read well, smiley face, Qianlei said, the first test made me sleep. It was quite comfortable, but it was too difficult to get up. I spent a lot of effort to get up. The second test was so embarrassing. I had a dream. Fortunately, I was loyal to my Mingqin. Although there were more than 10 beauties seducing me, I didn't dare to do it when I thought of Mingqin's don't you dare. I passed. Eh? Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu immediately realized that this was different from the test he faced. Qianlei continued, the later ones were relatively better. After the second test, the later ones were faster. They were scenes of the tests of the original sins. Actually, they used all kinds of methods to stir up my emotions. With the experience of the previous 2 tests, I suppressed all kinds of negative emotions and passed. Quite easily. It was more complicated than his test. Lan Xuanyu was smart. He realized that the 7 holy abyss had deliberately relaxed the test for him, allowing him to finish the test as quickly as possible and then leave. Connecting it to the changes in his dragon core, he immediately understood that the 7 holy abyss didn't want him to absorb those 2 types of energy. And he should be the only one who could absorb those 2 types of energy because Qianlei didn't do that. What? He took advantage of it this time, but he didn't know if he would have the chance to go again in the future. Now, the soul beasts of Sunluo planet no longer allowed him to go to the ice fire Ingyang well. The next time he broke through, he would have to find a new place. He didn't know if the Seven Holy Abyss would work. Just as Lan Xuanyu was thinking, another figure appeared in the center of the Sea God Lake. Lu Feng also came out. Here. Immediately after, his teammates appeared one by one. Under Lan Xuanyu's questioning, everyone realized that the test everyone experienced was similar. Yuan and Hui Hui was the fifth to come out. His expression was a little strange. When Lan Xuanyu asked him, he refused to talk about his experience and only said that he passed. Now, only Bai Shoushou and Tang Yuga hadn't come out. After waiting for nearly an hour, Bai Shoushou broke out of the water with a flash of light. Unlike the pale faces of the people before her, her face was flushed red. When she flew to the shore, she almost fell into the water several times. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly flew up to greet her. Shoushou, how are you? Lan Xuanyu asked with concern. When Bai Shoushou heard Lan Xuanyu's voice, her body suddenly trembled violently, and she looked up at him. Only then did Lan Xuanyu realize that Bai Shoushou's big eyes were watery and her face was as red as a ripe apple. Miraculous. Go away. Bai Shoushou abruptly pushed away Lan Xuanyu's hand that was trying to support her. She flapped the wings on her back and instantly accelerated. She didn't meet up with the others and flew away directly. Lan Xuanyu was greatly alarmed. Could it be that she had failed the test? That would be troublesome. If she couldn't pass this test, she wouldn't be able to enter the inner court. Shoushou. He called out loudly and hurriedly chased after Bai Shoushou. Not long after Bai Shoushou left, Tang Yuga was the last to break out of the water. Her face was extremely pale, and her body was swaying in the air. Seeing that her situation wasn't good, everyone on the shore subconsciously looked at Yuan and Hui Hui, but Yuan and Hui Hui's gaze was evasive. She didn't seem to want to go up to her. It was Lan Mengqin who soared into the air and went to the lake to pick up Tang Yuga. Yuga, how are you? Are you okay? Lan Mengqin asked with concern. Tang Yuga said, I'm fine. Although she said so, her face was getting paler. Yuga, did you pass? Xianlei asked. Tang Yuga nodded. I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. With that, she left quickly. Looking at her back, Lan Mengqin frowned slightly and said, she seems to have something on. Could it be that she encountered some trouble during the test? Xianlei said, anyway, she passed. It's fine as long as she passed. No, there might really be trouble. Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly raised his head and said. What's going on, Hui Hui? The others looked at Yuan and Hui Hui in surprise. Yuan and Hui Hui frowned. I'm not sure yet. I'll go home first and ask my father. With that, he turned around and ran. What's going on with the siblings? Qianlei looked at Yuan and Hui Hui's back, then turned to look at Lu Feng and Lan Mengqin and asked doubtfully. Are you all okay? Frenzy, I'm very curious. What did you encounter in the desire test? Lu Feng snorted coldly. It's none of your business. I'm leaving. With that, he also turned around and left. Only Qianlei and Lan Mengqin were left on the shore of Sea God Lake. Dear, let's go back too. I was scared out of my wits just now. You have to comfort my young heart. Qianlei said with a flattering face. Lan Mengqin said angrily, why were you scared? Qianlei said. Wasn't I scared? You scared me to death in the desire test. At that time, in my mind. Thinking of how you usually said you dare to me, I waved my hand and said no. Was I obedient? Lan Mengqin blushed. That's all fake. It's all fake. Qianlei asked curiously, what about you? What did you see? In the test? It must be me. Right, Lan Mengqin snorted coldly. So what if it's you? But I know it's not the real you, because you don't dare. I just beat up the guy inside, and then I passed. Kaka, Mengqin, it's not good to be too violent. Qianlei looked at the power on Lan Mengqin's face. He felt a chill in his heart. She was also warning him. No wonder Meng Qin looked the most normal after passing the test apart from Lan Xuanyu. Lu Feng walked towards the dormitory alone. His eyes were a little dull. He couldn't forget the situation he encountered in the test just now. The test of the Seven Holy Abyss seemed to be related to their spirit and memory. After entering Shrek Academy, he had been doing his best to improve himself every day, worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up with his teammates. Now that he was finally going to graduate from the outer court, he had broken through to Seven Ring and become a two-word battle armor master. All his hard work had paid off. In the past few years, he had never thought about anything other than cultivation. However, today's test was the question that Qianlei asked. At the level of desire, he really encountered a situation that he couldn't imagine. Some things in the depths of his heart. His heart was stirred. That beautiful face and slender figure were still imprinted in his mind, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. His face was a little red, and some of the emotions that he had suppressed in his heart all these years were released. Did he really fall in love with her? But was it really possible? Lan Xuanyu finally caught up with Bai Xiuxiu the moment before she rushed into the dormitory. Xiuxiu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Lan Xuanyu hugged Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu's body trembled. She lowered her head and struggled for a while, but Lan Xuanyu hugged her very tightly and she couldn't break free. Xiuxiu. I'm so sad. Did you pass? It doesn't matter. At most, I'll accompany you and not go to the inner court. Lan Xuanyu said anxiously. Let go of me, I want to. Her voice was still strange. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He looked down at her and suddenly realized that her eyes were closed. Her eyelashes were trembling. Then you are, reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, go away. Bai Xiuxiu suddenly struggled with all her might and finally broke free from Lan Xuanyu's embrace. She pushed Lan Xuanyu to the side, rushed into the dormitory, and then closed the door tightly. Seeing her closing the door in a hurry, Lan Xuanyu calmed down a little and recalled his teammates from before. His companions' descriptions of the situation. Could it be because of the desire test? His guess was correct. Bai Xiuxiu almost couldn't pass that test. After Bai Xiuxiu closed the door, she felt a little better. She panted heavily, and her face was red with embarrassment. Her face was red. Did she really like him? She took a cold shower in the bathroom and calmed down. Bai Xiuxiu secretly decided to ignore that guy before the last test of the graduation exam was over. I'll just ignore him. Shrek Academy, Eternal Sky City. Wang Tianyu sent away the visiting old demon of greed with a strange expression. Lan Xuanyu and the others passed just like that? This was too fast. How long did it take Wang Tianyu to pass the Seven Holy Abysses test? 1 month, an entire month. How long did it take Lan Xuanyu and the others to pass the Seven Holy Abysses test? 2 days. 2 days were mainly spent on the first line. Close the door. Old Demon of Greed's explanation was very simple. Everyone passed, but he made it clear that he never wanted that person to go to the Seven Holy Abyss. He had to keep Lan Xuanyu away from the Seven Holy Abyss. Otherwise, it would destroy the Seven Holy Abyss. Stability. Lan Xuanyu could absorb the life and destruction energy that built the Seven Holy Abyss? This kid was really a weirdo. However, they passed the character test just like that. Lan Xuanyu and the others passed the test of the Seven Holy Abyss. This was a very important matter for the Shrek Academy. The test of the Seven Holy Abyss had always been the most hated painful torture. Even Wang Tianyu couldn't help but shiver when he thought about his past experience. But Lan Xuanyu and the others had passed so easily. Did they not achieve the goal of the test? This matter needed to be discussed by the members of the Sea God's Pavilion. However, since old Demon Greed said that they had passed, it meant that there was nothing wrong with their character. Perhaps this was the arrangement of the heavens. Could it be that the youngest of them could really become the new Shrek's 7 monsters, especially Lan Xuanyu? If he could become the new leader of the Shrek's 7 monsters, then he would be a completely different existence. Family Titan Yuan and Hui Hui was sitting in her room with a pale face. He had just left his father not long ago. He also got the answer to his question. However, this was an answer that he really didn't want to get. Sister, Yuga, she. Yuan and Hui Hui frowned and muttered to herself. If she knew the truth, she wouldn't be able to take it. No, I have to find her. Thinking of this, Yuan and Hui Hui immediately stood up and ran out as if he was flying. Tang Yuga's house was also in Shrek City. It was a small courtyard. The courtyard was clean and tidy, with an area of about 200 square meters. This was Shrek City, the most expensive place in the entire Federation. It wasn't easy for an ordinary person to own such a small courtyard. Inside the main house, Tang Yuga was standing in front of a woman who looked very much like her. Mom, really? Is it true? Tang Yuga's face was full of tears, and his body was trembling. Trembling violently. The middle-aged woman in front of her looked at her coldly and asked, "Did he tell you?" Oh, Tang Yuga shook his head vigorously. It's not him. I went to the Seven Holy Abyss to train. I watched from the Seven Holy Abyss. I'll be there. Why? Why did this happen? Mom, is this true? It can't be, right? It's just an illusion, right? Looking at her daughter, Tang Ximing's expression was complicated. After a long while, she sighed and said, "What you saw is true. Yes, you are not his biological daughter." Are you satisfied? Tang Yuga staggered back 2 steps as if struck by lightning. She stared blankly at her mother. Why did this happen? I hated him for so many years because he abandoned us, but it wasn't him who was at fault. It was him. Mom, why did you do this? He wasn't wrong. It was us who were at fault. It turned out that we were just a bastard. Slap, Tang Ximing slapped Tang Yuga hard in the face and knocked her to the ground. Bastard. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what the situation was back then? Do you know what happened? Get out of here. Tang Ximing suddenly became hysterical. She grabbed Tang Yuga from the ground and rushed out of the door. She threw Tang Yuga into the courtyard and he slammed the door shut with a loud break. Tang Yuga, who was thrown to the ground, immediately broke down. When she was in the Seven Holy Abyss, what she experienced at the level of desire was different from others. What she saw was her mother, and she saw her mother with another man, a man she had never seen before. Not far away, she saw her father. Father, Yuan and Fingyu said. She couldn't hear what the 3 of them were talking about. Later, Yuan and Fingyu and the man fought. The sky darkened. At that time, Tang Yuga also thought that it was just an illusion, but she soon found that the man fighting with Yuan and Fingyu was the man's martial soul was the 5 elements age, the same as her martial soul before she evolved. At that moment, Tang Yuga seemed to understand some of the truth. She relied on her strong willpower and kept telling herself that it was just an illusion to barely pass. However, it was not an illusion. It was real. She got the answer from her mother. She hated Yuan and Fingyu for so many years, but it wasn't Yuan and Fingyu's fault. She wasn't the successor of the family titan at all. This was the situation she couldn't accept. All these years, Tang Yuga worked so hard to improve herself in order to show Yuan and Fingyu that she was outstanding, to fight for her mother's honor, to prove that even without the family titan, she could still do it. Stand out. But now? Everything she did seemed so ridiculous. Yuan and Fingyu actually had a little blood with her. They weren't even related by blood. All she hated was a stranger, and she had never even met her biological father. Her mother, whom she loved and cared for the most, was actually the kind of person she despised the most. She had always thought that it was Yuan and Fingyu who fell in love with the elven princess that made her mother leave the family titan in great pain. But that wasn't the case. Everything was as she thought before. It was completely different. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, Yuan and Hui Hui rushed in from outside. Sister, what's wrong? Yuan and Hui Hui saw Tang Yuga crying on the ground. He came over and wanted to help her up. Spread the word. Gang shoved him aside. I'm not you. Yuan and Hui Hui also sat on the ground and fell silent. Of course, he knew how big of a blow this matter was to Tang Yuga. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face, they had known each other since they were young. Tang Yuga had always been hostile to him because his mother had stolen her mother's husband. However, now that everything had suddenly reversed, it was naturally difficult for her to accept. Even Yuan and Hui Hui himself found it difficult to accept. He had only chosen his male body for a short period of time, so he didn't have any desires. This was the benefit of entering the seven holy abyss at a young age. Therefore, what he saw was similar to what Tang Yuga saw. Only then did he find out about this secret. He was still fine. After all, he wasn't the victim. However, Tang Yuga was too traumatized by this matter. "Sister, don't be sad. No matter what, you'll always be my sister, okay?" he said softly. Tang Yuga only cried but didn't say anything. At this moment, a long sigh sounded. "Ximing, I'm here." The voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Yuan and Hui Hui immediately jumped up from the ground. This was because this voice was too familiar to him. It was his father, Yuan and Fingyu. Father was here? Why was he here at this time? Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? What are you doing here? Are you here to watch us turn against each other and become enemies? Tang Ximing's cold voice came from the room. "I'm here to apologize. Things have changed with the passage of time. I've thought it through. I couldn't see through it back then. It was my fault. I was too stubborn. That led to everything that happened later. However, we shouldn't let the children bear the responsibility for our past mistakes. The children are innocent. Since they know something because of the seven holy abyss, I might as well tell them everything that happened back then. Although Yuga isn't my biological daughter, I've always treated her as my daughter." As he spoke, Yuan and Fingyu had already walked into the courtyard from outside. The situation back then? The truth, Tang Yuga stopped crying and raised her head with tears in her eyes. She looked at the father she had not seen for a long time. For a moment, she was stunned. Yuan and Hui Hui hurried to her side and helped her up from the ground. Tang Yuga was the strongest person in the team. He was already an 8-ringed soul Douluo, but he was as weak as a candle in the wind right now. He couldn't even stand properly, and had to rely on Yuan and Hui Hui to stay standing. Yuan and Fingyu looked at Tang Yuga with a complicated expression. "Your mother didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who did wrong. So it's not wrong for you to hate me." No sound came out from the room. Tang Ximing did not open her mouth. "I'm from the family Titan, one of the most powerful families in the world. My father is a god-level expert. Our family also cooperates with Shrek Academy in many ways. They were important partners of Shrek Academy and Tangmen. Therefore, from the day I was born, it was as if I had a golden spoon in my mouth. I had an advantage that other people of the same age did not have. I inherited my family's Titan giant ape martial soul and got into Shrek Academy with excellent results. At that time, your mother and your biological father were all my classmates. Your mother was very beautiful, and she was born in Tangmen. The first time I saw her, I couldn't help but fall in love with her. After that, I started to pursue her. At that time, in my eyes, although your father was very talented, whether it was in terms of appearance or family background, he was not worthy of your mother. When we first met, we were still very young. We grew up together in the outer courtyard. We got into Shrek Academy's inner courtyard together. All of you should know that inner court disciples have the right to participate in an extremely important event called the Sea God's Fated Blind Date. The purpose of this event is to allow outstanding inner court disciples to find the person they love while they're busy cultivating. I've always liked your mother deeply, so I took the initiative to confess to her during the Sea God's Fated Blind Date. At that time, many people confessed to her because she was the goddess of our generation. But what I didn't expect was that your mother didn't choose me, but chose your father instead. At that time, I couldn't believe it. I felt that there was nothing about me that was not good enough for your mother, and that I was better than your father. I didn't even know when they started to develop feelings for each other. The pride in my heart made me suffer, and my love for your mother reached its peak because I couldn't get her. At that time, your mother's family was in trouble. Your grandfather suddenly disappeared while he was out on a mission. The place where he disappeared was very dangerous. Even with the power of the Tangmen, it was very difficult to save him. Your mother was very anxious, but there was nothing she could do. At that time, I had a bold idea. One of the ancestors of our Titan clan was the Titan giant ape, a beast king. Because of this, we knew some secrets about the cooperation between the Tangmen and the soul beasts. I secretly went to Douluo planet and borrowed a special battleship that was being developed at that time. Then, I piloted it to that dangerous star region. At that time, I was very pained because your mother didn't choose me, but I also wanted to use my own abilities to win her over. I had been suppressing this desire in my heart. Just like that, I entered that star region. But my luck was really good. At least, it seemed to be really good at that time. I actually managed to find your grandfather and successfully rescue him. We returned to the mother planet together. On the way back, I naturally told your grandfather about my love for your mother. Your grandfather was grateful that I saved his life, so he agreed. Under the influence of my selfishness, I didn't tell him that your mother actually had someone she liked. I wanted to use this method to win her over. As expected, after we returned, your mother was naturally very surprised when she saw your grandfather, and she was even more grateful to me. Your grandfather immediately suggested that the two of us get engaged and let her marry me. Another coincidence happened at that time. Your father also went to look for your grandfather. He wanted to save him. And he went without your mother's knowledge. By the time she found out, he was already gone. And when we came back, there was no news of your father. At that time, your mother didn't directly agree to marry me. She also told your grandfather that the person she liked had gone to find him. But after a few months, your father still didn't come back. Under your grandfather's painstaking persuasion, your mother was completely disheartened and thought that your father was already dead. Only then did she agree to marry me. At that time, I was really ecstatic. My many years of anticipation had come true, and I suddenly felt that everything I had done was worth it. But it was really the heavens playing tricks on people. Many times, reality is more dramatic than drama. On the day of our wedding, your father came back. At that time, he was trapped in the star region and used all his means to barely escape. But when he rushed back, he was just in time for our wedding. Your mother was very emotional, but the wedding was already done in front of so many family and friends. She finally endured it. But when we reached the bridal chamber, she told me that she chose to marry me because she was already pregnant with you. She didn't want her child to be born without a father, so she chose to marry me. Since your father is already back, please let her go. At that time, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. In a moment of righteous indignation, I angrily told her that even if she had someone else's child, she would still be my wife. Then, I left angrily. So, in fact, your mother and I have never been husband and wife. Not long after that, I saw your mother and your father meet. I couldn't help but have a conflict with him and had a big fight. At that time, your father was no match for me. I injured and chased him away. He actually didn't know that your mother had you. In addition, I told him firmly that unless he could defeat me, he would never have the right to return to Shrek. He left in a rage and disappeared without a trace. Your mother was devastated, but I forcefully brought her home and didn't let her leave. It was only after you were born that she was unwilling to be my wife. Only then did I finally give up and divorce her. Actually, I had long regretted it. Because of my obsession, your mother lost her happiness. My face and obsession have always made me unwilling to bend down. Shimeng, I've let you down. Yuga, your mother has never done anything wrong. I'm the one who's wrong. At this point, Yuan and Fingyu sighed again and shook his head gently. Back then, after he separated from Tang Shimeng, he went to the elven planet to escape. However, he met the elf princess and truly found love. He had Yuan and Hui Hui. In the depths of Yuan and Fingyu's heart, he had always hated Tang Shimeng. He had sacrificed a lot for the person he loved the most. But in the end, Tang Shimeng did not care about their relationship at all and did not spend a single day with him. How could he not hate her? But as time passed, he had his own happiness and his own children. The hatred in his heart had long faded. When he recalled all the things that had happened over the years, he gradually became able to think and face everything calmly. If it was not for Yuan and Hui Hui and Tang Yuga's encounter in the 7 holy lakes, this matter might have continued like this. He would have accepted it even if he had to bear the blame. But now, for the sake of his children, he had to come out and explain. This was also the first time he had opened his mouth and apologized to Tang Ximing. After saying this, Yuan and Fingyu seemed to have released the pent-up anger that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. He let out a long sigh and felt much better. Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui were a little dazed when they heard this. The complexity of the matter was far beyond their imagination. Tang Yuga finally understood why his mother was so angry just now. Was this really all Yuan and Fingyu's fault? If everything he said was true, was his mother not responsible? At this moment, the door opened. Tang Ximing's face was already covered in tears. Yuan and Fingyu had not seen her for many years. When he saw her beautiful face, he could not help but be stunned. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. You're not wrong. I'm the one who's wrong. Please leave, Tang Ximing said in a trembling voice. Mom. Tang Yuga quickly stepped forward and held his mother's arm. Tang Ximing turned to look at her daughter. Then, she thought about the years of loneliness and suffering. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She hugged Tang Yuga and burst into tears. It was only at this moment that Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly felt that the Seven Holy Lakes was actually such a terrifying place. What happened so many years ago was actually brought out. He looked at Tang Ximing and Tang Yuga, then at his father. Yuan and Fingyu waved at him and turned to walk out. He knew that Tang Ximing did not want to see him. Wait a moment. Tang Ximing suddenly cried out. Yuan and Fingyu was stunned for a moment. She stopped and turned around to look at her. Tang Ximing took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I don't hate you for what happened back then. Also, I was once married to you, but I didn't take on the responsibilities of a wife, I'm sorry. She extended a slight bow toward Yuan and Fingyu as she spoke. From this moment on, we don't owe each other anything. Ximing, you. Yuan and Fingyu felt as if there was something stuck in her throat. If anyone was to blame, everyone was at fault back then. But now, he had a wife and a son, but Ximing had been single for so many years. Let's all go. Tang Ximing smiled bitterly. Do you know where he is now? Yuan and Fingyu couldn't help but ask. Tang Ximing shook her head. I don't know, and I don't want to know. If he still had any feelings for me, he should have come back to see me. However, he never returned. I hate him, far more than I hate you. Yuan and Fingyu wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't. She sighed. Take care of yourself. If I see him again one day, I'll definitely tell him everything, and then beat him up to avenge you. Yuan and Fingyu then pulled Yuan and Hui Hui away. Tang Ximing looked at her departing figure with a complicated expression. Did she really fall in love with the wrong person all those years ago? At this moment, Yuan and Fingyu suddenly returned with a thoughtful expression. Ximing, there's something I think I should tell you. Over the years, I've been ambushed several times. The other party hid their identities, but I feel that their abilities are very similar to his. They're much stronger than before. It's just that I beat them back every time. Tang Ximing was stunned. You're saying that he's always been in Shrek City? Yuan and Fingyu smiled bitterly. That's very likely. Tang Ximing was incredulous. Then why hasn't he come to see me? That bastard. Because I'm a coward. A bitter laugh sounded from the side. Immediately after, a figure flipped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. Seeing this person, Yuan and Hui Hui was the first to exclaim, Teacher Tang Yu? Yes, the person who came was Lan Xuanyu and the other's acquaintance, the disciple of the School of Life who had been guarding the Sea God Lake, Tang Yu. Tang Yu raised his hand, wiped his face, and took off a mask, revealing a handsome and slightly pale face. Tang Yu. It's really you. Yuan and Fingyu exclaimed. Tang Ximing was even more stunned. The former Tang Yu, the current Tang Yu, looked at Yuan and Fingyu and then at Tang Ximing. For a moment, his entire body trembled violently. I'm a coward, a bastard. All these years, I didn't even know that Yuga was my daughter. After I left, how could I bear to leave you? I quietly came back and asked the teacher to take me in to stay in the academy. I used your surname as Tang Yu and stayed. Just so that I could occasionally see you from afar. At that time, you were already his wife, and I only dared to look at you from afar. Later, when you gave birth to Yuga, I was even more disheartened. At that time, I thought that I might as well die alone in our academy. Later, the two of you suddenly separated, and you brought Yuga alone. At that time, I really wanted to find you and be with you. I hated this guy to the core. He pointed at Yuan and Fingyu. It was you that time? Yuan and Fingyu said in a deep voice. Tongyu smiled bitterly. That's right, it was me. But I still couldn't beat you. And in order to hide my identity, I didn't dare to use all my abilities. That time, I was almost beaten to death by you. It wasn't easy for me to run into the academy and avoid your pursuit. That time, I recuperated for a long time and swore in my heart. When I can defeat you and beat you up to vent my anger for Shiming, I will pursue her again and be with her. Even if she already has your child, I don't mind. But this guy is too strong. Every time I feel that I'm ready and have a chance. But I still can't beat him. Until now, he's only one step away from God rank. I feel that this is fate playing tricks on us. It's the heavens that don't want us to be together. Actually, I've always lived next door to you. I bought a house next door to you just to be able to see you often. I'm already satisfied. Tang Ximing looked at him blankly. In fact, when she went out, she would occasionally meet Tang Yu and even talk to him. But she didn't know that Tang Yu was the former Tong Yu. She walked towards Tong Yu step by step. In other words, you've been by my side for so many years, but you never came out to acknowledge me. Yes. Tong Yu nodded bitterly. Tang Ximing suddenly took a few steps forward and came in front of Tong Yu. Then, she slapped him in the face. Pa. Tong Yu's face tilted from her slap, but he had no intention of dodging. You, get lost. Tang Ximing suddenly shouted hysterically. Then, she pushed Tong Yu away and ran into the house. Things suddenly became so dramatic that Tang Yuga and Yuan and Hui Hui were completely at a loss. Especially Tang Yuga. The person who she once thought was her father was not her biological son. And her biological father was someone she could see often, but she didn't know him at all. All of these changes happened too quickly, causing her to be in a daze for a moment. Yuan and Fingyu looked at Tong Yu unkindly. You've been here all this time? You've been sneaking up on me all these years? It's me. I don't care even if it's a sneak attack. I just want to beat you so that I can pursue Ximing again. Tong Yu smiled bitterly. Are you stupid? Yuan and Fingyu couldn't help but ask. Isn't a person stupid when they're stuck in a dead end? If you want to beat me up again, go ahead. Even I want to beat myself up now. Tong Yu's feelings were really complicated. When he found out that the person he had been secretly loving for so many years had never been with anyone else and even gave birth to his precious daughter, his feelings were indescribable. Ecstasy trumped everything else, followed by intense self-blame. He really regretted it. If he could have taken the initiative and not felt inferior, perhaps, happiness would have come to him long ago. Fate made fools of people. He, Yuan and Fingyu, and Tang Ximing all suffered such a blow and pain. Especially him, for nearly 20 years. During these years, his heart was especially tormented. His lover was clearly by his side, but he couldn't recognize her or be with her. This feeling was really painful to the extreme. Yuan and Fingyu's expression changed. If it was in the past, he really wanted to beat up this guy in front of him. This guy used to make him gnash his teeth in hatred. However, things had changed with the passage of time. He now had his own happy family. Although he had suffered before, the period of pain was short. It was only those few years, but Tang Ximing and Tong Yu had suffered for nearly 20 years. 20 years. What was there to hate and blame? Yuan and Fingyu let out a long sigh. He took a few steps forward, pulled Yuan and Hui Hui, and turned to leave. Yuan and Hui Hui watched in a daze. Tang Yuga, who stood there in a daze, struggled for a moment. Father Dao, I'm not leaving. I want to accompany sister. Yuan and Fingyu frowned slightly. This is their family matter. Yuga is not your sister. No, she's my sister. Yuan and Hui said firmly. Then, he suddenly broke free from his father's hand and ran back to Tang Yuga's side. Yuan and Fingyu looked at his son, then at Tang Yuga. He let out a long sigh and strode away. Tang Yu had returned. He didn't want to stay, nor did he want to recall everything in the past. He had already apologized, and Xia had already made things clear. Yuan and Hui came to Tang Yuga, took her hand, and said in a low voice, "Sis, don't be sad. You still have me." Tang Yuga turned her head to look at Yuan and Hui in a daze. Looking at the younger brother who was half a head taller than her and whom she had once been jealous of, envious of, and resented, her eyes turned red again. Then, she suddenly hugged Yuan and Hui, buried her head in his shoulder, and burst into tears. Yuan and Hui hurriedly hugged Tang Yuga and gently patted her back. He knew that it was time to let her crying was the best thing to do. She needed to release her emotions. Tang Yu took a few steps forward and looked at Tang Yuga, who was lying in Yuan and Hui's arms, with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. He turned to look at the main house, gritted his teeth, and strode in. "Get out of here. Get out," Tang Ximing's cries rang out. "No, I'm not leaving. This time, even if you beat me to death, I won't leave." Tang Ximing's loud cries came from the room. Yuan and Hui's half-sister suddenly became someone who was not related to him by blood. 194 Wasn't it complicated? Since they were young, his relationship with Tang Yuga was very complicated. Who didn't want to have a sister who could take care of them, But his sister was always cold to him. They gradually grew up and entered Shrek Academy. At that time, Yuan and Hui already knew about his father's relationship with Tang Yuga's mother. But at that time, it was impossible for Yuan and Fingyu to say that Tang Yuga was not his biological daughter. Whether it was for the sake of face or Tang Ximing's reputation, only Yuan and Fingyu, his wife, and Tang Ximing knew the truth. In the academy, Yuan and Hui and Tang Yuga studied together, cultivated together, fought together, went through hardships together, and grew together. They both became important members of the team, and Tang Yuga was the strongest in the team. Yuan and Hui once had a wish, and that was to surpass Tang Yuga. He had been working hard in this direction, but until now, he had not realized this wish. The relationship between him and Tang Yuga gradually eased as they grew older. Although they had never told each other their true thoughts, they both understood that the grudges of the previous generation should not be borne by their generation. After all, they were siblings, and blood was thicker than water. With Tang Yuga's encouragement, Yuan and Hui made the choice of gender. At that time, Yuan and Hui felt that it was really good to have an older sister. But who knew that just when they had completely reconciled and were really getting along like siblings, the test of the 7 Holy Abyss made them realize that they were not siblings. This matter came too suddenly, and they were all caught off guard. Tang Yuga was greatly shocked, and Yuan and Hui was not much less shocked. Night fell. The 4 of them sat in a circle around a small wooden table. Tang Yuga sat there with a dull look in her eyes, while Yuan and Hui sat next to her with her head lowered. Tang Ximing was also in a daze. Tang Yu looked at the mother and daughter from time to time with a complicated expression. "You should go. Yuga and I have relied on each other for so many years, and we are used to it." Tang Ximing was cold. She said. Tang Yuga trembled subconsciously. She looked up at her mother, then looked at the familiar and unfamiliar Tang Yu beside her and sighed softly. "I know you won't forgive me easily. These nearly 20 years of pain, Tang Yu, don't know how to resolve it, but I won't leave. You only have 2 choices now. Let me stay, or kill me." "You." Tang Ximing's eyes were instantly filled with anger. "How can you be so shameless?" Tang Yu didn't say anything, but his gaze was unusually firm. Unless he died, he wouldn't leave. He knew very well that if he really left, he would never be able to come back. "Sister, we should go back to the academy." Yuan and Hui pulled Tang Yuga beside her. Tang Yuga glanced at him, then stood up, turned around, and walked out. Seeing Tang Yuga leave, Tang Ximing raised her hand, wanting to stop her, but in the end, she didn't say anything. How could he not feel apologetic towards his daughter? But at this time, it was also good for her daughter to leave first. Tang Yu could take care of their own matters. Tang Yuga walked in front, and Yuan and Hui Hui followed behind her. Along the way, Yuan and Hui Hui wanted to speak to her several times. She spoke, but she didn't know what to say. The two of them walked back to the Shrek Academy in silence. Yuan and Hui Hui sent Tang Yuga to the dormitory. At the door. After opening the dormitory door, Tang Yuga stopped, then slowly turned around and looked at Yuan and Hui Hui. Yuan and Hui Hui also looked up at her. Today, thank you. Yuan and Hui Hui smiled bitterly. Tang Yuga said softly. Is so complicated. Group, let's not say thank you between us. I don't know what happened. Tang Yuga also smiled bitterly. I really don't want to know. Don't call me sister in the future, I'm not your sister. No, in my heart, you've always been my sister, Yuan and Hui Hui said hurriedly. Yuga sighed. Now that she thought about the past, she felt that she was really ridiculous. The stalemate between us is meaningless. Go back and rest early. You still have to take the exam in a few days. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Yuan and Hui Hui frowned slightly and said, Sister, can you still participate in the assessment in your current state? Tang Yuga said, Yes, I'm not as weak as you think. I've been like this for so many years. Now, I just know the truth. Our emotions were actually magnified by the terrifying seven holy abyss. Now that the truth is out, although everything was unexpected, it can be considered as settled. Mother also has a path to walk. I may not be able to let it go so easily, but I won't affect everyone because of this. That's good. Yuan and Hui Hui heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Tang Yuga looked at him deeply and said, Hui Hui, thank you so much for today. Fortunately, I have you by my side. After that, she walked into the dormitory and closed the door without waiting for Yuan and Hui Hui to say anything. Looking at the closed dormitory door, Yuan and Hui Hui scratched his head. He knew that from today onwards, his relationship with Tang Yuga would be different. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 only took a short time to pass the 7 Holy Abysses assessment. This matter was naturally quickly known by the Sea God's Pavilion. In particular, the 7 Holy Abyss also informed the Sea God's Pavilion that Lan Xuanyu was not allowed to go near the 7 Holy Abysses assessment of Lan Xuanyu's group of 7. Although they did not know why, the 7 Holy Abysses evaluation of Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 was completely positive. The second assessment was also the most important and most difficult one in the Sea God's Pavilion. Lan Xuanyu's group passed. Next up was the Star Combat Experimental class. They completed it together. What was a little funny was that Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 took even longer to complete the second assessment. Finally, this assessment. The other students were waiting for them, but now the 7 of them were waiting for the other 26 people to finish the assessment. Finally, after completing the character assessment, they also had to adjust their body and breath completely. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 had a long rest. This was undoubtedly good news. Only then could they enter. Finally. Nucleus. The next day, Lan Xuanyu called Tang Yuga and asked her about yesterday's situation. Tang Yuga has no secret gave a rough account of what had happened. Although this is her privacy, as a team member and it affects everyone. She didn't sleep the whole night, thinking about what happened during the day. Even after what happened. So much pain, but in the end, the ending was still good. She found out who her biological father was, and her mother found him. She would forgive her father, but that was something she didn't want to care about. This is better than when she just came out of the 7 holy lakes. At that time, he thought that the situation was much better. She also felt that it was necessary to let everyone know that she and Yuan and Hui Hui were not related by blood. Of course, this was only known to the 7 of them. She did not hide it from her closest companions. Reality was even more bizarre than that. Lan Xuanyu was extremely shocked after listening to her story. Teacher Tang Yue was actually Yuga's biological father. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how to comfort Tang Yuga. Fortunately, Tang Yuga's emotions were still stable. After all, Tang Yuga was a girl, so he could only ask Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin to comfort her. That afternoon, Lan Xuanyu went to the Heaven Fighting Mission Hall alone. The last assessment of their graduation exam was to complete a Level 5 Heaven Fighting mission. Lan Xuanyu had seen the Level 5 Heaven Fighting mission before. It was extremely difficult to complete, but now that everyone's strength had increased, it shouldn't be a problem for the team to complete a Level 5 Heaven Fighting mission together. Of course, a team's Heaven Fighting mission was much more difficult than an individual mission of the same level. The completion of this last assessment would also determine how many people in the Wings of 33 Heaven could enter Level 5. Lake Academy's Inner Court. As the class monitor and the leader of the Wings of 33 Heaven, Lan Xuanyu was duty-bound. He wanted to lead more people into the inner court. Along the way, everyone in the Star War experimental class was united, and no one had been eliminated. He really hoped that everyone could continue like this, but the Academy's rules didn't allow it. Although the Academy said that if the actual difficulty of the Heaven Fighting mission reached Level 7, it could allow the entire class to enter the inner court. However, it was impossible. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how difficult the Level 7 Heaven Fighting mission was, but he was afraid that it would involve the entire planet. The Ball mission. As for the higher Level 8 and 9 Heaven Fighting missions, Lan Xuanyu even suspected that it was very likely to be saving the Federation. Missions like that. Because the other companions hadn't returned yet, Lan Xuanyu and the others had plenty of time to rest and adjust. Lan Xian decided to use this time to study the existing Level 5 Team Heaven Fighting missions and find the one that was most suitable for them. Through accumulating merits, Lan Xuanyu's Heaven Fighting mission points had already allowed him to become a Level 3 Heaven Fighting mission master, and the entire class was at this level. This was already a pretty good result for an outer court graduate. If the points were converted into military merits, they could at least have the rank of major. An 18-year-old major, in the military, only the top graduates of a few major military academies could do this. And Lan Xuanyu's team did it by executing a team mission, not by relying on outstanding individual abilities. Lan Xuanyu hadn't decided whether to join the army in the future. At least until he graduated from the inner court, he would decide his future direction. As his strength continued to increase, the uniqueness of his ability became more and more obvious. He was also aware of this problem. Perhaps, staying in Shrek Academy was the best choice. Although he had the heart to command the fleet, he also had to consider the actual situation. Today, the Heaven Fighting Mission Hall was a bit deserted, only a few people were looking at the Heaven Fighting missions. Lan Xuanyu went directly to the big screen of the Level 5 Team Heaven Fighting mission to look at it. There weren't many Level 5 Team Heaven Fighting missions. There was only one page with about a dozen missions. The biggest difference between team missions and individual missions was that one was completed as a team. The other was completed as an individual. Many team missions could be completed by multiple teams, and individual missions would disappear temporarily after one person accepted the mission, until the Heaven Fighting Fighter who accepted the mission returned. Only when the Heaven Fighting Fighter returned could the mission be confirmed. Therefore, the number of team missions was much less than individual missions. Not to mention, this was a Level 5 Team Heaven Fighting mission. Lan Xuanyu started reading from the first mission, and the first mission made his eyebrows jump: Explore Wormhole number 363. The mission looked very simple, but Lan Xuanyu knew that exploring wormholes was an extremely difficult mission. Because wormholes were layered spaces, one could get lost if they weren't careful. Once lost in the wormhole, it was possible to be teleported anywhere. If they went too far and lost their coordinates, they would completely wander in the universe. He clicked on the mission and looked at the detailed introduction. Wormhole number 363 was located at the edge of the galaxy they were currently in, and it was a gateway to another unknown galaxy. Up until now, the unmanned spaceships sent out to explore had not returned successfully. Therefore, this mission was issued to Heaven Fighting Fighters in the hope that a space-type powerhouse could explore it. At least one needed Toonly forward battle armor masters with spatial attribute abilities would be able to do so. This was originally a one-person mission, but because the difficulty was too high, it was changed to a team mission. To carry out this mission, the Federation will provide full material support. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. There were too many unknowns when exploring wormholes. And the unknown was often the scariest. This mission was extremely dangerous. If things went wrong, the entire team might be wiped out. Furthermore, in their entire class, only Lu Feng's ability and spatial attribute were perceptive, and it wasn't a control type, but an agility type. Their cultivation wasn't enough. Lan Xuanyu had an idea. If they wanted to explore wormholes, the safest way should be the rock ecological battleship on Douluo planet. Why was the silver-armored rock chosen as the flagship of the ecological battleship jointly built by the Tangmen and Douluo planet's soul beasts? It was because it had a powerful spatial attribute. Using it to explore wormholes should be a very safe choice. Even if there was danger, they should be able to escape. After rejecting the first mission, Lan Xuanyu looked at the second mission below. This mission was also very strange. It was obvious that it was extremely difficult. The mission showed, assist in battle. Head to an unknown star system to assist the Federation's fleet in battle. You will face unknown and powerful extraterrestrial creatures. Yes, the mission's introduction was so simple. There was only one sentence without any detailed explanation. There was no doubt that this mission was related to the Federation's secrets, and it could be used as a team's level 5 Heaven Fighter mission. One could imagine how difficult it was. Just like the previous mission, the unknown was the scariest. And an uncontrollable situation was what Lan Xuanyu was most unwilling to face. Unknown star system, unknown enemy, and even the mission's objective was unknown. It was only said to assist in battle. To what extent was the assistance considered a success? It wasn't clear. This wasn't a choice for the time being. He had to at least ask the Academy to see if there was any more detailed information. Lan Xuanyu recorded it in his soul communication device. This mission needed further confirmation. He continued to read. None of the level 5 team missions were easy. The third mission was to assassinate a god-ranked powerhouse. Then the fourth mission was to hunt down a pirate crew and seize an important resource in their hands. This mission was selected as a backup by Lan Xuanyu. However, in this pirate crew, a conservative estimate was that there were more than 3 titled Douluo powerhouses. And it was a large pirate crew with a battleship. Was a battleship easy to deal with? That was a powerful third-grade battleship. But relatively speaking, the introduction of this mission was very detailed, so he could make targeted preparations. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu chose him as a candidate. For the entire afternoon, Lan Xuanyu remained in the Heaven Duelist mission hall, researching and recording the details of the level 5 party mission in detail. In the end, he selected 3 out of the dozen or so missions as candidates. Of course, these 3 missions were very difficult. However, it was relatively suitable for their entire team. The mission of a rank 5 Heaven Fighter would not change so easily. He would have to study it further when he returned. In the end, they still had to wait for all their companions to arrive so that they could make a decision together. This was related to whether or not everyone would be able to pass the test and enter the inner courtyard. No one had the right to arbitrarily decide, not even Lan Xuanyu, the widely recognized class monitor. Rest, cultivate, and wait. On the 8th day after Lan Xuanyu and the others completed the 7 Holy Abyss trial, the other members of the Wings of the 33 Heavens returned with good news. Everyone passed the test of character. This was supposed to be the easiest part of the graduation exam. After returning to the Academy, everyone rested for a day. The Academy gave them a deadline for the final test. They had to decide which Heaven Fighter mission to perform within 3 days. They would set off in 5 days. After Lan Xuanyu received the notice, he immediately gathered everyone in the class for a meeting. Tang Zhenhua and Xiaoqi both came. However, the person who presided over this class meeting was Lan Xuanyu. As homeroom teachers, the 2 of them could only sit in and listen. This was the rule of the graduation exam. This was the first time Lan Xuanyu saw the 2 teachers after the 7 Holy Abyss trial. What surprised him was that his teacher Tang had changed a lot. His original sloppy appearance was gone. His messy long hair was cut short, making him look very neat. His clothes were also neat and clean. What was more important was the essence, energy, and spirit. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and there was always a smile on his face. That look could only be described with 4 words, flushed with success. When Lan Xuanyu saw him for the first time, he almost did not recognize his teacher. He looked carefully and only dared to confirm it after being scolded by Tang Zhenhua. "Teacher, what's wrong with you? Are you stimulated?" Lan Xuanyu asked tentatively. Tang Zhenhua said angrily, "What stimulated? I, your teacher, am flushed with success. Your teacher's wife is back." Ha ha ha. He really could not hide his complacent mood. Then Lan Xuanyu found that Tang Zhenhua's eyes had been sweeping over the students who had already arrived in the class, as if he was looking for something. Tang Zhenhua and Ying Luohong were reunited, and he knew that he had a son. It would be strange if he was in a bad mood. After discussing with Ying Luohong, he decided not to tell Ding Zhuohan for the time being, so as not to affect his graduation exam. After the exam was over, he would tell him the truth. But Tang Zhenhua still couldn't help but want to see his son more. He owed his son for more than 10 years. He now wanted to take his head off and give it to his son as a toy to play with. "Teacher's wife? I have a teacher's wife?" Lan Xuanyu looked at him in surprise. "Humph. When you come back from the graduation exam, I'll take you to see her," Tang Zhenhua said proudly. He did not intend to tell Lan Xuanyu now. The last part of the graduation exam was imminent. The results of the previous exams were excellent, and the little guys in the 7 Holy Abyss had also passed. They were just 1 step away. At this time, he certainly did not want anything to affect the mentality of these children. At this time, almost everyone had arrived. Ding Zhuohan was the last to come in. Although this guy was usually not late, he usually arrived at the last moment. As soon as he saw him, Tang Zhenhua felt his heart melt. His eyes were so gentle that Ding Zhuohan could not help but shiver. "Teacher Tang, I'm not late, right? I didn't do anything wrong. Don't look at me like that, I'm scared." Ding Zhuohan hurriedly quickened his pace and walked to his seat. "Okay, quickly take your seat," Tang Zhenhua said a little stutteringly. He tried hard to adjust his mentality so that he would not lose his composure. "Okay, since everyone is here, let's begin." Lan Xuanyu stood up and walked to the front. He turned on the projector and projected the information on the projection screen at the front. "We've already passed 2/3 of the graduation exam, but now is not the time to relax. The last part of the exam will determine how many of us will be able to enter the inner court. Since we're all on the same side, I'll get straight to the point. There's a limit to the number of graduates who can enter the inner court in each batch. Without a doubt, I'm completely certain that the number of people in our class who can enter the inner court is the highest among all the previous batches. Even so, there's still a limit. This is because the academy has to balance the different grades and control the number of students in the inner court. What we need to do is to increase the number of students as much as possible. There's only one way to increase the number of students who can enter the inner court, and that's through results. You'll be able to achieve better results in the Heaven Fighter missions." Everyone had studied, cultivated, and fought together for at least 6 years. Lan Xuanyu went straight to the point. "There's a total of more than 10 level 5 Heaven Fighter missions. I've made a list of them, and they're all here. I've also screened them. Now, I'll tell you the details of these missions and the reason why I've screened them." Lan Xuanyu started from the first wormhole exploration mission, explaining and analyzing each mission in detail. End of chapter. He talked for more than an hour about a dozen missions. The specifics are like this. "Teachers, do you have any Jianhan books?" Lan Yan finished. After that, he looked at Xiao. "Qi and Tang Zhenhua." Xiao asked. Xiaoqi said, "Your analysis is already very thorough. I don't have any objections. I also agree with the missions you listed as options." "I agree." Tang Zhenhua's answer was simple and direct. Lan Xuanyu nodded and turned to the students. "We are all on the same side. If you have any ideas or opinions, please speak. Let's discuss first and decide whether to choose the final mission from the 3 options I have selected. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them. No objections, class monitor. We will fight wherever you point. why are there 3 missions? You can just decide on one. It will save us a lot of trouble, Ding Zhuohan said casually. Lan Xuanyu said unhappily, you can only speak for yourself, not for everyone. Ding Zhuohan smiled and said, I can't speak for everyone, but you can. Everyone, right? Yes. The whole class said in unison. This was unity, and more importantly, trust. This was the most important and fundamental reason why Wings of the 33 Heavens could reach this step today. In 6 years, everyone knew how much Lan Xuanyu had sacrificed for the class. Without him, the class would not be able to. Only a third of the students would not be able to graduate. Among them, many felt that he would be satisfied if he could graduate from the outer court. Their achievements in Shrek Academy were all achieved under the leadership of Lan Xuanyu, the class monitor. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu's prestige in the class was even above the 2 teachers. Although Lan Xuanyu was the class's sole ring, he was the least, but no one in the class was unconvinced by him. Those who could enter Shrek Academy, which one of them was not a proud son of heaven? Like Ding Zhuohan and the others. Which one of them was not arrogant and unruly? However, everyone in the class was convinced by Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu asked 2 more times, but no one had any objections. Helpless, he could only take a stance. The voting method allowed everyone to choose between the 3 alternative missions. Soon, the tickets were collected and Lan Xuanyu began to count the votes. In the end, among the 3 missions, one of them was selected with the highest number of votes with 26. A smile appeared on Lan Xuanyu's face as he looked at the mission that was finally selected. In fact, this was the mission that he was most interested in. Level 5 Party Mission, Exploration of the Longyuan Star. Mission description, head to the Dragon Source planet and explore its secrets. As the Federation continued to develop the Dragon Source star, the number of origin dragons continued to increase. There might be a powerful origin dragon in the depths of the Dragon Source star. During several explorations, some teams formed by powerful warriors had mysteriously disappeared. There seemed to be a secret hidden deep within the Dragon Source planet. Investigating this secret had become an important mission for the Federation, and it was issued to the Heaven Fighters. Currently, 16 batches of Heaven Duelists had gone to the Dragon Source star to investigate. 5 batches had gone missing, and 11 batches had returned empty-handed. The completion rate of the mission was based on the results of the investigation. During the investigation, killing an origin dragon would also count towards the completion rate of the mission. Killing a level 9 origin dragon and handing in its dragon origin crystal would also count as completing the mission. Yes, this mission required them to go to a familiar place. It was the very place that they had started the Heaven Fighters mission. It was the place that they had been to before, the Dragon Source star. The dragon origin crystals produced by the origin dragons on the Dragon Source star had become an important energy resource for the Federation. Back then, when Wings of Treostromsa had just entered the Heaven Fighters world, he had obtained a Dragon Source crystal during his mission on the Dragon Source star. It was a great harvest. There were several reasons why they had chosen this mission. First, they were relatively familiar with the Dragon Source star and had fought with origin dragons before. They were familiar with the origin dragons. Second, although the mission's main objective was to explore the Dragon Source star's secrets, there were other ways to complete it. The possibility of completing the mission was to kill a level 9 origin dragon. Back then, they had been able to kill a level 7 origin dragon. Now, they were much stronger than before and had the heavenly wings. In addition, Lan Xuanyu had the Emerald Demon battleship and Tang Yuga had the heavenly Qilin martial soul. There was a lot more. All of it. Moreover, the origin dragons on the Dragon Source star were relatively less of a threat to them. It was safer to complete this mission. Lastly, and most importantly, it was to accumulate contribution points. The mission had clearly stated that killing origin dragons and obtaining dragon origin crystals could increase the mission's level and earn contribution points. Killing low-level origin dragons would not increase the mission's level. However, it would be different if they killed origin dragons of level 7 and above. The dragon origin crystals of high-level origin dragons were very pure and contained a huge amount of energy. If they could accumulate enough dragon origin crystals, they would definitely be able to increase the mission's level. This was what Lan Xuanyu valued the most. Exploring secrets and hunting origin dragons. If they completed the exploration mission and killed a level 9 origin dragon, how high would the mission's level be? Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu saw this mission for the first time, he already liked it very much. This was the most suitable mission for them now. As expected, most people had the same idea as him. The final test of the Star Combat Experimental Class graduation exam had been decided. They would set off in 4 days. Before they set off, they naturally had to do some preparation work. However, 4 days was enough. Alright, it's decided then. Everyone, go back and prepare. I will use all of my class funds to prepare. I will probably spend all of my class funds, Lan Xuanyu said. The crowd immediately laughed, but there was a look of reluctance on their faces. Yes, this would be their last mission together in the outer court. After they graduated, if they wanted to, it would be difficult to gather all of them together. Because of this, everyone had a strong will in their hearts. They had to do their best in this mission and complete it with no regrets. Teacher Xiao, Teacher Tang, do you have any other instructions? Lan Xuanyu asked the 2 teachers. Said. Xiaoqi stood up and walked to Lan Xuanyu's side. He looked at the students below and said in a deep voice, 6 years. You have already studied in the Shrek Academy's outer court for 6 years. The final moment is finally here. A level 5 mission, a team mission, is almost equivalent to a level 6 personal mission. The difficulty is equivalent to all of you going up against a god-tier expert. Therefore, don't be careless just because you are familiar with the Dragon Source planet. Every planet has its own secrets. Secrets. Our Academy's junior students have met with mishaps while carrying out missions on the Dragon Source planet. So, be careful. Every single one of you has to come back safe and sound. Tang Zhenhua also walked over. Yes, the most important thing is to come back safely. This is also my only request. Xianyu, as the class monitor, you are duty-bound. You should understand what we mean. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Of course, he understood that staying alive was more important than completing the assessment. This was a real combat. Although they had all experienced real combat before, the difficulty this time was different. He would not be careless. The meeting was adjourned. Get ready, for this assessment, each of them had to be fully prepared. The Academy gave them a month for the assessment. In other words, they had to do their best in a month. They had to accumulate more merits in this mission and complete the mission as much as possible. According to their previous experience, it would take 20 days to go back and forth, but this time they had a faster flight. It would only take 10 days to go back and forth. This way, they would have about 20 days to complete the mission on the Dragon Source planet. Mission. There seemed to be plenty of time. But if they wanted to exceed the quota, they would have to raise the quota. It would not be enough. After all, completing the level 5 team mission was already worth 10 points. I'm afraid that's it. Reading pleasure, wonderful reading, smiley face. The Academy had made sufficient arrangements for their assessment this time. The Deputy Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion, Wang Tianyu, personally led the team. With the continuous growth of the Star War experimental class and their excellent performance in the first 2 rounds of the graduation exam, their importance in the Academy increased day by day. Although the Dragon Source planet wasn't considered too high in terms of safety level, the Academy still attached great importance to it. Wang Tianyu led the team there in name of supervising them to ensure that they didn't cheat during the exam. But in reality, the more important thing was to oversee it. With his cultivation as a top god-rank powerhouse, it was enough to shock everyone. Thus, he could ensure the safety of the young people in the Star War experimental class during the exam. When a Soul Master's cultivation reached rank 99, which was the limit Douluo, he could be called a demigod powerhouse. After breaking through rank 99, he would become a god in 1 step and become a god-rank powerhouse. After breaking through rank 110, he would enter another realm and become a true god powerhouse. After rank 120, he would become a transcendent god powerhouse. They corresponded to the rank 3, rank 2, and rank 1 gods of the former god realm. At least until now, transcendent god powerhouses were still a world that the Federation yearned for. They had never appeared before. Even true god experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. A true god expert was basically the pinnacle of the Federation. The worship to the Dragon Source planet this time was still provided by the Federation's Heaven Fighting Division. In order to save time, Lan Xuanyu specially requested the fastest warship from the Heaven Fighting Division on behalf of the Treosturmsa wings. This would save them about 2 days on the road. Due to the difficulty of the mission they applied for this time and the fact that all of them were rank 3 Heaven Fighters, the Heaven Fighting Division specially approved it. Tang Zhenhua and Xiaoqi were not allowed to accompany them. Only Pavilion Master Wang was in charge of monitoring this assessment. The Heaven Fighter mission was also the most comprehensive assessment of their overall strength. In terms of Star War, they had already displayed powerful combat strength and were not inferior to the elite small fleets of the Federation's army. Then, the final assessment would be their individual and team's comprehensive combat strength. Wang Tianyu was actually looking forward to seeing how far these children could go. From his perspective, he was really reluctant to send a large portion of them to Tangmen after graduating from the Star War experimental class. This was the most outstanding batch of students nurtured by the Shrek Academy over the years. What was even rarer was that the team cohesion. The strength of an entire team was incomparable to that of an individual. The spaceship flew steadily in space, and the students had already entered a state of meditation. In order to be able to carry out the mission as soon as they arrived at the Dragon Source Star, they had to be in their best condition at all times. Wang Tianyu sat in a seat at the front, silently feeling the silence and even breathing around him. With the strength of his spiritual consciousness, he could naturally feel the vigorous vitality of these young people. They were all around 18 years old. This was the time when his growth was the fastest. What a soul master could achieve before the age of 18 would be the foundation for their future. For most soul master academies, reaching 4 rings at the age of 18 was already considered a genius. But for the Shrek Academy, it would require at least 6, 7, or even 8 rings. Only those with 7 rings and above could be considered geniuses, and only then could they have the possibility of entering the inner courtyard. Even 6 rings were very difficult. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was only a 5-ring soul master, but who would dare to look down on him? Wang Tianyu turned his head and looked to his side. Lan Xuanyu was sitting next to him. His sword-like eyebrows reached his temples. Although his eyes were closed, his handsome face still looked so unique. With Wang Tianyu's 100 years of experience, Lan Xuanyu's appearance could be said to be second to none among the men he had seen. He was handsome but not lacking in masculinity, just like his personality. He was intelligent but not lacking in calmness. Lan Xuanyu's talent was indeed important, but the fact that he could unite the entire Star Combat experimental class and become the most united group in history was what the Academy valued the most. Such a leader would definitely receive special attention no matter where he was. When Lan Xuanyu successfully passed the inspection of the 4th year's Heaven Duelist mission, coupled with his identity as the successor of the Life School, he had already fallen into the eyes of the Sea God Pavilion. The successor of the Life School was bound to become a god. Even if he wasn't capable enough, the Life School would spare no expense to help him break through to the god rank. At the same time, the successor of the Life School had to enter the Sea God Pavilion. This was because the things that the Life School grasped were also one of the core existences of the Shrek Academy. Hence, the Academy's inspection and protection of Lan Xuanyu far exceeded that of other students. That was why Master Shu secretly accompanied him to Douluo planet and so on. That was why the Emerald Demon battleship was handed over to him. That wasn't the personal action of Master Shu or the Douluo planet's soul beasts, but approved by the Sea God Pavilion. The Emerald Demon battleship was given to Lan Xuanyu to protect him. Even Lan Xuanyu didn't know that the moment he received the Emerald Demon battleship, it was already a symbol of the Sea God Pavilion's acknowledgement of his identity as the successor of the Life School. And he didn't disappoint the Sea God Pavilion. The metals he needed to forge 2-word battle armors for the entire class could even reach the soul refinement level. The Sea God Pavilion knew about this. This selfless act was deeply recognized by the members of the Sea God Pavilion. This graduation exam was also the Academy's last test for him. Once he entered the inner court, the Academy would definitely give him more resources and support in all aspects to promote his rapid improvement. In Lan Xuanyu's team, in fact, he and Tang Yuga had already been internally decided to become the next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. Lan Xuanyu would even be nurtured as the leader of Shrek's 7 monsters. The premise was that his cultivation could improve further and he had to display enough strength. After all, he was only 5ring now. Of course, they weren't the only ones who had obtained such qualifications. There were also other outstanding disciples from the inner court. However, to be able to obtain such qualifications when he was in the outer court, it could be seen how much importance the academy placed on him. Wang Tianyu had always had some doubts about Lan Xuanyu's martial soul. However, the master of the Sea God's Pavilion acted arbitrarily and personally vouched for him. Wang Tianyu only vaguely guessed that Lan Xuanyu should have other god-rank teachers, just like the one he had personally faced back then. Later on, he also checked that person's information. What made him speechless was that that person was actually a famous singer in the Federation. Now, he even had the title of the God of Songs and became the most popular person in the Federation. How many people knew that that person was a god-rank powerhouse? It wasn't even impossible for him to be a true god-rank powerhouse. After entering the inner court, who would nurture Lan Xuanyu was now a problem. With the uniqueness of Lan Xuanyu's martial soul, the life school was obviously not enough. Finding a teacher for him in the inner court was the most important thing at the moment. God-rank was for sure. Currently, there were already true God-rank powerhouses who were willing to be his teacher. With these thoughts echoing in his mind, Wang Tianyu retracted his gaze. He really wasn't too worried about the level 5 Heaven Fighter mission on Dragon Source Planet. Instead, he was worried that these newborn calves would give him a surprise. Dragon Source Planet was now one of the Federation's most important resource planets. Therefore, while he was protecting them, he also had the intention of monitoring and controlling the situation. He was also a Heaven Fighter, and he was a high-level Heaven Fighter. A level 7 Heaven Fighter. Yes, as a top-tier god-rank powerhouse, he was only a level 7 Heaven Fighter. In fact, in the entire Federation, there were only 3 level 9 Heaven Fighters. There were no more than 10 level 8 Heaven Fighters. They were either existences with top-tier cultivation or existences who had made outstanding contributions to the Federation. When he was young, Wang Tianyu had also served in the Heaven Fighter Division for a period of time and completed many Heaven Fighter missions. After reaching level 7, he returned to the inner court of Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu had been meditating on the way. With the improvement of his mental strength, it was now very easy for him to enter deep meditation. Moreover, he could wake up on his own before any danger arrived. The assessment of the 7 Holy Abyss almost made Tang Yuga collapse. It had more or less affected the others. But for him, it was a great harvest. The benefits of the substantial growth of the Dragon Core had gradually appeared. His blood and chi were more vigorous than before, nourishing his body. The bloodline vortex driven by the Dragon Core was like a furnace, constantly refining his body. During this period of time, Lan Xuanyu found that his physical strength seemed to have increased by another level. He should not be inferior to Qianlei, who was possessed by Fatty Gene. It was the same in terms of strength and physical strength. The improvement of his physical fitness was just icing on the cake for others, but it was a necessary path for him. Without a strong physical fitness, he would not be able to continue to break through to the next level. This time, after the Dragon Core absorbed that inexplicable energy, its volume increased greatly, causing his gold and silver bloodlines to become more stable and powerful. With his physical fitness being nourished by the Dragon Core, it would be much easier for him to withstand the next breakthrough. Another good news was that the treasure-hunting beast had also woken up due to the advancement of the Dragon Core. After waking up, the treasure-hunting beast only told Lan Xuanyu that it needed to wake up and gather its gains from this slumber. After that, it did not say anything else. However, Lan Xuanyu could feel that it had woken up. The treasure-hunting beast was extremely important to him, especially in terms of experience. When the treasure-hunting beast woke up this time, Lan Xuanyu could feel that it was different. It was a difference that had reached another level. It was obvious that the treasure-hunting beast had evolved, or rather, it had recovered some of its original strength. This should be related to the explosion of the Advanced Spirit Ascension platform. After the explosion, Lan Xuanyu did not have any memories of it. The treasure-hunting beast fell into a deep sleep. And after the explosion, what about the immortal Qi? If the treasure-hunting beast had really evolved, it was very likely that it had absorbed a part of the immortal Qi. His consciousness shook slightly. Lan Xuanyu gradually exited the state of deep meditation. When he opened his eyes, he happened to hear the sound of the broadcast. They were about to reach their destination, the Dragon Source Star. He exhaled deeply, feeling the surging blood and qi flowing through his veins. Lan Xuanyu's skin was faintly glowing. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He was indeed at his peak condition. Dragon Source Star, we're back. The spaceship slowly landed in the base of Dragon Source Planet. Although they had only been here a few years ago, Lan Xuanyu and the others still had a deep impression of this place. Especially those valuable dragon origin crystals. This was the first pot of gold they had earned in the Heaven Fighters world. The spaceship stopped and the hatch opened. Wang Tianyu led the members of the wings of the Xianxia down the flying ship. There was already a group of people waiting outside. Lan Xuanyu and the others naturally did not have the authority to do so, but as the vice pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion of the Shrek Academy, Wang Tianyu naturally had the authority. At the front of the welcoming team, Lan Xuanyu saw a familiar figure. This was the commander of the base. He had not been transferred. Lei Juanzi, the commander of the Dragon Source Star base of the Douluo Federation. He had graduated from the outer court of the Shrek Academy. When Lan Xuanyu came here for the first time, when he fought the rank 8 Source Dragon at the last moment, he almost died in the hands of the Source Dragon. It was this commander-in-chief who saved his life and even gave him pointers. At this moment, Lei Juanzi had already brought a group of subordinates over to welcome them. Pavilion Master Wang, welcome to the Dragon Source Star. His face was full of respect. Wang Tianyu smiled and said, "You're welcome, Commander Lei. I'm just here to be a spectator this time." Pavilion Master Wang, please. While talking to Wang Tianyu, Lei Juanzi also saw Lan Xuanyu and nodded at him with a smile. He naturally still remembered the extremely daring young man who dared to use a mecha to fight a rank 8 Source Dragon with only 4 rings. This was their graduation exam. Lei Juanzi invited Wang Tianyu to the command center to receive them, and naturally, there were officers who arranged Lan Xuanyu and the others' accommodations. Compared to the last time they were here, the treatment this time was clearly much better. Every 2 people shared a room and had a separate bathroom. Lan Xuanyu let his teammates rest first, while he asked the officer who had helped them settle in if he could meet Commander Lei Juanzi. Completing the mission was naturally the first priority, but he had not been here for a few years, so he had to understand the situation of the Dragon Source Star first before he could take action. No matter how anxious he was, he would not act rashly. The first time he came here, he almost died because of his recklessness. This lesson had made Lan Xuanyu mature and become much calmer. After the officer asked for instructions, he quickly told Lan Xuanyu that he could go and see Commander Lei. Dragon Source Star's command center. Lei Juanzi sat at the head of the table and accompanied Wang Tianyu. The 2 of them were drinking tea. Pavilion Master Wang, when I heard that you would be coming personally, I was really pleasantly surprised. I haven't seen you in more than 20 years. You really haven't changed at all compared to back then, Lei Juanzi said with some emotion. He had seen this Pavilion Master Wang when he graduated from the outer court. Wang Tianyu smiled and said, "That's right. After not seeing you for so many years, you're already a border official. I heard that you're doing well on the Dragon Source Star." Lei Juanzi hurriedly said, "How can I be considered a border official? I'm just guarding a region for the Federation." Wang Tianyu said, "I heard that due to your outstanding performance here and the increasing importance of the Dragon Source Star, the military intends to promote you to the rank of Lieutenant General." Lei Juanzi said calmly, "Yes, I heard the news too. But before the dust settles, it's hard to say." Wang Tianyu said gently, "The Academy can't help you in this regard. You also know the military's attitude towards us. If we interfere, it will instead have the opposite effect." Lei Juanzi nodded and said, "I understand. It's my fortune if I get it, but it's my fate if I don't. I'm just doing my job." As for the Academy, regarding the Dragon Source crystals, Wang Tianyu raised his hand and interrupted him. "There's no need. You just have to do your job well. The academy won't find trouble with any graduates. I'm only here to accompany those little guys for the graduation exam. Lei Juanzi understood what he meant. He smiled and said, these juniors are really blessed by the heavens. They can actually get you to accompany them personally. Wang Tianyu laughed and said, why do I hear a hint of jealousy in your tone? Lei Juanzi chuckled and said, that's right. I'm definitely jealous. We weren't so lucky back then. These junior brothers and sisters must be very outstanding. I saw Lan Xuanyu just now. This little guy left a deep impression on me. He's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. The first time he came to my place, he dared to challenge a level 8 source dragon alone. At that time, he was only 4ing. He actually managed to kill a grade 8 source dragon in such a spectacular manner. Wang Tianyu said, they're an experimental class of the academy. Their situation is rather special. From the looks of it, the experimental results are very good. They chose to come to your place to carry out the Heaven Fighter mission and complete the final graduation exam. The academy must ensure their safety. You're right. Xianyu is a very good child. We'll focus on nurturing him in the future. Hearing Wang Tianyu's words, Lei Juanzi couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The graduation exam wasn't over yet. Why did Wang Tianyu mean that Lan Xuanyu had already been selected to enter the inner court? This was an extremely rare situation. It could be seen how much importance the academy attached to Lan Xuanyu. He even felt that Wang Tianyu's arrival this time was for this little junior. If that was the case, it would be incredible. At this moment, a messenger reported that Lan Xuanyu had arrived. Lan Xuanyu was brought in by the messenger. When he saw Wang Tianyu and Lei Yuzi, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Pavilion Master, Commander Lei. Lei Juanzi smiled and said, there are no outsiders here. Just call me Senior. No matter what, I am a graduate of Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu also smiled. Okay, Senior. Lei Juanzi said, you're here to carry out the level 5 mission, right? Lan Xuanyu said, yes, that's why I'm here to ask Senior for guidance. Logically speaking, it's difficult for C University. Judging from this experience, the Longyuan Star S tree shouldn't be so majestic. Miao Juanzi gestured to Ming, then stood up and said, Junior, follow me. He brought Lan Xuanyu to a big screen and turned it on. Suddenly, an image appeared. It was an electronic map of the areas of the Longyuan star that had been clearly explored. The reason why this exploration mission is so high level is mainly because during the previous exploration process, I suffered heavy losses. We suffered heavy losses. Lei Juanzi's expression turned solemn as he spoke. He pointed at the top of the electronic map. After we kill the origin dragons, they will continue to appear. So far, we haven't figured out how they were born. The origin dragon's body is almost completely made of metal, but even the lowest grade of origin dragons are living beings, not objects. It's a very complicated process to turn a metal body into a life form and even make it possess a dragon origin. Process. This process is what the Federation wants to understand the most. If we master this process, we can let rare metals purify themselves anywhere, which can greatly improve our efficiency of all resource planets' development. Therefore, the exploration of the Longyuan star has never stopped. We have sent out many teams to explore, and at first, it was quite smooth. According to our investigation, the Longyuan star seems to have a special power that can let the Earth recover the source of death. Then, new origin dragons will be born in the depths of the Longyuan star. Let me show you the satellite. While speaking, Lei Juanzi pressed a few buttons, and the electronic map on the big screen changed to show the sky view of the Longyuan star from the sky. We're here. Look at the other side. He rotated the image on the screen. When Lei Juanzi rotated the image, Lan Xuanyu discovered that there was a large area on the other side of the Longyuan star. The area was gray, and the situation on the surface of the star beads could not be seen at all. After all these years of investigation, we discovered that all the origin dragons came from this gray area. Without a doubt, this gray area hides the secret of the birth of the origin dragons. The Federation was eager to find out about this area was the Longyuan star area. In the beginning, it was very difficult to enter this region because there were very powerful origin dragons inside. We even found a rank 9 origin dragon, which was close to a god rank expert. We Long Yuan Lan later on, the war god temple sent 2 deity level experts to lead an army to clean up the area. But after we Long Yuan Xians, we didn't find anything. At that time, we even thought that we had guessed wrongly and that the origin dragons were born on the Long Yuan star. However, after our fleet and the Long Yuan star left, on the other side of the Long Yuan star base on the side, which was the place on the big screen now, the gray area appeared again. Obviously, it was there before. Obviously, it was deliberately blocking our exploration. Even the divine sense of the Long Yuan star couldn't detect the gray area. That made us even more suspicious. We began to explore again, but we didn't succeed each time. So, your level 5 team mission is not easy. The ultimate goal of the exploration mission is to find the gray area. It's best to find the secret of the origin dragon's birth. If you find the gray area, the reason for the appearance of the colored area is that your mission is considered completed. If you can find the secret of the origin dragon's birth, you will complete the mission. Then, the mission difficulty will be raised to level 6. Without a doubt, with Commander Lei around, Lan Xuanyu and the others would take fewer detours. At least, they would be clear about the mission objective. If it were other heavenly fighters, they definitely wouldn't have received such detailed information because what Lei Juanzi said was already a military secret. Thank you, Senior. We will definitely be careful. Looking at the gray area on the map, Lan Xuanyu's eyes narrowed. This exploration mission was obviously more difficult than he had imagined, but the good thing was that the mission difficulty could be raised to level 6. If he could complete the level 6 Heavenly Fighters mission, he would definitely be able to let more students enter the inner court. Lei Zhe said in a deep voice, Junior, a team of Heavenly Fighters has already taken this mission and tried to carry it out. Some of them never came back, and the others didn't get anything. So, you must be careful. At this point, Lei Go glanced at Tianyu and suddenly felt that he was worrying too much. How could something happen to the little guy when the sky stopped? Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Then we'll go and prepare before we set off. Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, we should still be able to protect ourselves. With the heavenly wings, if they encountered a situation that they couldn't deal with, they could transform the mecha into a battle machine. Then, they could quickly leave the battlefield. Now, it was different from the past. Now, each of them had their own heavenly wings. Their combat power had increased. If they encountered a level 8 origin dragon again, Lan Xuanyu would have a one-on-one fight. The strength of the team. Killing a level 9 origin dragon was one of the ways to complete the mission. God. You don't have to worry about the logistics. The command center will help you prepare it. What do you need, R? Just mention it. Lei Gozhe said with a smile. Xian Ning chuckled and said, then give me 2 antimatter missiles. No. Lei Gozhe's expression changed as he said unhappily, you really know how to ask for a lot. Are antimatter missiles something you can use? Wang Tianyu snorted and said, these daring brats have used it a long time ago. A few years ago, they used antimatter missiles to blow up the people on Sin Planet. Do you think they don't dare to do anything? I suspect that this time they brought antimatter missiles themselves. Kaka, Pavilion Master, don't be like this. Lan Xuanyu's thoughts were seen through by Wang Tianyu. He really brought antimatter missiles, and he had also brought the Treostrumsa winged battleship with the Ring of Destiny. Of course, Lan Xuanyu didn't really want Lei Gozhe to provide him with antimatter missiles. He just wanted to use it as a bait in case he accidentally used antimatter missiles on Lan Yuan Star. Lei Juanzi naturally understood what Wang Tianyu meant. His expression changed drastically. Junior, you mustn't use this. You absolutely can't use antimatter missiles on Lan Yuan Star. Otherwise, the Academy won't be able to protect you. Lan Yuan Star is now a resource planet under the Federation. The dragon origin crystals produced are provided to the various fleets and are very valued. A nuclear missile can destroy the ecological balance of the entire Lan Yuan Star. If a dragon can't be produced here, it will be troublesome. Senior, don't be nervous. No, there are no antimatter missiles. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said. Lan Xuanyu didn't really plan to use antimatter missiles. It was just a precaution. What he said to Lei Juanzi was also considered a test. From the looks of it, antimatter missiles really couldn't be used. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face, that's good. Lei Juanzi heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little worried about Lan Xuanyu. This kid wasn't afraid of anything when he fought against a rank 8 source dragon. Lan Xuanyu said, Pavilion Master, Senior, I'll go and make preparations first. After Lan Xuanyu left, Lei Juanzi was still a little worried. He looked at Wang Tianyu and said, Pavilion Master, this little junior won't really use antimatter missiles, right? Wang Tianyu smiled and said, it's fine. He has a sense of propriety and will weigh the pros and cons. He may seem bold, but he's actually very good at controlling the situation. Otherwise, the academy wouldn't value him so much. We don't need a hothead. After leaving the command center, Lan Xuanyu turned on his communicator and said in the class channel, everyone, rest for 2 hours. We'll set off in 2 hours. Exploring the Longyuan planet, hunting source dragons, and obtaining dragon origin crystals were all their missions this time. Even if the mid-low grade dragon origin crystals couldn't help them increase the difficulty of the mission, they could still be exchanged for Heaven Fighter points. After becoming a rank 3 Heaven Fighter, they could already feel the benefits of being a Heaven Fighter. First, they could obtain military ranks. Second, they could now use Heaven Fighter warships to carry out missions. Rank 4 Heaven Fighters would have even greater benefits. The Heaven Fighter Division's exchange center would be open to them. In the Heaven Fighter Division's exchange center, Heaven Fighters could use their Heaven Fighter points to exchange for all kinds of rare items. This was something Lan Xuanyu and the others only learned after becoming rank 3 Heaven Fighters. The Heaven Fighter Division's exchange center had all kinds of harvests from all the planets of the Federation. In terms of natural treasures, it might not be as good as the Shrek Academy, but in terms of rare metals and foreign items, it was definitely incomparable to other places. This time, if Lan Xuanyu and the others could complete the rank 5 team mission and accumulate more Heaven Fighter points, they wouldn't be far from becoming rank 4 Heaven Fighters. 2 hours later, all 33 Wings of Heaven set off and left the Longyuan planet base. 4 Wings of Heaven flew out and carried out aerial reconnaissance in 4 directions. The other 29 Wings of Heaven advanced steadily, ready to fight at any time. We have plenty of time. Let me share with you the news I received from the command center. Lan Xuanyu relayed the information he received from Lei Juanzi in the class channel. Therefore, we have a chance to raise the difficulty of the mission to level 6. In other words, if we complete the mission well, more of our students will be able to enter the inner yard. Plus, we have plenty of time. Now, I will announce the plan for this mission. This time, Lan Xuanyu didn't ask for the opinions of the others, because the mission had begun. The entire class could only have one voice, and too many opinions would only lead to problems. No one objected to this. Exploring the Grey region is definitely very dangerous. The possibility of encountering a Class 9 Source Dragon is extremely high. There is even a possibility of encountering a more powerful Class 10 Source Dragon. After all, the last time we came here was a few years ago and it has been a long time since we last fought with an Origin Dragon. Therefore, for the first 3 days, we mainly cleaned up the Origin Dragons in the periphery and obtained Dragon Origin Crystals to exchange for Heaven Fighter points. After the initial scouting, we'll split up into teams of 3 to hunt the Origin Dragons. Once there was danger, they would call for help through the class channel and the other teams would come to their aid. The base has already promised to provide us with supplies, so we don't have to worry about energy consumption. After the Skywing Mecha's energy consumption exceeds 70%, it will retreat back to the base to replenish its energy. I will fight in the middle and support everyone at any time. Since they were here, Lan Xuanyu didn't intend to stand on ceremony. To them, mid to low-level Source Dragons were Heaven Fighter points. The 4 Skywing Mechas flew out at high speed in the air and quickly gathered the information from their reconnaissance. Before the Source Dragon tide, most of the Source Dragons were still scattered. The base would send out hunting teams to hunt them down, and there would also be Heaven Fighters on missions to hunt them down and collect Dragon Origin Crystals. Soon, the 4 Skywing mechas scouted a radius of 200 square kilometers and found many small gathering places of the source dragons. After sending the results of the reconnaissance to everyone, Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As he spoke, he turned the Skywing mecha back into a mecha and stepped into it. His two-word battle armor also appeared. The mecha closed and connected with the battle armor. The Soul Master's soul power and the mecha's energy fused into one. Duo Mecha Master, the 4 Skywing mechas had already flown back, and everyone was doing the same thing as Lan Xuanyu. Following that, teams of 3 people set off again under Lan Xuanyu's arrangement and flew in different directions. Lan Xuanyu's team was made up of him, Tang Yuga, and Yuan and Hui Hui. Without a doubt, their team was the strongest in the class. They took the middle path so that it would be convenient for them to support the other teams at any time. The Treystromsa wings were divided into 11 small teams. The mechas transformed into fighter jets and flew through the air at high speed. The Skywing mecha's flying speed was extremely fast and could send them to the Source Dragon's side immediately. Then, they would transform into mechas to fight and unleash their greatest combat strength. Soon, Lan Xuanyu and the others found a group of Source Dragons based on the reconnaissance of their companions. Looking down from the sky, there were more than 50 Source Dragons. The Source Dragon in the middle had a huge body and was actually a Class 6 one. The rest were from Class 3 to Class 5. "Let me do it." Yuka's voice came from the Soul Communicator. "Alright, we'll hold the line for you," Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Yuga's Skywing mecha descended from the sky and a metallic luster appeared on its surface. The Source Dragons below naturally discovered them as well. Metal rays shot into the air and covered Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga's Skywing mecha did not dodge. When the metal rays landed on the surface of her Skywing mecha, a strange scene appeared. Not only was her Skywing mecha not damaged, the metallic luster on its surface became even brighter, and even its size became larger. This was another application of metal escape, metal element devouring. Tang Yuga could not absorb the metal elements into her body, but she could prevent them from attacking her. As long as the other party's metal element energy was not stronger than hers, this phenomenon would occur. In the next moment, her Skywing mecha crashed into the group of Source Dragons like a cannonball. Wherever the Skywing mecha passed, the bodies of the Source Dragons melted. The low-grade Source Dragons could not even block it before. They shattered. One of the reasons why Lan Xuanyu chose this mission was because of Tang Yuga. With the increase in her cultivation to 8 rings and the addition of her two-word battle armor, Tang Yuga's heavenly stem Qilin had become extremely powerful. Her metal escape technique had been perfected, and it was the most suitable to deal with the Source Dragons that were purely made of metal. The Skywing mecha transformed into a mecha. When the mecha appeared on the ground, most of the surrounding Source Dragons were already dead. The strange thing was that the bodies of the Source Dragons were still squirming, and pieces of dragon origin crystals were squeezed out of their bodies. The Class 6 Source Dragon was not far in front of Tang Yuga. At this moment, its body was also melting, but it was still barely holding on. It raised its tail and smashed it at Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga punched out, and a faint golden light shone. The Class 6 Source Dragon's heavy tail collided with her fist. The Class 6 Source Dragon's tail was suddenly thrown into a furnace like chocolate. It quietly melted and landed on Tang Yuga's battle armor. In the next moment, a sharp metal cone shot out and directly pierced the Class 6 Source Dragon's chest. Tang Yuga's mecha opened its arms on both sides of its body, and a circle of golden light spread out. The surrounding Source Dragons melted, and pieces of dragon origin crystals flew up and gathered towards her. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. End of chapter 906. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.